Chapter 1. The Mysterious Girl on the Cruise Ship, April 4th, 2066. Dark clouds roiled ominously, the bewitching moon partially obscured. A luxurious cruise ship, ghostly in its passage, sailed through treacherous reefs in the international waters bound for the Summer Kingdom. In a dim chamber beneath the deck of a private cabin, Yi Yao Yao's hollow eyes fixated intently on the droplets of water seeping through the cracks of the ship's planks. Drip drop, the sound echoed eerily. Visible to the naked eye, the myriad of blood-stained wounds adorning the girl's body slowly healed before her. Crouched within a vast golden cage, her long, inky hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, while her snow-white skin appeared even more striking in the dim light of the room. Upon closer inspection, an ominous dark red protrusion on her wrist twitched slowly, a glint of coldness flickering across her feline eyes. Suddenly, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted from the opulent auction hall above. Yi Yao Yao understood that she would be the final item in this clandestine auction. Her gaze was imbued with a chilling intensity. With a sharp sound, a shrill, piercing noise shattered the silence. Heavy iron chains clashed together against the unyielding ground, the other end of the chain cruelly binding Yi Yao Yao's bloodied ankle. Meanwhile, within cabin 101, a young man lounged on an antique European-style sofa, idly toying with a silver ring on his finger, his eyes closed in contemplation. His aristocratic black boots tapped rhythmically against the floor, his skin a sickly pale, reminiscent of a noble and elegant vampire knight. Suddenly, the jarring sound of chains broke the stillness. Startled, the man's elongated black eyes snapped open, and he seized an antique porcelain vase from the table, hurling it towards the door with fierce intent. Enough of this noise! The shattering of the vase intertwined with the man's low growl, abruptly plunging the room into an icy chill. Feng Mingju's eyes glowed a deep crimson, his long fingers curling against his lips as he coughed uncontrollably, a trickle of blood unwittingly escaping his lips, as if he were a specter birthed from the night. Yuqi dared not even breathe, cautiously glancing up at the man. "Master Jiao, I will instruct someone to halt the auction immediately." Yuqi presumed the clamor from the ruby auction house had disturbed the man before him. Yet, unexpectedly, Feng Mingju smiled, his thin lips curving in a manner as enchanting as the red spider lilies blooming at the edge of hell. In an instant, Yuqi felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cellar, rendered speechless. The last time the man smiled like that, the sixth uncle of the Feng family had met an inexplicable demise. His body never recovered. Feng Mingju's gaze fell upon him, his tone indifferent yet laced with malice. "You are to die." The man casually lifted his gaze, his tall, elongated figure rising as he turned to stride away. The dim yellow light of the crystal chandelier cast a heavy ambience, the air stifling as the red wine in the goblet swayed ever so slightly. Yuqi hurriedly followed, bowing respectfully, gesturing with his left hand to indicate the way. "Master Jiao, this way." Feng Mingju didn't spare him a glance, turning his head to walk in the opposite direction. "Master Jiao, that is not the way to the auction." But in the next moment, Yuqi hastily silenced himself. Feng Mingju shot a glance his way, the murderous intent in his eyes melding seamlessly with the thick darkness, his exquisite face tinged with a sickly pallor. In that instant, Yuqi felt as if he were about to ascend to the heavens, instinctively retreating into silence behind Feng Mingju. In the depths of the underground passage, the air was stagnant, saturated with an indescribable odor. Yuqi paused, realizing this must be the place where auction items were stored. Feng Mingju halted before a rusted iron door, disdainfully eyeing the cobwebs in the corner, his gaze sharp and menacing, signaling Yuqi to open the door. This position? Above was Master Jiao's chamber. Which fool dared to place such ominous things beneath Master Jiao's room? Yuqi dared not delay, swiftly drawing his gun. With a bang, the lock shattered, sparks flying as it fell to the ground. The iron door creaked open slowly, accompanied by a disquieting sound, the cobwebs in the corner snapping unexpectedly. The sharp crack of the gun startled Yi Yao Yao. Her feline eyes widened in alarm, scanning her surroundings restlessly. Alas, Half of the golden cage was draped in lavish red velvet, rendering it impervious. Yi Yao Yao could not discern the situation outside the cage. Moments later, a beam of cool moonlight unexpectedly flooded into the cage, stinging her eyes painfully, momentarily disorienting her. Light? How long had it been since she had seen the light? The discomfort in her gaze gradually dissipated. As her vision cleared, she noticed that the red velvet fabric had been gently peeled back by a pair of long, slender hands. The girl tensed, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over her, accompanied by an intense killing intent. Almost the instant the man's hand approached the ground, Yi Yao Yao lunged at it like a wild creature, prepared to fight to the death. The pain caused Feng Mingju to shudder, a wave of murderous rage surging through him. His anger surged like a wild beast desperate to break free from its confines. With no shred of mercy, Feng Mingju retaliated, his hand tightening around her slender neck. His long fingers turned pale, the strength evident, as if he could snap Yi Yao Yao's neck in an instant. Yet, unwittingly, Feng Mingju found himself captivated by Yi Yao Yao's glassy gaze, which overflowed with an unwilling desire to survive. In an instant, all his fury silently ebbed away. A flicker of shock and disbelief crossed his dark eyes. Yi Yao Yao felt the pressure around her neck dissolve. The man stood momentarily frozen. The damp, moldy air of the basement enveloped them, and the fragmented moonlight rendered the atmosphere even more eerie. Yi Yao Yao cautiously lifted her gaze, the sight before her rendering her momentarily dazed. This man was truly handsome, his elongated phoenix eyes slightly upturned, his sickly pale skin exuding an air of aloofness and detachment, a trace of dark red blood staining the corner of his lips. Suddenly, Yi Yao Yao, as if entranced, reached out her soiled fingertip to wipe the nearly dried blood from the man's mouth. Feng Mingju's breath hitched sharply. The anticipated feelings of disgust and agitation did not arise. He found himself inexplicably drawn to that fleeting warmth. Yi Yao Yao was equally startled by her own actions, her eyes instantly clouded with deep apprehension. Her expression remained cold, yet she trembled with unease. With a scratch, the heavy chain scraped across the cement floor again, the sound piercingly sharp and intolerable. This time, Feng Mingju surprisingly found it not bothersome at all. Instead, his black eyes were fixed intently on the girl's swollen, bloodied feet. The gruesome, almost rotting marks were particularly jarring to behold. Feng Mingju's brow furrowed deeply, and he stubbornly snatched the gun from Yu Qi's hands, swiftly firing 2 shots at the golden cage. Yu Qi instinctively covered his eyes. Seeing the man raise his gun, the girl in the cage resignedly closed her eyes. Her long, curled lashes trembled in terror, disheveled hair clinging to the bloodied marks, an image of tragic beauty. The metallic clang echoed sharply, the rusty chains suddenly falling loose. Yi Yao Yao instantly felt a sensation of unprecedented coolness. Realizing something was amiss, she cautiously opened one eye. The world spun, and she felt a sudden loss of weight. Before she could comprehend what was happening, Yi Yao Yao found herself in the man's embrace. A crisp, pleasant scent enveloped her, lingering in the air. Feng Mingju then spoke. "Do you wish to come with me?" In an instant, Yi Yao Yao's chaotic emotions miraculously settled. He wouldn't kill her? The man before her was formidable. Angering him would undoubtedly be unwise. Yi Yao Yao lowered her gaze, momentarily feigning innocence, yet her eyes harbored an unfathomable coldness. She gently tugged at the man's clothing, nodding slightly. Feng Mingju's words startled Yu Qi. He abruptly withdrew his hand from his eyes, his expression shifting instantaneously, as if he had been struck mute. What the hell? Why hadn't Master Jiu shot her dead yet? At that moment, Yi Yao Yao's shallow gaze remained fixed on Feng Mingju, her lowered eyelids concealing the chill within. Gazing at the girl in his arms as if she were a deity, a flicker of inscrutable complexity passed through Feng Mingju's eyes. His icy fingertips brushed against Yi Yao Yao's hair, stroking it gently, his thin lips curving into an enchanting smile. This time, it was you who provoked me. Attempting to escape now would be futile. Chapter 2. The mysterious man appears in the grand hall of the cruise ship. The ruby auction house was filled to the brim with an eager crowd, illuminated by a dazzling array of lights. The auction display platform slowly ascended, revealing a red velvet covering that hinted at the extraordinary nature of the upcoming item, invoking murmurs of intrigue among the attendees. Next was the final lot of the evening. The grand finale of this clandestine auction. As the auctioneer's voice faded, the guests erupted in excitement. Rumors had it that the item was developed by the Research Institute aboard the cruise. Could it be a drug? The size of that red velvet cover certainly suggested otherwise. The air was thick with mystery, and my curiosity was piqued beyond measure. I in a private booth on the left side of the third-floor VIP lounge. A man sat with his legs crossed, a mysterious dark gold mask concealing half of his face. His intense gaze was fixated on the enormous red velvet cover, his fists clenched in silent determination, as if he were resolute in claiming the prize. Not long ago, Fu Chun had stumbled upon information that the creature within the cage was none other than the missing princess of an ancient hidden clan. If he could rescue her and forge an alliance with such a mysterious force, even a mere fraction of entanglement could avenge the long-standing grievances he harbored at that moment. Even the sealed families and the royal family of Xia would have to yield to him. The auctioneer's voice resounded once more, announcing that this item was the most successful research outcome of the Blood Qi Research Institute. The scientists had attempted to inject countless substances, and this was the only specimen that had survived. The reputation of the Blood Qi Institute was well known, having previously released a drug that saved the life of a Nordic billionaire on the brink of death, extending his life significantly. With the introduction complete, the bidding commenced, starting at 1 billion, with increments of no less than 50 million. As the gavel fell, the auction hall erupted into chaos once again. Come on, brother. Weren't you just saying it was a sure thing? I bid 1,500,000,000. 12 billion. Is this thing even reliable? They haven't even unveiled the velvet cover. What if it's a scam? A balding middle-aged man hesitated before raising his paddle. 12,500,000,000. Doubt if you're short on cash. Just say so. Last time that drug started at 500 million and had such effects. Do you think the name Blood Qi is just for show? 13 billion. That the balding man clenched his teeth and raised his paddle once more, but then reluctantly lowered it, never to raise it again. 14 billion, 20 billion. That the prices surged wildly, escalating rapidly. The waves of bidding cascaded through the hall, while the golden cage beneath the red velvet cover remained eerily silent, as if the contents within were non-existent. The man in the dark gold mask shifted impatiently, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment. 50 billion. That an elderly man with white hair trembled as he raised his bid card. That I can't compete. I'm out. Listening to the cacophony of voices, the masked man suddenly wore a playful smile, then raised his paddle with a nonchalant tone. 100 billion. That a collective gasp echoed through the audience. Initially, it was believed that 50 billion was the limit, yet the mysterious booth had doubled the bid. The elderly man's last flicker of hope was extinguished, and he sat on the ground, staring blankly, as if turned to stone. 50 billion was nearly all his wealth. 100 billion. The figure made the auctioneer's heart race, nearly causing him to falter. 100 billion, once. 100 billion, twice. 100 billion, thrice. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of room V002 for acquiring the highly coveted Blood Qi research product. Suddenly, the auctioneer's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the adjacent door marked V001, which was conspicuously empty. That a shiver ran down his spine, as though he had encountered a monstrous beast. Thud. Without warning, an elderly man nearing 80 crawled out of room V001, frantically lunging toward the auction winner, clinging desperately to the masked man's leg. Please, please, let me have it. I'm dying. Save me. I beg you. The elderly man was acutely aware of his terminal illness. His only hope lay in the treasure beneath the red velvet cover. His voice cracked as he cried out, drawing glances from several attendees. Yet, the Ruby Auction House was not a place to act recklessly. That it was the domain of formidable powers, who would dare to overstep. Fu Chen's brow furrowed deeply, as if he had been tainted by something unspeakably vile. With a swift motion, he kicked the frail old man away, shaking off the dirt from his trousers in disgust. The elderly man's already weakened body convulsed violently from the sudden blow, resulting in a fit of harsh coughing, staining the floor crimson. Remove him. The auctioneer's authoritative voice rang out. Two tall, muscular security guards swiftly escorted the frail man, who was barely clinging to life. The Ruby Auction House would not tolerate disorder. Please, the esteemed guest of room V002, come to the stage to collect your item. The auctioneer resumed his customary amiable tone. As if the previous commotion had never occurred, he raised his hand to unveil the covering of the golden cage, and the red velvet billowed dramatically into the air. The guests rose in unison, eager to uncover the true nature of the 100 billion treasure concealed within. Amidst astonished exclamations and skeptical murmurs, the auctioneer smiled knowingly. He had seen this item before. The girl's beauty was ethereal, even captivating someone like him, who had encountered countless rare treasures. That it was no surprise that such a reaction ensued. Yet as the auctioneer continued, an unsettling realization dawned upon him that Fu Chen's expression darkened dangerously as he charged onto the auction stage. Seizing the auctioneer's collar in an instant, "Where is she?" This was the person he had searched for 5 long years. Now that he finally had a lead, he found the golden cage utterly devoid of its intended occupant. The auctioneer's startled gaze snapped back to the empty cage, his heart plummeting that a blood-stained iron chain had mysteriously snapped, leaving no trace of the girl within the expansive golden cage. Only dried bloodstains and a few strands of dark hair, signaling that someone had indeed been there. 100 billion just vanished. "Rest assured, sir, cough, cough, we will certainly find her." The auctioneer gasped for air, nearly choking as Fu Chen was pulled away by the black-clad guards. His grip loosening, the auctioneer, now red-faced, inhaled deeply, bowing respectfully in apology. "The cruise ship is in deep waters. The item cannot escape. Your possession will surely be returned intact." That Fu Chen's grim countenance softened slightly, realizing that it was their responsibility at the Ruby Auction House. "And they must make amends, sir. This establishment will present you with a South Sea pearl worth 50 million as a gesture of our apology." That Fu Chen shot him a fierce glare. "I only want the girl." After all, he had already spent 100 billion. 50 million was inconsequential. The audacity of this individual to bid 100 billion so casually was astounding. Few could manage such a feat in the entirety of Xia. The guests began to murmur amongst themselves once more. Hearing the guest's unwavering stance, the auctioneer nodded eagerly. "Rest assured, we will locate her, and those who dared to let her escape will face dire consequences." Just as the words left his lips, a voice, cold and detached, resonated through the auction hall. "Who do you intend to punish?" Chapter 3: A bloodbath at the Ruby Auction House. Suddenly, an indescribably enchanting visage materialized at the opulent entrance of the auction hall. The guards nearby reached out to obstruct the figure, but before they could utter a word, a muffled grunt escaped their lips, followed by a splatter of blood, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. Moon 7, nearby, wiped the muzzle of his gun, as if the recent action had sullied the gleaming silver weapon in his hand. Hearing the piercing gunshot, Yi Yao Yao instinctively tightened her grip on the man's arm, her body trembling slightly. Feng Mingjue's gaze was icy as he stared at the drop of blood that had inadvertently splashed onto the young girl's face, stubbornly reaching out to wipe it away. Treating her like a fragile piece of art, that he shot a fierce glare at Moon 7, who shivered and quickly averted his gaze. That Wai Yao Yao clung to Feng Mingjue, grasping his collar tightly. Her glass-like eyes darted around, warily observing the throngs of people. So many living souls. How long had it been since she had witnessed such a sight? Her memories were forever filled with bloodied scars and tormented souls driven to madness. The auctioneer, irritated by the sudden interruption, glanced over in annoyance. What insolent fool dares to intrude, let alone draw a weapon and kill within the Ruby Auction House? Are they tired of living? However, upon recognizing the newcomer, the auctioneer's expression abruptly shifted, and with a resounding thud, he knelt on the auction stage before the assembled crowd. The individual before him was none other than the enigmatic figure from room V001. Trembling, the auctioneer stammered, "Master Jiao, our auction item has been lost. That yours? Is it her?" Leveraging the warm golden light of the auction venue, the auctioneer barely discerned the scene before him. What? The girl, valued at 100 billion, was cradled like a divine being in Master Jiao's arms, her delicate eyelashes adorned with a soft golden glow, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Not only the auctioneer, but all present realized that the auction item was, astonishingly, a living person, a fairy-like beauty. Feng Mingjue lowered his gaze, suddenly pressing a kiss to the girl's forehead. The man spoke nonchalantly, his words laced with a chilling intent and deep obsession. She belongs to me. Master Jioi. No need, Feng Mingjue interrupted dismissively, playfully toying with the girl's hair. The kneeling auctioneer was overwhelmed with joy. Master Jiao had mercifully spared him, and he hastily raised his tear-streaked face. Suddenly, the man's 4 words detonated in the auctioneer's ears. Just kill her. The man's icy gaze shot forth like a blade, locking onto the auctioneer's upturned eyes. Good girl, am I right? Feng Mingjue abruptly turned to the girl in his arms, his cool fingertips gliding gently across her lips. Erasing the chill from his gaze, the Yao Yao replied, What does it matter to her? She is merely an item for auction. Yet, to avoid inciting the wrath of this hellish man, Yao Yao parted her cherry lips and forced a smile. Pretending to be indifferent, hoping to deceive him. Yu Qi, she is correct, that Yao Yao exclaimed. When did she ever say that? All right then, master. Yu Qi comprehended and without hesitation, fired another precise shot, that Yao Yao's eyes turned cold as she listened to the gasps of shock from those nearby. A sudden chill swept over her, making her appear as a demon in the boundless darkness. Blood seemed to intentionally splatter on Fu Chen's dark golden mask, causing the man to furrow his brow. His nails nearly embedding into his palm, Fu Chen was on the verge of exploding, but a single glance from the crowd quelled his fury, even though the audience was packed to capacity. Not a soul dared to utter a sound. Absurd. This was someone even the Ruby auction house feared. Who were they to speak? I bid 3 times the auction price. It is not my place to dismantle the throne of the sinner. Feng Mingjue's gaze inadvertently swept over the masked man as he spoke casually that a wave of suppressed gasps arose from the crowd. 300 billion! Who is this man, seemingly divine, who fears not even the sinner? Yu Qi's face stiffened as he twitched his lips. Master Zhou certainly knows how to play. Is he apologizing to himself? Apologies, everyone, for the interruption, Feng Mingjue lightly remarked. The man standing in the doorway, backlit, slowly turned. His blood-red smile curving like a hook, his eyes devoid of any remorse and instead brimming with endless mockery. Observing Feng Mingjue's retreating figure, the masked man's veins bulged, his gaze erupting with unquenchable malice. Master Jiao? Absurd. I shall see just how long you can remain arrogant. Feng Mingjue, what you possess now, I will one day consume piece by piece, making you taste the depths of despair. Meanwhile, nestled in Feng Mingjue's embrace, Yao Yao quietly surveyed the vast auction hall, a similar glint of vengeance flickering in her eyes. The waves relentlessly crashed against the ship's side, and the scattered stars on the deep blue sea resembled fragmented dreams. Yao Yao leaned against Feng Mingjue's shoulder, entranced by the gauzy moonlight. How beautiful! 5 years had passed. She had returned to life. She was determined to witness those who had harmed her slowly rot away, slicing their remaining flesh to feed to the dogs, allowing them to experience the agony of 1,000 needles piercing their skin. The joints of the girl inadvertently cracked, suddenly jolted from her reverie by a male voice. Master Jiao, shall we return to the room, or, before Yu Qi could finish, a thunderous sound echoed that a helicopter, comparable to half a helipad, had landed on the deck unbeknownst to them that we were going home. Back to the Rose Manor. The man gently threaded his fingers through Yao Yao's dark hair. Feng Mingjue seemed to be answering Yu Qi's question while simultaneously soothing the girl in his arms. But Master Jiao, we still need to find the ancient tribe's demon knight. If you continue to chatter, tonight's fish in the deep sea will be fed with you. Feng Mingjue's impatience was palpable as he furrowed his brow. Yet his long fingers tightened around the girl's thigh, pulling her closer. The Yao Yao bit her lip tightly, suppressing the urge to kick him, and continued to cling to the man's neck. Nearby, the helicopter blinked with lights. Strikingly noticeable against the dark SBY the helicopter's lift, a man in the same uniform as Yu Qi respectfully bowed, nodding in greeting as Feng Mingjue approached with Yao Yao in his arms. Xianing caught sight of the blood-soaked white fabric in Master Zhou's embrace, uncertain of what lay draped over his waist, drenched in blood, momentarily unsure of whether the entity was alive or dead. Instantly, Xianing and Yu Qi exchanged knowing glances, igniting sparks of understanding. What on earth was happening? Have you never seen such a shameful display? Master Jiao is holding a woman? Could he possibly be holding a man too? How perverse! Sensing Feng Mingjue's predatory gaze, The two hastily ceased their silent exchange. Xianing continued to bow respectfully, quickly giving Yu Qi an exaggerated eye roll. What a bizarre situation. Not even a mosquito dared approach Master Jiao. Yet suddenly he returned with a woman? I hope he doesn't harbor any ulterior motives. Xianing silently resolved that I end the cabin. Yi Yao Yao wore a thin, soiled white dress. The chilly sea breeze enveloped her, causing her to shiver in the man's embrace. Yu Qi, fetch a silver velvet blanket. Feng Mingjue's voice held a hint of irritation. As if his cherished doll had been accidentally damaged, he carefully wrapped Yi Yao Yao in the blanket. But when his gaze brushed over her bare ankles, he was momentarily taken aback. The red, swollen, and grotesque marks from the iron chains had mysteriously vanished. The white Yi Yao Yao's ankles were unblemished, save for the conspicuous stains of dried blood. Chapter 4. Mysterious Sorcery. Feng Mingjue's dark, enchanting eyes sparkled. His lips curling into a playful smile, the white Yi Yao Yao's expression turned uneasy as she quickly tucked her ankle beneath the blanket that a familiar dread washed over her, causing the girl to tremble uncontrollably. Did this man merely desire her blood? A group of deranged scientists wielding glinting blades incessantly carved into her flesh, slender, sharp needles piercing her until her body was bruised and battered. What exquisite blood, they cackled, as the wounds on the girl gradually healed. Those nearly mad individuals burst into maniacal laughter. Look, this girl's blood has consumed the poison. What? Something in this girl's blood is moving. Quick, extract it, Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei, wake up. The extracted entity eerily drilled into the man's brow. He's dead. Mr. Lei is dead. Quickly, kill this demoness. Hellish voices echoed within Yi Yao Yao's mind, causing her to tremble violently, her fingers instinctively curling tightly. In the stillness of the space, the sound of tearing fabric suddenly pierced the air. The girl lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering in panic, as her warm fingertips inadvertently brushed against the man's chest. Feng Mingjue felt a sudden tightness in his chest, his throat involuntarily bobbing. What, do you find my shirt unappealing? Cough, cough, cough. That Yi Yao Yao suddenly choked. Startled, she withdrew her hand, realizing the man's half-open shirt had been torn, revealing his flawless physique. Or am I just too tempting? Shouldn't you learn something good at your age? The man's deep voice held a teasing tone that Yi Yao Yao thought. Is it too late to jump out of the plane now? Yi Yao Yao inhaled quietly, trying to numb herself. She couldn't comprehend. As long as she pretended not to understand, she had done nothing. Feng Mingjue leaned against the leather seat, legs crossed, suddenly chuckling softly, his attention fixated on the vigilant girl on his lap. And with a swift motion, he pulled her closer. The velvet blanket slipped from her shoulders unexpectedly, casting her into darkness, causing the girl to shiver. Suddenly, two large hands possessively enclosed her, moist lips brushing against her forehead. Don't be afraid, sleep now. The white Yi Yao Yao curled up in the man's embrace, feeling her body warm rapidly. Did I end that moment? Yi Yao Yao was momentarily stunned. Had this man finally discovered his conscience? However, in the next moment, the man unexpectedly lifted the velvet blanket, forcing a long arm into the space, and naturally spoke. The sleep that Yi Yao Yao, in that instant, truly contemplated the absurdity of leaping from the airplane with this man. She felt a sense of safety she had never known before. Her world had been filled solely with the coldness of medical instruments and the acrid scent of formaldehyde. The only sound she heard were the heart-wrenching cries and morbid laughter of suffering. She felt like a marionette, her eyes reflecting a despair that was wholly at the mercy of others. Suddenly, a voice, soothing and reassuring, resonated like a salvation. Adio, not be afraid. It seemed to Yi Yao Yao that the endless dark cage surrounding her was torn open without warning, allowing a glimmer of faint light to seep through. The man's breath enveloped her completely. That a sudden cough erupted from Feng Mingjue, his fingers pressing against his lips as he uncontrollably coughed, his brow furrowed, and his remarkably handsome, pale face took on a more sickly hue, the corners of his mouth stained with a hint of crimson. Jiao Yi, Xianing, and Yu Qi exclaimed in hushed tones simultaneously, filled with concern. Silence. Feng Mingjue's voice held an undeniable authority, casually lowering his hand from his lips, allowing the bloodstains to linger at the corner of his mouth, stubborn and unyielding. You disturb her slumber. The man's voice was oddly soft and ethereal, almost surreal. Yi Yao Yao sensed something amiss and looked up. Blood. The bright red at the man's lips was a stark sight. Was he ill? Yi Yao Yao furrowed her brow. Deep in thought, the atmosphere in the cabin grew oppressive. The girl broke free, her bright cat-like eyes suddenly shrouded in a terrible shadow. Yi Yao Yao abruptly straightened, her soiled white dress sitting quietly on the man's lap. Her slender hands moving in a strange, erratic manner. Something seemed to surge at her fingertips, that a patch of crimson the size of a fingernail slowly darkened at her snow-white wrist, then suddenly dispersed towards her fingertips. Yi Yao Yao's cherry lips curved into a smile as she gently placed her small hand on Feng Mingjue's tattered chest, slowly caressing him. The eerie 5 dark red lines at her fingertips vanished into the man's chest, creating a hauntingly enchanting scene. Yi Yao Yao's expression was grave as she halted her secretive incantation, the wounds at her fingertips beginning to heal slowly. Feng Mingjue, momentarily stunned, felt an unusual warmth radiating from his chest, the once excruciating pain within him miraculously alleviating by more than half. The man lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the girl in his arms, whose beauty resembled that of a divine being, and his thin lips unexpectedly curved into a peculiar smile. How beautiful she was, akin to a blood-splattered spider lily, more breathtaking than the rarest of artworks. Yi Yao Yao gently brushed her fingers against the man's lips, wiping away the blood. Suddenly, one of his large hands yanked her forward with unexpected force. Yi Yao Yao had no time to react and found herself leaning towards the man, their eyes locking. Feng Mingjue bent down, staring intently at her, his lips parting slightly. "What is your name?" His deep, husky voice, laced with languor, reverberated in the confined space. Yi Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback, her fists clenched tightly, a chill evident in her gaze. Her memories only reached back 6 years, to the moment she was found. No one had ever inquired about her name. Since she could remember, a blood jade pendant had hung from her neck, engraved with her name, Yi Yao Yao. Yet, that pendant had long been lost in some corner of the research facility. Feng Mingjue observed the girl in his arms, the aggressiveness in his gaze becoming increasingly evident. Chapter 5. The Wrath of the Hidden Ancient Clan. Yi Yao Yao remained silent for a moment. Had she truly found a mute? Well, her silence was rather pleasant. Just as Feng Mingjue entertained this thought, the girl seated on his lap moved her delicate lips to Yi Yao Yao. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, directed at Feng Mingjue, tinged with a hint of defiance. The corners of the man's lips involuntarily lifted, enchanted by her voice. A little noise might be even better. Yao Yao. Feng Mingjue chuckled softly, a sound that was undeniably captivating. Indeed, she was as alluring as a fairy. Suddenly, the girl flipped his large hand over, her slender fingers gliding gently across his palm, creating ripples of sensation. Yao Yi Yao Yao earnestly reminded him. Feng Mingjue raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, his smile growing more playful. That does not negate the fact that you are a fairy. You are the fairy. Your whole family is full of fairies. Yi Yao Yao shot him a fierce glance, her pearly teeth clenching audibly, her demeanor suggesting she might devour Feng Mingjue whole. Seeing the girl in such a flustered state only made Feng Mingjue's smile widen, the blood at his lips appearing even more bewitching. The man's once hellish soul quietly receded, discreetly adjusting the blanket around her. The two bystanders felt their hearts racing wildly. Was this intoxicating scene something their mere mortal eyes could behold? They had recited their calming mantras 100 times just to control their nosebleeds. Woo-woo, our Jiu-Yi is truly perfect that I end the boundless dark night. A private jet sped through the clouds. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the hidden ancient clan on a grand golden chair adorned with dragon motifs. A man's powerful hand slammed down, shattering the porcelain on the table. Those below knelt in fear. What, you say there's news? Yes, those searching for the little princess have brought word. Good, good. Yi Qing's voice trembled slightly. The man's expression suddenly darkened as he surveyed everyone in the hall with a menacing glare. Who was it that harmed my daughter all those years ago? The room fell silent as everyone shrank back in terror. Yi Qing slowly resumed his seat, his expression returning to normal. That moment, by the side of the ornate hall door, an elderly woman, dressed in tattered clothing, trembled uncontrollably to Ayan Xiaowa, Yi City, amidst the thick night. The castle-like architecture retained its grandeur, while clusters of bodyguards in black stood respectfully on either side. The thorny bushes brimming with roses and the vine-covered white fence added an air of mystery. When the helicopter landed on the lawn of the Rose Manor, Yi Yao Yao had already fallen deeply asleep in Feng Mingjue's embrace. The relentless torment had drained her energy to its limits. The girl breathed shallowly, her delicate brows furrowed, her hands clenching tightly. Feng Mingjue cradled her as if she were a fragile treasure, cautiously moving his long legs. Yuqi murmured quietly that he had never seen Jiu Yi move so clumsily. What kind of extraordinary being was the woman in his arms? Upon exiting the cabin, a familiar yet strange figure stood by the entrance of the Rose Manor. Jiu Yi, the young master requests you return to the Feng residence tomorrow. The sharp voice of the newcomer ignited ire in the hearts of everyone present. That seemingly respectful figure by the entrance was a Yi, the personal attendant of the eldest son of the Feng family. Feng Xinghao. The girl in his arms stirred slightly, her long lashes fluttering, as if awakening from slumber. Yi Yao Yao frowned, her head moving slightly, just as she was about to drift back to sleep. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, sparkling like stars. The sight of her awakening resembled that of a regal, languid feline. Feng Mingjue's eyes darkened ominously, filled with a murderous intent that made him yearn to sever the man's throat and relish the sight of his blood slowly draining away. Kick him out! Yuqi, as if receiving a precious reward, sprang into action, launching a fierce kick. How dare you! A Yi, caught off guard, flew backward several meters like a kite with its string cut. Damn it! Yuqi had long found a Yi displeasing, and now that Jiu Yi had given the order, he was determined to kick him half to death. Xining furrowed his brow discreetly, contemplating the girl's mysterious background, wondering how she could influence Jiu Yi's emotions to such an extent. This was not a good omen. Feng Mingjue gently patted Yi Yao Yao's back, his gaze revealing an unmistakable hint of aggression. Good girl, no one dares disturb your rest again. That if anyone does, then let them all perish. Yi Yao Yao thought. Is he not human? This man's hands are all over the place. How can I sleep? For a fleeting moment, Yi Yao Yao felt an overwhelming impulse to slap this man. Yet, the man before her exuded an aura of nobility akin to that of a royal, embodying elegance and grandeur that was indistinguishable from a hellish demon. Yi Yao Yao realized that if she did not want to be crushed along with him, she should refrain from acting recklessly, that a temporary measure. A glint of wickedness flashed in the girl's eyes. In an instant, her gaze turned alluring, rich with color, as she reclined back down. Yi, having fallen hard, cried out frantically, "How dare you treat me this way? The old patriarch will not spare you. Yuqi, seal him back to the Feng family estate." Understood, Jiu Yi. The voice of Yuqi, the sycophant, suddenly echoed through the air. He was more than eager to partake in this affair. Yi's cries swiftly faded into the depths of the night. At this moment, within the castle-like villa, as she stepped through the door, Yi Yao Yao tugged at Feng Mingjue's clothing, signaling her desire to descend. Surprisingly, the man did not refuse, standing upon the velvet carpet. She was enveloped in a sudden dark crimson hue, her own blood. She instinctively pressed her feet together, seemingly regretting her decision. The light in the grand hall was excessively blinding. Suddenly, two eerie white shadows lunged at Yi Yao Yao without warning. These phantoms emitted a sinister green glow. Ah! The girl gasped, "Mua, what on earth is this?" In an instant, Yi Yao Yao clung back to Feng Mingjue, seeking warmth. The man smirked enigmatically, as if he had anticipated the unfolding events. Two imposing silver-white snow wolves, their emerald eyes glinting, stood before them. The wolves growled ominously, their mouths uttering venomous curses. They sniffed the unfamiliar girl's scent, poised to attack yet wary of the man before them. They were confident that a mere Feng could effortlessly sever the throat of this girl in white. Just as Yi Yao Yao prepared to slip from Feng Mingjue's embrace, the two snow wolves adopted an aggressive stance. Their elongated lips revealing sharp fangs, accompanied by fierce growls. Reluctantly, she retreated back into Feng Mingjue's arms, oblivious to the growing amusement in his thin smile. This wolf is quite impressive. It shall be well fed tonight. Meanwhile, in the hidden recesses of the man's embrace, Yi Yao Yao's gaze suddenly fixated on the snow wolves, her cat-like eyes betraying an eerie blue shimmer. The wolves, entranced, ceased their growling, as if pulled into a profound, chilling abyss that drained their very souls. Their legs weakened, nearly causing them to collapse, as they teetered on the brink of losing their senses. Chapter 6. A change of person. I do not want Yao Yao's eyes flickered, the mysterious blue fading away, and her lips curled into a beguiling smile. Yet in the next moment, she dove into Feng Mingjue's neck, feigning innocence that I am so afraid of these wolves, she theatrically lamented. Tears welled in her eyes, as if she were on the verge of crying. Feng Mingjue, with a half-lidded gaze, took a keen interest in twirling her hair around his finger, a soft smile gracing his lips that Su Feng confined these beasts and deny them sustenance for 2 days. His voice was icy, yet laced with amusement. The snow wolves crawled on the ground, whimpering in submission that as the wolves were led away with collars around their necks. They emitted soft whines that Yao Yao, curious, tilted her head to observe. Suddenly, Feng Mingjue forcefully turned her head, and in an instant, her divine gaze was met with an exceedingly handsome face that Yao Yao thought. Why not let me see? It's not like he will steal his wolves. How petty! In a corner of the hall, 2 maids whispered among themselves. Where did this vixen come from, dressed so scantily and in such tatters? Probably another dreamer, hoping to seduce Lord Jiao and climb to a higher station. Look at her attire. She must be from the slums, utterly filthy. Just now, she leaped into Lord Jiao's arms. Shameless little harlot, ha! Does she really think Lord Jiao will make her the mistress here? Just a clown. I bet she'll soon be tossed into the poison pit. The poison pit contained the deadliest toxins known to man. Once thrown in, death was not a question of time, but rather a matter of being torn apart. Stop looking, it's disgusting, one of them said, covering her nose in revulsion. Meanwhile, Yao Yao's ears perked up, clearly catching the gossip, her brows furrowing. Lowering her gaze, her raven-black lashes fluttered, momentarily flashing a murderous intent. These 2 women deserve death. Suddenly, she turned and wrapped her arms around the man's neck, as if staking her claim. Her shapely legs wrapped around his waist, her delicate fingers teasingly caressing his dark hair. Exuding both allure and possession, that in an instant, a provocation danced upon her lips as she raised her gaze, arching an eyebrow, casually glancing at the 2 maids. The maids gritted their teeth, scoffing. "Pah, a cheap whore." Feng Mingjue raised his eyes, suddenly tightening his hold on the girl who was igniting his ire. His voice took on an unusual harshness. "Let us feed their tongues to the wolves." The man paused. "They'll be starved for 2 days in his arms." Yao Yao gently lowered her gaze, a glimmer of brilliance emanating from her, embodying a regal presence. Yet one maid, emboldened by her modest beauty, mimicked Yao Yao's stance. Her eyes welling with tears that my lord, Jenner was wrong. I should not have treated this lady unfavorably out of concern for your safety. Seeing Feng Mingjue silent, his eyes closed, she assumed he was moved by her beauty. And thus her sobs grew louder. Feng Mingjue's forehead creased with deep lines, the noise aggravating him to the point of a splitting headache. He lowered his head, inhaling the fragrant scent of Yao Yao's hair. Gaining some clarity at the sight of the weeping maid, he felt an overwhelming urge to blind her on the spot. Enough with this racket. His temples throbbed with visible veins. Observing this, Yuqi hurriedly covered the maid's mouth and dragged her away. "My lord, they will never understand why you protect that woman of dubious origins." Meanwhile, Yao Yao lay languidly in the man's embrace, as if she had seen nothing. "Yuqi, take her to bathe." "Yes, Lord Jiao." Yuqi stepped forward to take Yao Yao from Feng Mingjue's arms. For some reason, Feng Mingjue found Yuqi's flamboyant appearance displeasing and frowned in disdain. Yao Yao, with her glassy eyes filled with animosity, expressed her distaste. "That I do not want to." Feng Mingjue's body stiffened suddenly, just as Yuqi's hand was about to touch the girl's soft white skin. With a sharp slap, Feng Mingjue mercilessly struck Yuqi's hand away. Ow! The force was so great that Yuqi nearly stumbled, clutching his hand in pain, gazing at Lord Jiu like a wronged little wife. What is this nonsense? Did Lord Jiu not instruct him to take this girl for a bath? Had he misheard? Feng Mingjue suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon Yuqi, his thin lips parting to utter a few words. "You are too ugly, Yuqi." The man nonchalantly returned his attention to Yao Yao, showing no interest in Yuqi's reaction. Yet, the moment his eyes fell upon Yao Yao's angelic face, an unknown light flickered in his gaze. "Isn't that right, Yao Yao?" His gaze remained fixed on her, devoid of any intention to look away. Yao Yao stifled her laughter at Yuqi's embarrassment. Why does this question seem familiar? Oh, that auctioneer met a similar fate. Should she agree or disagree? This question carried an inexplicable air of danger. I think Yao Yao is right. Feng Mingjue instantly interrupted her. His large hand restlessly caressed the girl's chin, his eyes still drinking in her ethereal beauty. I will take you. His voice was low and melodious, laced with an irresistible allure. Yet, an uncontainable chill coursed through Yao Yao's spine. When she regained her senses, she realized Feng Mingjue was already striding away, leaving Yuqi alone in the grand hall, bewildered and disheveled. Yuqi raised his slender fingers, incredulous as he traced his perfectly handsome face. Though he could not claim to be a national calamity, he certainly possessed a captivating charm. However, he could never compare to Lord Jiu. When did Lord Jiu become so concerned about his looks? Woe is me, Lord Jiu called him ugly. Yuqi drifted over to Xianing, his expression resembling that of a forlorn spouse. Brothering, am I ugly? He feigned a flirtatious glance. Xianing suppressed the urge to kick him away, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. Ugly, Yuqi, without hesitation, retaliated with a kick. You old fool. You are the ugly one. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, rolling on the ground in a tangle. Steward Su shook his head helplessly, having witnessed such scenes countless times before long. Yuqi, sporting deep purple panda eyes, climbed up from the ground, fuming. It's always you who wins. It's boring. He covered his left eye, his lips pursed in a sulk. Xianing reclined casually on the nearby sofa, crossing his legs. Well, you are indeed ugly now. Feng family ancestral residence. As the night deepened, the Feng family's estate remained ablaze with lights. The jarring sound of a porcelain vase shattering echoed from within a room. Cowering beside the sharp, white shards was a person. Chapter 7. Don't move. If you do, it will hurt. Is that wretched creature truly speaking to you in such a manner? The kneeling eye exaggeratedly recounted the events that transpired before the gates of Rose Manor. Impertinence! Another ancient porcelain vase, belonging to an unknown dynasty, was hurled across the room, its shattering resonating painfully in the ears of those around. I am still the young master of the Feng family, the rightful elder brother. Not only does that decrepit old fool Feng Lingtian wish to replace me as the heir, but that despicable Feng Mingjue dares to ascend to my head so brazenly? The man speaking from the ornate regal chair was Feng Xinghao, the eldest son of the Feng family, while Feng Lingtian served as the current head of the enigmatic Feng clan of the Xia Kingdom. And he was also Feng Xinghao's biological father. Within Xia Kingdom, aside from the noble royal family, four mysterious families stood in prominence, with the Feng family being one of them. The other three families were the Sheng, Fu, and Gu clans. Although the Gu clan had long retreated from the world, their power was not to be underestimated. The wrath of the Gu clan was something these individuals could hardly endure. In recent years, the Feng family had gradually risen above the others, relying on the strength of their blood alliance. Elder brother, do not be so angry. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. A Jew has never sought the power of the Feng family. And besides, we owe him for the events of that year. The second son of the Feng family, Feng Jingli, who was seated to the right of the main seat, spoke up to assuage the tension. A laughable notion. It was my blunder that left him alive after I cast him into the ancient forest of Gutu. That wretched creature, it seems, possesses a tenacity for life. But, Xiaoli, a sharp reprimand interrupted Feng Jingli's words. Xiaoli, how could you speak on behalf of that vile woman's spawn? Indeed, the three were not of the same mother. In the past, Feng Lingtian, in his quest for power, had seen his first wife perish tragically, with the remaining brothers of the Feng family either dead or gravely injured, leaving only a few survivors. Feng Mingjue was the offspring of Feng Lingtian's second wife, Sheng Yuan. The cold-heartedness of Feng Lingtian was evident to all. A secondary marriage was merely a means to forge alliances. Yet, Feng Mingjue had perfectly inherited Feng Lingtian's bloodthirsty ruthlessness, clawing his way up from the grave of corpses to achieve a status that drew the admiration of thousands. All while shrouded in a veil of mystery regarding the forces behind him. Feng Xinghao had dispatched numerous assassins, but Rose Manor was as fortified as a steel fortress. The Dark Guard's scent had never returned. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of resentment surged in Feng Xinghao's eyes. Has there been any unrest within the Blood Alliance recently? Feng Xinghao suddenly donned a grave expression. Elder brother. The Feng family has relied on the blood alliance for over a century, managed meticulously by our father. How could there be unrest? Has anyone from the prison faction communicated with us? What did they say? Once we gain the support of the prison, the Feng family's standing in Xia Kingdom will surely ascend to new heights. Even if the Gu clan were to re-emerge, they would have to bow down. This sudden force, known as the prison, which had transitioned from the forbidden lands of northern Europe, had swiftly established a foothold in Xia Kingdom, impervious to any challenge. Yet, the identity of its enigmatic leader remained elusive. We have just sent someone. There is no news yet. Feng Xinghao nodded. Has the Sheng family stirred any trouble? The mere thought of it made Feng Xinghao grit his teeth. The only son of the Sheng family had died, and they had the audacity to link it to the Feng family, causing a ruckus at our doorstep. They must be courting death. The Sheng family, having lost their only heir, sought to support Feng Mingjue in vying for the position of head of the Feng family. Contemplating this, a blaze of fury ignited in Feng Xinghao's eyes. Bah! How foolish and ungrateful. They ought to reflect on their own worth. Recently, they had been inexplicably quiet, perhaps realizing their own insignificance and refraining from further disturbances. Having completed his interrogation, Feng Mingjue nodded in satisfaction, a sudden glimmer of intelligence flashing in his narrow eyes. Did I hear that old Zhou's condition has deteriorated to the point of near death? He is desperately seeking medical help. 3 years prior, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, I discreetly laced Feng Mingjue's staple food with a potent poison. He should have met his end at that moment. Yet, through some arcane means, he has managed to persist until now. A Zhou is indeed gravely ill. Elder brother, let us not continue this. Have you forgotten how our 6th uncle met his demise? Angering a Zhou could lead to unforeseen consequences. Does my Feng family, with the strength of the blood alliance, fear that lunatic spawn? You'd best shut your mouth. Suddenly, Feng Xinghao's tone shifted, as if struck by a thought, his tightly furrowed brow relaxing. Illness, you say? Then let us not trouble him. A mysterious smile played on Feng Xinghao's lips as he reclined against the chair's back, his legs crossed, his toes lightly grazing the air. Yet his fierce gaze showed no sign of letting Feng Mingjue off the hook. Feng Xinghao's deep, resonant voice echoed within the hall. Everyone, return. It is time to rest. Indeed, it was time to rest. Tomorrow promised an exhilarating battle. With a resigned shake of his head, Feng Jingli withdrew from the room. As the night deepened, the final light in the Feng family ancestral residence extinguished. Rose Manor in the second-floor bathroom. The maid had thoughtfully prepared the water and quietly exited as Yao Yao stood in a daze. Feng Mingjue had already plunged her, clothes and all, into the water. A delicate layer of rose petals floated atop the fragrant surface. The Yao Yao's garments began to float uncontrollably in the water. Yao Yao gasped. Feeling a sudden embarrassment, she looked up at Feng Mingjue, who stood beside her, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness and coldness. Why has this man not left yet? Feng Mingjue showed no intention of departing the bathroom. Instead, he leisurely seated himself beside her, his large hand gripping Yao Yao's lithe waist. Yao Yao shuddered, instinctively attempting to break free, causing ripples to dance across the bathwater. The man beside her suddenly tightened his grip, suppressing the primal urges within him, his voice low and restrained. Don't move. If you do, it will hurt. Yao Yao's body stiffened, sensing the danger, and she fell silent, casting her gaze downward to obscure the tumult in her eyes. If she chose to feign ignorance, she must not reveal her hand. As she regarded the girl before him, Feng Mingjue furrowed his brow. The splashes of water had dampened the man's clothing, foam scattering everywhere. With his extreme aversion to dirtiness, Feng Mingjue wrinkled his brow slightly, yet his hands did not cease their movements. As he observed the half-exposed golden markings along the girl's collarbone. A wicked smile curled his lips. Yao Yao leaned back slightly, her cat-like pupils lifting, and was suddenly confronted by the striking features of the man before her. Feng Mingjue's face was contorted in displeasure, his wet clothes clinging to his chest, outlining his sculpted physique. Yao Yao froze for a moment, finding his appearance rather amusing. Feng Mingjue looked utterly disheveled. Feng Mingjue's forehead darkened with frustration as he seized a towel and flung it at Yao Yao's beautiful, laughing face. This man truly defied all logic. Yao Yao blinked as the warm, Yellow light filtered through the gaps in the towel above her head. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her mind, and she shot upright from the water, splashing blue droplets everywhere. The towel slid from the girl's face, floating forlornly on the surface of the water. Clutching her head in agony, she shook violently. Before her, a strange scene materialized that in a shadowy, dense forest. A girl ran barefoot, desperately fleeing, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. From the depths of the forest, a hand suddenly seized her neck, lifting her off the ground with a murderous intent that felt akin to that of Yama, the god of death. Chapter 8. Yi Yao Yao's nighttime kitchen raid. However, a snow-white figure unexpectedly lunged forward, an elderly snow wolf rescuing her from the clutches of death. The fragments of memory abruptly ceased here. Was that girl her? Why would anyone wish to take her life? What was that dark forest? It appeared she must confront her so-called foster father, Su Mingxing, that it was high time to settle the score for her sale to the black market. Yi Yao Yao regained consciousness, belatedly realizing that Feng Mingjue had pulled her from the water. Her thin white dress still dripped with droplets that Yi Yao Yao shivered, unaccustomed to the cold, just as an exceptionally soft bath towel enveloped her. The girl's delicate skin peeked out from beneath the towel. The man observed the golden markings by her collarbone with an unreadable expression, shadowing his gaze. That I have lost my most beloved doll. Yi Yao Yao was taken aback. What doll have you lost? The man's hand slowly ascended, gently caressing the strands of hair at the nape of her neck, his focus unwavering. But I have found her again. This time, even if I must die, I will not lose her again. The man's voice was soft, almost a whisper, though Yi Yao Yao could not comprehend a single word, only feeling the warm breath at her neck, which made her uncomfortably tingle. That a sense of dread washed over Yi Yao Yao as she gazed at the man beside her, who seemed to be lost in his own musings, and she resignedly closed her eyes. This was a disaster. Had she stumbled upon a lunatic? Feng Mingjue cradled the girl in his arms and ascended directly to the third floor. Steward Su followed respectfully behind, his gaze fixed in astonishment, as the ninth master strode towards the room at the far end of the left corridor on the third floor. This place was one that Feng Mingjue had never permitted anyone to enter, shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing its secrets. The doorway, Yi Yao Yao, nestled in Feng Mingjue's embrace, tugged at his collar, peering curiously into the room. Could this truly not be a royal princess's chamber? The wardrobe, adorned with diamond embellishments and nearly 2 men tall, was filled with an abundance of noble gowns, ranging from princess dresses to banquet outfits. All meticulously arranged and varied in style, the Yi Yao Yao stood momentarily transfixed, and as she regained her composure, she noticed that the garments hanging in the room appeared to be tailored for children. The vast space bore no evidence of having been inhabited. The intricately woven doll dresses seemed suitable for a girl of 13 or 14. The Yi Yao Yao mused silently, cautious not to raise any alarms. Set down beside the bed, she obediently lowered her gaze. Suddenly, a sharp metallic click echoed, and an anklet, featuring mysterious dark golden patterns, unexpectedly clasped around her ankle. Inscribed on the inner side of the anklet was a small character for demon. The Yi Yao Yao's body shivered lightly, and she snapped back to reality. What did this man take her for? A captive concubine, or perhaps a piece of inspected pork? Feng Mingjue abruptly retrieved an antique European princess dress, as if pressed for time, and turned to leave the room. The Yi Yao Yao furrowed her brow and began to survey the exquisite surroundings stealthily. Aside from the opulent attire, everything appeared quite ordinary. However, a peculiar sight caught her attention. A corner of the room displayed 6 identical outfits, each varying in size from small to large. Once she had changed her clothes, Yi Yao Yao stealthily slipped out of the room. The lights in the corridor had been extinguished. She touched her flat stomach, reflecting on the nefarious auction house that had indeed been unscrupulous. After all, she was a valuable item worth 100 billion. Yet they hadn't even provided her with a proper meal. This dark and gloomy villa resembled a labyrinth. Yi Yao Yao muttered quietly, crouching low and cautiously inching along the wall. After a challenging search, she finally found the spiral staircase and made her way to the lobby on the first floor. Having spent considerable time in darkness, her night vision was far superior to that of an average person. The girl rummaged through the refrigerator, emerging with 2 chicken legs. After some contemplation, she tossed them along with an egg into the nearby microwave. Also uncovering several pieces of raw meat from the lower shelf, the white Yao Yao gazed thoughtfully at the illuminated microwave before confidently turning the knob to a specific setting, squatting down in boredom to wait. The aroma of the chicken legs began to waft through the air, and Yi Yaorao's eyes sparkled with anticipation that in the darkness. A figure approached, sniffing the air, drawn by the tantalizing scent, startled by the sudden sound of footsteps. Yi Yao Yao instinctively recoiled. The footsteps grew louder, drawing nearer, close enough that another step would have her tripping over the curled-up Yi Yao Yao. With a sudden thud, a muffled explosion erupted, startling Moon 7, who stumbled and fell onto the floor. Yi Yao Yao rolled her eyes, exasperated. Why was it always this person? What on earth was he doing here at such an hour? As she mentally cursed Moon 7's ancestors, he squinted in the moonlight, his expression serious as he reached out towards the shadow ahead. Sensing danger, Yi Yao Yao instinctively seized his wrist, executing a swift maneuver that pinned him to the ground, surprised by her own actions. She wondered if this was merely a reflex. Moon 7's expression grew increasingly grave, astonished that her hold was one he could not escape. "Who are you?" he demanded. Suddenly, the pressure on his arm dissipated. Moon 7 hurriedly rose. The dim light revealed a girl whose beauty took his breath away. Her seaweed-like hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin as white as snow, resembling a princess of the Holy See. Noticing Moon 7's dazed expression, Yi Yao Yao couldn't resist giving him a playful kick. "What are you doing here?" "I'm hungry," came as a motionless reply that up to no good. "I'm sure. I'll inform the ninth master." Yi Yao Yao suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes glimmering with cunning as she nonchalantly declared, "Oh, is that so? I'll tell your ninth master that it was you who brought me out." With her chin slightly raised, she exuded an air of arrogance, as if issuing a challenge. Moon 7 shivered involuntarily, envisioning a scene where Feng Mingjue smiled while skinning him alive. In that moment, it was clear that if Feng Mingjue was a tyrant, then Yi Yao Yao, with her enchanting yet fierce demeanor, unmistakably resembled a seductive calamity for the nation. Moon 7 muttered a few curses under his breath, glancing up to find Yi Yao Yao's enigmatic smile again. What had the ninth master brought back? "Why were you here?" "I'm on my nightly patrol," Moon 7 fabricated without a second thought, unwilling to admit that he had come to sneak food. Yi Yao Yao scrutinized him skeptically for a moment before casually brushing off her skirt and standing up. She was starving and had no time for idle chatter. With a few quick strides, she approached the microwave, greedily inhaling the enticing aroma, yet found herself unable to open the microwave door no matter how she tugged. Moon 7, watching the scene, couldn't help but smirk. Had the ninth master truly brought back a Navi savage? Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Moon 7 gestured dismissively for Yi Yao Yao to step aside, confidently pressing a button in the upper left corner, raising an eyebrow at her, as if to provoke her. In the next moment, another dull explosion erupted, spewing shattered, viscous white substance from the microwave, splattering Moon 7's face. The white Yi Yao Yao quickly recoiled, utterly bewildered. Of course, far more bewildered was Moon 7, who stood before the microwave. Incredulous. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, incredulously touching his handsome face, his fingertips sticky enough to stretch. The overpowering stench of raw eggs made him feel nauseous. "Are you all right?" Yi Yao Yao asked, tentatively poking him from behind. "I am going to vomit." Struggling to suppress the urge to slap Yi Yao Yao, Moon 7 held his breath and awkwardly dashed towards the restroom. The Yi Yao Yao shrugged. It was Moon 7 who had insisted on opening it, so it was not her fault. This was his just desserts. With a frown, she gazed at the chaotic mess of goo inside the microwave, realizing it was likely inedible. "Ugh," she grimaced, covering her nose. "All right, that's truly disgusting." Yi Yao Yao hastily consumed a couple of fruits, making do to satisfy her hunger. She picked up the raw meat, preparing to check on the little snow wolf cubs. As she took a few steps, she encountered Moon 7, who was frantically wiping his face as if trying to remove a layer of skin. Upon seeing Yi Yao Yao, he instinctively jumped back, colliding with a nearby coat rack. The white Yi Yao Yao squinted, wondering if she appeared frightening. Yet, in the next moment, a mischievous smile crept onto her face as she hatched a new scheme. "Xiao Chi-Chi." Her melodious voice carried a hint of wickedness, her tone playfully teasing. Moon 7 shivered. "What are you doing?" With a giggle, Yi Yao Yao, dressed in a European princess gown, contrasted sharply with the mischief dancing in her eyes. The enigmatic man who had brought her from the cruise was shrouded in mystery. But Moon 7 seemed rather dim-witted. Perhaps she could extract some information from him. "Idea you know where those two snow wolves are?" Yi Yao Yao blinked her glassy eyes, her voice suddenly softening, yet still laced with a sharp edge. Moon 7 was taken aback. Was this woman a devil? How could her demeanor switch so rapidly? He pursed his lips, clearly unwilling to divulge any information. Suddenly, Yi Yao Yao pretended to call out to a shadow in the darkness. "Oh, Ninth Master, Moon 7 not only bound me, but also tried to take advantage of me." "I know." Moon 7 blurted out, shocked at how easily this woman had him under her thumb. Hadn't she been quite obedient in the Ninth Master's embrace? In a side room, Moon 7 gazed at the squatting Yi Yao Yao with a look of despair. The girl was attempting to charm the two snow wolves, whose eyes glowed an eerie green. Having been saved by a snow wolf in her memories, she felt an instant kinship with these little creatures. "Big white, little white." Yi Yao Yao coaxed, waving the raw meat enticingly. The two wolves sniffed greedily. Yet none dared to open their mouths. Instead, they bared their teeth and claws, attempting to pounce on the unfamiliar scent before them through the bars of their cage, that a sudden cacophony erupted from the cage, startling Yi Yao Yao and causing the raw meat in her hands to scatter across the floor. Frustration etched across her face. Moon 7, nearby, stifled a laugh, tapping his toes in amusement, a smirk playing on his lips. Did he not know the ferocity of these wolves? These two heartless individuals do not even recognize him. Upon noticing the mocking gaze of Yu Qi, Yi Yao Yao's sharp and wicked glare instantly swept over. Yu Qi hurriedly turned her head to avoid it, her expression somewhat unnatural. Why is he suddenly acting so cowardly? Yi Yao Yao patted the ground beside the wolf cage, signaling him to sit. Her feline eyes darting in the darkness, before suddenly speaking. "Your Ninth Lord seems quite formidable, doesn't he?" "Of course. In those days, our Ninth Lord single-handedly fought his way out of the treacherous Gutuo forest, known for devouring its prey without a trace. Although that despicable son of the Feng family is nothing to write home about. Feng Ling Tian deserves to rot in bed." "Who is Feng Ling Tian?" "The father of the Ninth Lord." "Bah, he doesn't even deserve to be mentioned. That wretched creature." Yi Yao Yao was secretly taken aback. Yu Qi continued, somewhat agitated, "Our Ninth Lord is a remarkable figure in the Zuyu prison, rising to prominence in recent years. Even the nobility and royalty must show him some respect. His true prowess rivals that of the four great mysterious families. Yet, the Master of Zhu never reveals his true face lightly. Those who have seen it within the organization are all dead." "What is Zuyu?" The girl grew a tad impatient. "The most terrifying existence that sends shivers down one's spine." Yu Qi sighed, almost revealing confidential information. Yi Yao Yao paid no heed. "Xiao Qi Qi, the room at the far left of the corridor on the third floor is stunning. Who is it prepared for?" Yu Qi was quite displeased with that address. Yet her pupils constricted upon hearing Yi Yao Yao's words. "Stunning. Have you been inside? Are you trying to court death? That is the forbidden zone of the Rose Manor. It was your Ninth Lord who carried me inside. You seem to have a lot of opinions about that." Yi Yao Yao was puzzled. "What? The Ninth Lord carried her in?" "Ha, he wouldn't dare have any objection." "Whose room is it?" Yi Yao Yao asked curiously, wondering why Yu Qi reacted so strongly. The Ninth Lord never mentioned it, but that room was sealed off 6 years ago, and no one knows what lies within. Chapter 10. She was being choked painfully. "Sealed? Why take her inside? Could it possibly be related to her?" Yi Yao Yao appeared deep in thought. It seems Feng Mingju's health is rather poor. Why haven't I seen a doctor accompanying him?" Yi Yao Yao feigned great concern, hoping to dispel Yu Qi's wariness that it's all those old wretches from the Feng family. Yu Qi spoke through gritted teeth. "Time and again, they have tormented the Ninth Lord to the brink of death. They are less than beasts. The only reason he survived was due to a medicine given by someone he encountered in the Gutuo forest." As she spoke of this, Yu Qi's emotions became increasingly agitated. "Sigh, a regular physician could never treat the Ninth Lord's ailments that we are on this cruise to seek out that ancient clan." Yu Qi suddenly halted, casting an unexpected glance at Yi Yao Yao, who was quietly listening beside her. "You know too much," she coldly uttered, that Yi Yao Yao felt a lump in her throat at that moment. This person's reflexes are astonishing. It feels dreadful to hear only half the conversation. Yi Yao Yao resignedly leaned back, lost in thought that it seems her intuition was correct. The ninth lord they spoke of appears unscathed, yet internally, he is already in tatters. Ancient clan? She seemed to have some medical knowledge herself. But with her meager skills, she probably had no connection to such a mysterious family. Yuchi, too, was slightly lost in thought, her hands propped on the ground, leaning slightly forward. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something beneath her, and she cursed inwardly that a crisp, chilling sound broke the quiet atmosphere, causing both individuals to involuntarily shudder. The cage was opened, the Yi Yao Yao shot her head up, only to see two pairs of sorrowful green eyes gradually approaching. Sensing a strange and somewhat aggressive scent, the snow wolves lowered their front legs slightly, assuming an aggressive stance, and suddenly lunged at Yi Yao Yao. Yuchi was caught off guard and could only restrain one of the wolves nearby. "Bruce, come back," her voice was urgent. But these two snow wolves had never paid any heed to her words. The snow wolf pounced on Yi Yao Yao, its elongated snout aiming precisely for her neck. The sharp fangs were but a step away from the girl's throat that in her moment of panic, Yuchi shouted frantically, "Bruce, stop." The process was too swift. Yuchi had no capacity to save the girl. Her eyes wide in shock that in that instant the girl, resembling a soulless doll, suddenly moved. With a ghostly swiftness, she seized the wolf by the ear, flipping it over and pinning it down, while her other hand expertly grasped its neck. The snow wolf's sharp teeth grazed Yi Yao Yao's pinky, and the sweet, alluring blood dripped onto the wolf's snout. The girl wore an expression of utmost wickedness, her beauty as enchanting as a demon, as if she had transformed into another person entirely. Her lips parted slightly, mysteriously uttering a few arcane, obscure characters. Almost instantly, the malice in the wolf's eyes dissipated like magic, replaced by a dazed and reverent gaze. The ferocious snow wolf emitted a submissive whine, suddenly leaping up, extending its tongue to lick the girl's delicate face, the soft bristles of its tongue causing Yi Yao Yao to itch to thud at Yi Yao Yao sighed in relief. Collapsing onto the ground and gasping for fresh air, clearly shaken, Yuchi stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Had the wolf lost its mind? What on earth is happening? Coming back to her senses, Yi Yao Yao shot Yuchi a fierce glare. Had she not reacted in time, she would likely be dead by now. What could this fool accomplish? She could barely sit still in the wolf cage without getting overpowered. Yuchi was still in a daze. What was wrong with the wolf? "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Yuchi asked, bewildered. The more Yi Yao Yao thought about it, the angrier she became, suddenly breaking into a cunning smile, exuding a cold allure in the darkness. "Big White, bite her!" The little creature, obediently lying on the ground, suddenly changed direction, lunging at Yuchi with a growl. Yuchi's expression turned indescribably complex as she swiftly raised her hands to shield herself. "Ah," the girl uttered softly again, "Big White, come back." Bruce instantly wagged his tail, playfully scampering back, a complete transformation. "Why is it suddenly obeying you? What kind of underhanded sorcery did you use?" Ever since this girl appeared, Yuchi felt increasingly strange occurrences surrounding her. "Because I'm beautiful," Yi Yao Yao said, her face unblushing, her smile enchanting. She herself was puzzled. Why did an inexplicable bond form between her and this wolf? Bah, how can there be someone with a thicker skin than him? Yi Yao Yao raised an eyebrow provocatively, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "The ninth lord must be blind to have brought you back." Yuchi was infuriated, her teeth grinding that I didn't know I was blind. Suddenly, Feng Mingju's figure emerged from the shadows, his voice indifferent, yet undeniably imposing. Yuchi immediately froze, as if struck by a spell, and turned her head stiffly. Feng Mingju swiftly grasped the back of Yi Yao Yao's clothing, lifting her from the ground like a cat. Ah! Yi Yao Yao found herself suspended in midair. Locking eyes with him, as she gazed into Feng Mingju's inscrutable eyes, she almost immediately wilted, slipping into a state of pretense. "Pretty brother, it was Yuchi who made Big White bite me." She tossed the blame without a second thought, raising her right pinky, where a faint blood mark was visible. The wound almost healed within moments. "Oh, is that so?" Bruce bit her. The man spoke slowly, his voice laced with seduction. As he spoke, Feng Mingju turned Yi Yao Yao to face Bruce. The once ferocious wolf now blinked adorably, anxiously scratching the ground, appearing quite troubled. "Hey, bite me," Yi Yao Yao whispered urgently. Big White tilted its head, its expression friendly, clearly reluctant to harm her. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness struck, and Yi Yao Yao was spun around again in mid-air. At Yi Yao Yao, "Can you put me down to talk?" She laughed awkwardly, clearly realizing that Feng Mingju did not believe her fabricated tale. What is happening? Wasn't this man previously rather indulgent towards her? Why was his act of feigning ignorance ineffective now? Feng Mingju, clad in a slightly loose bathrobe, clearly having just bathed, had damp hair with water droplets cascading from the inky strands, swirling gently at his collarbone, exuding an aura of extreme restraint. Whether it was fear or something else, Yi Yao Yao found herself unconsciously swallowing hard. "Pretty brother, you're hurting me." Chapter 11. Girls shouldn't casually bite people. Yi Yao Yao's spirit was in turmoil. Damn it. Her chest was being painfully constricted. Feng Mingju's gaze flickered, his long arms suddenly sweeping in, his movements fluid and graceful. Yi Yao Yao felt the world spin as Feng Mingju effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Where is my exclusive Princess Carrie? Where is my fatherly embrace?" How did it turn into being thrown over his shoulder? Yu Qi, is this really the woman who just took down the wolf? How did she become so obedient? Run 10 laps around the mountain. Yu Qi suddenly realized that Feng Mingjue's words were directed at him. "Jiu, what happened to your face?" Yu Qi recalled that he had been struck by Xianing, resulting in a dark circle under his eye, and a wave of grievance washed over him. "Woo, it was Xianing who... well done." Feng Mingjue uttered this phrase and, without a backward glance, turned to leave, carrying Yi Yao Yao with him, not sparing a single glance. With a sense of melancholy, Yu Qi locked the two wolves in a cage. "Owo, he is no longer Jiu Ye's little darling. Why not just ask me directly?" Feng Mingjue's voice was flat, devoid of discernible emotion. "Huh." Yi Yao Yao was taken aback. "Go find Yu Qi to inquire about me." That a flicker of apprehension crossed Yi Yao Yao's heart. This man's intuition was remarkably sharp. "If you speak too closely with other men, I'll sever your tongue." Feng Mingjue's voice held a warning, yet his tone was not harsh. Yi Yao Yao resisted, struggling slightly. I asked the handsome older brother having a troubled relationship with his father. The man chuckled softly, but a sudden glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Good girl, don't sully your sweet mouth. That is a beast." The girl's voice was abruptly interrupted by Feng Mingjue. "There are bad people after my life. Will my baby protect me?" He pulled the girl back into his embrace, holding her tightly. Yi Yao Yao momentarily failed to respond, thinking, "Baby? How did it become baby? Is this man's brain functioning like a plumber's after a drunken binge?" Moreover, with her petite frame, a gust of wind could send her sprawling. How could she protect him? Ridiculous. Feng Mingjue gazed at Yi Yao Yao, as if he could savor every inch of her being with great interest. "Will you, baby?" Feng Mingjue suddenly buried his face in the crook of the girl's neck, his voice laced with a hint of nasal tone. "Yes." Yi Yao Yao feigned compliance, but inwardly she screamed. "No. Absolutely not. She does not deserve it." As she lingered beside the man, her cascading waves of hair framed Feng Mingjue's neck. The girl suddenly regarded the man with suspicion. Didn't Yu Qi say that her Jiu Yi inspired dread in others? She was now doubting that assertion. A sudden thought struck Yi Yao Yao. Could it be, "Do you fancy men?" The words slipped from her lips without thought. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Yao Yao sensed an inexplicable romantic rivalry between Feng Mingjue and Yu Qi. Almost instantly, a wave of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings. Feng Mingjue's eyes ignited with fury. How dare this woman ask such nonsensical questions? Did he not appear manly enough in her eyes? Oblivious to the looming danger, the girl continued her inquiries. "Did I noticed how you and that Yu Qi?" Feng Mingjue abruptly seized Yi Yao Yao, forcefully pressing her against the wall of the corridor. Their eyes locked, breath mingling, as the low, husky timbre of his voice sent shivers down her spine. Feng Mingjue brushed his nose against the tip of the girl's, while his other hand firmly gripped her shoulder. His voice, tinged with a volatile edge, demanded, "Now do you understand the answer?" Yi Yao Yao's thoughts swirled, and she instinctively began to struggle. However, Feng Mingjue tightened his embrace, his nose greedily tracing her neck, instinctively wandering toward her collarbone. In a fit of frustration, Yi Yao Yao bit down on Feng Mingjue's neck. Goodness! This beast, the man's gaze sharpened, halting his prior actions. His dark eyes bore into the girl before him. Realization dawned on Yi Yao Yao that their previous actions had been exceedingly intimate. She quickly released him in embarrassment, but a small crimson bite mark appeared on the man's neck. The corridor was awash with the warm glow of golden light. A playful smile crept onto Feng Mingjue's lips. Girls should not bite indiscriminately, except for me. His voice was irresistibly enticing. Yi Yao Yao thought, is he not human? This man enjoys being bitten. How perverse! Trapped tightly in his embrace. She found herself unable to escape. Feng Mingjue's gaze sent an inexplicable tremor through her in resignation. Yi Yao Yao buried her face into the man's chest, wishing to block out the sight. She silently berated herself, unable to comprehend the depths of his affliction. Was this man possessed of the strength to crush a bull? Yi Yao Yao was carried into another unfamiliar room, a lavish European-style bed occupying the center. Feng Mingjue tucked the girl into the velvety covers, the warm light from the crystal chandelier casting a soft glow. Suddenly overcome with sleepiness, Yi Yao Yao instinctively tucked herself deeper into the blanket. Weary, she lifted her eyelids to glance at Feng Mingjue. Good night. Then, as if succumbing to the weight of exhaustion, she closed her eyes, her raven lashes fluttering delicately, captivatingly beautiful. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision as the man's alluring scent engulfed her. I never said you could say good night. Chapter 12. The eternal flower mark on Yao Yao in an instant. Yi Yao Yao's drowsiness vanished, and she sprang upright from the bed. Feng Mingjue seemed unfazed. Pulling her back into his embrace, the man gazed at the girl in his arms, seemingly pleased with her innocence regarding such matters that Yi Yao Yao froze, feeling her breath hitch, his intoxicating scent overwhelming her senses. Suddenly, she shuddered at the familiar sensation. Is it light? Yi Yao Yao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as her mind conjured up a myriad of inappropriate images, prompting her to kick out wildly. Feng Mingjue's large hand began to wander restlessly, through her hair, along her cheek, and down her nape, never pausing to know, this cannot be allowed. In her mind, Yi Yao Yao devised several escape plans. There was a gilded goblet on the bedside, a piano wire nearby, and even a pair of slippers at the edge of the bed. If all else failed, she could slap him with a slipper. As Feng Mingjue's hand ventured toward a perilous region, Yi Yao Yao held her breath, ready to seize the goblet for a desperate fight. Suddenly, inexplicably, Feng Mingjue's hand halted above her collarbone, gently caressing Yi Yao Yao froze, retracting her hand that had reached for the goblet. Hastily covering the delicate markings on her collarbone, he saw it. A kindly woman's voice echoed in her mind. Yao heir, this eternal flower mark must never be seen by strangers. Do you understand? Who is that? Who is she? Yi Yao Yao strained to clear the fog obscuring her vision, but saw nothing. Unbeknownst to her, the rhythmic sound of breathing had grown regular. The man had nestled his head into her hair. Gently falling asleep, it must be a coincidence, Yi Yao Yao thought, shifting her body to escape his chest. Yet, as she moved, Feng Mingjue's long legs unconsciously entangled hers beneath him, pinning her down as if to assert his claim. Yi Yao Yao rolled her eyes. She seriously doubted this man was truly asleep. Meanwhile, on the expansive streets of Yi City, a group of mysterious outsiders in peculiar attire meticulously searched for something, leaving no dusty corner unchecked. The soft golden sunlight filtered through the glass, landing on her bedside, a bit too bright for comfort. Yi Yao Yao awoke, her body aching all over. She could not comprehend. Was this man reincarnated from a koala? He had clung to her throughout the night, without loosening his grip even once. Now, the slightest movement sent her bones creaking in protest. Beside her, Feng Mingjue seemed roused by her movements, his brow furrowing as he opened his dark eyes in displeasure. The sight of her pure, doll-like face magnified before him, her cat-like eyes wide with indignation. Feng Mingjue's lips curled into a playful smile at the sight of her. Did I hurt you? Cough, 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 what brazen words! Yi Yao Yao's anger flared anew. Seeing her glare fixed upon him, Feng Mingjue regarded her with playful curiosity. What is wrong? Have a crush? Yi Yao Yao thought. What part of her resembles someone enamored? Infuriated, she turned her head away, opting to ignore him. Suddenly, Feng Mingjue chuckled, unexpectedly planting a kiss on her cheek before swinging his long legs off the bed. Wai Yao Yao's cat-like eyes flew open. Glaring at the man's retreating figure, her teeth clenched. Her expression transformed into that of a captivating, regal queen. Just as the man should have exited, he paused, casting a fleeting glance over his shoulder, that I in an instant. Yi Yao Yao's face broke into a smile, her entire being radiating. I am well-behaved, that a glimmer of amusement flickered in Feng Mingjue's gaze as he turned to leave. That Yi Yao Yao instantly wiped the smile from her face. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, downstairs Yu Qi, drenched and nearly crawling through the door, appeared ashen. Ow! Jiu Yi is too ruthless. Back already? Yes, Jiu Yi. At the sound of Feng Mingjue's voice, Yu Qi immediately straightened up, his posture resembling that of a soldier ready to salute. Clean yourself up and accompany me to the Feng residence. Is Jiu Yi truly going? This question was posed by Xianing. Why not go? There are those at the Feng residence who are unaware of their own folly and are barking up the wrong tree. Feng Mingjue narrowed his eyes, casually toying with the ring on his finger. Xianing, you are to protect her. Xianing naturally understood whom Feng Mingjue referred to, instinctively wanting to retort. Yet if she were lost, you would perish. Chapter 13. The girl with the dark golden anklet. The current Feng family was too tainted. It would disgust his girl. Xianing fell silent, well aware that he dared not defy the orders of the ninth master. Though he felt profoundly reluctant inside, Xianing clenched his teeth in frustration, his eyes glinting with malice. That enchanting woman was truly a wretched burden. Perhaps she was a spy sent by some faction, foolishly dreaming of becoming the mistress of the Rose Manor. By the time Yi Yao Yao descended the stairs, Feng Mingjue had already departed from the Rose Manor, observing the girl on the spiral staircase, who appeared as beautiful as a sprite. Xianing shot a disdainful glare, scoffing nonchalantly that if she dared obstruct the ninth master's path, he would be the first to eliminate her and feed her to the dogs. Yi Yao Yao remained oblivious to Xian Ying's gaze, stretching languidly, exuding a lazy charm. The dark golden anklet on her ankle glimmered with an uncanny light. Where is Feng Mingjue? Yi Yao Yao suddenly recalled the person named Ai, whom Yu Qi had kicked away last night. Yes, it seemed he had gone to the Feng family. The girl raised an eyebrow, revealing a mischievous smile. They left her alone at home. Did they not fear she would tear the house apart? As she pondered, her peripheral vision caught sight of two burly men in black guarding the entrance, causing Yi Yao Yao to shudder involuntarily. All right, fine, I won't have the dining table. Yi Yao Yao wrinkled her delicate nose. Nearly brought to tears that in the past, she was only worthy of eating spoiled food, something even dogs would disdain. Yi Yao Yao stared blankly at the array of bizarre and exquisite dishes laid before her. Is this the flavor of wealth? This banquet, reeking of copper coins? But it truly smelled divine. Butler Su respectfully bowed, diligently pulling out a chair for her. Miss Yao Yao, this has been specially prepared for you by the ninth master. Instantly, Yi Yao Yao's fondness for Feng Mingjue's soared, and she opened her mouth to express her gratitude. Right, the ninth master mentioned he would return soon, advising the baby not to miss him too much. Su Feng felt his own face flush with embarrassment. Bah, I knew that man had nothing pleasant to say to her. Yi Yao Yao immediately donned a facade of forced politeness, rolling her eyes in private. I will also miss my handsome brother. Ugh. The girl's cascading hair fell over her exquisite European-style princess dress, a beauty beyond words. The staircase corner, Xian Ying's gloomy gaze rendered the air in the room somewhat stagnant. He wrinkled his brow in disdain. Did this woman possess any utility beyond her looks? He truly could not fathom what means she employed to captivate the ninth master. In the wolf enclosure, Yi Yao Yao suddenly surveyed the two wolves within with a mischievous glint. To say, I wonder if Su Mingsheng can withstand the services of these little beasts. Upon seeing Yi Yao Yao enter, Bruce could hardly contain himself, practically reaching out to lick her through the bars. The little creature excitedly pawed at the cage, murmuring in delight. Yi Yao Yao gazed at the two wolves, a strange smile curling at her lips. Heaven has eyes. She has returned. Those certain individuals should start crying and calling for their fathers. Butler Su, I wish to take to Bai and Shao Bai to the back mountain. Butler Su appeared somewhat troubled. The ninth master had only instructed him to take care of Miss Yao Yao. What if these two wolves became frisky and harmed her? Miss Yao Yao, the snow wolves are inherently fierce and difficult to control, with too many variables. How about I and Xianing accompany you? Fierce. How could she perceive these two snow wolves as anything but resembling huskies at this moment? Moreover, how could she seek vengeance while dragging along these two burdens? Her fists were already itching with anticipation. Noticing Yi Yaoyao's silence, Xianning suddenly scoffed, turning his head away. "Butler Su, let this reckless woman have her way." The disdainful mockery in Xian Ying's tone was unmistakable. "Bah! She wishes to take the snow wolves. Does she not take a moment to reflect on her own worth? She merely relies on the hope that someone will protect her should trouble arise. Such arrogance. This foolish woman is overestimating herself. No one will protect her. He would merely watch as her delicate flesh was torn apart by the adorable snow wolves. Yi Yaoyao furrowed her brows. Feeling perplexed by Xian Ying's intense hostility towards her. "Isn't it what you wanted, wolves? So enjoy it." With that, Xianning taunted, pushing aside a maid who was cleaning nearby. The latch of the wolf cage suddenly fell away. In an instant, the snow wolves erupted from their enclosure, and Butler Su inwardly cursed. "Miss Yaoyao, be careful." He rushed forward to intercept the two wolves, fearing for Yi Yaoyao's safety. Otherwise, when the ninth master returned, his own old bones would not be safe. Yet Butler Su was no match for Bruce's speed, who swiftly sidestepped him. Leaving only a fleeting shadow, he charged straight towards Yi Yaoyao. Meanwhile, Xian Ying remained motionless, completely disregarding Feng Mingjue's instructions, his gaze gleaming with anticipation. It was time for this useless woman to experience the consequences. When she cried out for mercy, perhaps he would then consider sparing her life. What was she but a pretty face? Once this woman's beauty was marred, the ninth master would surely cast her aside, and he would not face any harsh repercussions. The two snow wolves darted forth like phantoms, heading straight for the doll-like girl in the center of the enclosure. The corner of Xian Ying's mouth curled into an excessively sinister arc, his gaze filled with excitement, as the show was about to commence. This annoying woman would soon be bloodied and begging for mercy. However, Xian Ying's smile abruptly froze. He quickly focused his gaze, and in the next moment, Xian Ying's expression of anticipation was replaced by shock. To his astonishment, Bruce, who should have pounced on Yi Yaoyao, instead clung to her, groaning as if seeking affection and comfort. Meanwhile, the typically fierce and unyielding Milik had calmly seated himself at Yi Yaoyao's feet, resembling a dutiful bodyguard. Neither Xian Ying nor Butler Su was aware of what transpired last night in the wolf enclosure. The only person privy to the incident had been taken away by Feng Mingjue. Yi Yaoyao had long since Xian Ying's malevolent gaze, and a tantalizing glint flashed in her eyes. She caressed the boy's plump wolf face, then turned to Xian Ying, beaming an unusually radiant smile, nonchalantly raising an eyebrow. "Quite enjoyable, isn't it? Why don't you join in the fun?" The provocation in her smile was palpable. Yi Yaoyao suddenly lowered her head, locking eyes with Bruce for a moment, her feline pupils glinting with an enigmatic light. "Damn!" Xian Ying clenched his fists, bewildered by the unfolding events. Xian Ying furrowed his brow, the fury in his eyes nearly spilling over. Before he could regain his composure, a snow-white blur appeared before him, followed by a searing pain in his thigh. Bruce was staring at him with green eyes, emitting a malicious growl. Damn it! In an instant, Xian Ying pressed one hand against his wound. With the other, he swiftly toppled Bruce to the ground, his fist poised to come crashing down. "Stop, stop!" Two voices rang out simultaneously. "Xian Ying, are you out of your mind? How dare you harm the ninth master's wolf? Don't you know where these two wolves come from? Have you lost your senses?" Butler Su's panicked voice brimmed with fury. Upon hearing Butler Su's words, Xian Ying's eyes narrowed, and his fist, originally aimed at the wolf's head, rapidly diverted. Boom! A massive crack appeared in the floor nearby. Gritting his teeth, Xian Ying stood up, blood seeping from his knuckles, his expression dark. What on earth is happening? Even if Bruce were enraged, he would never willingly attack him. Xian Ying's teeth ground together in anger. "KK, how did you get hurt? It seems you can't enjoy my dabai after all. You foolish woman. What have you done?" "I haven't done anything." Yi Yaoyao fluttered her long lashes, exuding an air of noble mystery. "Oh, perhaps it is karma." Chapter 14. The fragrant grass of the back mountain of the Rose Manor. The depths of mischief flickered in the girl's eyes as she turned away. "Butler Su, I shall take the two snow wolves with me, da." Butler Su was still in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. The back mountain. Yi Yaoyao had somehow procured a bamboo basket, striding boldly through the overgrown woods in her custom-made patent leather ankle boots that a girl donned in ancient European attire was followed eerily by two snow wolves. Wow, these are all premium herbs. This is no mere wasteland. It is practically my treasure trove. Night Yao Yao suddenly crouched down before a bizarre, vividly colored plant. The hem of her princess dress, adorned with silver lace, fell carelessly to the ground as she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her slender fingers ready to dig. The crisp sound of the broken roots was exceedingly pleasant. Dubai, this is the fragrant erosion grass. Its sap, as Bruce observed Night Yao Yao laboring to unearth it. He poked his wolfish snout toward the roots, eager to assist her in extracting it. Smack! Night Yao Yao swiftly swatted Bruce's elongated wolf tongue, neither too harsh nor too gentle, as a warning. The sap at the base of the fragrant erosion grass had a potent corrosive effect. A single drop could render flesh unrecognizable, and even she was exceedingly cautious as she unearthed it. The surrounding weeds wilted instantly. Bruce, of course, was oblivious to the reason behind the sudden slap, taking 2 steps back in grievance. His eyes filled with sorrow. Night Yao Yao tugged at his fluffy wolf ears, dangling the freshly dug plant before their eyes. The 2 wolves instinctively leaned closer, twitching their noses. You must not touch this. Remember, if you do, your wolf lives may be forfeit. The wolves appeared to comprehend, gazing at the fragrant erosion grass in fear, and retreated a half-step. After a considerable time, satisfied, Night Yao Yao tossed the grass into her bamboo basket and resumed her search among the lush greenery. Meanwhile, Bruce had long since scampered off to frolic elsewhere. Night Yao Yao gazed lovingly at the medicinal herbs in her basket. Dubai, come back, we are leaving. No sooner had she spoken than a snow-white silhouette darted toward her from the distant mountains. In the southern outskirts of Yi City, there stood an old 2-story villa. This place she would never forget, even in death. Night Yao Yao stood by the door, gazing up at the intricately carved entrance. The hem of her dress swaying gently in the breeze, an inexplicable stinging sensation coursed through her skin. This was the home she had once thought would be warm and welcoming. They fed her blood to the dogs, slashed her face with knives, plucked her hair strand by strand, and even contemplated gouging out her eyes. The food they offered her was so unappealing that even the dogs turned their noses away. A bucket of cold water doused her, and in the depths of winter, she was left covered in sheets of ice. Mother, why did you bring her back to vex me? Dear Shirshir, isn't it wonderful to have an extra servant to attend to you at home? That wretched thing brought blood jade with her. Not that I care where she pilfered it from. Night Yao Yao crouched in the corner, her eyes wide with disbelief, her small hands trembling as they covered her mouth. No, this is not my home. Who am I? Helplessly, Night Yao Yao knelt on the ground, her body bruised and battered, huddling her shoulders. The air was filled with venomous insults. Sell her to the black market. Boom! A cold, indifferent voice exploded in her ears. Suddenly, Su Shirshir's sharp stiletto heel unexpectedly pressed against her chin, elegantly lifting her foot. Did I end the black market? There are more than one man to serve you. Enjoy yourself, dear sister. The woman's shrill laughter echoed in her mind. Night Yao Yao jolted awake from her memories, her fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound that a figure emerged from the old villa, observing the scene with confusion. Perched on the vine-wrapped, gray-white wall was a girl reminiscent of a fairy tale. The girl casually crossed her legs, her delicate ankles rhythmically tapping against the weathered wall, exuding an inexplicable air of intimidation. Her dark golden anklet particularly enchanting, in her hand, she twirled a peculiar bottle filled with an eerie, emerald liquid. Hey, who are you? Chapter 15. Call me father for the antidote. The newcomer's voice was laced with a delicate arrogance. Ah, I am your father. The girl on the wall suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Oh no, that can't be right. With such a dark heart, Su Mingqing has surely sullied my mouth. Who are you? And how do you know my father's name? The newcomer's tone turned hostile. Night Yao Yao raised her head, her gaze piercing. Sister, your memory truly is poor. The smile on Night Yao Yao's face remained, even growing more pronounced. Su Shirshir was taken aback by the sudden beauty, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su Hua, it's impossible. How are you still alive? Oh, what's the rush? Even if your whole family perished, I would still be here. Wretched girl, why have you returned? Our parents have cared for you for so long. Aren't you satisfied? Cared for me? Such bold words, indeed. It's as if the kind of person who raises a dog reflects their own nature. You are not welcome here. Get lost. Su Shirshir. Have you ever seen someone send a king of hell away? The girl perched against the wall wore a nonchalant smile, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Su Hua, you wretched spawn, do not presume to be so audacious. Su Shirshir could only look up at Night Yao Yao on the wall, a sensation of vexation washing over her. With that, she charged forward, viciously grabbing Night Yao Yao's ankle in an attempt to pull her down. Night Yao Yao swiftly pivoted, her toe expertly jabbing against Su Shirshir's chin. Does this scene seem familiar to you? A wave of coldness swept through Night Yao Yao's gaze that Su Shirshir felt a sharp pain in her jaw, the reflection of a woman's sinister smile mirrored in her pupils, flooding her with an inexplicable dread. Could this woman truly be here to claim lives? Did she genuinely possess the means to bring about their demise? Panic enveloped her. Why did she feel such terror all of a sudden? No, this is wrong. Su Shirshir's wrist suddenly exerted force, her entire weight hanging on a Night Yao Yao. The girl on the wall staggered, her mind echoing the two words, game over. Damn it. Why did I have to choose the wall to show off? This woman is heavier than expected. The impact was painful. What should she do? Ouch. Night Yao Yao crashed to the ground, half of her face intimately meeting the earth. Her slender legs remained elevated in the air, presenting a comical sight that on the other side, Su Shirshir fared no better. Her excessive force caused her to plop down onto the ground, her tailbone nearly breaking with a sound louder than Night Yao Yao's. The small bottle in Night Yao Yao's hand shattered during the scuffle, the chilling liquid splattering all over Su Shirshir. Oh, is this the king of hell? This is utterly laughable. If I were you, I would just die and spare myself the humiliation. Lying on the ground, Night Yao Yao suddenly realized that her hand was empty, cursing her misfortune as she heard Su Shirshir's taunts. Coldly, she raised her gaze. At Su Shirshir's feet hung the eerie emerald liquid, slowly trickling down. The girl froze for a moment, but in an instant, Night Yao Yao wore a dazzling, piercing smile again. Indeed, just like this did you aspire to be me? You are still unworthy, but death, that is certainly worth considering. Night Yao Yao stood up, casually brushing off the dust from her clothes that Su Shirshir's face flushed crimson with anger. How was it possible that after years of absence, this wretched girl had become even more audacious with her words? Night Yao Yao glanced at Su Shirshir, whose hair was disheveled and complexion purplish. Wrinkling her nose in disgust, Su Shirshir, you truly have no idea how hideous you look right now. A piercing scream echoed through the courtyard. Su Hua, I will kill you. Su Shirshir, quick as lightning, seized Night Yao Yao's hair, her dirt-stained hands instinctively gripping her neck. Wretched girl, aren't you the king of hell? I will send you to meet him right now. However, Night Yao Yao surprisingly made no attempt to resist, allowing Su Shirshir to clutch her delicate neck that a flicker of confusion crossed Su Shirshir's eyes. But she quickly prepared to exert force, eager to see her sharp nails sink deeply into the flesh of the woman before her. This wretched spawn dared to insult her. She deserved to die. But suddenly, an excruciating pain pierced through her leg without warning, causing Su Shirshir to collapse directly before Night Yao Yao. She looked down at her leg, where the eerie liquid had flowed, slowly corroding her flesh. Every spot that had been tainted was being devoured gradually. It hurts. It hurts so much. Su Shirshir gasped, panic-stricken, as she saw her left leg revealing ghastly white bones. What have you done to me? My leg. Overwhelmed by pain and terror, Su Shirshir gasped heavily, her contorted expression strikingly horrific. Night Yao Yao seemed oblivious to her screams, leaning against the wall, intently playing with her nails to pay such a heavy tribute. Quite ominous. Where's Su Mingsheng? Su Shirshir, her mind hazy, continued to curse in agony. Night Yao Yao frowned, sensing that she had no need to remain here wasting her time. Wretched girl. You cannot leave. Su Shirshir crawled over, gripping the hem of her dress fiercely. Have the dogs tear her apart. This calamity has ruined my leg. She must pay with her life. Tear apart. Hearing Su Shirshir's words, Night Yao Yao paused, but upon seeing the approaching large yellow dog, she understood everything. Release the dogs? Oh dear, how unfortunate. It seems I have one too. In a flash of blinding light, the large dog was intercepted by two spectral figures, pure white as snow, and instantly collapsed to the ground. Howling in agony, Su Shirshir's expression of malice transformed into sheer astonishment in an instant. Upon witnessing the two wolves advancing with ill intent, Su Shirshir could no longer maintain her composure, that a large patch of the ground became soaked. The last bastion of her mental fortitude crumbled. Bloodied and filthy, she watched helplessly as her once fair and delicate calves began to decay, exuding a putrid stench. With a few desperate strides, Su Shirshir crawled to the feet of Yi Yao Yao, tugging at her skirt in a plea. "Please, I was wrong. I beg you for the antidote. Sister, please spare me." Su Shirshir's cries were heart-wrenching. Suddenly, Yi Yao Yao's lips curled into a whimsical smile that, "Oh, you seek the antidote. Do you? Call me ancestor." The girl's tone shifted, becoming enchanting yet wicked. "Ancestor, please grant me mercy. I cannot bear this fate." Su Shirshir gritted her teeth, her eyes shimmering with grievances. "How obedient. Now call me father for good measure." "Shall we, father? Father, is that sufficient now?" Su Shirshir's eyes brimmed with despair, tears threatening to spill over. "Very well," Yi Yao Yao replied with her usual indifference, turning to leave. "What about the antidote?" Su Shirshir's voice broke as she shouted. Yi Yao Yao turned back, her smile alluring yet her eyes glinting with malice. "That I don't recall ever mentioning an antidote, do I?" The girl's laughter was devoid of warmth, her murderous intent unyielding. "Ah, you wretched creature. I will end you. Father, Dad, save me. Someone is trying to kill me." At the sound of her cries, a man emerged from the dilapidated old mansion, grumbling. "What are you wailing about in broad daylight? Can't you keep it together for once?" Su Mingqing appeared clad only in his undergarments, sluggishly pulling up his pants. His cheeks flushed with a peculiar hue. One could easily surmise what he had been up to. Yi Yao Yao feigned surprise. Was not Su Shirshir the apple of Su Mingqing's eye? "Dad, help, it's Su Hua. She has tried to kill me." The mention of Su Hua caused Su Mingqing to lift his gaze, his pupils contracting in alarm, his flush deepening. "What a stunning beauty! She far surpasses the old woman inside." Staggering, Su Mingqing approached, as if intoxicated. "Oh, little beauty, you've come looking for me? Come, let me treat you well." Before he could finish, a chunk of flesh was ruthlessly torn from his leg. "Ah!" Su Mingqing instantly sobered, realizing the perilous situation as two wolves loomed, ready to devour him whole. He noticed the bloodied form of Su Shirshir sprawled on the ground. "Shirshir, you scoundrel, what have you done to my daughter?" He clutched his wounded leg, roaring in anguish. That a mere glance from Yi Yao Yao commanded the larger wolf to pounce, pinning Su Mingqing beneath its claws, sharp fangs poised at his throat. Su Mingqing, overwhelmed with panic, stammered, "No, whatever you desire, I shall give. Just spare my life." "Ah, how fitting for a coward to plead so swiftly," Yi Yao Yao scoffed, a smirk gracing her lips. "Where did you find me? If you utter a single falsehood, I assure you, you will be reduced to ashes." At the mention of this, Yi Yao Yao's teeth ground together in frustration. Su Mingqing's pupils dilated, a flicker of realization in his gaze. "I was merely informed that someone had left you at my doorstep." Yi Yao Yao's expression grew impatient. This man was clearly lying. "Shall Bai." The other wolf instinctively sank its teeth into Su Mingqing's leg once more. Stop. I'll tell you. I was found on the hillside behind my home. Be precise," he continued. "You were covered in blood. Had I not brought you back, you would have perished at the jaws of beasts. Good child, please let me go." Realizing he could not resist, he resorted to the emotional card. "I would rather die there than return to endure this vile torment." The Yi Yao Yao chuckled derisively, her voice void of emotion. Su Mingqing was left speechless, choked by his own words. "Where?" "In the ancient forest of Guguchuo." Su Mingqing shut his eyes, refusing to look at her, every injury causing him to grimace in pain. "Did you have that blood jade when you found me?" "Yes. Will you spare me now?" Su Mingqing pressed his lips together. Tentatively speaking, Yi Yao Yao's gaze sharpened, her thoughts drifting to some distant place. "Your legs are ruined," she suddenly declared, having achieved her objective, turning to leave this cursed space. This man still possessed utility. She could not yet eliminate him. Sooner or later, she would slice his flesh piece by piece to feed the dogs. "Dad." Just as Yi Yao Yao stepped through the iron gate, a piercing scream erupted behind her, startling the crows perched on the branches. A heavy scent of blood enveloped the old courtyard, fitting the grim atmosphere. The day was waning. She needed to return home swiftly to avoid raising suspicions with Feng Mingjue. After her departure, the man in the courtyard was suddenly engulfed by an unfathomable dread. Had she begun to question her origins? Chapter 17. His doll has disappeared again. Feng Mingjue searches for Yaya in the Rose Manor. Feng Mingjue entered with a dark countenance, his long strides brisk. Yuqi, anxious, reached out to assist yet hesitated. Finally, at the moment the door closed, the man could no longer bear it and fell to one knee, coughing violently. "Quickly fetch old Hua," Yuqi shouted in desperation. Xianing rushed over upon seeing this. However, Feng Mingjue stood upright, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes a crimson hue, extending an arm to block Xianying's path. "Where is Yao Yao?" "Who?" Xianing quickly understood. That wretched woman had not yet returned. How was he to explain this to Lord Jiao? Not here," Xianing stammered, lowering his head, feeling guilty. "Where is she?" Feng Mingjue's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he struck Xianying across the face. The man's gaze turned terrifyingly fierce. Surrounded by an aura of malevolence, as if he had just emerged from a blood-soaked battlefield, he stared intently at Yuqi, suddenly twisting his neck in an odd manner. His large hand contorted grotesquely, lifting Xianing off the ground and slamming him against the wall, his fingers tightening with force. The enchantingly slanted gaze bore no hint of emotion, akin to observing a lifeless corpse. "You shall pay dearly." Xianying's neck reddened, his legs flailing in a desperate struggle for air. Feng Mingjue suddenly thrust his foot forward, striking the man with brutal force that a dull thud echoed as Xianying nearly lost consciousness. "Find me someone." The corridor reverberated with the man's enraged shouts. Yet, Feng Mingjue could no longer endure the searing pain racking his body and collapsed into unconsciousness. "Lord Jiao, quickly fetch old Hua." The Rose Manor descended into chaos. Xianing wiped the blood from his brow, struggling to crawl forward, his expression fraught with tension that I in the master bedroom. Only a solitary lamp illuminated the dim surroundings. The man on the bed furrowed his brow tightly, his once alluring face now pallid from illness, the blood at the corner of his mouth darkening. At the foot of the bed sat an elderly man, his white hair betraying his age. Deeply furrowing his brow, with deft hands, he worked with silver needles, each insertion performed with utmost caution. As the last needle was placed, Feng Mingjue suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. "How is he?" Xianying's voice was tinged with urgency. "Alas." Old Hua sighed, shaking his head, his expression still tense. The silver needles in his hand turned pitch black, the air thick with the scent of blood. Lord Jiao's condition worsens. "My methods are ultimately insufficient for a cure." The old man hesitated, words unspoken. "Please, you must tell us. Alas, if effective treatment is not found soon, even a reincarnated deity would be powerless to save him." "Lord Jiao has little time left. How is that possible?" "You speak nonsense." Yuqi's eyes widened in alarm. "Yuqi," Xianing quickly admonished him, turning to old Hua with a pleading gaze. "You must have a way. Right? Surely, we can do something." "That remains unchanged. Unless we locate the legendary Yao Yao of the ancient clan, we may have a glimmer of hope." The ancient clan possessed profound heritage, and its members were renowned healers. Especially Yao Yao, that is merely a legendary being. No one knows if Yao Yao is male or female. Regardless of how dire the ailment, this individual possesses the uncanny ability to concoct miraculous remedies. Yet, others imitating the prescriptions yield no results. It's utterly bizarre. No one could discern what extraordinary ingredient Yao Yao infused into the medicine to bring the dead back to life. Yet, the ancient clan had long since retreated from the world, even the royal family unaware of their whereabouts. The tales of Yao Yao had faded into obscurity over the years. Xianing clenched his fists tightly. The ancient clan, it was that wretched woman who caused Lord Jiao to abandon the search. Now, there remains but one course of action. The patriarch of the Feng family, Feng Lingtian, is the man lying incapacitated in bed. Currently, he is the only individual capable of establishing any connection with the ancient clan. Decades ago, he shared a close rapport with Elder Su of the ancient clan. The ailing man on the bed suddenly awakened, prompting Hua Lao to rush over. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Mingjue threw aside the blanket and stubbornly made his way towards the door. His face bearing an exceptionally ghastly pallor. "It is all meaningless." None of this holds significance that if his beloved doll is absent, what difference does life or death make? Ninth Master, you should remain lying down. If you wish to live, find me someone, a man's hand flung aside the servant who uttered these words. Feng Mingyu leaned weakly against the wall, his lips devoid of color, yet the intimidation in his voice remained undiminished. The man trembled all over. His beloved doll was gone once more. She had already abandoned him once. Would she forsake him again? Please do not leave me again. I can give you anything. Steward Su hurriedly approached. Having already dispatched someone to the back mountain in search of Yi Yao Yao, just as Feng Mingjue returned. Ninth Master, we could not locate her. Miss Yao Yao took Bruce to the back mountain. But there is not a soul in sight. A rare flicker of panic crossed Feng Mingjue's enchanting eyes. Had his enemies captured her? Or had she escaped, perhaps disdaining him, her little prince? Suddenly, Feng Mingjue seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Turning to Steward Su, you said Bruce followed her? His voice was hoarse yet urgent. Yes, Ninth Master. Cough, Yu Chi, go fetch 2 search dogs. The man clenched his fist, the sound of his joints cracking echoing in the still room. Go now, leave. His furious roar lingered in the air. Master, please rest. I shall go immediately. Thus, an eerie scene unfolded on the roads near the Rose Manor. The search dogs, having caught the scent of the snow wolf, were being led at breakneck speed, closely followed by a sleek, ominous black car. The sky had darkened, shadows blurring the landscape, the distant mountains tinged with a haunting blue. Meanwhile, in the dark woods, a girl clad in a doll-like uniform darted through the night with an ethereal grace. This is disastrous. If Feng Mingjue thinks I am trying to escape, what if he shoots me in a fit of rage? This man is capricious, and his violent nature remains unchanged. Who knows what fate awaits those who provoke him? Yi Yao Yao felt as if a coffin were beckoning her. What to do? Suddenly, a wicked thought flashed through her mind. Accompanied by a sly smile, Yi Yao Yao abruptly halted her frantic sprint, glancing mischievously at the snow wolf beside her. Her enchanting face appeared almost otherworldly amidst the dark woods. Perhaps her gaze was too audacious, as both Bruce and Malak instinctively took a step back. Darling, shall we negotiate? Her voice was sweet and sultry. Whoa! The wolves seemed to respond, their eyes filled with resistance. Sister will die if she doesn't return soon, my darlings, woo-woo. Yi Yao Yao blinked her cat-like eyes, feigning innocence. Yet it was of no use. Not a single wolf was willing to heed her. Yi Yao Yao's expression darkened. Very well. Those who are willing, take a step forward. No sooner had she spoken than Malak yelped and dashed away, leaving no dignity behind. Only the great white remained, helplessly pawing at the ground. Yi Yao Yao's eyes gleamed with fervor as she fixed her gaze on the forlorn great white, a bright smile suddenly breaking forth. Tisti, you shall do nicely, my darling. You will take care of your sister. If the great white could speak, it would likely be cursing up a storm. It did not wish for this, after all. Ultimately, Bruce capitulated to Yi Yao Yao's overwhelming presence. The great white thought, for the sake of my noble bloodline's master, I shall go all out. Charge, great white. The girl's voice brimmed with excitement. Riding a wolf? This would be a tale to tell for ages. Bruce's speed was uncanny. Yi Yao Yao felt as if the scenery around her blurred into mere shadows. The wind whipping past her ears, and she saw nothing clearly at this pace. She estimated she would soon reach the gates of Rose Manor. Just as she indulged in her fantasy, a blinding beam of headlights suddenly appeared before her. Accompanied by the sound of barking dogs, the darkness was quickly engulfed by impending collision. Ah, great white, stop, stop! Yi Yao Yao frantically attempted to halt with mere words. However, the great white showed no signs of slowing down and even seemed to accelerate. Yi Yao Yao was thrown into disarray. How reckless! After a lifetime of reputation, she was destined to perish while riding a wolf. Yet in the next moment, Bruce executed an unexpected emergency stop. Yi Yao Yao nearly lost her balance. Clinging tightly to the great white's neck as she shut her eyes, the next second, she felt herself being lifted. Oh my God! What is happening now? Cautiously, Yi Yao Yao opened her eyes to find a familiar, alluring countenance unexpectedly before her. She could even count the raven-like eyelashes on the man's face. The girl blinked her cat-like eyes. This is not right, that I must be misunderstanding the situation. Quickly, she shut her eyes again and tentatively cracked them open a sliver. What the? Feng 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 Mingjue. The great white affectionately leaped on a Feng Mingjue, nuzzling against him as if to recount the grievances Yi Yao Yao had imposed upon it. Yi Yao Yao felt utterly speechless. No wonder she felt lifted. She had quite literally delivered herself to him. True to her fears, she felt herself being pulled from the wolf's back by the man. Hey, Yi Yao Yao awkwardly forced a smile, realizing that whatever she said would be amiss. Just as she braced herself for Feng Mingjue's wrath, the warmth radiating from his neck caused her body to stiffen. Feng Mingjue trembled violently, his face buried in Yi Yao Yao's body as he gasped for breath. As if startled by something, Yi Yao Yao found herself tightly embraced by Feng Mingjue, her legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, utterly bewildered. This script seemed to deviate from expectations. Suddenly, Feng Mingjue lifted his head without warning, his large hand gripping Yi Yao Yao's neck, forcing their gazes to meet. Why did you flee? His eyes, slightly uplifted, were shot through with visible blood vessels. The DOU truly detest me so. Yi Yao Yao flinched, cursing inwardly. All this time wasted because of Su Shir. Does this man truly intend to shoot me? Strangely, tears welled in Yi Yao Yao's eyes, her thick, curled lashes quivering. Brother Jiao, I did not. I merely lost my way. You expect me to believe that? Yu Qi interjected incredulously. Feng Mingjue's heart suddenly faltered. What did you call me? Brother Jiao. Oh, darling, call me that again. Yi Yao Yao replied, her tone laced with a hint of mischief. This sounds so off. Brother Jiao, I missed you. She suddenly turned her gaze, wrapping her arms around Feng Mingjue. Her expression brimmed with satisfaction and trust. The crimson hue in the depths of his gaze faded away silently. Feng Mingjue leaned down to gently kiss the girl's cheek. Feng Mingjue, shall we go home? Yi Yao Yao patted his back, pressing herself tightly against him. Very well. Feng Mingjue stepped forward, turning to retreat, that if you cling to me, you shall never lose your way again. That a flicker of something crossed the man's eyes. That do not leave. Do not abandon me again. Yi Yao Yao trembled, resting her head on Feng Mingjue's shoulder, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. She had yet to comprehend the situation. They had not taken 2 steps when Feng Mingjue suddenly dropped to one knee, clutching his chest tightly, a muffled groan escaping him as beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Alarmed, Yi Yao Yao hurriedly leapt down. What? Has this man's condition worsened? Brother Jiao, she tentatively grasped Feng Mingjue's clothing, that he won't die. The man seemed to endure excruciating pain, trembling, appearing anything but welled, and no sooner had the thought crossed her mind than a heavy thud echoed in her ears. Hey Feng Mingjue, wake up! Chapter 19. Yi Yao Yao's peculiar blood as Yu Qi anxiously swung a fist at Xianing. It landed squarely on his face. Caught off guard, Xianing fell to the ground. As the bindings dissipated, Yi Yao Yao breathed in the fresh air deeply, casting a cold glance at Xianing. She did not wish to hold a grudge against him, for Feng Mingju had once saved her. However, should this man continue to threaten her life, she would not hesitate to ensure his demise in silence. Enough of the noise. If you wish for him to live, return home quickly. Yi Yao Yao's face, ethereally beautiful, appeared chillingly fierce in the dark. Xianing found himself at a loss for words, momentarily stunned by the intimidating force behind her words. Damn it. It felt as if he could see the shadow of the 9th master in her. Shaking off his thoughts, Xianing slammed his fist onto the ground, venting the pent-up frustration within him. The group hurried back to the Rose Manor. Look, Old Hua. The sight of Feng Mingju, almost devoid of life, enraged the old man, causing his beard to bristle. What a farce! Is this not utter nonsense? After administering acupuncture again, Feng Mingju did not exhibit the usual violent coughing fit. Old Hua's eyes widened in alarm as he rapidly checked the pulse, his frail hands trembling more violently. Finally, he collapsed to his knees, casting a desperate glance at Yu Qi and Xianing. The old man felt utterly helpless. If the 9th master did not awaken this time, he might not survive. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. What? Yu Qi, a man, also slumped to the ground weakly. It can't be. It can't be. Gripping his fists tightly, his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. Meanwhile, Yi Yao Yao, who had been quietly observing, was filled with doubt. The old man claimed Feng Mingju was beyond saving. Yet, although his pulse was chaotic, it did not seem hopeless. What was wrong with this old man? Hesitant, Yi Yao Yao remained silent. With Feng Mingju still unconscious, she feared Xianning might throw her out entirely. Biting her pink lip in distress, she noticed the man on the bed growing increasingly pallid. Nearing the state of death that we can't delay any longer. How about I give it a try? The moment she spoke, it stunned everyone to this point. What the hell are you doing? Are you satisfied with how you've harmed the ninth master? Xianning resembled a wild beast on the brink of losing control. Wai Yao Yao suddenly furrowed her brows, the dark red veins on her pale wrist writhing ominously. Her gaze sharpened like a blade. Do you have any other method to awaken Feng Mingju? Are you willing to watch your ninth master die in bed? If you stop me now, you will be the true culprit behind Feng Mingju's death. Her expression transformed into a mesmerizingly sinister bloom, evoking a shiver in the hearts of those present. Xianning was momentarily taken aback by her words. Suddenly, Yuqi seemed to recall something that I remember. Your blood can alleviate his condition, right? Yi Yao Yao responded coldly, her voice chilling to my blood is merely a test subject for a group of lunatics. I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Xianning was rendered speechless. Blood? Alleviation? What did that mean? Yuqi instantly blocked Xianning to prevent him from losing control again, his gaze pleading as he turned to Yi Yao Yao if Old Hua could not save him. Then she was their only hope. Old man, may I borrow your silver needles? Old Hua regarded Yuqi with suspicion. Yuqi, uncertain, wondered if this girl could actually use them. Yet, the chilling intensity in her eyes was undeniable. As the silver needles were skillfully applied, Old Hua's astonishment became increasingly apparent. These acupoints and techniques were ones he had never encountered in his long life. Yet, judging by her proficiency, she did not seem to be fooling around. As the needles were inserted, Feng Mingju's face regained a hint of color. Yuqi rushed to fetch a bamboo basket from the manor. After witnessing the earlier events, Yuqi's doubts had significantly diminished. As the words left Yi Yao Yao's lips, he sprinted outside. Did I ask this the one? Yi Yao Yao meticulously selected several herbs of various appearances, grinding them slowly. Old Hua inappropriately interjected, isn't this just ordinary cow tongue grass? Can it really be of any use? Without lifting her head, Yi Yao Yao continued her task with a serious demeanor, ignoring his words. Cow tongue grass. Does this old man even know medicine? They merely resemble each other. Having prepared the herbal concoction, Yi Yao Yao sat by the bed, turning to Yuqi with a harmless expression. Xiao Qi Qi, that? Yuqi inexplicably shuddered. What is it? Is there something wrong with the medicine? Tell me, and I'll find more. His concern for Feng Mingju was palpable. Chapter 20. To cultivate divine skills, one must castrate oneself to know. No. Can you teach me to use the microwave? Don't get the wrong idea. It's needed for the medicine. Wai Yao Yao smiled innocently, yet her tone was as dangerous as a rose from hell. For the sake of the ninth master, Yuqi tirelessly demonstrated the microwave's use to Yi Yao Yao. Recalling the disgusting mess from the last time he used it, Yuqi felt a chill run down his spine. Was he certain that the medicine she concocted was truly for healing, and not a death sentence? A quarter of an hour later, the bitter scent of the medicine filled the room as Yi Yao Yao picked up a fruit knife and unhesitatingly sliced her fair wrist. Her sweet, enchanting blood flowed freely into the medicine bowl, causing her delicate face to pale visibly. Yuqi opened his mouth, as if to say something, but hesitated that he felt a strange sensation, as if something within that eerie blood was writhing slowly. Rubbing his eyes, he dismissed the thought as a trick of the light, but Wai Yao Yao furrowed her brows, appearing to be in pain. After hastily wrapping her wrist in white gauze, she returned with the medicine. Spoonful after spoonful of the viscous black concoction was fed to Feng Mingju, soaking the pillow beside him in the process. Everyone held their breath in anxious anticipation, praying for the ninth master to awaken. Xianning tensed, ready to drag this strange woman out at the slightest misstep. Wai Yao Yao brushed away the bitter medicine that had trickled from the man's lips, her beautiful lashes fluttering gently. You will wake up, won't you? Time ticked by slowly. Hey, if you don't wake up soon, Xianning will toss me to the wolves. Yet the man before her showed no signs of awakening, although his breathing had become noticeably steadier. It seemed he was sleeping more soundly. This scene astonished Old Hua, who once again checked Feng Mingju's pulse, gasping in disbelief. What is happening? What is wrong with the ninth master? No. It's just that the ninth master's pulse shows signs of improvement. Old Hua murmured, lost in thought. This is impossible. The old man lowered his head, muttering to himself in disbelief. The ninth master's ominous pulse should have only maintained its state without any room for improvement. How could it change so rapidly? This was not supposed to happen. Seeing this, Yi Yao Yao grasped Feng Mingju's almost colorless arm, checking his pulse. Her beautiful hair cascaded elegantly beside him. What the old man said isn't as mysterious as he claims. This is merely a normal occurrence, isn't it? Could it be that my method of checking his pulse differs from his? As Yi Yao Yao contemplated, she was suddenly yanked violently, causing her to spin. Her nose collided unexpectedly with something solid, flooding her senses with the man's fresh, captivating scent. Heavens, the ninth master has awakened. The room erupted in gasps, and some maids shot jealous glances that Yi Yao Yao snapped back to reality. This man was saving him a mistake. She felt as though she might be choked to death. Turning to face Feng Mingju, she noticed his reddened eyelids and the panic in his gaze. Inexplicably feeling a twinge of sympathy. Does it hurt, Jiao? Did you suffer because Yi Yao Yao cut her wrist to save you? His low, husky voice lingered in her ears that Yi Yao Yao instinctively tried to deny it. Oh no, it was that old man, the old gentleman, who saved you. She awkwardly withdrew her not yet fully healed hand, nuzzling her head gently against his neck, filled with affection. Old Hua felt his face flush with shame. He had no ability to save Feng Mingju. Really? Feng Mingju gently grasped Yi Yao Yao's hand, causing the white cloth to fall away. The horrifying scar on her wrist had healed significantly, but a faint pink mark remained visible. The little wildcat that tells lies will be devoured. Feng Mingju murmured in a low, sultry voice that Yi Yao Yao shivered, her cat-like eyes suddenly sparkling with mischief that Jiao. It was Xianing who cut my wrist to draw blood that it hurts so much. Boo-hoo! In an instant, Yi Yao Yao leaped into Feng Mingju's embrace, her gaze fixed on Xianing with vigilant suspicion. Xianing? It is truly a pity that this woman, Yu Qi, does not pursue a career as an actress. Before you could even utter a word, Xianing found her mouth silenced by Yu Qi's hand. How is it that this emotionally inept, straightforward man consistently finds himself at odds with Lord Jiao? Does he not learn from his mistakes? I must admit, this tactic proves exceedingly effective against Feng Mingju, resembling an ancient tyrant with a sudden resurgence. The man, with his little finger entwined in Yi Yao Yao's long locks, cast a sharp gaze that pierced through the air, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Yu Qi, not a single lash of the 50 strikes shall be spared. You are well aware of the consequences of disobedience. Yes, Lord Jiao. Yu Qi promptly seized Xianing and made her exit, for lingering longer would surely invite more than mere lashes. Yi Yao Yao reclined languidly, her fox-like eyes slanting upward, her demeanor nonchalant. You dared to bully me. You deserve it. There was a hint of the dog relying on its master in her tone, in the next moment, a frail voice echoed through the room. Little girl. The old man has an ungracious request he ought not to voice. Yi Yao Yao, momentarily lost in her delight at tormenting others, was startled. She had forgotten there was an elder present. Her youthful temper flared up immediately. Her tone imperious that you've already stated it should not be voiced, so refrain from speaking. Elder Hua, who has swapped this girl's soul for that of a dark queen. Suddenly, Yi Yao Yao realized Feng Mingju still lingered. A shiver coursed through her, and she swiftly altered her tone. Elder Hua, please proceed. Elder Hua was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting his purpose. I am curious about the girl's needlework skills. Might the old man inquire? Yi Yao Yao felt a headache coming on. She was merely poking around based on memory, devoid of any real skill. Agreeing would only be self-deprecating. What could she possibly teach this elder? To inform him that her technique was uncontrollably bouncing around in her mind. Feng Mingju, however, appeared entirely unfazed. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yi Yao Yao coldly replied, I'm sorry, old sir, but this technique is passed down to women, not men. Elder Hua was left feeling exasperated. What a ludicrous excuse. In this day and age, is there still such gender discrimination? Little girl, do not jest with an old man like me. Yi Yao Yao suddenly raised her eyes with a sly glimmer. However, there might be a solution. What solution? Elder Hua's voice brimmed with hope. To cultivate divine skills, one must undergo a self-castration procedure. That depends on whether the old gentleman is willing. He was utterly speechless, his white beard bristling in ire. An old man, humiliated by a mere girl. Yi Yao Yao laughed brightly, her cat-like eyes sparkling with pride. Yet, abruptly, a sharp pain shot through her waist, swiftly subdued by a powerful hand. Feng Mingjue's expression darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead. Get out! Yi Yao Yao flinched, instinctively wanting to flee, yet was immediately pulled back into Feng Mingjue's embrace, held tightly. You leave. Elder Hua, dejected, turned to exit, his spirit deflated. Well, that's another one gone. Today has been quite fruitful. Indeed, that a wicked smile graced Yi Yao Yao's lips, blooming more vibrantly than the roses by the wall. Suddenly, she sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere of the room. Why is it suddenly so cold? Chapter 21. The mysterious golden blue card appears. A chill ran down Yi Yao Yao's spine as she unexpectedly encountered a face that resembled a fearsome deity. Her immediate thought was that she was doomed. Had this man lost his temper? What had she done? She racked her brain, wondering if it was her attitude towards Elder Hua that had sparked his ire. Or perhaps it was her refusal to acquiesce. Should I have agreed to teach the old gentleman? She ventured tentatively, all the while cursing this capricious man in her mind. Feng Mingjue remained silent. But his expression darkened further. Validation complete. This is not the reason. Pretty brother? Ajio brother. Still no response. Yi Yao Yao, perplexed, questioned, Ming. The situation was becoming intolerable. She felt nauseated. Suddenly, a firm grip clasped her face, causing her a twinge of pain. Yao Yao cannot tease other men. Feng Mingjue's expression was stubborn. Tease men? What teasing have I done? I am currently the one being teased. Ajio brother, Yao Yao would never tease other men. Yi Yao Yao inwardly cursed him. This man was utterly exasperating. Little did she know, Feng Mingjue's expression grew even darker, tinged with a hint of grievance. Yao Yao is mistaken. His tone was laced with obstinacy, merging seamlessly with his sickly pale complexion. Mistaken? What was this man's original statement? It seems to have added a few words. Does it imply I may only tease him? Yi Yao Yao felt an urge to slap him. Very well. Yi Yao Yao forced a smile, struggling to maintain her composure. The angular man beside her finally revealed a satisfied smile. Good girl. Yi Yao Yao swiftly turned her head, donning a frown. Had I known, I would have let him die. Suddenly, Feng Mingjue affectionately ruffled her hair, gazing at the girl in his arms, who appeared as divine as a goddess. Did Xianing bully you, dear? Yi Yao Yao froze, listening as the man continued. So, would you prefer to sever his tongue or break his legs? His tone shifted to one of danger. Or shall we simply feed him to the wolves? They seem rather pitifully hungry. Feng Mingjue's fingers lightly traced Yi Yao Yao's face, his casual tone growing increasingly captivating, as if her life held no more value than that of an ant. That a shiver of coldness ran through her, prompting her to instinctively detach herself from his embrace. Yet it seemed Xianing had been the one bullied this time. No. Yi Yao Yao's eyes glimmered with indifference. You little rascal, consider yourself fortunate. Should you continue to be ungrateful, I shall personally chop you up. The man suddenly let out a seductive chuckle. In that case, let us first toss you into the trial grounds of the prison. The previous conversation abruptly ceased, and a peculiar sound filled the small room. Gulagud. Yi Yao Yao's stomach audibly protested. She glanced up at Feng Mingjue, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The man chuckled softly. Embrace me. The girl hesitated, her raven-black lashes fluttering. Embrace? Is it to hold him like this? The man's forehead was immediately lined with dark veins. What a beguiling little enchantress. His voice turned hoarse and languid. Good girl, has no one ever told you what things should not be touched? Feng Mingjue unexpectedly leaned down, their noses nearly touching, with their lips a mere millimeter apart. Yi Yao Yao could even feel his long lashes brushing her skin. The sudden intimacy took her breath away, and she instinctively recoiled half a meter, only to have Feng Mingjue grasp her small hand firmly within his. On the first floor, Xianing lay with a pained expression, cradling his sore backside. That scoundrel Yuqi had landed all 50 strikes squarely on the left side of his posterior. ANT even shifted positions, as if deliberately targeting that side. Thus, his backside was now distinctly asymmetrical. Yuqi lay on the ground laughing for a long while, only changing her expression once her mirth faded. Why do you harbor such prejudice against that girl? Xianing scoffed. Women only hinder Lord Jio's ascent to power. But if it weren't for her, Lord Jio would have perished today. Xianing fell silent. Xiaoying, whether Lord Jiu needs someone is not ours to decide. You have crossed the line. But I know you mean well for Lord Jiu. But he does not require it. Have you ever seen him truly live as a person all these years? If it weren't for my intervention today, you would have been dead, descending the spiral staircase. The kingly figure of Feng Mingjue led the extraordinarily beautiful Yi Yao Yao down with graceful strides. Bruce excitedly bounded over, tongue lolling. A big white Bruce, no mischief. Both Yi Yao Yao and Xianing chimed in unison. Feng Mingjue's indifferent gaze swept over the prostrate Xianing and his asymmetrical backside, his lips parting slightly. This wolf shall be named Big White. Bruce tilted his head obediently toward Feng Mingjue, completely unaware of his forced renaming. Xianing exclaimed, "How did he suddenly become Big White? After tonight, you shall remain in the trial grounds of the prison. Unless our precious baby permits it, do not return." Lord Jioi, the man chuckled, a chilling smile on his face. Do you have any objections? No. Xianing lowered his head dejectedly. After dinner, Yi Yao Yao returned to the lavish princess room on the left side of the third floor. Passing by the sprawled Xianing, she felt an inexplicable urge to kick his enticingly swollen backside. Despite her mental preparation, upon opening the door, she was thoroughly astonished. This place was extravagantly decorated, almost surreal. Yet, it bore no signs of habitation. That a stack of dark blue cards with gilded edges on the vanity caught the girl's attention. Chapter 22. With my soul and blood as a pact. I sacrificed to the mysterious ancestor spirit witchcraft card. A somewhat unfamiliar word surged into my mind. This witch's card must have been around for quite some time, its corners slightly worn. Just as Yi Yao Yao was about to reach out to grasp it, the door lock suddenly clicked sharply. Feng Mingjue opened the door and stepped inside to Yi Yao Yao's hand, suspended in midair, suddenly felt awkward. After all, it was someone else's possession, and her boldness in touching it seemed inappropriate. "May I take a look?" Yi Yao Yao asked tentatively. "As long as you wish," came the reply. "But does the owner of this room not mind?" Yi Yao Yao probed further. Yet a barely perceptible glimmer danced in Feng Mingjue's eyes as he stated, "This room has no owner." No owner. How could it be so exquisitely adorned then? The roses swaying by the window suddenly released a wave of peculiar fragrance, filling the entire room, in the darkness. The enigmatic man seemed to grow even more mysterious. Regaining her composure, Yi Yao Yao's fervor for the card before her remained undiminished. She tentatively picked one up and held it in her palm. The deep blue card was laced with dark golden patterns, and the luxurious gilded edges spoke of its mystique. An ancient, profound mantra unexpectedly resonated in Yi Yao Yao's mind. With my soul and blood as the pact. Ignite the flames of sin and sacrifice to my sacred witch spirit ancestors. Yi Yao Yao shivered, a fleeting clarity crossing her gaze. The card bore two lines of arcane characters in the center, with a relief of a silver-haired woman subtly embossed in the lower right corner. There were about 10 such cards, each with distinct runes and varying reliefs. Yi Yao Yao, astonished, picked up a stack and rapidly flipped through them, the obscure characters at the center embedding themselves within her heart like incantations. Observing Yi Yao Yao's earnestness, Feng Mingjue naturally wrapped an arm around her waist, the surprise in his gaze dissipating swiftly. "You like it, Yi Yao Yao nodded, her eyes still glued to the cards in her hands. Suddenly, Feng Mingjue snatched the golden blue card from her grasp and lifted her effortlessly. This card more beautiful than I. Although it must be said that this man, with his broad shoulders and narrow waist, exuded an undeniable allure. Jiogo, what are you doing?" Yi Yao Yao longed to see that card, a familiar feeling washing over her. The man, however, smiled cryptically. "You. Huh." Yi Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback. Feng Mingjue's moist lips descended gently upon hers, a light reprimand in his kiss. The man languidly licked the warmth lingering on his lips, chuckling softly to Yi Yao Yao. A bit flustered, did not resist. She was unaware of why, but from the moment she first encountered Feng Mingjue, an inexplicable trust blossomed within her, that a sense of security enveloped her without reason. The girl's movements grew somewhat exaggerated, and inadvertently, the wind lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing the lace-trimmed triangle beneath. Both paused, their actions stilled, an unspoken tension rendering the atmosphere subtly awkward. Sensing Feng Mingjue's heated gaze resting on an inappropriate spot, Flames ignited in Yi Yaoyao's eyes. Suddenly, she hooked her finger beneath the man's chin, unexpectedly lifting it upwards. Then, she pressed down on his shoulder with force that in a series of swift motions. Feng Mingjue, caught off guard, tumbled backwards onto the European-style BD in a breath's time. Yi Yaoyao found herself atop him. Gazing down at the slightly stunned man, a seductive smile curled at the corners of her lips, exuding an enchanting allure. Do you enjoy riding me? The man raised an eyebrow, his smile otherworldly. Yi Yaoyao huffed in amusement. In a swift motion, she yanked a blanket and smothered Feng Mingjue's devilishly handsome face with it, determined to reclaim her previous advantage. The man beneath her felt his alluring Adam's apple bob up and down. His long fingers trembling slightly. Yi Yaoyao let out a sudden gasp. In the next moment, the tables had turned, and Feng Mingjue had assumed the dominant position. Then let us see how well you ride. Yaoyao, his lips imbued with a husky breath, drew nearer. Feng Mingjue's hands propped up against the nape of Yi Yaoyao's neck, his breathtakingly handsome face gradually magnifying in her gaze. She felt as if she were playing with fire. How would she escape this? Yi Yaoyao's shoulders tightened further. Suddenly, the man wrapped the blanket around them, and they were engulfed in a tempestuous kiss in the darkness. Yaoyao won't breathe, Let brother teach you. Just then, Feng Mingjue's body quaked violently as he embraced Yi Yaoyao's shoulders, his breaths becoming sensually rapid, and blood inexplicably welled at the corner of his mouth. Yi Yaoyao froze, her heart inexplicably tightening. After waking up, he was being so reckless. If he didn't feel pain, who would? You deserve this. Yi Yaoyao effortlessly pushed him away, yet he weakly grasped her wrist. Don't go, baby. Yi Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Why did this devilishly handsome man act so spoiled when he fell ill? More crucially, how could a face so beautiful look so alluring even in its vulnerability? Chapter 23. Su Mingqing and Su Mei's Midnight Conspiracy. Yi Yaoyao huffed as she shook off the man's hand. Yet deep down, she felt a flicker of sympathy. The girl turned to observe the man on the bed, who appeared gravely wounded, and her expression turned awkward as she parted her lips slightly. I'll go brew some medicine. Instantly, the shadows clouding Feng Mingjue's face dissipated, and his fingers trembled lightly. With a sharp click, Yi Yaoyao shut the door behind her. In the darkness, Feng Mingjue curled his lips into a faint smirk, the scent of roses wafting around him, creating an air of enchantment by the solitary piano. In the back garden, Yi Yaoyao was fervently mashing herbs. Suddenly, a thorn from a scorpion herb pierced her finger, and black blood oozed forth. The toxicity of this herb was lethal enough to claim a life in mere moments. Yet, Yi Yaoyao calmly shook her hand. The most toxic of insects in her blood would devour any poisonous substances. This was the sole reason she had survived amidst the corpses in the Blood Qi Research Institute. The vile substances injected into her blood could only be digested by her. Meanwhile, in the night, two figures passed through a grand old mansion. One moved with a limp, his steps uneven as he pushed a wheelchair forward, seemingly enduring immense pain with each advance. Father, will Aunt really help us take revenge? The man in the wheelchair scoffed coldly, shaking his head. No, then why are we covered in blood, wandering to this run-down place at such an hour? Su Shirshir exclaimed, exasperated. Her aunt was notoriously eccentric and shrouded in mystery, never revealing even the slightest hint of her intentions, as if harboring some unspeakable secret. Su Shirshir remembered how her aunt had inexplicably thrust Yi Yaoyao into their family. Upon learning that Yi Yaoyao had been sold, her Aunt Su Mei nearly exploded with rage, threatening to kill Su Mingqing. Su Mei had made a grand spectacle of searching in the black market. But coincidentally, Yi Yaoyao had already been sold. It was unclear what astonishing conditions the buyer had offered, but despite Su Mei using all her means, even killing the buyer's family, the head of the black market refused to divulge Yi Yaoyao's whereabouts. Devastated, Su Mei could only silently pray that Yi Yaoyao was already dead. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Because of these events, Su Shirshir held no favorable impression of her peculiar and venomous aunt. Yet, her aunt's powerful background rendered the small Su family utterly helpless against her, unable to touch a single hair on her head. They were at the mercy of some bizarre twist of fate. Su Mei had married a man who was nearly revered as a god in the eyes of the entire Summer Nation. Feng family's eldest son, Feng Xinghao, the heir of the Feng family. The Feng family was a pillar of the Summer Nation, with deep roots. When a Feng family member stomped their foot, the entire nation trembled. Su Shirshir could not fathom why her father would ally with this cold-hearted and ruthless aunt at such a time. Though your aunt will not assist us, she must eliminate Yi Yaoyao. Su Mingqing in the wheelchair suddenly spoke that if Yi Yaoyao lives, it will be her demise. What? Su Shirshir was shocked, but somewhat confused. They slowly entered a secluded courtyard of the Feng family. Under the dim yellow light, a woman of considerable allure held a cigar, clad in an elegant purple silk gown that revealed a hint of her bosom. Draped in a black fox fur shawl, her skin as fair as cream, clearly a woman accustomed to a life of luxury. Upon seeing the two, Su Mei's brows furrowed slightly in displeasure. The woman exhaled smoke nonchalantly, her luscious lips parting slightly. What brings you here? Why do you look like this? Coughing violently, Su Shirshir was choked by the smoke. Useless wretches. Su Mei cast a disdainful glance at them. The two appeared extremely disheveled. Su Shirshir's legs were nearly entirely covered in festering wounds, emitting a foul odor. Meanwhile, blood continued to seep from Su Mingqing's legs, the entire hall suffused with an indescribable stench. Are you all useless fools? Call a doctor, quickly tend to them. The two bright lamps in front of Su Mingqing made it difficult for him to open his eyes, gritting his teeth against the pain in his legs. He spoke in a muffled tone. Sister, it was that woman Yi Yaoyao who did this. Useless wretches, all harmed by a mere woman. Su Mei's voice trailed off as her pupils dilated, her body trembling. Who are you talking about? It's Yi Yaoyao. Su Mingqing bitterly shook his head, lamenting that had he known it would come to this, he would have cared for her better from the beginning. Su Mei struggled to maintain her balance, her delicate hand brushing against the ornate armchair beside her. No, it cannot be. She cannot still be alive. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Su Mei clutched tightly at Su Mingqing's collar, her sharp fingertips drawing blood from his skin. With disbelief, she shouted, completely disregarding her previously poised and dignified demeanor. Has she regained her memories? Chapter 24. Come here. Baby, not yet. Not for the moment. That Su Mei secretly sighed in relief as memories long buried resurfaced in her mind. Su Mei's father, Su Zun, was the esteemed elder of the ancient clan. Once, Su Mei had been the pampered and haughty young lady cherished by all within the clan. However, her clandestine practice of forbidden techniques was unexpectedly discovered by the clan leader's youngest daughter. The clan leader, Yi Qing, was furious, and Su Mei was immediately demoted to a lesser branch of the lineage, scorned by all, even sentenced to the venomous pit, with no hope for mercy. What was that pit? A place filled with countless scorpions and snakes, a certain death. And all of this was due to that arrogant and spoiled woman, Yi Yaoyao. She had merely cast a furtive glance at the forbidden techniques, just beginning to entertain the thought, and was ensnared by that wretched Yi Yaoyao. Yet, Yi Yaoyao happened to be a once-in-a-millennium genius of the clan, effortlessly mastering various bizarre medical techniques, flaunting her talents without a mentor, and indulging in countless mischiefs. Moreover, the elders of the clan held her in undue favor, treating her like a precious gem, even bending the clan rules on her behalf multiple times, that Su Mei wished she could flay Yi Yaoyao alive and let her blood drain to feed the dogs. Su Zun exerted all his strength to preserve Su Mei's life, entrusting her to his old friend, Feng Lingtian. Years later, her mother suddenly sent a letter from within the clan, her tone urgent, instructing Su Mei to hasten to the Gutuo forest, at that boundary where shadows dance like demons. Mother, what is going on? Don't ask. The girl's senses have inexplicably vanished, as if she has fallen into a state of awakening. Hurry, find a place to dispose of her. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Mother, this is a grave crime deserving of death. Although Su Mei harbored a deep-seated hatred for this girl, she dared not act recklessly. Her mother had even dared to bind the clan's little princess. This girl is wicked and strange, the cause of our family's disintegration. She deserves to die. Mother, silence. I have already used drugs to erase her memory. Quickly dispose of her. I want this wretched thing to suffer a fate worse than death. I understand. Be careful, mother. Under cover of night, Su Mei took Yi Yaoyao away, leaving the ancient clan behind. But 5 years have passed, and she thought Yi Yaoyao had long since perished in some forgotten corner. How could she suddenly reappear out of thin air? Panic surged within Su Mei. Once Yi Yao Yao returned to the ancient clan, Yi Qing would surely tear her apart, snapping back to reality from her reverie. Su Mei steadied her thoughts. Thankfully, Yi Yao Yao had not regained her memories. Since she has returned, then let us kill her once more. Su Mei's delicate hands clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, her gaze narrowing intensely. A torrent of resentment spilling forth, furrowing her brows. Su Mei's hand unexpectedly brushed against the decayed flesh on Su Shirshi's leg. Her index finger slowly lifted Shirshi's chin, her tone icy. Good girl, do you wish to rid yourself of that wretched Yi Yao Yao? And can heal your leg, that Su Shirshi momentarily froze, her expression contorting into one of malevolence that a fierce glint flashed in Su Mei's eyes as she commanded them to take her to the Feng family guest room. Rose Manor, on the 3rd floor, Yi Yao Yao entered her room with a potion in hand. Moments later, dark green liquid splattered across the floor that Yi Yao Yao glared at her soiled clothing, her patience wearing thin. The man chuckled, lifting his head shamelessly. Is your dress dirty? If it is, then don't wear it. Yi Yao Yao. Yi Yao Yao bristled, instinctively crossing her arms defensively across her chest. The sharp angles of her enchanting face seemed to magnify. In the next moment, the bitterness of the potion coursed through Yi Yao Yao's limbs. This potion isn't bad. It's quite sweet. Feng Mingjue lowered his gaze, that Yi Yao Yao had yet to regain her composure. Cough, 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 it's really bitter. The man chuckled softly. What is wrong? Do you still want to drink? Yi Yao Yao suddenly sprang up from the man's embrace. You must be dreaming. Suddenly, a pair of long, bony hands presented a stack of dark blue cards. Your reward? Yi Yao Yao. Such benefits exist? She suddenly felt that a few more rounds wouldn't be too bad. The man held the blue gold card aloft. Do you want the card? Of course. Feng Mingjue leaned down slightly, positioning his ear closer. Call me something sweet? Yi Yao Yao, realizing the implication, responded. That's easy. Give me the card, and I'll call you whatever you like. Dear uncle. Feng Mingjue's mesmerizing eyes sparkled with a smile as he gently placed the card into Yi Yao Yao's palm. Yi Yao Yao's gaze instantly fixated on the strange rich card in her hand. As if entranced, her memories slowly began to flow back. Divination? Sorcery. Certain ancient texts state that some spells require the caster's blood as a sacrifice to be performed. With my soul and blood as a pact, I ignite the flames of sin. The burnished golden words that suddenly appeared in her memory sent a chill through Yi Yao Yao. The witch card she held slipped from her fingers, she bent down to retrieve it. A powerful grip ensnared her wrist. The man's voice, laced with a seductive timbre, was relaxed yet commanding. It's time for bed. Little girl can't stay up late, understand. No sooner had he spoken than the witch card was snatched from Yi Yao Yao's grasp. Let us tell you a story, shall we? Yi Yao Yao paused, her curiosity piqued, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Once upon a time, I raised a white tiger. It was very obedient, never daring to be fierce with me. Yet in front of others, it was quite imposing. But one day, what happened one day? Yi Yao Yao sensed something was amiss. Feng Mingjue looked down at the girl, his gaze earnest. One day, that white tiger escaped, fleeing from Rose Manor. And then? Feng Mingjue suddenly chuckled, his voice dangerously seductive. Then it died at Yi Yao Yao. Why does this sound so much like a veiled jab at her? No, this man is outright mocking her. A sudden chill coursed through Yi Yao Yao, and she quickly tried to flatter him. That death was well-deserved. Yi Yao Yao instinctively shivered. Chapter 25. The Auction of Princess Gong, Fei Er's birthday, a few days later. At the royal mansion, the opulent banquet hall was bustling with people. Even the inconspicuous side door was adorned with massive crystal diamonds. Today marks the birthday of Princess Gong Fei of the Xia Kingdom, coinciding with a grand charity auction gala. Those present at the royal mansion were all noble ladies and aristocrats of the Xia Kingdom. Even the 4 mysterious families of the Xia Kingdom had given Princess Fei a nod of respect. Except, of course, for the ancient clan. Suddenly, an extremely resplendent woman entered, gracefully accompanied by a girl with skin as white as snow. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Shirshi. Su Shirshi appeared transformed, scarcely recognizable. Shirshi, do you feel confident in capturing that man's attention? Su Mei, draped in a striking crimson gown, despite the sweltering heat, still wore a dark fox fur cloak, her makeup heavy. Aunt, you need not worry. With Shursher's unparalleled beauty, he will surely kneel to lick my toes. She affectionately linked her arm with Su Mei's, her expression dripping with flattery. Aunt, is that man really as formidable as you say? Of course, the Sin domain is a force even the royal family dares not provoke. But with Shursher's beauty, as long as you, no man can resist a woman who opens her legs willingly. Su Shursher's ears flushed crimson, that Su Mei's expression gradually morphed into one of malice. If Su Shursher could capture the heart of the lord of the Sin domain, she would possess a formidable ally against the ancient clan. However, the lord of the Sin domain always appeared wearing a silver mask shrouded in mystery. Although his face remained unseen, his noble attire and innate regal aura, coupled with the breathtaking presence behind that mask, rendered all who beheld him his devoted subjects. Aunt, rest assured, I will make that man fall in love with me. Whispers erupted around them. Look, this girl is rather beautiful. Why haven't we seen her before? That lady beside her seems to be the young mistress of the Feng family. She must be one of them. From one of the four mysterious families? No wonder. Do you think that mysterious man the royal family specially invited today will take notice of her? Perhaps upon hearing this, Su Shursher's already prominent bosom seemed to rise even further, her expression one of haughty disdain. Suddenly, someone gently tapped Su Shursher's bare shoulder. Shursher, you seem quite confident. You don't actually know that mysterious man, do you? Well, not exactly. He has pursued me for quite some time, but I haven't agreed why that Su Shursher paused, then suddenly smiled shyly. Wow, is that true? That is someone from the Sin domain. Oh my, keep it down. He doesn't like too much fanfare. Wow. Shursher, here is my pearl necklace for you. Suddenly, the noble ladies gathered around. Shursher, here is my ring for you. Shursher, I shall bestow upon you my crystal headband. Let us forge a friendship. At this very moment, within the V03 VIP lounge, a regal maiden, adorned in a courtly little dress, eagerly awaits the guests arriving outside the mansion. The girl possesses a charming smile and a captivating beauty that far surpasses that of Su Shursher. Sister Feyre, today is your birthday. Do you think the Lord of the Abyss will grace us with his presence? Inquired her close friend, Fu Yao, who hails from one of the four enigmatic families of Xia Nation. With their statuses comparable and ages alike, Feyre and Fu Yao share a sisterly bond. Who knows? He typically shuns such gatherings. However, to entice him, I have brought forth the royal family's most prized possessions for a charitable auction. Feyre had only glimpsed the Lord of the Abyss once within the palace, and even with a mask upon his face, she sensed there was something intriguing about him. Sister Feyre, in the vast expanse of Xia Nation. If the Lord of the Abyss fails to take notice of you, then truly, he must be blind. Yao Yao, cease your nonsense. Oh dear, Sister Feyre is blushing. Fu Yao teased. The two soon erupted in a playful banter. Yet a flicker of cold, sinister intent shimmered in Fu Yao's eyes. Many men and women gazed with envy at the subtly veiled VIP lounge. This royal mansion's VIP area was designated for the heads of various mysterious families, with room V01 originally reserved for the ancient clan. Since the ancient clan retreated from the world, none have been allowed entry, yet recently, the royal decree has assigned exclusive rights to the Abyss. What exactly is the Abyss, to incite such chaos upon its arrival? Oh my! Look! A chorus of astonished gasps echoed through the hall as everyone turned with fervent anticipation. Could it truly be him? Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air, accompanied by a cacophony of bewildered shrieks that a man clad in a fitted noble suit of black adorned with golden patterns emerged from a luxurious black vehicle, his scarlet cross-patterned boots exuding opulence. Yet his sharply defined features remained partially obscured by an enigmatic silver mask. Su Shursher found herself momentarily entranced. Hey, Shursher, your boyfriend has arrived. Oh, how annoying. We have yet to establish our relationship. So do not speak so recklessly. Su Shursher's cheeks flushed as she bit her lip, contemplating whether she was on the verge of becoming this extraordinary man's beloved. However, this noble and elegant figure, akin to a vampiric knight, did not rush into the royal mansion. Feng Mingjue casually brushed off his cuffs. Under the gaze of the crowd, he stepped gracefully to open the other side of the car door. The man slightly bowed, performing a quintessential nobleman's gesture, extending a long, bony hand towards the interior of the vehicle that a silver ring glimmered with an icy brilliance. His devout phoenix-like eyes sparkled with affection. As if he were preparing to welcome his princess, the onlookers collectively gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Did I ask there's someone else in the car? Who could possibly warrant such a nobleman's invitation? Meanwhile, the cold and enigmatic man, with his beguiling gaze, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his low, sultry voice resonating as if soothing an irate kitten. Little lazy pig. Time to rise. Chapter 26. Yao Yao protects her man. Whoever bullies Lord Jiao deserves to die. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Could this merciless man truly possess such a tender demeanor? Brother Jiao, where is this? A girl's voice unexpectedly rang out from within the car, sounding groggy and alluringly languorous at a toy store. The man replied with a chuckle. Nonsense! This is clearly an auction gala. Is she blind? Night Yao Yao exclaimed, recalling how she had overheard maids gossiping about the rare pink diamond crystal auction taking place at the royal mansion. Heavens! That is a dream coveted by every girl. Whoever gifts me that pink diamond crystal, I shall marry without hesitation. Feng Mingjue had been feigning indifference, but upon hearing this, his eyes snapped open wide. Night Yao Yao instantly felt a chill run down her spine as she observed the maid's starry-eyed expression. Lost in a daydream, she was reluctant to attend the auction, as her experiences on the cruise had revealed the endless evils lurking behind such treasures. Last night, she had implored Feng Mingjue for ages, rolling and throwing a tantrum until she was nearly exhausted. Feng Mingjue had accepted her pleas with an enigmatic smile, easily agreeing to her wishes. Night Yao Yao had fallen asleep in his embrace, only to awaken at the entrance of the auction gala. This big wolf. Night Yao Yao closed her eyes in despair. Darling, are you sure you won't come down, The man's voice held a hint of amusement, his last word rising enticingly. Night Yao Yao, with her cat-like eyes shut, remained silent, disinterested in responding. Feng Mingjue suddenly chuckled softly. All right, let's go home. Our Yao Yao needs to go to bed. He emphasized the last word playfully. Night Yao Yao instantly shot up, her eyes wide open. Wait, I'm awake now. Let's hurry. With a swift motion, her hand clasped Feng Mingjue's large palm, which had lingered in the air for a moment. The guests in the banquet hall stared intently at the outstretched hand, momentarily dumbfounded. Then they witnessed the man bending slightly, as if unable to contain his eagerness, and he swept the girl into his arms from the vehicle. As she felt the sensation of weightlessness, the girl instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Gently settling into his embrace, an overwhelming beauty suddenly engulfed the royal mansion. The girl in the man's arms wore a vintage European-style dress, her seaweed-like long hair cascading over her shoulders, her elegant swan neck and visible collarbone captivating all eyes. Her creamy skin glimmered beautifully under the soft golden sunlight. Yet, she too wore a mysterious silver mask, obscuring half of her face, while dark golden anklets adorned her feet, adding an air of intrigue. The crowd gasped collectively. Such beauty! Even through the mask, her allure was undeniable. However, the girl's expression suggested dissatisfaction. She attempted to dismount but failed. What a stroke of bad luck! I forgot to wear shoes. The man's voice, laced with mischief, rang out. Night Yao Yao rolled her eyes in annoyance, displaying a petulant demeanor. Suddenly, Su Feng, seated in the passenger seat, looked curiously at the row of beautiful boots lined up under the seat and promptly exclaimed, Master Jiao, the shoes are right here. Those shoes are broken, Night Yao Yao retorted. Feng Mingjue replied nonchalantly, but there is a whole row of shoes here. Su Feng questioned, puzzled that they're all broken. Feng Mingjue's expression darkened instantly. Get back! Su Feng shivered at the command, flooring the accelerator and speeding away with the row of shoes, disappearing in an instant. Feng Mingjue's lips curled into a sly smile as he tightened his hold on the girl in his embrace. Now, indeed, there were no shoes left. Annie, who is that girl? Su Mei smirked disdainfully. Such a powerful and noble man, and the woman by his side is merely a plaything. Su Shishir suddenly lifted her chin with pride. Exactly. Who knows what that masked woman looks like? She cannot possibly compare to my beauty, which I have enhanced with medical techniques. As she beheld the regal man approaching with the majesty of a king, Su Mei's eyes sparkled with a glint of ambition, and she forcefully shoved Su Shishir forward in an instant. Su Shirshir stumbled forward, instinctively pushing her chest forward, her face flushed as she twisted to fall into the man's embrace. She fantasized about being held in his arms while he affectionately called her my precious darling. My sweet treat. That Su Shirshir's eyes gleamed with desire, just as she was 2 meters away from Feng Mingjue. He suddenly furrowed his brow, instinctively recoiling, his elongated phoenix eyes filled with disgust. Darling, this dog reeks. Feng Mingjue buried his head in the girl's hair, gasping for breath as the veins on his forehead throbbed. The sweet scent of Night Yao Yao's hair calmed him considerably. Observing Feng Mingjue's reaction, Night Yao Yao furrowed her brow in confusion. Why the fuss, Brother Jiu? You. The girl's cat-like eyes inadvertently shifted. That Su Shirshir. The figure on the ground, covering half of her face and groaning, made Night Yao Yao's pupils constrict. She recognized every freckle on that face. Suddenly recalling the foul stench emanating from Su Shirshir's leg, she felt a wave of nausea. Ugh! The girl turned her head and buried her face in Feng Mingjue's neck, inhaling deeply. Ugh! It truly stinks. What bad luck! I should have checked the calendar before stepping out, encountering such filth this early in the morning. Since earlier, the royal mansion had been filled with whispers of disbelief. Could that woman really be so self-absorbed, thinking her beauty could entice that man? I saw it. She even pushed her chest out. That girl just shamelessly claimed to be his girlfriend. How utterly shameless. Heavens, how could such a mysterious family like the Fengs have such a disgraceful rat in their midst? Let us not forget that the Feng family harbors a mad dog as well. When the 9th master of the Feng family descends into madness, he spares no one, deserving to be called a frail wretch, hastening his demise. A woman clad in a jasmine-hued camisole sneered disdainfully. The clamor of the socialites was far from subtle. Their whispers, though seemingly discreet, resonated throughout the gathering. Unbeknownst to the woman in the jasmine camisole, her words had barely left her lips when a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from the delicate girl in the man's embrace. Adorned with a silver fox mask, the girl's tender, pale wrists pulsated with dark crimson lines as the blood worm within stirred, sensing a delectable prey. Amidst the laughter and chatter, a barely perceptible red silently landed on the fragrant shoulder of the girl in the jasmine camisole, instantly melding with her bloodstream. Chapter 27. Fu Yao's conspiracy. Yao Yao, stripped of her disguise, a sudden, piercing scream shattered the atmosphere of the venue. The woman in the jasmine camisole found her veins grotesquely bulging, as if something within was writhing in the shadows. The surrounding socialites shrieked in unison, hastily retreating to a safe distance. The scene was utterly bizarre. The veins on the woman's body became increasingly pronounced, as if blood were seeping forth, leaving dark red markings all over her skin. Even her eyes appeared to harbor something ominous and crimson, ominously undulating. The woman gazed in disbelief at her own body. What is happening to me? My heavens, has she been possessed? This is beyond eerie. I was so close to her. Surely I haven't been infected too. Quickly, get her out of here. I am not possessed. I am not ill. Don't touch me. Get away. The woman in the jasmine camisole was swiftly dragged away. Observing this scene, Gongfei's clear gaze momentarily flickered with astonishment. Who could have done this? Su Mei, unperturbed by the screams, hurriedly approached, eager to salvage the situation. My lord, do not heed these fools. Our Feng family's mad dog pales in comparison to you. Come here. Su Mei beckoned to the still prostrate Su Shirshir. Blushing, Su Shirshir approached. Her recently altered nose clearly misaligned, Su Mei's crimson lips twisted in indignation. My lord, this is our Feng family's niece. She is truly a sight to behold. With a chuckle, Yi Yao Yao nearly burst into laughter. This flamboyant beauty is quite amusing. Even with her nose so disfigured, she is still deemed charming. Instead of wasting time flattering, she would be better off getting a new nose altogether. Su Mei continued her attempts at flattery. My lord, speaking of which, our old family head may have had dealings with you. Yi Yao Yao, as feline eyes glinted with sarcasm. Indeed, there were connections. Feng Mingjue had personally crippled his father's legs. Was this woman not willingly walking into the line of fire? Observing Su Shirshir, whose bosom was half exposed before Feng Mingjue, Yi Yao Yao frowned, but a sudden impulse surged within her, wishing to kick her aside. The girl suddenly buried herself in the man's neck, venting her displeasure by biting Feng Mingjue fiercely. Her tone was laced with possessiveness, forbidding him from gazing at that buxom woman. The man winced in pain, tightening his grip around the girl's slender waist, and suddenly lowered his head with a smile. Beneath the silver mask, his alluring lips curled slightly, inciting gasps from the crowd. A low, indifferent voice followed, "You come here." Su Shirshir, momentarily taken aback, walked over, her heart racing. Just as Su Shirshir lifted her face, a resounding thud echoed as a noble knight's boot kicked her back. Her jaw misaligned. "Looking so hideous, do not come forth to discuss my baby. Look at how pitifully scared my baby is. She is on the verge of tears." Feng Mingjue spoke without a hint of shame. Su Shirshir stood there, dazed, covering her face, and stared at the enchanting girl in the man's embrace, who wore a devilish smile beneath her silver fox mask. Is this what they call nearly crying? Su Shirshir clenched her fists, propping her misaligned jaw, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, the girl in the silver fox mask grinned wickedly, slowly removing half of her mask, her seductive cat-like eyes filled with disdain. As if to provoke Dada, another round of piercing screams erupted in the venue. Su Shirshir sat on the ground, dazed. "It's her? It's Yi Yao Yao. The master of the prison realm is holding Yi Yao Yao. How is this possible? How can this be?" Su Shirshir was instantly silenced by the royal security. Sume stood frozen in disbelief, her breath nearly escaping her in fury. "What? She is the young mistress of the Feng family, and this ungrateful man has shown her no respect whatsoever." Yet the man in the silver mask could hardly spare her a glance. He strode directly towards room V01 Sume was too enraged to articulate her thoughts, but found herself powerless against him. Meanwhile, Su Shirshir, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, her face paling. Aunt, it's Yi Yao Yao. That woman is Yi Yao Yao. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind?" "It's true. I saw her face." "Aunt, what should we do?" Sume's pupils dilated sharply as she suddenly recalled the bizarre condition of the woman in the jasmine camisole. That was Bloodworm. The Bloodworm, a creature only Yi Yao Yao could summon from the ancient clan. It truly is her. She has returned. Sume was left in a daze, her chest heaving violently. Meanwhile, inside room V01, the girl beneath the silver fox mask observed the chaotic scene with an inscrutable expression, her lips curling into a wicked smile. Those belonging to Yi Yao Yao can only be bullied by her. All those who foolishly chatter should perish. They all deserve to be drained of their blood, left in utter despair. It is a pity that there is but a single bloodworm in her veins, and its numbers are already limited. To say, nurturing such a creature has been quite the burden. Yi Yao Yao's every move was keenly observed by the man beside her, who resembled a king. Suddenly, the girl's delicate face was seized by a pair of large hands, forcibly turning her to face him. My little Yao is quite protective. She. Yi Yao Yao stiffened, the unnatural glint in her eyes vanishing in an instant. What is Brother Joe saying? I cannot understand. Those women were truly frightening. Yi Yao Yao's gaze darted away, unwilling to reveal too much. She feared Feng Mingjue would be alarmed. Feng Mingjue narrowed his eyes, intrigued, as he twirled the girl's long hair. His fingers brushed against her cherry lips, teasingly questioning, is this deceitful little mouth also filled with sin? The girl in his arms shivered slightly, her dark pupils reflecting the handsome, devilish face of Feng Mingjue. Feng Mingjue leaned down, gently pecking the girl's lips. Yi Yao Yao instinctively touched her lips. What? Not enough. The man smirked. Yi Yao Yao rolled her eyes, suddenly twisting her hand fiercely at his waist. Not enough? I'll show you what is not enough. Feng Mingjue winced in pain. A low, deadly voice unexpectedly rang out. Don't rush. I'll touch you at home. I'll touch your grandpa. I shouldn't have wasted that bloodworm earlier. That thing is far more trustworthy than this big-tailed wolf. Bah. In the adjacent room V03, Gong Fei inadvertently witnessed this scene through a gap in the glass. The girl's expression momentarily stiffened, followed by a flush of embarrassment, her eyes flickering with surprise. Then she shook her head in resignation. Fu Yao scrutinized Gong Fei's reaction, her brows furrowing deeply, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. Sister Feier, that man you have your eye on is embracing something so ungrateful. Yao Yao, do not behave this way. Why take away someone else's love? Sister Fei, Fu Yao, felt a surge of resentment, secretly cursing Gong Fei as a weakling, a useless creature. Sister Fei, are you truly willing to let that man slip away? Yao Yao, I never claimed to like him. Why are you more agitated than I am? Though Gong Fei admired Feng Mingjue, it was merely admiration. But Sister Fei, enough. Yao Yao, the auction is about to commence. Come, witness the treasures I have hidden away. I assure you, it will be a delightful surprise. Oh, hurry. Gong Fei soothingly pinched her little face, trying to placate the visibly unhappy Fu Yao. Left with no choice, Fu Yao could only feign a sweet smile that as long as Sister Fei is happy. Yet at that moment, an exceptionally ominous glint flickered in Fu Yao's eyes. Chapter 28. Ah, still a female demoness welcome. Everyone, to Sister Fei's charity auction, that we extend our gratitude to the young masters and ladies of various families for their patronage. We shall now commence the formal auction, and the proceeds will be donated to charity. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Gong Fei gracefully ascended the stage, her simple court gown strikingly appropriate. The royal mansion was filled with socialites attending the charity auction, yet it still felt rather spacious to why Yao Yao's gaze remained fixated on Gong Fei. The girl gently tugged at Feng Mingjue's sleeve. Brother Jiu, who is that girl on the stage? The man's brow furrowed slightly in displeasure as he turned the girl in his arms to face him, seated on the man's lap. Yao Yao could only see Feng Mingjue's enchanting face at that moment. Room V01 was awash with an air of enchantment. What girl? There is no girl here. In this place, there is clearly but one girl. And she is a fairy. Yao Yao. What on earth is that crowd downstairs? A bunch of rotten cabbages. They truly reek. Can't the baby smell it? Yao Yao. She should not have attempted to communicate with this man. The man behind a silver mask remains enigmatic and dignified, exuding an invisible pressure that captivates at first glance. Yet at this moment, the girl in his arms, Yao Yao, is filled with a desire to devour him. She tries to turn her head to glance at Gong Fei on the stage, but her waist is firmly held captive by Feng Mingju. The man's large hand caresses the girl's slender waist, clearly indicating that she may only gaze upon him. Yao Yao grits her teeth, attempting to pry open the man's vice-like grip. However, as her hand barely grazes his skin, pain strikes. The man's voice is low and hoarse, inexplicably tinged with a nasal quality. Yao Yao. What pain? She hasn't even touched him. Yao Yao rolls her eyes in disbelief, her blood boiling with frustration, as the blood insect within her stirs restlessly. After calming the blood insect, Yao Yao falls into a deep contemplation, recalling many events from the recent past. The obscure characters on the dark gold, witch talisman, and the tamed great white shark seem to be deeply rooted in her memory. The auction continues at a leisurely pace, with Gong Fei's voice flowing like a gentle stream. They are now auctioning the third item, a night cloak crafted from the skin of a deep-sea shark. The ghost shark. Though named a ghost shark, it is in fact a rare silver shark, an exceptionally scarce deep-sea creature. The cost of crafting another cloak from its skin is undoubtedly astronomical, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that there are only a few in the entire world. Upon hearing Gong Fei's announcement, the girl wearing a silver fox mask is instantly intrigued, eager to discover the true nature of this ghost shark skin. Yet, Feng Mingjue's hand remains unyielding, tightly gripping her, and he continues to fidget restlessly. Yao Yao furrows her brows with irritation, wishing to stuff a blood insect into the man's throat and end him right then and there. Suddenly, a mischievous glint flickers in her eyes. She exhales softly, her raven-like lashes fluttering, the corners of her eyes tinged with a pitiable red. The girl slightly lifts her gaze, her captivating feline eyes locking onto the man before her. Crystal-clear tears begin to cascade down her cheeks as if they were of no value, revealing her desire to see. The tears fall onto the man's arm, seeming rather scalding, causing him to shudder. Feng Mingju gazes at the tear-stained Yao Yao, his forehead instantly furrowed with irritation. He is well aware that this cunning girl is merely putting on an act, yet he cannot quell the turmoil within his heart. Behold! Feng Mingjue's expression darkens considerably, his brows knitted tightly as he turns Yao Yao back around. Yao Yao immediately halts her tears, her eyes glinting with a triumphant allure. The performance has concluded. Indeed, This tactic proves effective. Yi Yao Yao finds a comfortable position, lazily reclining. The girl's small face is now turned away from Feng Mingju, resembling a beguiling and noble queen of the night, her eyes harboring an unsettling chill. Meanwhile, in room V03, Fu Yao clenches her fists upon witnessing this scene. The auction for the Ghost Shark Knight cloak has reached a fever pitch, with bids soaring to an astounding 50 million. Yi Yao Yao gazes at the ghost shark skin on display, a spark of interest igniting within her. This item is indeed intriguing. Chapter 29. The eerie withering of the rose. The bidding gradually comes to a halt. Just as everyone anticipates the gavel to fall, did I ask there anyone willing to raise their bid? Suddenly, the elegant Gong Fei heir standing on the stage lets out a light laugh, her tone laced with a hint of apology. Instantly, the crowd falls silent. The noble young men scratch their heads, realizing that purchasing this shark skin would serve little purpose, and the price has escalated unreasonably high. Any further bidding would surely lead to a beating upon their return home. Therefore, let Gong Fei heir take the ghost shark skin. I shall bid 80 million. The Yi Yao Yao initially intended to wade into the murky waters of bidding, but Gong Fei heir's statement leaves her somewhat astonished. Why would the illustrious princess of the royal family desire this night cloak? This cloak, of exceptional quality, seamlessly blends into the darkness of night, as if merging with the endless void. Surely, Fei heir intends to keep it as a prized possession. The woman on stage beams with charm, betraying no hint of flaw. I ask it truly just for collection. Yi Yao Yao furrows her brows slightly, her feline eyes flashing with intense suspicion. Suddenly, she naturally pulls Feng Mingju's distinctly skeletal hand, giving it a gentle tug. Brother Agio, do you know Gong Fei heir? No, I do not. The man's tone is chillingly cold, his expression still dark and forbidding. Yi Yao Yao's delicate face instantly darkens. Nonsense. How could he not know? The lord of the underworld flits in and out of the palace as if it were a game. How could he not recognize the royal princess Gong Fei heir? Yi Yao Yao crosses her arms defiantly, disdainfully pouting. Feng Mingju's face turns ashen, swiftly reclaiming Yi Yao Yao's hand. The man suddenly speaks with a grimace. Royalty, that Yi Yao Yao's interest peaks, completely forgetting her previous annoyance, and she dives into Feng Mingju's embrace. And then, Feng Mingju's lips curl into a delightful smile, opening his arms wide to embrace her. Want to know? He asks, his voice laced with affection. Yi Yao Yao nods vigorously, her seaweed-like long hair swaying as it shimmers under the sunlight. Kiss me. Feng Mingju raises an eyebrow, his tone haughty and teasing. Yi Yao Yao almost instantaneously turns her head away, her face clouded with annoyance. Kiss your grandfather. Perverted old man that don't want to hear about Gong Fei heir anymore. Feeling Feng Mingju's masked face drawing near from behind, Yi Yao Yao swiftly adopts a bright smile. That I don't want to think about it anymore. Brother Agio, look. The item up for auction now is so strange. Oh, is it? Yes, yes. Yi Yao Yao eagerly attempts to prove herself, her head bobbing excitedly. The man suddenly chuckles, his devilishly deep voice erupting in Yi Yao Yao's ear. But we are currently on a break. There is even an auctioneer present at Yi Yao Yao. What the hell? When did it stop? Why has no one said a word? Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps by her ear, causing her head to spin. Her cherry lips are abruptly pecked by something icy cold. Immediately following, the man's languid and enchanting voice resounds. Given that my dear Yao Yao is so obedient and has taken the initiative to kiss me, I shall reluctantly divulge some information about Gong Fei heir. Yi Yao Yao's small hands clench tightly, producing a cracking sound. However, Feng Mingju utters a single line, extinguishing her rage entirely. Gong Fei heir has died once. The man's expression remains indifferent, yet his words strike like thunder. The girl's face momentarily reflects disbelief, her features frozen in a state of shock, as if questioning her own ears. What? The man appears quite pleased with Yi Yao Yao's reaction and continues. Actually, it wasn't exactly death. It was just that day when all the renowned doctors declared that Gong Fei heir would not survive past midnight. People knelt outside her room, only to be astonished by the sight of a cluster of roses withering at an alarming rate by her window. Chapter 30. The secret hidden by Gong Fei heir. Yi Yao Yao listens, entranced, but Feng Mingju's low, hoarse voice abruptly ceases. That I was just joking. The man's gaze flickers momentarily. Gong Fei heir fell ill with an ordinary ailment. And a woman in a dark purple cloak, her face mostly obscured by her hood, saved her. And that is that Wai Yao Yao turns her head to continue watching the auction. But in that brief moment of turning, she is struck with profound astonishment. Why would Feng Mingju deceive her? From the very first glance at Gong Fei Air, Yao Yao sensed that she had undoubtedly not merely suffered from a common illness. With her keen sensitivity to medicine, Yao Yao fully believes Feng Mingju's earlier assertion that Gong Fei Air would not live past midnight. Yet, Feng Mingju suddenly alters his statement. Unsure if it is merely her impression, Yao Yao is lost in thought when the man beside her suddenly stirs. Picking up a bidding paddle from nearby, Yao Yao pauses, her thoughts abruptly disrupted. And she follows Gong Fei Air's voice on stage that a magnificent pink diamond necklace lies quietly on display, its radiant light reflecting brilliantly, eliciting gasps from the guests at this moment. Su Shishir is fixated on the pink diamond on stage. It is every woman's dream that Fu Yao has quietly exited room V03, making her way to the furthest corner of a VIP box. The door slowly opens. Brother, I want it. The man inside the box possesses deep, striking features, exuding a sense of melancholy and coldness that Fu Chen holds a cigarette between his fingers, the room filled with swirling smoke that obscures his expression. Upon entering, Fu Yao instinctively coughs a few times. Seeing this, the man hesitates before extinguishing the cigarette. All right, Yao Yao, it's all yours. That pink diamond is meant for you alone. Fu Chen smiles, yet the chill in his eyes remains evident. Wait, brother, it won't be long before the entire summer country belongs to our Yao Yao. Fu Yao smiles playfully, glancing at Fu Chen's somewhat sickly, gaunt face and silently clenches her fist. Meanwhile, the sound of playful pleas arises from the guest seats. Brother, buy it for me. No, you. I shall return home and inform my mother that you have been nurturing 3 little fairies outside. For heaven's sake, be silent. Very well, I shall buy. The fervent clamor surged in waves, showing no sign of abating on the stage. Gong Fei flashed a gracious smile that seems everyone is quite confident about our exceptionally rare pink diamond necklace. Thus, let the bidding commence. The starting price is 50 million, with increments no less than 10 million, 70 or 80 million. Dear sister, spare me. My private funds are barely enough to support myself. Go pester your father instead. I refuse. Do you dare to expose your delicate little darling? You wish. I no longer desire the pink diamond. 100 million, 1 billion, but the price was swiftly escalated multiple times by the person in room V01. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What could that man possibly want such an item for? Could it be for the enchanting girl in his arms? Indeed, it is no surprise that a member of the Leaf family would be so lavish for a mere ornament. Little rascal, you were just hoping your brother would purchase this billion-dollar trinket. You might as well sell me instead. But suddenly, another box interjected with a voice filled with gritted teeth. 1 billion and 10 million. 50 billion. The man in room V01 hesitated momentarily before continuing to raise the bid. Yet another suite seemed to deliberately counter, promptly announcing 51 billion, 100 billion, concealed within the room. Fu Chen scoffed, a mindless fool indeed. 101 billion. Feng Mingjuo was about to speak when a small hand firmly covered the man's thin lips. Jio, are you out of your mind? Woo-woo, back then, she wasn't even worth this much. Feng Mingjuo was taken aback. Was this girl genuinely concerned about his finances? Rounding up, she was indeed worried for him. A devilish smile curled on Feng Mingjuo's delicate lips as he drew the girl closer by her slender waist. No more bidding. The man's voice was laced with amusement. True to form, Feng Mingjuo refrained from further bids, his dark eyes concealing whatever he was toying with. Strange murmurs began to circulate among the guests. Why has that mysterious man stopped bidding? Bah, the other suite's occupant was clearly raising the stakes on purpose. Only a fool would continue bidding. Who would be foolish enough to look like you while being a big spender? That man in the other suite must have a significant background to dare elevate the price so brazenly. This grudge is likely to run deep. It appears that the rare pink diamond necklace is destined to be claimed by the occupant of another suite. The auction unfolded like a dramatic film, and I am utterly captivated. Gong Fei's voice rang out once more. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 101 billion. Going once. 101 billion. Going thrice. In the corner VIP suite, A malicious and disdainful smile flickered in Fu Chen's eyes. Ha! Worthless trinkets, unable to hold their value. You are unworthy of the pink diamond. To try and suppress me. Dream on. The pink diamond is mine, and your life is mine as well. However, at that moment, a figure rushed onto the stage, urgently interrupting Gong Fei before she could proceed. The person who ascended the stage was clearly a royal servant. Adorned in a distinctive noble attire, breathless and flustered, the individual made a hurried whisper in Gong Fei's ear. Upon hearing a few words, Gong Fei's eyes widened in shock, taking a moment to regain her composure. Her expression stiffening slightly. Under the gaze of the crowd, Gong Fei suddenly bowed gracefully to the guests below. Her voice was melodious, yet resolute. That I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. This extraordinary diamond originally belonged to the royal family. We have just received word that it shall no longer be part of the auction, disrupting your enjoyment, and I take full responsibility for that. A sudden round of applause erupted from the audience. Someone even exclaimed loudly, "How could that be? Fei is always right." "No worries, Fei. What do you have next?" "I can hardly wait. Fei, please rise. How can your noble self bow to me?" Voices rang out in chorus, indicating that Gong Fei was held in high esteem in the kingdom of Xia. Yet, Gong Fei shook her head dismissively, her expression grave, as if weary of the flattery. The girl on stage turned once more to apologize sincerely to the VIP suite that had just bid on the item. The room fell silent for a moment, when suddenly Fu Chen's cold voice broke through to, "No matter, as long as Feng Mingjue does not acquire it, the pink diamond is of no consequence to him." Fu Chen silently glanced at Fu Yao beside him. "Yao Yao, since they are unwilling to sell, let us not press the matter." To Fu Yao bit her lip, reluctantly nodded, her eyes still burning with desire for the necklace. "I apologize, sir. Fei had no intention of causing offense." Gong Fei continued her apologies. "Miss Fei, you are being too modest." Fu Chen's words suddenly caught in his throat. At this moment, Fei, representing the royal family, directly gifted the pink diamond necklace to the owner of room V01. "Kindly accept it." Gong Fei's melodious voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Meanwhile, in room V01, the man with the mysterious silver mask, leaning against a vintage European-style sofa, casually tapped his toes. The guests erupted in astonishment. "What? Did I hear incorrectly? Did Fei say it was a gift?" No wonder that person earlier refrained from bidding. They were simply giving it away. Who would continue to raise the price like a fool? Good heavens, did the royal family just slap the previous bidder in the face? Who exactly is this mysterious man in room V01? With such overwhelming power, such a man could only be encountered in dreams. Oh, how one wishes to marry him. It is ridiculous that another person remains oblivious, still attempting to bid, while they are dismissed. The royal family casually discarding 100 billion, directly gifting the diamond, is truly a slap in the face. Thank goodness I didn't participate in the bidding. That would have been utterly embarrassing. Bah! As if you could afford it. Meanwhile, in another suite, the gilded stone table before Fu Chun had already shattered on the ground, enveloping the area in choking dust. The man's fists clenched fiercely. Blood seeping from his knuckles, Fu Chun kicked the remnants of the stone table aside, his face flushed with rage, nearly bursting forth. "Brother!" Fu Yao suddenly embraced him from behind. "We cannot afford to clash with the royal family at this moment." Fu Yao glared venomously at the dazzling Gong Fei on stage. "That wretched woman is openly slapping her face, while I, as her so-called friend, am like a dog licking her enemy's boots." Fu Yao was filled with hatred. She wished to rush up and skin Gong Fei alive, drinking her blood, throwing her pristine body into a dog kennel to be violated. "Get away!" Fu Chen shrugged off Fu Yao's grip, regaining some semblance of composure, and stormed out through the back door of the suite. "Das," the crowd murmured. Someone had already respectfully delivered the necklace to the door of room V01. Dawai Yao Yao's face turned peculiar. "Ajio did this?" "Yes." The man did not deny it. "Just a transaction, nothing lost." Feng Mingjue casually twirled the ring on his finger. "That a transaction worth 100 billion. More than that. This necklace can only belong to Yao Yao." Feng Mingjue's low, husky voice held an air of certainty. "Yao Yao can only be mine." Yao Yao's heart ached fiercely. Separated by the window, she longed to hurl the necklace back onto the stage. As the girl was lost in thought, a sudden wave of weightlessness struck her. Instinctively, Yi Yao Yao wrapped her arms around the man's neck, a pleasant male voice whispering in her ear. Shall we go home? Are you sleepy? Yi Yao Yao rolled her eyes, but at that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of a tattered scroll being auctioned on stage, her pupils constricting sharply. Yi Yao Yao suddenly tugged frantically at Feng Mingjue's clothing. Her voice laced with urgency. Jio, I want that. Feng Mingjue did not lift his head, his narrow eyes half-dashed closed. To be good. We shall return home and get it for you. Yi Yao Yao furrowed her brow, her burning gaze instantly retracting, filled with confusion. Home? Does he have the scroll at home too? The girl raised her gaze only to be unexpectedly met with the man's overtly aggressive stare, and she immediately realized. My goodness, what a beast! Feng Mingjue gazed at the items displayed on the platform, an unusual glint flickering in his eyes, his tone unexpectedly resolute, as if there were no room for negotiation. Yi Yao Yao stared blankly at the exhibition stand, resembling a soulless doll, her face drained of color. The third princess, Gong Feier, was tense all over, observing the tattered scroll with no further bidders, an inexplicable sense of regret washing over her, as if she had failed to find the person she sought. Who was the one who released the blood leech? Gong Feier shook her head, preparing to strike the gavel to finalize the auction. 50 million. Suddenly, a restrained male voice echoed from the V01 box, cutting through the air at the last moment, imbued with a hint of gritted teeth. Damn it! Feng Mingjue cursed inwardly with fierce intensity, yet gazing at the girl in his arms, whose face had instantly brightened with joy. The tension in his furrowed brow eased slightly, and he clenched his fist in silence. The audience erupted in astonishment. Goodness, he raised the bid 100-fold. Wealthy individuals truly know how to play. What is so special about this worthless piece? Wasn't there only one bidder before? I heard this item was added last minute. We have no idea why this tattered scroll is suddenly up for auction. What peculiar obsessions do the rich possess? One towel from them could probably crush you. Just stop looking. Upon hearing the unexpected male voice from the V01 box, Gong Feier's face flashed with disbelief. Could it be that the blood leech on the girl in the jasmine-colored dress was released by this man? Who exactly is this mysterious figure from the Forbidden Continent? Gong Feier quickly composed herself, her demeanor transforming into one of graceful elegance as she lifted her skirt and bowed. Congratulations to the owner of the V01 box for winning the Witch's record fragment. Thank you for your patronage. Moments later, within the box, Yi Yao Yao fixated intently on the fragment in her hands, as if she had acquired a priceless treasure. Just as she was about to turn the page, a large hand unexpectedly snatched the item from her grasp. Yi Yao Yao blinked in surprise. Can we go home now? The man's voice was languid, laced with a hint of teasing. Yi Yao Yao nodded vigorously, eager for Feng Mingjue to return it to her. However, the man raised his hand higher, showing no intention of returning it. A kiss for half a page. Feng Mingjue's lips curled into a sly grin. Yi Yao Yao thought, has that dog of a man had his brain doused in yellow paint? Is that a no? His voice was provocative. Yi Yao Yao frowned. Well then, how about a kiss for a page? The man's voice carried a hint of regret, as if he felt he had lost something. Yi Yao Yao instantly wilted. Fine. At worst, I'll sneak over to Rose Manor to see it tonight. Feng Mingjue discreetly concealed his gaze, remaining silent as he cradled the enchanting girl and turned to exit the box. Meanwhile, the auction was nearing its conclusion. At the Royal Mansion's exhibition stand, a group of 7 or 8 individuals suddenly hoisted a large iron cage, filling the banquet hall with the ferocious roar of a lion. The growl, accompanied by a gust of wind, nearly knocked half the front-row audience off their seats. Within the cage stood a jet-black lion, its mane shining with a purplish hue upon closer inspection. The black lion was intimidatingly large. Its mouth, reeking of blood, bore sharp fangs like daggers, while its tail, resembling a steel whip, swung heavily, exuding a terrifying presence. Yet, the lion bore deep, unhealed wounds on its abdomen. The agony and pride within it manifested in a series of anguished roars. However, Gong Feier exhibited no fear in her gaze. Her voice remained clear and melodious. This auction is about to conclude, and soon, Feier will bid you all farewell. Next up is our final item, the black lion discovered in the ancient dense forest. Chapter 33. Sume prevents the black lion from finding Yi Yao Yao. The black lion is exceptionally rare in our Xian nation's bestiary. having not been seen for nearly a century. Recently, however, a wounded one was spotted wandering the outskirts of the ancient dense forest and was rescued by the royal guards. The black lion is untamed and ferocious. Please bid with caution to avoid calamity. Sitting in the front row, Su Shirshir was nearly directly opposite the black lion. Shivering uncontrollably, she trembled as she tugged at Su Mei's arm. "Aunt, shall we leave? The auction is about to end." Yet Su Mei resolutely shook off her hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with fear and a hint of confusion. If she wasn't mistaken, this was the very black lion that Yi Yao Yao had raised years ago in the ancient clan. That mane, darkening to a deep purple at its chest. It was undoubtedly it. How had it escaped from the ancient clan? She absolutely could not allow this black lion to find Yi Yao Yao. Su Mei clenched her jade-like fist. Bidding had commenced. The black lion in the cage let out a chilling roar, startling Su Mei to her core. That moment, the distinguished man from the V01 box descended the stairs. Yi Yao Yao appeared displeased, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. The enchanting girl's long, curled lashes were strikingly visible from a distance. Even the heart-rending roars of the lion in the banquet hall failed to stir a ripple in her beauty. Yi Yao Yao shifted uncomfortably, yet inexplicably. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped her heart, a bittersweet ache that spread throughout her limbs, fermenting endlessly. She began to breathe rapidly, nearly unable to contain the pain, clutching her chest. The heart-wrenching agony refused to dissipate. What was happening to her? Suddenly, her cat-like eyes reflected the enlarged, devilishly handsome face of a man. Not feeling well? He bent down, his voice deep and melodious, laced with concern. The girl said nothing, instinctively raising her gaze to the beast cage on the platform. In that moment, their eyes met. Human and beast, the black lion, locking onto her emotionless gaze, abruptly ceased its roaring, standing frozen within the cage. Its crimson tongue slowly licked the blood from its lips, and a flicker of confusion, mingled with doubt and an undeniable sadness, crossed its feral eyes. After a moment, Yi Yao Yao shifted her gaze back, offering a gentle smile while suppressing her discomfort. "It's all right, Aju Gij. Let us go." Yet, her heart inexplicably felt a wave of desolation. Yi Yao Yao lowered her eyes, softly exhaling. The auction at the royal mansion continued. With numerous beast enthusiasts bidding excitedly, as she walked away, the black lion suddenly went berserk, crashing against the iron cage, its deafening roars echoing throughout the banquet hall. The audience below was momentarily stunned. However, the black lion's assault did not cease. As if oblivious to the pain, its eyes gleaming red, frantically clawing at the cage door. After several attempts, the beast was left bloodied and battered, with wounds streaming crimson. Dark red blood trickled down its head, seeping into its eyes. Yet, Yi Yao Yao did not look back. Gradually, the black lion coughed up thick, viscous blood, collapsing to its knees, its head held high in defiance. "Master, do you not want me anymore?" The black lion swayed, trying to rise again. "Quick, inject the sedative. This black lion is going to kill itself." The urgent voices of the staff rang out from below. "Please bid cautiously. Treat it well. Did I bid 5 million? 10 million? Su Mei's beautiful eyes flickered as she watched the beast cage on the platform, silently waiting for her chance. Even if it meant bankrupting herself, she had to win this black lion. She absolutely could not let this beast find Yi Yao Yao. 50 million. A woman draped in a fox fur coat spoke coldly. That the wife of the Feng family, Su Mei. No more bidding. No more bidding. Competing with the Feng family in wealth is sheer folly. Are you still bidding? I give up. I can't compete with the Feng family, so forget it. The black lion, now sedated, could barely utter a sound, its body struggling to move but failing. "Master, please don't go. Will you at least look back at me?" Yet, the girl's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Just as Yi Yao Yao exited the royal mansion, a judgmental voice rang out behind her. "Congratulations. The black lion has been acquired by the wife of the Feng family, Su Mei." Chapter 34. The Ancient Clan's Return. Yao Yao's midnight wandering. Yi Yao Yao nestled in Feng Mingjue's embrace, feeling inexplicably restless. Since leaving the royal mansion, she had been plagued by a hollow ache in her heart. The auction had concluded, and young ladies from esteemed families stepped out in various colored high heels. Walking gracefully in clusters, suddenly, 2 voices rang out brightly. "Anna, Anna, I heard the ancient clan is making a comeback." "What ancient clan?" The one that has been hidden away for nearly a century. Yes, yes. No way, Leah. Are you serious? Really, Anna, a small group of people is spreading the news on the streets. They're parading in ancient clan attire, seemingly searching for something. Leah, are you sure this isn't just a prank? Have you lost your mind? Anna, who would dare impersonate the ancient clan? Do they want to lose their heads? My goodness, is it true, Leah? The ancient clan is returning? Is it not the case that the city of Yi is about to undergo a transformation? What are those people searching for? It seems to revolve around a single individual, though I am uncertain of the specifics. Leah, who did you hear that from? Oh, it was just the old cleaning woman from my household. Leah, I suddenly feel as though you are spouting nonsense. Anna, I swear it is true. You must believe me, Anna. Do not run away. Wretched woman, I would be a fool to trust you. The surrounding crowd buzzed with hushed whispers. Unexpectedly reaching the ears of Lord Feng Mingjue, who tightened his grip on Yi Yao Yao. Within the banquet hall, only Princess Feier remained at a nearby maid approached her. Princess, why did you suddenly decide to auction off that scroll you have kept hidden all this time? Wasn't it something you forbade anyone to touch? Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly lost interest. Princess Feier casually lowered her gaze, playing with her nails, her eyes evading attention. By the way, Sha, I need you to look into someone for me. Who should I investigate, Your Highness? The Feng family. Is it Feng Xinghao? No, I mean the mad dog of Yi City, Lord Feng Mingjue. What do you mean, Princess? Did they not say he's on the verge of death? Go. Princess Feier lowered her gaze, offering no further reply. The only words spoken by that woman in the lilac-strap dress during the banquet were concerning the mad dog of the Feng family. If that is the case, then why did the Lord of the Sin domain resort to the bloodworm to eliminate her? Is that bloodworm truly the Lord's? Could he be the one she seeks? Yet Princess Feier and Sha appeared to harbor lingering doubts that, oh darling, have I now lost the ability to command you? The melodious voice of Princess Feier suddenly turned icy, resembling a venomous serpent at this moment. The princess, who had previously donned a delicate court gown, was clad in a tight, sultry black outfit, her golden hair cascading in soft waves, exuding an air of rebellion and allure. Princess, I shall go at once. Be discreet or else. Princess Feier abruptly raised her fair arm, making a gesture across her throat. Understood. I will be cautious, the maid replied hastily, seemingly intimidated by the princess. As night deepened, the entire Rose Manor appeared to be enveloped in slumber, devoid of any sound. Even the nocturnal Moon Shi, usually vigilant, leaned against the wall at the entrance, dozing off on the bed. A man's form rose and fell, his breath shallow, cradling a curled-up girl. The scene was momentarily idyllic. Suddenly, a shadow materialized in the dimly lit room, moving with a ghostly grace. After taking only a few steps, the shadow abruptly appeared beside Feng Mingjue's bed, aiming a sudden, forceful punch at his strikingly handsome face. Accompanied by a gust of wind, in an instant, the man on the bed opened his mesmerizing eyes, and as the fist approached within a mere inch of his cheek, he seized the assailant's hand. Feng Mingjue paused, his pupils narrowing. Is this? Yi Yao Yao. The girl's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed in the dim silence of the room. Her rhythmic breathing could still be heard. Is she sleepwalking? The man's expression grew more severe under the moonlight. Do not fear, Yaobao, Brother Jiao is here. Feng Mingjue gently patted the girl's back, a smirk curling his lips, akin to a vampire knight under the moonlight. Elegant, noble, yet perilously alluring. Outside, Moon Chi tilted his head, snoring loudly, nearly drooling. Suddenly, a chill coursed down his spine as a wave of murderous intent surged forth, overwhelming him that he awoke with a start. Before him stood a girl with vacant eyes, head bowed, her pale arms hanging lifelessly. Devoid of vitality, Moon Chi shuddered, managing to discern the girl's features in the moonlight, just in time to suppress a terrified outburst. He exhaled in relief and resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor. Yao Yao, are you hungry again? Looking for something to eat? In an almost instantaneously eerie moment, Yi Yao Yao's pale hand suddenly gripped Moon Chi's wrist. Chapter 35. Yao Yao's Sleepwalking and Desires. A night of shock, Moon Chi struggled fiercely, but found his wrist ensnared, as if held by an iron claw. Damn it, he thought, feeling an intensifying pain in his wrist and an overwhelming chill enveloping him. As he inadvertently locked eyes with the girl, He felt as though he were gazing into an endless abyss devoid of human emotion, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a frigid aura, instinctively widening his eyes in alarm. The girl released her grip, a disdainful smirk playing on her lips, not daring to be negligent. Moonchi hastily roused himself, shaking off his drowsiness and preparing for combat. The girl lunged. With her long, slender legs, she moved with lethal speed, concealing her murderous intent, delivering a precise kick aimed at Moonchi's lower back. He had no doubt that a blow from her would nearly shatter his spine. His pupils contracted, and he deftly slid aside, narrowly avoiding Yi Yaoyao's attack. Seeing her attempt thwarted, she subtly pivoted on her toes. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, she executed a 180-degree spinning kick aimed at the man who had just regained his footing. Moonchi sensed the imminent threat of death that he moved quickly, raising his leg just in time to block her kick. A wave of indescribable pain coursed through his leg, leaving it numb. Unexpectedly, the girl abruptly released her force and swiftly retreated. Moonchi lunged forward, changing his strategy, and swung his fist toward her chest with great force. Yi Yaoyao's vacant gaze met his, her delicate hand eerily reaching out to intercept his attack that a muted thud resonated in the darkened room. Moonchi felt a jolt of shock that he withdrew his hand, raised one leg into the air, and aimed to strike her shoulder. Seeing her oblivious and motionless, as if entranced in a stupor, he felt a rush of relief that I'm saved. Yet just as he was about to connect with her shoulder, the girl seemed to spring to life, as if wound up by a spring. Yi Yaoyao unexpectedly caught Moonchi's ankle, yanking him upward. His legs split in midair. Ah! The corridor echoed with Moonchi's anguished cries. The girl appeared unamused by the ruckus, her brows knitting slightly, her expression remaining indifferent. Yi Yaoyao's slender fingers morphed into a blade, aimed with precision at his vulnerable neck, with a grip on Moonchi's neck. She effortlessly lifted the man, who towered over her, off the ground. That moment, despite the peril, the proximity between them became undeniably intimate. Yi Yaoyao still held his ankle in her delicate hand. The chilling atmosphere in the room grew increasingly palpable. Moonchi was rendered speechless, disbelief clouding his eyes. The terror of impending death seeped into his very being. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. Moonchi, in a frenzy, struggled as though he had seen a beacon of hope. Feng Mingjue, with a darkened expression and evident displeasure, pulled Yi Yaoyao back into his embrace, almost pressing her against him, and soothingly ran his hand through her hair. There, Yaoyao, do not be afraid. Moonchi was liberated and immediately doubled over, clutching his groin, rolling on the ground, afraid. Which of your eyes saw Yi Yaoyao in fear? I'm the one who suffered. I nearly lost a brother, for heaven's sake. Is this woman a devil? Startled by the unfamiliar embrace, Yi Yaoyao's vacant gaze flickered with a hint of murderous intent. Then she sniffed the air, as if searching for something. In the next moment, she appeared to find solace, nuzzling against the man, shedding the fierce demeanor she had just exhibited. Moonchi hastily attempted to explain the situation. Feng Mingjue's dark eyes flashed, and he raised a long finger to his lips, signaling silence. You startled my little one. Moonchi, damn. He realized he had made a mistake in speaking. His face flushed, instinctively glancing at Yi Yaoyao in Feng Mingjue's arms. The girl appeared as an angel fallen from the heavens. Moonchi felt a chill run down his spine, trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of breaking into a dance. Get away! Yes. Feng Mingjue gently placed the girl upon the grand, vintage European bed in the bedroom. Just as his large hand was about to withdraw, the girl suddenly opened her eyes wide, fixing her gaze upon the man before her. Her cherry lips parted slightly, yearning for an embrace. Feng Mingjue immediately stiffened, allowing the dreamlike girl to fumble in his arms. Yi Yaoyao was in a daze, her senses overwhelmed by the warmth of the man's body, making her reluctant to part from him. Cold, so cold, she still felt an unrelenting chill. Suddenly, the girl furrowed her brows in discomfort and lifted her head. Feng Mingjue inhaled sharply, his large hand tightening instinctively. Chapter 36. Yaobao is the sweetest baby in the world. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the girl's curled eyelashes. Yi Yaoyao stirred slightly, then abruptly opened her eyes. A pain akin to that of being run over by a cart surged through her, prompting her to spring from the bed. throwing off the covers to check her attire. All was as it should be. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Why did she feel as though she had just fought a battle? This sensation was utterly bizarre to AT that moment. A low, hoarse, and languid voice resounded in her ear. "What is wrong? Afraid I might devour you whole." Feng Mingjue had awakened the instant Yi Yaoyao opened her eyes, propping his head on his hand, watching her with keen interest. W. Yi Yaoyao felt a twinge of guilt. "Since our little Yao Bao thinks so, shall we?" Feng Mingjue suddenly flipped over, pinning the girl beneath him, his hands gripping her waist, soft as cotton candy. His voice, deep and invasive, whispered in her ear. The air was cool. A gentle breeze caressing the curtains, while the roses by the window bloomed in splendid beauty. Gazing into the fervent depths of the man's eyes, Yi Yaoyao gasped softly. Damn it, he looked ready to strike. But how could she possibly fight back? What to do? Suddenly, Yi Yaoyao's cat-like eyes darted playfully, and she opened her mouth to lie. "Feng Mingjue, Yu Qi is watching. Let him learn properly," Yi Yaoyao continued. "Yu Qi? Ha, even if you gave him 10 more lives, he wouldn't dare show himself now." Moments later, Yi Yaoyao's skin was as pale as snow, adorned in a newly donned blue European princess dress. Her seaweed-like long hair cascading freely. Feng Mingjue nodded in satisfaction before suddenly crouching down by her feet, that a pair of cream-colored cat paw socks was swiftly slipped onto her feet. Immediately following was a sensation of weightlessness as Yi Yaoyao found herself cradled in his arms. His lips brushing her inky hair, in a low, gravelly tone, he unexpectedly declared, "Today, I shall take you to the Feng family. Next time, I shall indulge you further." Yi Yaoyao. Beside the spiral staircase, Yu Qi stood respectfully. While Xianing had mysteriously vanished since the previous night, leaving no trace in the entire Rose Manor, Yu Qi lowered his gaze at the girl passing before him, a fleeting shadow of a fragile figure reminiscent of Yama flashing in his mind. Involuntarily murmuring softly to a cold-hearted woman, his voice barely audible. Yet, Yi Yaoyao's keen ears caught the words perfectly. She frowned and promptly stuck her finger in her mouth to lick it. "Cold-hearted? My hands are not cold-hearted." "Ajio, are my hands really that cold?" The girl in his arms innocently blinked her cat-like eyes at Feng Mingjue. Feng Mingjue, clearly having heard Yu Qi's mutterings, let his long lashes fall gently. A beautiful smile graced his face. "Not cold-hearted. Yaoyao is very sweet." His expression turned serious, almost obstinate. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yaoyao turned her head, casting a challenging glance at Yu Qi. That a mischievous glint sparkled in her glassy eyes as she playfully caressed the back of the man's neck. Yu Qi nearly choked on his own blood, feeling as though he had been shot by a dozen guns simultaneously. Feng Mingjue suddenly shot him a warning glance, prompting Yu Qi to hastily avert his gaze. "Yao Bao is the sweetest baby in the world. We do not heed the words of fools," he declared. "Yu Qi, kill him, right now." Just then Butler Su approached, bowing respectfully. Ninth Master, everything is prepared for departure. Chapter 37. Someone intrudes upon the Rose Manor last night. Feng Mingjue had indicated he would take her to the Feng family today. Ever since her last escape, this man insisted on treating her as an accessory wherever he went. At that moment, Yu Qi rushed over, his voice grave. "Ninth Master, there was someone last night." Yu Qi hesitated, glancing at Yi Yaoyao in Feng Mingjue's arms, his expression tinged with uncertainty. Such confidential matters he dared not disclose in front of outsiders. "Speak." But Yu Qi continued to hesitate, scrutinizing the girl in the man's embrace. Feng Mingjue's impatience was palpable as his brows furrowed. "That if you dare to keep looking at my baby, I shall have your eyes plucked from their sockets." Yu Qi flinched, promptly diverting his gaze. Damn it. Not only is the Ninth Master a tyrant, but also a jealous one. After last night's incident, I went on a night patrol, and I spotted a figure in black lurking outside the Rose Manor, attempting to breach our defenses, but ultimately failing. Was it someone from Feng Xinghao? No, it didn't seem like it. The movements and techniques were completely different, and the figure resembled a woman. That I concealed myself to observe her intentions. But she quickly detected my presence. The night was too dark, and her reflexes were astonishingly quick. Damn it. I failed to capture her. A woman. Feng Mingjue's thoughts involuntarily drifted to the figure of the palace concubine dressed in a courtly gown at the royal mansion. Interesting that Tio deduced that the Ninth Master of the Feng family, the ruler of the Xin domain, had made his way to the Rose Manor based on a single bloodworm on the girl clad in a jasmine-colored dress. This palace concubine was not to be underestimated. However, should she dare to set her sights on Yi Yao Yao, a chill of murderous intent flashed in Feng Mingjue's eyes. Yu Qi, instruct the higher-ups of the Sin domain to reinforce the defenses of the Rose Manor. If a single fly manages to slip through, they shall present themselves before me with their heads. Yes, in the aristocratic circles of the Summer Kingdom, beside an ornate European vanity, a golden-haired girl was meticulously tending to her makeup when her expression suddenly shifted in shock. What? You say you cannot breach the defenses of the Rose Manor? It is Princess Fair. Sasha was of no use. Moreover, Sasha nearly clashed with a shadow guard who pursued her. Sasha is certain her skills are nowhere near his level. She only managed to escape by following a pre-planned route. Did you see his face? The palace concubine furrowed her brows slightly. Sasha concealed her face with a black veil. He did not see her. How curious for a mere outsider to perceive the Feng family's formidable defenses as though they were mere rabid dogs. Tiste, a master of disguise. Sasha suspected that this individual had significant backing. Such a person was best avoided by Princess Fair. Not just significant backing. The ruler of the Sin domain, Feng Mingjue, such power and confidence would make even the royal family bow in deference. Does Princess Fair know the true identity behind the 9th master of the Feng family? Observing the palace concubine's seemingly enlightened expression, Sasha was filled with confusion that I do not know. The palace concubine lowered her gaze, gradually tying up her golden locks. But trying it out will reveal everything. The girl suddenly murmured softly to her reflection in the mirror. In Yi city of the Summer Kingdom, within the grand hall of the Feng family estate, a multitude of individuals filled the room. Even the paralyzed Feng Lingtian was seated in a luxurious chair, his expression grim. The crowd appeared to be deliberating on a matter of great consequence. Father, what shall we do now? Are we to return all the territories we control? Fool! How dare you speak? Feng Lingtian glared. Look at what has become of our blood alliance under your watch. All you do is revel in indulgence. How could I have given birth to such a dimwit? Just look at how the Feng family has been pressed down by the Sin domain. You have shown no signs of resistance. At Feng Lingtian's words, Feng Xinghao clenched his fists, his expression darkening. This old man only knew how to berate him, already half in the grave, yet he still refused to relinquish his grip. I'm still better than that useless, sickly 9th brother. Not necessarily. Feng Lingtian scoffed. Father, you Feng family's second son interjected, sensing the tension. Father, is what you said true? The ancient clan truly intends to return. Did they not vow never to emerge again? How would I know what schemes those old fogies are concocting? They all crafty and slippery. It's merely the old clan leader's intention. He is busy searching for his missing daughter and should not cause any disturbances in the near future. Just as Feng Lingtian finished speaking, a figure unexpectedly appeared at the side of the grand hall. The newcomer exuded an air of nonchalance and nobility, causing a palpable tension to fill the room. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the man standing at the door was cradling a girl in his arms, her seaweed-like hair cascading down, concealing her face within his embrace. That realization dawned. A voice laden with anger erupted. Feng Mingjue, how dare you return to the Feng family? In front of so many clan elders, what is the meaning of holding a woman? Do you truly believe this family is your playground? The speaker is Feng Xinghao. His voice was loud and filled with anger, causing an immediate silence in the hall as no one dared to respond, creating an atmosphere thick with discomfort. After a moment, Feng Mingjue suddenly lowered his head, brushing against the girl's hair, his dark eyes half closed, exuding a playful smile and a languorous tone. I apologize. My baby is a bit spoiled and clingy. That moment. The girl in his arms lazily stretched. The white Yao Yao rolled her eyes. Spoiled nonsense. If you have the ability, put me down. Your father is a mad dog. How can you allow such a person into the Feng family? He should be thrown into a mass grave and buried alive. Feng Xinghao was seething with rage. Are you here for something? Feng Lingtian lazily glanced up, his gaze imbued with a chilling disdain, as if regarding refuse. Yes, Feng Mingjue did not even lift his head, engrossed in playing with the girl's hair. The room was shrouded in swirling smoke, the pungent odor of burning cigars filling the air, causing the girl to frown slightly. For some reason, ever since she heard Feng Xinghao speak, Yi Yaoyao felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate everything in the room that looked down on her. Sensing the discomfort of the girl in his embrace, Feng Mingjue abruptly paused, his hawk-like eyes suddenly piercing as they shot toward Feng Xinghao, who was exhaling thick clouds of smoke. Put out that cigar. Feng Xinghao was momentarily taken aback. The forcefulness of the command sent a chill down his spine, and an unnamed fury quickly filled his heart. You actually think of yourself as something important. Just because your father gives you face, do you think I will too? Upon hearing this, Feng Mingjue did not react, but almost instantly, the dark red lines of blood on Yi Yaoyao's wrist began to writhe violently. Her cat-like eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 38. Is the sin abyss yours? No, this is impossible. Suddenly, a large hand gently grasped Yi Yaoyao's, soothingly rubbing it a couple of times. The eerie bloodlines slowly receded. Feng Xinghao's face turned crimson with fury. Feng Mingjue gently caressed the silver ring on his finger. The man's wicked smile sent shivers down Feng Xinghao's spine, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. Just as he was about to unleash another tirade, a deep voice resonated. Put out that cigar. Feng Xinghao turned in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Father, what are you saying? Why are you speaking up for that bastard? The moment he uttered these words, he realized his mistake and instinctively covered his mouth. Father, I am not. You worthless scum. Get out. Father, I said get out. Feng Ling Tian's voice was deep and thunderous. Feng Xinghao's expression darkened. His fists clenched as he walked out, barely maintaining his composure. The elders present couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. You get out too. Cough, cough. The elderly man on the ornate chair coughed in anger. Mr. Feng, shall we have a discussion? Feng Mingjue's words caused an immediate silence in the room. The ninth son of the Feng family had descended to such a level of disloyalty that he refused to even address his father respectfully. Feng Ling Tian, though seething, refrained from losing his temper in front of outsiders. What nonsense is there to discuss? Hurry up and leave. Feng Ling Tian's voice trembled with rage that if Mr. Feng is willing to disclose the secrets of the blood alliance here, I wouldn't mind discussing it. Feng Mingjue's voice turned icy. You beast. Feng Xinghao choked, his expression changing drastically to the side room. The side room was small, accommodating only 4 or 5 people, yet it was still luxurious. Feng Ling Tian's fingers rhythmically tapped on the golden pattern mahogany table, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. You claim you want to find the ancient clan's Yao Yi. Feng Mingjue seemed uninterested in engaging in idle chatter. What makes you think I would help you just because you are my son? What happened when you were thrown into the ancient Tuo forest? Do you not remember? Of course, it is unforgettable. As if sensing Feng Mingjue's displeasure, the small head in the man's arms gently nuzzled against him. Feng Mingjue smiled down, his expression enchanting yet cold. Does Mr. Feng know how your leg was lost? How could I not know? It was as if he had touched upon a sore spot. Feng Ling Tian's eyes instantly reddened, his expression twisted in a monstrous rage. It is the sin abyss. Those scum who suddenly migrated from the forbidden continent of Northern Europe. Feng Ling Tian suddenly snapped back to reality. How do you know? What do you ask this for? As Mr. Feng never suspected who leaked your itinerary that day. How could the people from the sin abyss arrive so promptly? Was it you? Feng Ling Tian exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face to me. How could I be worthy of knowing your itinerary? The only person who was aware that day was your good son. Feng Xinghao, was it not? What did you say? Unfilial child, you think you can incite discord with a few words. It was your good son who said it himself. If the sin abyss is willing to support the blood alliance, he is willing to use your legs as collateral. You beast, you're talking nonsense. Feng Ling Tian's pupils constricted, his mind racing through the events of that day, his heart sinking deeper. Oh, Mr. Feng, what are you pretending to be so sentimental for? Which of your sons is a good one? It was undeniable that Feng Ling Tian believed him. Still not convinced. Would you prefer video or audio? Choose one, Mr. Feng. Feng Ling Tian suddenly realized he had never truly seen through his son. Every word spoken by Feng Mingjue sent shivers down his spine, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. How do you know so much? Mr. Feng has finally come back to his senses. The man crossed his legs, unconsciously exuding an aura of power that was startling. Feng Mingjue idly played with the silver ring, then suddenly clicked it lightly that a sharp sound echoed. The silver ring in the man's hand unexpectedly revealed a circle of mysterious dragon engravings. Hiss! Even Feng Ling Tian's pupils shrank instantly, his frail hand crushing the bone china teacup in his grip, shards scattering across the floor. The sin abyss is yours? No, this is impossible. At this moment, the ring on Feng Mingjue's hand was unmistakably the dragon ring, symbolizing the highest authority of the sin abyss, crafted with utmost intricacy, a rarity in the world. So, Mr. Feng has a day of evading reality as well. The sharp words, the cold tone, the dismissive gaze, all pierced Feng Ling Tian's heart like daggers. This child, once powerless, had grown to such a terrifying extent without his notice. Feng Ling Tian closed his eyes. That is the power of the forbidden continent of Northern Europe. When did you become involved with such a hellish place? You need not concern yourself with that. It is better for you to think about how to handle your good son. Feng Xinghao, I am here to negotiate. I do not wish to waste time with superfluous words. But you are my son. Your son died the day you cast him into the ancient Tuo forest. And my father has been dead since the day I was born. The unhesitating reply radiated an extreme chill that seeped into Feng Ling Tian's bones. Feng Ling Tian slumped back, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Speak, esteemed lord of the sin abyss. What do you desire? Yao Yi. How do you know I can accomplish that? Feng Ling Tian's connections with the elders of the ancient clan were common knowledge. Give me a reason. Feng Ling Tian's aged voice was filled with helplessness. The sin abyss could easily obliterate the Feng family, leading to your utter ruin. Feng Ling Tian suddenly shifted from self-mockery to maniacal laughter, his chest heaving madly, the sickly laughter revealing a hint of desolation. In truth, the Lord of the Sin Abyss need not go to such lengths. The ancient clan is about to resurface. Why not wait? Feng Ling Tian spoke the title with a hint of bitterness. I have no time. I am dying, and you are the cause. The man's gaze was restrained as he spoke those words lightly, devoid of emotion, yet they struck Feng Ling Tian's heart like a heavy hammer. Chapter 39. The Black Lion's life hangs by a thread. Yao Yao punishes the scum. Feng Ling Tian suddenly gasped for breath, realizing everything had gone awry. He had exhausted all his scheming, drenched his hands in countless blood to obtain this power. What had he done? What had he done? Collaborating in the murder of his own flesh and blood, pursuing the annihilation of his own kin. Mr. Feng, shall we proceed with the transaction? I have no time to waste here. Feng Mingjue suddenly lowered his head to nuzzle the girl's hair, the warmth in his arms the reason he had not lost control and gone mad. The only light in his endless night, I have the right to refuse. His biological son had completely blocked his path. You do not. Good. The almost deranged laughter echoed throughout the small room once more. The girl in the man's arms could not help but turn her head, her skin as delicate as jade, exuding an indescribable languorous allure, pure, yet seemingly possessing a lethal charm. Was at the moment Yao Yao turned her head that Feng Ling Tian's laughter abruptly ceased. Frozen on his lips, as an elder who had witnessed countless grand occasions suddenly stood dazed. A figure in purple from over 20 years ago abruptly emerged in Feng Ling Tian's mind. She resembled her too much. No, this is impossible. Who is this girl? Feng Mingjue frowned slightly, a fierce possessiveness compelling him to quickly bury the girl's extraordinary face back into his embrace. Who is the girl in your arms? Feng Ling Tian had never experienced such exhilaration before. My wife. Yao Yao. What the heck? Who is your wife? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for telling such nonsense? With that, Feng Mingju abruptly lifted the girl in his arms and strode out of the side hall. The moment he stepped out the door, his devilishly handsome face turned back, and he raised his hand to flaunt his tail ring. Regarding this matter, I hope old Mr. Feng suffers from amnesia. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to annihilate the Feng family. The man then turned away. Wait, Feng Xinghao shouted urgently. Yet Feng Mingju did not look back. Departing without a shred of reluctance, a quarter of an hour later, in a corner of the Feng residence, Yao Yao rubbed her sore waist and exhaled as if liberated. Finally, this man had set her down. As she walked along the cobblestone path, she muttered to herself. Just moments ago, Feng Mingju had mentioned going to slaughter someone, leaving her to wander in the Feng garden while conveniently leaving Yuqi behind. For some inexplicable reason, since that morning, Yuqi had been looking at her as if she were the king of hell, leaving Yi Yao Yao utterly perplexed when she merely tossed her hair. Yuchi had suddenly jumped back 3 meters, nearly collapsing to the ground in fright. The Yi Yao Yao was at a loss for words and casually tossed a packet of powder to knock him out. Now, Yuchi lay sprawled in an unknown thicket, drooling all over himself, soundly asleep. With great interest, Yi Yao Yao surveyed her surroundings. The Feng family was indeed quite impressive. Suddenly, a branch laden with plum blossoms snagged her hair. And just as she was about to turn back to untangle it, she was caught off guard by a sultry, languid voice. Did I ask that dark creature still alive? Yi Yao Yao was startled and quickly concealed herself behind a nearby branch. The dark creature, still holding on, but it refused to eat. Then let us strike it until it does. Yi Yao Yao furrowed her brow and peered through the gaps in the foliage. Not far away, a woman with a sinuous waist swayed gracefully, every gesture exuding an alluring beauty. That as you may, the woman who had taken the photograph of the black lion that day. Madam, if you strike again, that black lion might just perish. If it dies, then bury it. What else with all this nonsense? Can't you see I'm busy? The maid beside her bit her lip, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. That it was clearly the madam who had asked the question first. She had merely responded, so why did she always have to endure such venomous insults? Su Mei, feeling flustered, violently yanked a beautifully blooming flower from its stem, mercilessly crushing it. Those in the Blood Alliance are all useless. Yi Yao Yao has searched for so long, yet there is not a whisper of news. It's as if she has vanished from the vast city of Yi. Meanwhile, rumors abound that the ancient clan's movements are so apparent. If they find Yi Yao Yao before us, the consequences are unimaginable. Useless things. Su Mei suddenly kicked the maid beside her with a forceful kick, her high heel digging painfully into the flesh, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Bring me that dark creature. Tonight, I want to see its ribs cooked and served at my table. Initially, Su Mei had intended to use the black lion to find Yi Yao Yao. Since it was so ungrateful, she might as well kill it for a more straightforward solution. Yes, madam, the maid sobbed, responding loudly as she scurried away. Just as Su Mei's words faded, an ominous aura inexplicably enveloped Yi Yao Yao. This woman was truly a vile creature with a human face and a beast's heart. At the auction, it had been repeatedly stated that the black lion must be treated well. How could she possibly harbor thoughts of bloodshed? Yi Yao Yao gently retrieved a packet of grayish-white powder hidden in her dark pouch and flung it into the air. That a glimmer of ruthlessness passed through her cat-like eyes as she immediately darted in the direction of the fleeing maid. Su Mei continued her furious plucking of flowers, mercilessly destroying a flourishing rose, leaving a patch of ugliness where she stood. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her body and casually scratched at it. To her dismay, the moment she did, she was covered in ghastly red welts, each scratch intensifying the torment, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her entire body. What is happening to me? What is this? Where are the attendants? Ah! Su Mei's long nails, now uncontrollable, clawed at various parts of her body, even in places that sent her into fits of unbearable agony. Her skin was quickly torn away in several places, the red welts festering and oozing pus, gradually turning black. Upon seeing her wounds, Su Mei's pupils dilated, her body trembling. Poppy poison, it's the poppy poison. This is the ancient clan's secret toxin, the very same powder that Yi Yao Yao concocted at the tender age of 7 or 8. Even I cannot create it. How could this Feng family possess such a thing? Chapter 40. Yao Yao disguises as a maid. Too alluring. The woman, now covered in dirt and rolling on the ground, could not suppress her pain and let out a piercing scream. Meanwhile, Yi Yao Yao was eerily trailing behind the maid. That high, beautiful sister. The maid turned back in confusion. Before her stood a face so strikingly beautiful it took her breath away, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Who are you? Goodbye now, sister. The girl suddenly smiled radiantly, her cat-like eyes crescenting into a moon shape as she waved in farewell. Did I end the next moment? Her porcelain-white arm came crashing down with precision onto the maid's shoulder and neck. With a muffled thud, the maid barely registered the shock before collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, the Yi Yao Yao swiftly dragged her to a secluded corner of the garden, casually placing a couple of leaves over her as a makeshift cover. Moments later, a girl dressed in a maid's uniform re-emerged from the garden, hurrying away. Suddenly, She halted her steps, a mischievous smile creeping across her face as she grabbed some black mud and smeared it across her face. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and quickly disappeared. Observing the vast Feng residence, Yao Yao couldn't help but twitch her lips. The Do wealthy families truly revel in building mazes, where the black lion was kept. She had no idea why Yao Yao quickly assessed her surroundings and fixated on the maid watering the flowers at the corner, plotting her next move. "Sister, please help me. Just now, the madam suddenly ordered me to feed that black lion. But I have no idea where that creature is." The maid, startled by the sudden approach, momentarily froze. What on earth was this dark-faced person? "Why you are? What happened to your face? Don't mind who I am. My face was just messed up by the madam. You know her foul temper, don't you? If I don't feed that creature soon, I'll die here." The maid, without a hint of suspicion, recounted the location of the black lion in detail. "I'll come back and thank you, sister." However, Yao Yao turned away, a wicked smile gracing her lips. The servants of the Feng family truly lack intelligence. In a secluded attic, every nook and cranny was covered with fine cobwebs, and the musty scent of damp would assaulted her senses. The Yao Yao instinctively furrowed her brow. Su Mei was truly malicious. The pet she had spent a fortune on was kept in such a suffocating place. Strangely enough, she had never been one to feel sympathy, yet she inexplicably found it unbearable to witness the black lion suffer even the slightest indignity. The urge to slay surged within her, a feeling she hadn't experienced in quite some time. The Yao Yao pushed the door open. Creak. The rotting wooden door emitted a shrill screech. The enormous beast cage was smeared with crimson blood, sending a tremor through Yao Yao's heart. Inside the cage, the black lion hung, its head low, disheveled yet undeniably proud. Perhaps the scent of the maid's uniform was too overwhelming. Upon entering, she was met with a low growl, a warning from the feral beast. The Yao Yao tightened her grip on the life-saving powder in her hand and steeled herself to move forward. However, the black lion suddenly lunged with all its might, attempting to bite her, its growl growing more menacing. The Yao Yao stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Frustration surged as she considered turning on her heel and storming out. "What the heck? What am I doing here? I came to free you, and you dare to threaten me? Fine, I'll just quit and let that Su Mei stew you instead." As she glared back at the black lion, which was eyeing her with ill intent, the two of them engaged in a silent standoff in the spiderweb-laden room. Suddenly, the black lion lazily rolled its eyes, dismissively lying down. Yao Yao felt a surge of indignation and, with a huff, turned to leave. "It if you die, so be it." Yet Su Mei's venomous words echoed in her mind, relentless and unyielding. Yao Yao's steps felt as heavy as lead, immobilizing her. "Damn it," taking a deep breath, she turned back and charged inside. In an instant, she dashed to the beast cage, her hands moving swiftly to unlock it in one seamless motion. With a click, the blood-stained cage door creaked open. The black lion could only stare in stunned disbelief, momentarily forgetting to attack. The black lion, baffled, thought, "Has this ugly face maid lost her mind?" After stepping outside for a moment, Yao Yao felt a shiver run down her spine as she unlocked the cage. Had her anger gotten the better of her, leading her to dig her own grave? Yao Yao tightened her grip on the poison in her hand, almost having already composed her own epitaph. The black lion regained its senses, its enormous dark eyes fixating with malicious intent on the rather unattractive woman before it. The black lion spat. "Pah, the stench of a maid clings to her, whilst my master possesses a far more exquisite fragrance. Yet alas, my master has abandoned me, departing without a backward glance. Why? Was my service not satisfactory? Woe is me, it has been 6 years since my master left. And does she not think of me at all?" The black lion's frustration grew as it gazed disdainfully at the unattractive maid before it. Truly hideous, she was far less appealing than the very toes of its master. Yao Yao, observing the ferocious beast before her, instinctively shook her mane, as if preparing for an attack. Her entire body tensed. It seemed to validate her thoughts. In an instant, the black lion lunged at her with its gaping maw, sharp fangs glinting menacingly. Suddenly, Yao Yao recalled the scene of taming the great white beast and instinctively clenched her fist. Yet, as she saw the black lion springing towards her, her mind was devoid of any incantations. Where was that profound spell? She desperately needed one now. Could it not see she was on the brink of death? The lion's fangs were poised to sink into the girl's delicate arm when Yi Yao Yao's body stiffened, ready to unleash the poison in her grasp. Chapter 41. Does her poison have the power to make one kneel? Just as the lion's crimson eyes flared with barely contained rage, Yi Yao Yao's arms were pierced by its sharp teeth. Blood gushing forth in an instant. The sweet, sickly scent of her blood trickled down the lioness' fangs and into its throat. The black lion suddenly halted to why Yi Yao Yao stared at the immobile beast. A flicker of confusion crossing her brow. Had this dark lion run out of energy? Seizing the moment while the lion remained dazed, Yi Yao Yao exerted force, causing her poison to disperse onto the lion's blood-red tongue. The girl swiftly withdrew her arm from the lion's mouth, disregarding the blood that flowed freely, her chest heaving with irregular breaths that if she couldn't muster the heart to poison this lion, she would be marking her own grave. Forgive me, dear Black Furball, but I am not ready to meet my end. Yi Yao Yao spoke fervently, her eyes widened in shock. The black lioness' tongue circled its lips, audibly swallowing her poison with a look of delight. Yi Yao Yao's pupils constricted, her body tensing. How could this be? Was her dosage insufficient? This was enough to incapacitate 10 people. Yet the black lion showed no signs of succumbing. Instead, it began to advance slowly towards her. A shiver ran down Yi Yao Yao's spine as she reached for her pocket, only to find it empty. Oh no, she had no extra poison left. Lion, please don't eat me. I am both ugly and smelly. Sitting on the ground, she continued to scoot backward. This was it. She would never again see Feng Mingju's devilishly handsome face. And she hadn't even found her mother yet. The girl's terrified cat-like eyes darted anxiously before suddenly lifting her gaze, only to find the black lion kneeling before her. What? Yi Yao Yao nearly leapt out of her skin. Good heavens, could someone please explain the situation to her? Did her poison truly have the power to compel one to kneel? She would have to try it on Yu Qi when she returned. The enormous black creature was currently experiencing a tempest of emotions. This sweet blood was undoubtedly the essence of its master. And the poison. This was the very flavor that its master had once given it as a treat. Oh, how delightful! The black lion, recognizing the maid's scent through the stench of her uniform, was certain that this unremarkable girl was indeed its master. The black lion was now fervently licking the wounds on Yi Yao Yao's wrist, attempting to atone for its previous misdeeds. Master, do you truly not remember me? I am Chocolate. Why can't you hear me? Meanwhile, within the exclusive estate of Feng Xinghao, an antique porcelain vase lay shattered on the floor, while servants knelt in fear, their expressions filled with dread. Sume had already returned to her room, her body smeared with medicinal powder, having changed into long sleeves to barely conceal her horrific, ulcerated wounds, though the poison was not lethal. Its unbearable itch was impossible to treat. Even Su Mei's exceptional medical skills could do nothing to alleviate it. Hearing Feng Xinghao's furious shouts as he smashed things, Su Mei hurried to him. Darling, what happened? Her voice was sweet and charming, eliciting an involuntary shiver of desire. Pa, I was bitten by a rabid dog. What an utter misfortune. Feng Jiao, a porcelain vase shattered against the intricately carved wooden doorframe. Do not mention that wretched bastard to me. And that useless Feng Ling Tian. Even on the brink of death, he still dares to undermine my authority. I should have dealt with him alongside his criminal kin last time. Darling, has anyone else besides Feng Jiao come today? Su Mei's voice turned tentative. Iasin, T1 wretched creature enough. Do you also wish to add to my troubles? Feng Xinghao's roar was deafening. Su Mei hurriedly approached him, swaying her figure as she trembled. Darling, please calm down, all right? Her voice was sultry, her flushed cheeks enticing that Su Mei took Feng Xinghao's large hand and pressed it against her chest. Sweetheart, you are still my charming darling. Feng Xinghao's hand squeezed twice as if in retaliation, provoking a delightful whine from Su Mei. Young master, someone is looking for you. A maid rushed in, panic evident in her demeanor. Feng Xinghao's expression darkened immediately. Who has the audacity to disturb my leisure? They deserve an immediate punishment. Su Mei fanned the flames. Who dares to offend? Let them come in. Young master, he said for you to get out. What? Feng Xinghao shot up from his seat, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Go. Have the guards outside chop him up for me. Young master, they've all been killed. What nonsense are you spewing? This is the Feng family. Who dares? The man's pupils constricted, fury surging. You should go out and see for yourself. The maid knelt, silenced. Damn it. Feng Xinghao cursed vehemently, his heart pounding, before he could step out. He was surrounded by a group of individuals clad in mysterious garments. Chapter 42. The fierce lion seeks affection. Feng Xinghao felt his legs weaken as he spotted a figure clad in black, exuding an air of nobility, casually standing nearby. Upon recognizing the face, a surge of fury welled within him. Feng Mingjue? This is the Feng family. Do you dare? Do not use that foul mouth, tainted by the scent of wenches, to address me. It is repulsive. Feng Mingjue replied disdainfully, lighting a cigarette, resembling a formidable deity of death. Meanwhile, in the Mailin garden not far away, Yi Yao Yao glared in disdain at the enormous, dark creature beside her. The lion, towering nearly to her chest, was nuzzling her affectionately, its head almost 3 times larger than hers. That a wave of goosebumps washed over Yi Yao Yao. Do you not follow me? Ouch, don't touch me. If you do, I'll poison you again, I said. Do not follow me. The black lion paid no heed to her protests, steadfastly adhering to her side, occasionally demanding affection, or else it would immediately resort to a display of cuteness. Yi Yao Yao was at a loss. She truly did not understand how her poison had seemingly scrambled this beast's mind. Its tail, thick as a whip, wagged joyfully. Oh, heaven rewards the diligent. It has finally found its master. This time, it will cling to her side, rolling and begging for protection. Yet it remained uncertain when its master would once again hear its voice. It could not express its longing. The black lioness' crimson tongue persistently licked the healed wounds on Yi Yao Yao's arm, displaying a pitiful expression as if it had committed a grave error. The Yi Yao Yao's white arm was now slick with saliva, while the veins on her forehead throbbed with irritation. Do not touch me. With an exasperated slap, she struck the black lion across the face. The lion froze, momentarily stunned, ceasing its licking. Yi Yao Yao sighed in relief. Finally, some peace. However, in the next instant, the black lion once again plopped down on its knees before her. Master! Chocolate was wrong. Yi Yao Yao trembled, her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. Who is speaking? She shook her head in disbelief, digging into her ears. Had she truly just heard a soft, adorable voice calling her master? Was it a figment of her imagination? The soft, childlike voice chimed in once more, causing Yi Yao Yao to nearly leap out of her skin. Oh, where is this little brat playing tricks? Master! The voice sounded particularly elated this time. Master, you can finally hear Chocolate speaking. Yi Yao Yao's cat-like eyes scanned the air for the source of the voice, finally resting upon the towering beast before her. Are you speaking? Indeed, it is Chocolate. Without a doubt. The black lion nodded fervently, tears welling in its eyes. Quick, someone save her. She must be gravely ill. Night Yao Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this world truly fantastical? She was utterly bewildered. Did I ask your name really Chocolate? The girl cautiously inquired once more. Yes. That is correct. What an unpleasant name. Wah, it is not unpleasant. It is a name bestowed upon me by my master. It is the most beautiful name in the world. It all began when I stole my master's chocolate, and in a fit of rage, my master chased me through 10 streets, threatening to turn me into braised lion heads, and declared that whoever captured me would be rewarded with countless treasures. Eventually, unable to withstand my master's wrath, my master, feeling pity for me, decided to adopt me. Stop, enough. Night Yao Yao felt dizzy. It sounded as if she were listening to a tongue twister. Who is your master? For a piece of chocolate. They are offering a fortune in gold and jewels? Surely, they must be deranged. Your master is you are. Does my master no longer want me? You are being ridiculous. She is too busy amassing wealth to commit such a foolish act. Wah, Chocolate does not speak nonsense. My master once said my farts were too foul, and in a fit of anger, sealed my acupoints, so I dare not fart in front of my master anymore. The absurd black lion's description of its willful, dim-witted master truly baffled her. You are mistaken. I am not your foolish master. I must be going. As Night Yao Yao attempted to leave, the black lion wiggled its hindquarters and burrowed into her arms, its massive head rubbing against her insistently. Goodness, stopped at this instant. Night Yao Yao's nerves were frayed, her teeth clenched as she swatted the lion's head away. Then tell me, What is your master's name? Chocolate cannot directly utter the name of my master. I would be punished. The black lion suddenly took 2 steps back, its expression one of distress. For heaven's sake, just tell me. Night Yao Yao could hardly fathom how she had managed to survive this long, if this irritating creature truly was her pet. The black lion hesitantly lifted its head. Night Yao Yao suddenly seized one of its whiskers, pulling it sharply, her petite fist trembling with restraint. Speak. I will. Wah, my master's name is Night Yao Yao. Startled, Night Yao Yao's grip faltered, causing several of the lion's whiskers to be yanked out. Howl! Chocolate cried out in protest. Night Yao Yao remained in shock. This name was known only to her. Could this foolish lion truly recognize her? Chapter 43. Yao Yao disguised as a maid is caught by Lord Jiu suddenly. The sound of shattered porcelain echoed from a nearby opulent door, accompanied by a man's furious voice. Night Yao Yao's inner gossip monger stirred. Clad in the attire of a sealed family maid, she was unafraid of being discovered. The girl exchanged a glance with the black lion. You stay here quietly. Wah, no. Chocolate must always protect my master. Night Yao Yao retorted. Do you have a misunderstanding about your size? Are you afraid the guards of the Feng family won't notice me? Or are you worried I might live too long and become a nuisance to you? Chocolate dares not. In the corner of the garden, a peculiar standoff unfolded between the girl and the beast, yet they were engaged in a silent mental exchange. Stay here. Don't get caught again. I will absolutely not save you a second time. Wah, my master, Chocolate will. Night Yao Yao scrutinized the ominous creature before her, frowning. Could this soft, adorable, high-pitched voice truly belong to such a fearsome beast capable of devouring a person whole? She was perplexed. Was her master truly reluctant to part with Chocolate? The black lion suddenly tilted its head. Get lost. Night Yao Yao rolled her eyes and promptly walked away to that moment. A girl clad in maid attire approached the opulent estate, her face smeared with an incredibly unattractive black mud. Thus, Night Yao Yao effortlessly blended into the kneeling maids, mimicking their posture while keeping her ears perked up. Suddenly, a familiar yet deep and melodious male voice resonated, laced with disdainful detachment. Night Yao Yao's eyebrows shot up, and a smirk graced her lips. That scoundrel Feng Mingjue has left me in the room while he struts about here. How utterly boring. The girl nonchalantly plucked at the weeds on the ground, quietly enjoying the farce unfolding at the Feng residence. Abruptly, she paused. Why was she eavesdropping daily? You wretch, mad dog. I'm the young master of the Feng family. Dare to create a ruckus here, and even if you are Feng Xinghao's biological brother, you shall die. Someone, bind him and execute him. No, slice him into pieces. Yet as she surveyed her surroundings, not a single soul stirred. Only the wind rustled a few fallen leaves. Feng Mingjue lowered his head, furrowing his brow, his expression cold as he regarded the situation with disdain. His sharply defined hands waved dismissively. Instantly, a group of well-trained individuals clad in mysterious attire surged through the estate's entrance. Terrifyingly, each one of them held a bloodied corpse. In an instant, the air thickened with an indescribable aura of slaughter. The victims bore horrific injuries. Some had half their eyeballs gouged out, and chunks of flesh hung limply from their chests, dripping with blood. The man at the forefront, with narrowed eyes, possessed a face so pale it was almost sickly, emanating a lethal pressure with every movement. He raised his chin slightly, a sinister smile creeping onto his thin lips. Here they are, those you sought. Are you satisfied? Feng Xinghao looked at the gruesome scene and nearly collapsed to the ground. Have you lost your mind? This is the Feng family. Do you dare to openly defy the Blood Alliance? I thought my intentions were sufficiently clear. Are you not afraid your father will kill you? With Feng Ling Tian's capabilities, crushing you is easier than squashing an ant. At that moment, a maid rushed in, kneeling beside Feng Xinghao with a thud. Her voice was urgent. Young master, someone outside has delivered a letter. The letter bore an eye-catching, gold-embossed seal, prominently inscribed with the character for crime, indicating its association with the prison. Suddenly, Feng Xinghao threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his laughter bordering on madness. Even the heavens are assisting me. He straightened, brandishing the letter in a show of defiance. Feng Jiu, do you see? The prison has agreed to cooperate with the Blood Alliance. It's too late for you to run now. Ha! With the prison's backing, my Feng family will soon become the foremost family in this summer kingdom. All those ancient clans can step aside. Prison. What is that place? It is a force from the forbidden continent. Useless Feng Mingjue. Let's see how cocky you can be. Today, I will ensure you are sliced into pieces and fed to wild dogs. Suddenly, a laugh echoed through the crowd. Neither too loud nor too soft. Feng Mingjue's cunning nature was evident as he toyed with Feng Xinghao, who was acting like a mad monkey, as if he longed to kneel and burn incense before the lord of the prison. I wonder how embarrassed Feng Xinghao will be when he learns the truth, perhaps enough to smash his own face with a brick. Who? Who dares to laugh at me? Feng Xinghao's face flushed with rage. His voice rising dangerously high. Oh no, this is bad. The drama has come to me. Night Yao Yao quickly clenched her small hands, shrinking back into the throng of maids, her muddy face swiftly buried. You, come out. Night Yao Yao shivered in fear, her gaze drawn to Feng Xinghao's piercing, predatory glare directed at her. She instinctively glanced at Feng Mingjue. The man appeared impatient, his brows furrowed, disinterestedly toying with the ring on his pinky. Entirely uninterested in the unfolding drama, Night Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If Feng Mingjue caught her sneaking out again, who knew what insane antics he might pull? Come out. Another sharp command rang out. A timid maid stepped forward, bowing deeply. Her head was lowered excessively, but through the darkness, her face was vaguely visible, and she was undeniably unattractive. Strangely, her neck was as smooth and delicate as jade, that I didn't mean to. The maid's voice was akin to a chainsaw, her peculiar quacking tone sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. Ugh, where did such an unpleasant voice come from? Were the selectors blind when choosing this one? What are you standing there for? Drag her out and execute her. Yes, the nearby maid complied, rising to her feet, trembling as she surveyed the gruesome scene. The individuals in this secluded residence of the Feng family had been reduced to mere maids. Upon hearing this, Night Yao Yao's cat-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, she could escape, with a massive black lion guarding her outside, who would dare to harm her. The urgent task at hand was to vanish from Feng Mingjue's sight. Yi Yao Yao lowered her head in a moment of guilt, feigning an expression of sheer terror as she was dragged away by a nearby maid. She passed by Feng Mingjue. The girl quickened her pace instinctively, as though she had encountered a vengeful spirit. Suddenly, a languid male voice erupted beside her ear, catching her off guard. Where's the rush? Chapter 44. Yao Yao caught. The man's tone was laced with a teasing inflection. Yao Yao nearly spiraled into oblivion, pretending not to hear as she bent her body, attempting to flee. Yet, she was abruptly ensnared by a strong, elongated arm that moment, their gazes locked. Feng Mingjue's deep eyes glimmered with a chilling, piercing light that Yi Yao Yao stuttered, hurriedly showcasing her croaky voice once more. Oh, how vexing. Is Lord Jiu smitten with pair? As the words escaped her lips. The girl, with her coal black face and the scent of sweat clinging to her maid's attire, stood before him. Yet, Feng Mingjue suddenly smiled, a beguiling and eerie smile. Indeed, I have taken a liking to pair. Her unique ugliness truly captures my heart. The man's voice was languid, his dark eyes brimming with mockery. Yi Yao Yao thought, could his taste be any more peculiar? Around them, onlookers whispered, let him be blind. In this peculiar scenario, even Feng Xinghao stood dumbfounded. With a sudden burst of determination, Yi Yao Yao gritted her teeth, her voice, reminiscent of a chainsaw, tinged with a hint of delight. Lord Jiu is so handsome. Moi, pair adores Lord Jiu. With that, Yi Yao Yao closed her eyes and lunged towards Feng Mingjue, her face smeared with the most grotesque black grime, rendering her visage indescribably hideous. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes in shock. I refuse to believe you can maintain your composure before such an unsightly face. The next moment, she was bewildered. For a long time, the dark guards beside Feng Mingjue instinctively lowered their heads, their minds racing with 1,000 curses. The Lord's taste is indeed unique. The remaining onlookers stifled their discomfort, covering their mouths. The visual impact was simply overwhelming. Ugh, truly, filth mingling with filth, when the prison comes. You shall all descend into hell. Feng Xinghao, regaining his senses, erupted in a tirade. It seemed the young master had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Oh well, it matters little. He is already half dead. Feng Xinghao's face flushed with rage as he spotted a wave of black-clad figures swiftly surrounding them, guns drawn. Feng Mingjue, how dare you? I possess the letter from the prison. If you dare to act against me, you shall be at odds with the entire prison. Blood Alliance. Where are my Blood Alliance comrades? Where have the Dark Guards gone? Young Master, the old master has just conveyed that your authority in the Blood Alliance has been revoked. And from now on, the Feng family shall have no young master. What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Xinghao kicked the speaker aside, staggering back a couple of steps. You are all mad. That old fool Feng Lingtian. On what grounds? The words of the man who was once so brazen became increasingly frantic, his tone a blend of madness and despair. The Feng family is gone. The Blood Alliance is gone. But it matters not. Ha! I still have the prison. Do you dare to touch me? Feng Mingjue, mad dog, useless. Not poisoning you back then is my greatest regret. Feng Mingjue's voice suddenly brimmed with a murderous intent that swept like a tempest. The prison? Let him open the envelope. The dark guard beside Feng Mingjue promptly approached and tore the envelope apart. Fragments of paper scattered elegantly, revealing a small, exquisite silver piece, emblazoned with the word kill in blood. Feng Xinghao's pupils dilated as he collapsed onto the ground. How can this be? It is the prison's death order. A dark, unyielding gun barrel was mercilessly pressed against Feng Xinghao's temple. The terror surging from within could no longer be masked. And the air was suddenly thick with the stench of urine. That moment. Su Mei, concealed in a corner of the room, trembled uncontrollably. With a mere glance from Feng Mingjue, the gunman was on the verge of pulling the trigger. Wait! A deep, aged voice suddenly resonated from the door, feeble yet commanding. Father! Father! Save me! This mad dog wants to kill me! Father! Feng Xinghao cried out as he crawled towards Feng Lingtian, grasping his hand, utterly stripped of his earlier arrogance. Can we spare his life? The weary elder in the wheelchair immediately threw off Feng Xinghao's grasp, his murky eyes fixed directly on Feng Mingjue. Ha! Spare his life. Did he ever think to spare mine back then? What right do you have to stand here and converse with me? Feng Mingjue, growing increasingly impatient, lit a cigar, his knuckles whitened, signifying his barely contained rage. Suddenly, he felt an emptiness at his lips as the cigar he had been nibbling was snatched away and tossed several meters away. Yi Yao Yao frowned. The man instantly curved his lips, seizing the small hand that had caused a ruckus against his chest, his nameless fury dissipating in an instant. Father, why do you speak so submissively to this beast? Father, quickly kill him. He has killed our Feng family members. Look, father, silence. Feng Lingtian suddenly struck Feng Xinghao with a resounding slap. Gazing at the pool of blood surrounding the fallen Feng family warriors, he closed his eyes. Father, Feng Xinghao, dazed from the blow, murmured, spare his life, and I shall reveal a secret of the ancient clan, known to very few. That a fleeting glimmer of dark light flickered in Feng Mingjue's black eyes, instinctively tightening his embrace around Yi Yao Yao. What does the secret of the ancient clan have to do with me? Feng Mingjue's voice was laced with frost. And am I so old that you believe I have relinquished all concern for matters of the outside world? Since the establishment of the prison, it has been continuously gathering information on the ancient clan. Has it not? I believe the secrets I possess would pique your esteemed interest, Lord Jiao, upon hearing this. A dangerous and terrifying murderous intent suddenly flashed through Feng Mingjue's otherwise calm eyes. This secret may indeed relate to the hidden ancient clan, Feng Lingtian added. Throughout this exchange, Feng Mingjue had not once cast a glance at the two before him. As soon as Feng Mingjue's words fell, the stagnant air was shattered by two sharp gunshots, followed by the wailing akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Madman, what have you done? Blood gushed forth from Feng Xinghao's legs, splattering Feng Lingtian's face. Feng Mingjue calmly handed the gun in his hand to the nearby dark guard, his voice indifferent that I only said to spare his life. As for his legs, consider it my token of gratitude for past grievances. Father, why didn't you just kill him? My legs, my legs. Silence, beast. Are my legs not the result of your own folly? Feng Lingtian suddenly roared, losing control. What? Father, how could you know? Feng Xinghao stammered, slowly realizing as he instinctively covered his mouth. The aged man in the wheelchair slowly raised his murky, lifeless eyes, his piercing gaze boring into Feng Mingjue for a moment. that it seemed Feng Lingtian had made a decision, as his frail hand retrieved a brown, ancient parchment from behind, trembling as he extended it forward. The old man sighed softly. The item you seek is here. Chapter 45. The disguise is unveiled as you may, hidden within the confines of the room. Caught every word, her captivating eyes glancing warily. The hidden secrets of the ancient clan. How could that old man Feng Lingtian know so much about something even she was unaware of? Peering through the crack in the door, Su Mei watched as Feng Mingjue, cradling the unsightly servant girl in his arms, departed from Feng Xinghao's estate. The brown parchment in the man's hand was particularly striking that Su Mei's grip tightened. What could it possibly contain? Feng Xinghao was no longer a reliable ally. She needed to find a powerful backing immediately. Gritting her silver teeth, Su Mei furrowed her brows deeply, fixating on Feng Mingjue's retreating figure. This estate was fraught with intrigue. It was becoming increasingly fascinating that on the cobblestone path, Yi Yao Yao felt a wave of unease wash over her. Payer. The man suddenly leaned down, forcibly grasping Yi Yao Yao's mud-covered face. She struggled to break free. But to no avail. Yi Yao Yao twitched her lips, instantly donning an awkward yet polite smile. However, her once bright and charming grin appeared rather ludicrous on her currently unattractive face. The payer just said she liked Lord Jiao. The man's voice was husky. Yi Yao Yao. What a coincidence. Lord Jiao has also taken a liking to Payer. What should I do? Lord Jiao Payer is already married. Please spare her. Oh, where's Payer's croaky voice gone? How careless of you. Ahem, married. Let us find out why Yao Yao. Lord Jiao Payer has 2 children. That is acceptable. I shall provide for them. Yi Yao Yao felt a surge of indignation. I can't. My husband is dead. No worries. You have a hard life. I am unafraid. Since Payer adores Lord Jiao, then Lord Jiao is willing to give up everything for Payer. The handsome visage of the man drew ever closer. Feng Mingju, are you trying to kill me? If I were to die, I would never let you go. The man cast his gaze downwards. What does Payer think of Ninth Master? Terrible. Absolutely dreadful. Goodness, beast. Yi Yao Yao felt her heart race with fury. Oh, really? I seem to recall Payer rather enjoying herself. Yi Yao Yao retorted. That was coercion. Coercion. Suddenly, Feng Mingjue extended his hand, roughly wiping Yi Yao Yao's face as if venting frustration. The black disguise fell away, revealing the girl's originally pure and smooth visage, bright eyes, and pearly teeth. Hiss. Why is this dark substance on Payer's face still fading? And after it fades, why does she resemble our little girl so closely? But our little girl is rather disobedient. When we return, she shall receive a good thrashing to correct her mischievous habit of sneaking away. Just as Yi Yao Yao was frantically contemplating her next move, a massive shadow suddenly charged out from the garden, bringing with it an overwhelming ferocity that a black lion, taller than a person, stood menacingly in the middle of the path, poised to attack. How dare it? How can my noble master be held by a filthy man? Upon realizing what the shadow was, Yi Yao Yao shuddered, her eyes filled with warning. Didn't I tell you to stay put? What are you doing out here? Seeking attention? The black lion replied, Master cannot be too close to filthy men. All men are villains. Aren't you a purebred lion yourself? Although that is indeed the case. Xiao Ku is a lion who loves her master. A kind-hearted lion, Yi Yao Yao exclaimed. Oh, God, just end my life. I cannot bear it any longer. Bring destruction upon me. Can you not perceive how dangerous this man before you is? If you provoke him, Xiao Ku, you will truly become a plate of chocolate, or perhaps taste like lion meat. Upon hearing Yi Yao Yao's words, the black lion suddenly took 2 cautious steps back. Feng Mingjue furrowed his brow, danger lurking deep within his dark eyes. Watching the ominous beast before him, the man felt a surge of protectiveness, fearing that this fierce creature might harm the delicate girl in his arms, and he nearly commanded it to be shot. Feng Mingjue's long fingers twitched, but unexpectedly, a hand pressed down upon them. Wait, I want it to no more pretending. The man's voice held a teasing tone. What pretense is left? You've nearly stripped it bare. Yi Yao Yao thought to herself, feeling utterly speechless. Can I have it? Chapter 46. The scheming demon Ninth Master is online. The girl's beautiful glass-like eyes were filled with hope. Darn it, I truly invested heavily for this sudden lion that appeared. No, The man's voice was cold and unyielding. Why Yao Yao protested. The black lion let out a cry of distress. I am blind. I'm blind. What is my master doing? Woe is me. What has become of my charming and unruly master? This must be an impostor. I don't believe it. Master, if you are being held against your will, just call out, and I, Xiao Ku, will risk my life to save you. I call you Grandpa. Now, get out of my way and lie down obediently. Yi Yao Yao was so infuriated that she wished to smash this foolish lion with a brick. As she busily devised a strategy, this cursed lion incessantly babbled in her ear, resembling a living grandmother. Was this truly the pet she had raised? How could its intellect be so vastly different from hers? What had she been thinking in adopting such a creature? Suddenly, Yi Yao Yao felt her body sway inexplicably. Upon focusing her gaze, she saw Feng Mingjue stepping forward, directly grasping the black lion by its ears. The lion bared its teeth and roared, attempting to bite this ignorant human, but was subdued by a mere glance from Yi Yao Yao. Slumping down with its head hung low, woe is me. One cannot defy the master's command. You want the black lion? The man suddenly chuckled, his lips curling into a somewhat bewitching smile. Yi Yao Yao nodded fervently. Let us buy another. This one is too ugly. Yi Yao Yao declared. The black lion suddenly let out a fierce roar. Howl! Master, do not restrain me. Xiaoke shall bite this tasteless, filthy man to death. I am the most beautiful and noble lion among black lions. Look at my luxurious black and purple mane. How can such a blind human fail to appreciate my beauty? Roar! Suddenly, a chunk of succulent meat flew from a distance, landing perfectly in the lioness' open mouth. Xiao chewed in confusion, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Almost instantly, the black lion ceased its roaring, burying its head in the meat. Woe is me, Xiao has been too hungry for too long. Master, once I am full, I will still be a dignified and beautiful lion. Yi Yao Yao thought, this cannot possibly be your pet. It cannot be. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yao Yao resolved that if this black lion truly was her pet, it might help her recover her memories, and she could not afford to give up on it. Although she desperately wanted to, Brother Jiao, I want this lion. The girl suddenly tugged at the man's clothing, her soft face filled with longing. Feng Mingjue raised an eyebrow, observing the enormous black lion devouring its meal with reckless abandon. Are you certain? Certain in truth, she was not entirely sure. What if I say no? Yi Yao Yao suddenly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. In the next moment, Feng Mingjue's elongated eyes widened in astonishment, freezing in place. The air stood still for a moment. The warmth of his lips brushed against hers, causing the man to shudder that instant. Yi Yao Yao turned her head away. The black lion, still munching on its meat, dropped the chunk in surprise, its massive eyes wide with disbelief. In that serene moment on the cobblestone path, a man of striking beauty, with sharp features and a beguiling smile, held the girl's chin delicately. Yi Yao Yao was compelled to meet Feng Mingjue's gaze, her glass-like eyes reflecting his handsome face. Then, she heard his lazy, teasing voice that you've made progress. Yi Yao Yao. She instantly turned her head away, her face filled with annoyance. Feng Mingjue lowered his gaze. That black lion is now yours. His entire focus remained on Yi Yao Yao. Roar! Xiao Ku, realizing what was happening, roared frantically. The lion is originally the master's. Filthy man, release my master. For goodness sake, stop howling. He can't hear you. Yi Yao Yao felt utterly exasperated. Oh, very well, master. After being scolded by Yi Yao Yao, the black lion shrank its neck, pondering for a moment, then continued to munch on the meat it had dropped. Yi Yao Yao. Did she still have time to regret her decision? Someone put this foolish lion down. As the sun began to set, the trio, 2 humans and a lion, walked in an oddly harmonious manner along the path of the Feng residence. Xiaoke felt a persistent sense of danger emanating from the mysterious and noble man beside them. Throughout the journey, it ceaselessly warned Yi Yao Yao to distance herself from this frightening man. Master, this man is far too dangerous. Master, has that filthy man harmed you? Do not worry, Xiaoke will protect you. Master, I truly feel that this man exudes an inexplicable pressure. Yi Yao Yao felt a vain throb at her temple. She secretly vowed that once she regained her memory, the first thing she would do was cut off this black lioness tongue and stew it. Seizing an opportunity while Yi Yaoyao was distracted, Feng Mingjue discreetly unfurled the old parchment scroll at her side. His slender eyes appeared to casually scan its contents before he rolled it back up. Suddenly, Yi Yaoyao's glassy gaze dimmed. She concealed her triumphant expression. She had noticed the hasty scrawl on the parchment. In the third row, last box of the Feng family's library on the west side, lies a page of remnants containing secrets of the ancient clan that you seek. Do not overestimate yourself in attempting to probe into the hidden matters of the ancient clan. Beware of meeting your demise without a burial place. A flicker of shock crossed Yi Yaoyao's cat-like eyes. A storm brewing in her mind. It felt as though she had wandered for ages. Suddenly, a decrepit room materialized before her. Cobwebs spread recklessly through the cracks of the door. The once magnificent European-style door, now layered with a thick layer of dust. One corner of the window pane was missing, riddled with fine cracks, and there were faint traces of what appeared to be aged bloodstains in the corners. This cannot be the place where Brother Jiao once resided? Yi Yaoyao gasped, startled by her own thoughts. Feng Mingjue did not refute her, a hint of barely perceptible malice clouding his dark gaze. The man then looked down and smiled. "What's this? Are you feeling sympathy for me?" Yi Yaoyao lowered her head, remaining silent. "That if you truly feel sympathy, hold me tightly, or even a kiss would suffice." Chapter 47. I'm so pitiful. Would you consider holding me a little tighter? Do the Feng family not care for Brother Jiao? His life is tough. He has simply not been played to death by them. The man wore an expression of indifference, his bony fingers gently caressing the girl's delicate face. "Do you truly reside in such a place?" Night Yaoyao furrowed her brows. This was a sinister locale that could send shivers down the spine of even the bravest dog. "Well, I am perpetually underfed and inadequately clothed, my body exposed, my stomach empty. When parched, I drink blood, and when famished, I gnaw at my own flesh. Even the mice greet me with a polite hello and goodbye. So, Yaoyao, might you consider clinging a bit tighter to Brother Jiao?" The more Night Yaoyao listened, the more she sensed something amiss. Suddenly, with a sharp push, she flung open the dilapidated European-style door before her. The opulence of the decor nearly blinded her. The retro hollow chandelier exuded an English charm, while genuine leather sofas embellished the room's elegance. And the deep crimson hues imparted an air of mysterious grandeur. That a smirk crept across Night Yaoyao's lips as she thought, this man truly had a talent for speaking nonsense with a straight face. Abruptly, a thunderous snore echoed through the air, startling Night Yaoyao into shrinking closer to Feng Mingjue. Chocolate, her feline companion, fixated on Night Yaoyao's cat-like eyes for a moment before comprehending. The black lion, with a light leap, followed the scent and soon emerged from the thicket, clutching a man who was blissfully asleep. Dressed in a black and gold patterned outfit, adorned with a mysterious and noble purple moon on his chest. Drool streamed down his chin as he continued to snore thunderously. Upon realizing the man's identity, Feng Mingjue's forehead darkened. The black lion, responding to Night Yaoyao's silent command, shook its luxurious black and purple mane and released the man from its jaws. With a thud, the man fell to the ground, abruptly awakening from his slumber. The individual revealed to be Yu Qi, who had been enchanted into unconsciousness by Night Yaoyao, rubbed his mouth sleepily, appearing utterly dazed. Suddenly, a murderous gaze fell upon him, and Yu Qi felt an electrifying chill run through him, his bleary eyes sharpening as he focused on Feng Mingjue, who was staring at him with an intensity that felt as though it were slicing into his flesh. In an instant, Yu Qi knelt, fear gripping him, his soul nearly half vanished. "Lord Jiao, Yu Qi is doomed. Indeed, doomed. That as for that black lion, you may choose to end it yourself." Black lion? Yu Qi turned in confusion, only to find a massive black lion's head looming before him, its snout nearly touching his own. Silence enveloped the scene. Then roar! The black lion erupted into a ferocious roar, the gust from its mouth slashing past Yu Qi's ears with a scorching pain. Damn it! Yu Qi was propelled several meters away, the remnants of his soul scattering in terror, leaving him dazed on the ground. This black lion was easily 4 or 5 times the size of the snow wolf back home. "Chocolate, you've frightened the guest. Quickly, bring him back from the ground." Night Yaoyao chuckled mischievously, exchanging glances with the lion. Chocolate obediently followed suit, swiftly retrieving Yu Qi and presenting him before Feng Mingjue. "Did you sleep well?" Feng Mingjue inquired with a playful smirk, sending a shiver down Yu Qi's spine. Was it pleasant? Lord Jiu, Yu Qi has sinned. Yu Qi was still trying to regain his composure. How did you fall asleep? The man's voice carried an icy undertone. Yu Qi instinctively shot a glance at Night Yao Yao, only to be met with her unfathomably wicked gaze that sent a shiver down his spine. What the hell? This girl is even more terrifying than Lord Jiu. Yu Qi stammered, unable to speak. Feng Mingjue's deep black eyes suddenly glinted with intrigue. Our Yao Yao possesses quite the talent, doesn't she? He regarded the girl nestled in his arms with great interest. What are you saying, brother Aju? Night Yao Yao maintained her composure, devoid of any sign of disturbance. Even Chocolate could not help but silently give a thumbs up to its master in admiration of this masterful display of composure. Burn that foul maid's clothing off her and dispose of it, the man ordered suddenly, his voice laced with disdain as he set Night Yao Yao down to do. Night Yao Yao made her way to the bedroom, where a brand-new vintage European-style bed stood prominently in the center. She selected a convenient little dress, standing barefoot on the intricately patterned floor, searching for a pair of shoes, but found none. The shoes she had just discarded had already been claimed by Feng Mingjue for incineration. Just then, the door creaked open, a tall figure leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow, his silhouette strikingly handsome. All set. There are no shoes, the girl asked, a hint of confusion in her voice, observing Night Yao Yao standing barefoot. Feng Mingjue's expression darkened instantaneously. Almost immediately, a pair of socks appeared, perfectly fitted as if tailored for her. Night Yao Yao, unusually obedient, seemed to be concocting some scheme. Once dressed, Feng Mingjue stood, ready to leave. What about shoes? Night Yao Yao inquired. What shoes? Oh, we're too poor to afford such luxuries. Feng Mingjue replied nonchalantly, his face betraying no emotion. Night Yao Yao thought, could this excuse be any more ridiculous? Don't believe me. Feng Mingjue chuckled softly. Night Yao Yao shot him a glare, her teeth clenched in frustration. Let me think. We recently had a wildcat visit, and once it put on shoes, it ran rampant everywhere, ruining all my carefully nurtured plants. So, I burned all the shoes, and now I'm curious to see how that little wildcat behaves. Night Yao Yao felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps you've wronged that adorable little cat? The girl emphasized the word adorable. That is a valid point, worthy of further investigation. Where are the shoes? Night Yao Yao's voice held a tinge of hope. Shoes? What shoes? We're too poor to afford such things. The man's lips curled into an exquisitely elegant smile. Night Yao Yao thought. She wanted to curse. Once she had money, she would buy a villa's worth of shoes, changing them every minute, just to infuriate him. Meanwhile, Feng Mingjue casually unbuttoned his shirt, leisurely shedding his garments. Night Yao Yao snapped out of her reverie and looked up, her eyes widening at the sight of his sculpted physique, her face turning crimson as she quickly averted her gaze. What are you hiding from? It's not like you haven't touched before. His lazy voice carried a teasing undertone. Chapter 48. If you misbehave, I shall pluck every hair from your body. Night Yao Yao exclaimed. When did I ever touch? Each night, you wrap around me like an octopus. It was you who was touching me. The girl retorted, eager to defend herself. Well, that does sound appealing. Let's give it a try tonight. Feng Mingjue chuckled softly. Night Yao Yao exclaimed, What? Where's my knife? I need to kill someone. Just as she voiced her thoughts, Feng Mingjue had already changed into his regular attire and approached her, unexpectedly leaning in. Night Yao Yao's anger deepened, her face turning an even deeper shade of red, nearly causing her to faint from the embarrassment. That I'll step out for a moment, the man announced suddenly to go. Hurry, ideally, never return, Night Yao Yao remarked. Referencing the wildcat, do you think it will behave? Of course. The girl's demeanor shifted dramatically, that if you continue to disobey, I shall pluck every last hair from that cat. Is that permissible? Absolutely. Why not pluck your own hair instead? After a prolonged moment, Feng Mingjue finally smiled with satisfaction, slamming the door behind him as he left. The expression on Night Yao Yao's face transformed into one of striking beauty, akin to an imperious queen. After a while, she strode out of the bedroom, wearing her socks, opening the door with bold confidence. The Feng family's library. How intriguing. However, the moment she opened the door, she was taken aback, a lion, towering over her. Lounged by the entrance, while Yu Qi sat rigidly on the European-style sofa, his gaze fixed intently on her. Most importantly, the entire living room was nearly filled with Feng Mingjue's hidden guards. A sea of dark figures met her gaze, nearly triggering her claustrophobia. Witnessing the scene before her, Night Yao Yao's lips twitched in irritation. This wretched man had truly outdone himself. Moments later, the lavish European-style living room presented an eerie sight that a girl, as striking as a doll and reminiscent of a court princess, lounged nonchalantly opposite Yu Qi, her cat-like eyes gleaming with mischief. Night Yao Yao idly picked at her nails, her expression dripping with arrogant wickedness. Little Chi, the girl's voice, laced with malice, echoed sharply. What are you doing? Yu Qi instinctively bristled. Can you let me go? Night Yao Yao blinked innocently, her fingers playfully tapping, tilting her head. Yu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. Damn it. The shock is blinding. Faced with Night Yao Yao, he broke out into a cold sweat that no, this is all a lie. This woman is a demon. Yu Qi repeatedly reassured himself, desperately trying to steady his racing heart. Oh, I see, the girl replied, her tone returning to its previous nonchalance. Where is the Feng family library? I've never lived in the Feng family, so I wouldn't know. Yu Qi lowered her head in a moment of trepidation. The unnatural glint in the man's eyes was deftly captured by Yi Yao Yao. The girl suddenly reached out to touch the chocolate-black, purplish mane beside her. Sweetheart, go play with brother Yu Qi for a while. He seems a tad dishonest. Instantly, the massive black lion scampered over as soon as the girl's words fell. The imposing black lion lunged towards Yu Qi with a thunderous roar. What are you all standing there for? Come here! Yu Qi shouted in fright at the dark guards surrounding him. The group of dark guards exchanged wary glances, none daring to move. Are you going or not? The boss is calling us. That girl is the apple of the Lord's eye. I certainly don't wish to lose my head. I wouldn't dare, as long as she remains indoors. Our task is complete, that I wouldn't go near her. She's simply a witch. What about the boss? The dark guards exchanged glances, and in an unspoken agreement, lowered their heads as if deaf. Yu Qi exclaimed, damn it. A bunch of ingrates, afraid of a little girl. I'm left to fight alone. Hey. Yu Qi swallowed hard. Little Chi, just tell me where the library is. I can't get out. Suddenly, Yi Yao Yao rose from the European-style sofa and glided over. With a swift motion, her slightly elongated nails caught Yu Qi's chin and lifted it abruptly. Her enchanting, bewitching face inched closer, a sight captivating beyond measure. Yu Qi's dashing visage turned crimson to the ears. Will you speak, Yu Qi's lips trembled, struggling to stay sealed, internally lamenting. Jiu Yi, save Yu Qi. I'd rather face death in the underground fighting ring of the Forbidden Continent. Not going to say. Little Chi, do you think if brother Agio returned and witnessed this scene, what fate would await you? As her words fell, Yu Qi sprang from the sofa, rolling and scrambling away, that while Yi Yao Yao casually exchanged a glance with Chocolate, who had stealthily slipped out of the room. Sister Yao, my head is going to roll. Yu Qi pleaded almost in desperation. Let it roll and grow back. As if it could grow back. Is his head made of leeks? Once cut, it won't regrow, will it? What do you want the library for? Yu Qi's face reflected wariness, bored and found the name pleasing. Yi Yao Yao replied with an innocent smile, that I can tell you. But you must guarantee that you will absolutely not leave this room. Yi Yao Yao shrugged, her small hands raised, gazing earnestly at the dark guards surrounding them with her glass-like eyes. Do you think I can get out? Yu Qi pondered briefly, surrendering to the notion. The tallest yin tower on the eastern side of the Feng family is the library. Now can I stay here in peace, my lady? Suddenly a voice, eerie as if from the depths of hell, broke the silence that I don't recall ever saying I would stay here. The girl smirked slightly, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly allure. The occupants of the room froze simultaneously, a dreadful premonition enveloping them, instantly turning them alert. At that moment, the dilapidated European-style door creaked open mysteriously, and a shadow slipped inside. Chapter 49. Yao Yao stumbles into the library and encounters the man in black, a towering black lion. Half the height of a man appeared before them. Strangely, it held a large cluster of ethereal blue flowers in its jaws, the central crimson petals shockingly vivid. My darling is truly obedient, to Yi Yao Yao. Clad in a regal little dress, reclined on the European sofa, her beautiful cat-like eyes half closed, exuding the demeanor of a jaded queen. Little Chi-Chi, then sister shall take her leave first. The girl on the sofa laughed wickedly, sending chills down the spines of those present. Quick, guard the doors and windows. Don't let this little ancestor escape, or you all will be doomed. The dark guards snapped to attention, vigilantly stationed by the door, their eyes fixed on the mischievous girl on the sofa that don't waste any more time. Miss Yao Yao, with us here, you cannot escape. Suddenly, one of the dark guards spoke up. That I asked that so? Yi Yao Yao's delicate hand grasped the silver-patterned teacup on the table, leisurely taking a sip. Just as everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, the girl's hand flicked, and steaming tea splashed onto the ethereal blue flower's petals that in an instant, a thick white mist began to envelop the room, wrapping around everyone like a ghostly shroud. Quick, cover your mouths and noses. This mist is suspicious, someone shouted while Yi Yao Yao languidly reclined on the sofa, coldly observing the unfolding scene, idly toying with her beautiful hair. This flower is called Netherworld. The petals release hallucinogenic toxins upon heating. I'm afraid covering your mouths and noses won't help. The white mist seeps in everywhere. But fret not, sleep now. After a good nap, you'll forget everything. Yi Yao Yao rose slowly, her small hand brushing the nape of her fair neck as she stretched languidly. I can't feel my hands. I can't feel my tongue. Oh no, I can't feel my... The dark guards gradually succumbed to the hallucination, with two burly men embracing one another, much to Yi Yao Yao's near disgust. Hey, they're really going all out. If it weren't for other matters, I'd love to stay and watch. Yu Chi clung to the last remnants of consciousness. Why are you okay? Terribly sorry. Immune to toxins. Yi Yao Yao spread her hands, feigning an expression of helplessness, utterly infuriating. Chocolate suddenly bounded over, its massive lion tail wagging joyously. Master, shall we leave? Yi Yao Yao paused. You now? With me? Of course, Chocolate will stand by its master. That seems a bit infeasible. Yi Yao Yao's expression turned inexplicably strange. Why? The lion inquired eagerly. I want to protect. Just then, the black lioness' excitement faded as it suddenly went dark before collapsing to its knees. Because it seems you've been poisoned as well. Yi Yao Yao chuckled awkwardly, realizing she had inadvertently knocked out her one loyal bodyguard. Chocolate, before it could even utter a word, succumbed to hallucinations. Hugging the table leg, as if it were a piece of meat, that a twinge of guilt flickered in Yi Yao Yao's heart. But she soon shrugged it off and stepped out through the door. The Feng family, shrouded in night, exuded an eerie silence, the occasional chirp of insects enhancing the foreboding atmosphere. The heavy darkness seemed ready to swallow everything whole. Amidst the sparse remnants of moonlight, a small girl, intent on concealing her form, stealthily navigated the intricate paths of the Feng residence, gradually making her way towards the eastern side. Yi Yao Yao concealed herself behind an ancient tree, surveying the three-story loft that emerged dimly from the shadows. The gray-black walls bore signs of wear, exuding a somber aura. The loft was unlit, enveloped in suffocating darkness, seemingly devoid of inhabitants. Could it be that Feng Mingjue hasn't arrived here, or has already departed? Yi Yao Yao mused, her brows knitting in caution as she took a tentative step forward. The girl, barefoot save for a pair of cream-colored socks that had grown somewhat dirty, felt an inexplicable connection to the torn page Feng Mingjue sought. The creaking of the wooden door echoed ominously in the stillness. Utilizing her keen night vision, the girl swiftly located the wooden spiral staircase of the loft and silently ascended to the second floor. Still, it was empty, only shelves lined with books standing quietly in the darkness. Stealing her resolve, Yi Yao Yao continued her ascent. However, the staircase leading to the third floor felt different. It was aged and decayed, creaking ominously with each step. The last row of black boxes on the west side. She whispered softly to herself, stepping gingerly on the dust-laden white socks. The last row of bookshelves was sparse, nearly devoid of contents, save for a solitary black box perched high above. Yi Yao Yao's fingers grazed the lower shelves as she tiptoed, barely managing to grasp the edge of the small box. The moment she moved it, a clatter echoed as the black box tumbled to the floor. Startled, Yi Yao Yao's petite frame trembled, and she swiftly turned her gaze into the darkness that a cold breeze unexpectedly swept through the dilapidated window. causing the books in the room to flutter ominously. With a gentle exhale, the girl bent down to retrieve the heavy black box. Brushing off the dust, the Yi Yao Yao frowned slightly, then lifted the lid intricately carved with unique patterns. Yi Yao Yao's pupils dilated in shock. That it's empty. Has it been taken away? Yi Yao Yao shook her head in frustration and returned the black box to its original place. The girl was about to descend the wooden staircase to leave when, with a sudden clatter, a climbing hook was thrown through the window on the east side of the third floor, firmly snagging the nearest bookshelf. That Yi Yao Yao shivered and quickly retreated to the corner on the west side. Her cat-like eyes darted around in the darkness, filled with wariness and a hint of murderous intent. That a figure stealthily climbed up to the dilapidated sandalwood window. The newcomer moved with agility, clearly skilled. Yet their physique was somewhat petite. Strangely, the inky black attire seemed to meld with the thick night, that if not for Yi Yao Yao's exceptional night vision, one would never have discerned that there was indeed someone lurking in the shadows. The person skillfully reeled in the rope while muttering incantations under their breath. If it weren't for Aunt Linger, this young lady wouldn't have bothered to come to such a cursed place. What kind of nonsense has the family created? A repository of books in such a dilapidated and eerie state. No wonder's leg was crippled. It would be strange if he wasn't. The figure clad in black murmured softly as they approached the very spot where Yi Yao Yao was hiding. Chapter 50. Is Yi Yao Yao meeting her lover tonight? Yi Yao Yao watched in horror as the figure in black drew nearer, instinctively shrinking into the corner, barely concealed behind the bookshelf. The intruder rummaged through the shelves for what felt like an eternity before finally locating the black box. Evidently lacking Yi Yao Yao's night vision capabilities, impatiently, the figure opened the object in their hands. Damn it, it's empty. The old fool. Their voice, filled with a clear grievance, reached Yi Yao Yao's ears. That a jolt of surprise coursed through her. A woman. This black box is certainly busy tonight. What could that torn page inside possibly be that draws so many skilled and mysterious individuals? The woman in black, infuriated, tossed the box aside against the adjacent bookshelf. With a loud clatter, as the box hit the ground, a strange gust of wind suddenly swept in through the broken window. That Yi Yao Yao couldn't help but twitch her lips. This woman is truly volatile. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that this voice sounded vaguely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. The woman in black showed no signs of leaving and casually lit a cigarette. Resting her chin on her hand, she appeared deep in thought, the glowing tip of the cigarette flickering eerily in the darkness. That Yi Yao Yao huddled in the corner, realizing that the bookshelf the woman leaned against was precisely where she was hiding. The heel of the woman's glossy, knee-high boots was close enough to kick Yi Yao Yao's nose. Suddenly, the woman exhaled a long sigh, twisted her stiff ankle, and casually discarded the spent cigarette but into the shadows. What a bore. Once again, I haven't obtained anything, sigh. When will I find Aunt Linger? The woman's voice inadvertently dripped with deep-seated frustration and guilt. And that person from the last auction, who used blood goo worms, hasn't shown any sign of life. The woman muttered irritably. Upon hearing this, Yi Yao Yao's small hand instinctively clamped over her agape mouth in shock. This person actually knows about blood goo worms and is searching for her. The woman in black cast another glance at the empty box on the floor, her anger flaring once more. Damn that old dog from the family. Truly cunning. Even with one foot in the grave. He won't rest. Suddenly, the woman's glossy boot kicked against the nearby heavy wooden bookshelf. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Then, without warning, a low humming sound resonated, signaling the activation of a hidden mechanism. Both women stiffened, realizing the precariousness of their situation. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the darkness, narrowly missing the woman in black and embedding itself in the wall behind her. Damn it! She cursed under her breath. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows began to rain down from all directions. The room was too dark for the woman in black to see clearly. She could only rely on sound to discern their locations. She leaped into the air, narrowly evading the onslaught. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past her left ear, prompting her to dodge right, only to be caught off guard by a sudden noise from below her right, just as she attempted to evade. The rusty nail on the wall snagged the hidden clasp on her back. The woman in black let out a muffled groan that a sharp arrow struck her calf, sinking deep into her flesh. Damn old dog from the family. I will not let this slide. She gritted her teeth, cursing, while gasping for breath. Yi Yao Yao, concealed in the shadows, clenched her delicate fists, hesitating for a moment before suddenly speaking. The arrow is poisoned. Her ethereal voice pierced the suffocating darkness of the eerie room, sending chills down spine, nearly causing her to faint from fright. This agile, alluring, mysterious woman turned out to be the gentle and graceful little princess from the royal family. Who are you? Where are you? Cried out in distress. I am right behind you. Yi Yaoyao's voice resonated softly. Clutching her calf, abruptly turned around, she vaguely discerned a girl in a small dress huddled in the corner behind her. A surge of irritation welled up within. Who are you? Demanded sharply. I am Yi Yaoyao. Her glassy eyes glinted with a hint of mischief. I am the family's maid, Pepe. What are you doing here? S tone was as if she were about to eliminate a threat. Pepe made a mistake and was sent here to clean the library. Yi Yaoyao lowered her head, feigning timidity. Hiss. S calf throbbed painfully. Pepe knows a bit of medicine and can help you. For some reason, Yi Yaoyao felt an inexplicable fondness for this woman in black that eyed Yi Yaoyao suspiciously, her gaze flickering with resistance. Yet the intense pain in her leg compelled her to relent. Thank you, replied awkwardly. Without further ado, Yi Yaoyao grasped the short arrow and yanked it out forcefully. Blood gushed from his calf like a fountain, splattering everywhere. What the heck? Shivered in shock that you truly possess medical skills? This feels like you want me to die sooner. Yi Yaoyao ignored her, intently kneading the acupoints around his wound. The excruciating pain made cry out, endure it. The girl's previously gentle voice suddenly turned cold and fierce. Under some inexplicable compulsion, obeyed. This pressure was so intense that even she felt a shiver. Could this girl truly just be a maid? The poison has been drained. Yi Yaoyao lightly bit down on a strip of cloth she tore from her attire, wrapping it around his calf with deftness. Rising, the girl dusted off her hands. Let us go. The ingrained tone of nobility, left momentarily stunned, suddenly focused on Yi Yaoyao's shoes with a peculiar expression. Hey Pepe, your little shoes are quite distinctive. Does the family skimp on even providing shoes for their maids? Yi Yaoyao's face flushed with embarrassment, but cough, yes, they are quite stingy, damn it. That dog of a man is miserly to the core. Thank you for today. This is a token of appreciation for saving my life, said, rummaging through her bosom to produce a bone jade conch pendant, which she handed to Yi Yaoyao. Yi Yaoyao furrowed her brow, contemplating refusal. We are strangers. I am not fond of owing favors. This trinket holds little value. Perhaps we may meet again in the future, and you will recognize me. Yi Yaoyao thought. You would be better off not recognizing me. You are actively hunting me down across the realm. Who knows if this woman in black is an enemy of mine from the past? The two exited the library. Yi Yaoyao scrutinized the woman before her, whose eyes were almost entirely covered. Can your leg manage to get back on its own? Is that even a question? I am. She began to respond but was cut off. No need for pleasantries. Farewell. Yi Yaoyao offered a harmless smile too. Under the moonlight, the girl appeared radiant, leaving momentarily breathless. Suddenly, tilted her head and smiled. Well, until we meet again. With that, she vanished into the night. Yi Yaoyao turned to leave, but was abruptly seized by a large hand with pronounced knuckles gripping her shoulder. Oh, darling, are you out here late at night meeting your lover? Chapter 51. Yi Yaoyao caught by Lord Jiao behind the ancient tree. A chilling, low voice unexpectedly echoed behind Yi Yaoyao. The girl froze in place, a jolt coursing through her as an overwhelming chill surged up her spine. Sensing the suppressed fury radiating from, Yi Yaoyao hurriedly turned to him. Feigning fear, those black-clad individuals bullied me. Yi Yaoyao's heart raced with trepidation. However, S expression darkened visibly. You've been thinking of me so much that your skirt has a hole in it. Yi Yaoyao, I had no choice but to tear a hole in my skirt while tending to that inexplicably aggressive woman's wounds. It was accidentally snagged by a nail on the bookshelf. Tisk, so you went to the library after all? Yi Yaoyao, that is not the point. What were you doing in the library? The man's voice was low and laced with rare anger. I missed you, and I came to find you. Yi Yaoyao lowered her gaze, her mind racing with thoughts. You miss me? Yes, yes. The young girl's gaze flickered with determination. Feng Mingzhu suddenly fixed his gaze upon Yi Yaoyao, his eyes laced with mockery. I have heard that the best remedy for longing is a kiss. How come she has never heard of this? The enchanting visage drew closer, eclipsing the moonlight. In the depths of night, shrouded in darkness. two slender figures frolicked behind an ancient tree. Yet, from afar, an eerie sound of hurried footsteps began to echo ominously that a figure clad in dark clothing, adorned with a dark golden mask, gradually emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a subordinate. Did I ask the information reliable? Is that thing truly hidden within the Feng family's library? Most likely. Our informant personally overheard Feng Lingtian conspiring with his subordinates. It should be accurate. Hurry, take your positions, and be ready to shoot at the slightest noise. Remember to silence your weapons. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, behind the ancient tree, Yi Yao Yao was fervently pounding on Feng Mingjue's chest. Someone is coming. Let go of me. Feng Mingjue seemed to pay her no heed, not even lifting his head. The two figures in black who had suddenly appeared at the Feng residence seemed intent on the library. Where is that scrap of paper? On the west side of the third floor, last row. Indeed, that's correct. The heavy footsteps of the men in black slowly approached the tree where Yi Yao Yao and Feng Mingjue were concealed. Yi Yao Yao found herself at a loss for words. They are coming closer. They have guns. The girl's pupils dilated in panic, unable to push past the man before her, fearful of making a sound. She dared not continue striking Feng Mingjue's chest, and instead twisted fiercely at his waist that a barely perceptible groan escaped the man amidst the thick air of darkness, observing the murderous intent etched on Yi Yao Yao's face. Feng Mingjue's eyes gleamed with amusement. Yi Yao Yao's small hand urgently pointed towards the other side of the tree, signaling to Feng Mingjue that there's someone there. Feng Mingjue casually glanced over, raising an eyebrow, his elongated phoenix eyes fixated on the girl in his arms, as if to say, I can see. But what of it? Yi Yao Yao, her expression brimming with exasperation, formed her fingers into the shape of a gun towards Feng Mingjue. They have guns, they have guns. Yet, it seemed Feng Mingjue could see nothing but Yi Yao Yao. She was utterly speechless. Once she had the means, she would undoubtedly purchase all the cleaning powder in the world to bury this insufferable man, complete with an epitaph she had already composed. I am Feng Mingjue. Indeed, I died, drowned in yellow dye. Be alert, that old rascal of the Feng family is cunning. There could be ambushes. Even a falling leaf could warrant a bullet. Rest assured, boss, the two men in black had arrived before the library. Whispering conspiratorially, they were merely a step away from the ancient tree where Yi Yao Yao and Feng Mingjue were hidden, almost toe-to-toe. Yi Yao Yao held her breath, gripping Feng Mingjue's clothing tightly. Suddenly, Feng Mingjue extended a large hand and gently patted the girl's face. Yi Yao Yao instinctively looked up in confusion. The man leaned down and kissed her. Did I end the stillness of the air? A sharp sound echoed. Yi Yao Yao was instantly petrified. What on earth is happening? Who is there? Shoot! The furious shouts of the men in black erupted all around. Chapter 52. Yao Yao and the misstep into the secret chamber. A bewitching posture, Yi Yao Yao trembled, instinctively seeking refuge in Feng Mingjue's embrace. The force of her movement caused Feng Mingjue's broad back to collide unexpectedly with the library's weathered gray wall. In the silent night, gunfire erupted suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew from behind the ancient tree as the men in black unleashed a barrage of gunfire, bullets raining down in a relentless storm amidst the enveloping darkness. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, choking those nearby. Yet behind the ancient tree, there was not a sound, as if no one had ever existed there at all. Where is everyone? The man with the dark golden mask barked. Boss, at this rate of fire, they should be dead. The tree is almost riddled with holes. Still, there was no response, not even a cry of agony. The silence felt uncanny. To go check it out. Yes, the subordinate cautiously approached the ancient tree. Peering into the darkness, doubtfully, he reached out into the void, his face a mask of confusion. Boss, there is no one here. The man in the dark golden mask frowned and stepped forward to take a look. His furrowed brow slightly relaxing, a hint of relief barely noticeable. Perhaps a cat passed by just now. Stop being paranoid and hurry to get that scrap of paper. We must leave. Meanwhile, on the other side of the library's crumbling gray wall, Yi Yao Yao was awkwardly crouched on the ground. Listening to the words of the men in black outside, her fury ignited, her eyes bulging with anger. What cat? This is clearly a wolf, an utterly insatiable one. Seething with rage, Yi Yao Yao felt as if her lungs might explode. That insufferable man almost sent her to her doom with his earlier audacious maneuver. Just as Yi Yao Yao was fuming, an unexpectedly melodious male voice broke through beneath her. "Darling, am I enjoyable to ride?" Yi Yao Yao suddenly realized she was in an odd position, sprawled atop Feng Mingjue, who lay sprawled out, exuding an aura of indulgent restraint. Instantly, she sprang up as if jolted by electricity, hurriedly turning her back to him. The moment the gunfire rang out, she must have inadvertently triggered some mechanism in the crumbling wall. Accompanied by a series of piercing gunshots, Yi Yao Yao felt herself spinning, tumbling into an unknown dark chamber. Regaining her senses, she quietly surveyed the peculiar dark chamber that had emerged. If her memory served her right, this should be on the west side of the library. The space was neither large nor small, comprising 3 floors. Much like the library itself, that a narrow wooden staircase was covered in dust, and cobwebs clung to the corners, as if no one had cleaned it in over a decade. In the center of the first floor, there stood an ancient bronze disc adorned with intricate patterns, engraved with a plethora of mysterious symbols, encircled by 2 deep circular grooves. That a chilling sensation gradually crept up within the girl. Yi Yao Yao glanced back at the nonchalant man beside her, who appeared utterly indifferent, and suddenly questioned, "Do you know there is a secret chamber here?" It made sense. After all, Feng Mingjue was a member of the Feng family. Nothing too surprising. Yi Yao Yao shrugged. Then she heard the man's infuriatingly languid voice. "I just found out." Yi Yao Yao retorted, "I'm just a mad dog in the Feng family, bullied by everyone, unworthy of knowing such things." Feng Mingjue's tone remained calm, as if recounting someone else's tale. Yi Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback, yet a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her beautiful glass-like eyes. "Let us check the 3rd floor." Feng Mingjue suddenly spoke. Yi Yao Yao took hold of the man's long hand. "My night vision is reliable. I'll lead the way." Feng Mingjue hesitated, staring at the hand Yi Yao Yao had extended, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. But he said nothing. The rickety wooden staircase was steep, and Yi Yao Yao ascended cautiously, each step echoing in the darkness. Feng Mingjue followed closely beside her, a devoted knight guarding his princess. Suddenly, 2 unfamiliar voices drifted through the wall, startling Yi Yao Yao. The location they occupied was merely a wall away from the last row of bookshelves on the 3rd floor of the library. "Damn it. That old rascal Feng dares to play tricks. There is absolutely nothing in this black box, boss. Could it have been taken by someone else?" Yi Yao Yao abruptly turned her gaze to Feng Mingjue, gently tugging at his hand. "Did you take it?" "No," he replied honestly, shaking his head, his voice deliberately lowered. "It wasn't Feng Mingjue who took it." Yi Yao Yao furrowed her brow. "Boss, why are we so intent on finding a scrap of paper? The ancient clan is not something we can easily provoke. Perhaps we should—" "Shut up, you worthless fool." The subordinate fell silent, cowed. "I must unearth the ancient clan's hidden secrets. I must acquire their forbidden techniques." The man in the dark golden mask spoke with a tone of malice and obsession. Yi Yao Yao listened in contemplation. The ancient clan? What secrets could possibly warrant such a commotion tonight? Forbidden techniques of the ancient clan? What could that entail? The man's voice rang out again. "Only by obtaining that mysterious book can I have the power to dominate the entire Xia kingdom and eliminate that dog Feng Mingjue." Yi Yao Yao nearly toppled from the narrow wooden staircase in shock, but Feng Mingjue's quick reflexes saved her. Yi Yao Yao abruptly looked up. "What? They want to kill you?" Feng Mingjue, concealed in darkness, appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated it all along. "There is something ahead." Feng Mingjue's low, husky voice suddenly resonated through the AI. Yi Yao Yao turned around and looked up, but all she could see in the distance was an impenetrable darkness, leaving her with a mind full of doubts. Feng Mingjue raised an eyebrow. In an instant, Yi Yao Yao's body was inexplicably lifted, naturally settling onto the man's arm. With long strides, Feng Mingjue approached. Suddenly, a row of nearly decayed bookshelves appeared before Yi Yao Yao. The girl was momentarily taken aback, then quickly turned to look at the enchanting man beside her. "Can you see clearly?" Feng Mingjue's night vision capability was astonishingly better than hers. "How could that be?" "But I can't see anything, Yao Yao." The man pressed his thin lips together, and he truly could not see through this girl, this divine being he cherished in his palm. Feng Mingjue felt an unsettling premonition that Yi Yao Yao might vanish the very next moment, never to be found again. Yi Yao Yao, not comprehending his statement, chose to disregard it. The rotting bookshelves emitted a damp, musty odor that was somewhat suffocating. Feng Mingjue suddenly coughed twice, and a bizarre red stain appeared at the corner of his lips, eliciting a pang of concern. Yi Yaoyao attempted to jump down, but was firmly held in place by a pair of strong arms that its nothing, though the man's voice carried a hint of mirth. It was still laced with an undeniable frailty. Rarely silent, Yi Yaoyao felt a strange sensation wash over her. She gazed at the bloodstain at the man's lips, her brow furrowing slightly as she discreetly summoned her powers. In an instant, 3 blood insects surged from her wrist, diving into the man's chest, slowly mending his wounds. They managed to provide a temporary healing, but Yi Yaoyao's face paled, and she faltered weakly, appearing somewhat listless. Feng Mingjue, noticing her subtle movements, was suddenly filled with a shadowy glimmer in his gaze. Use the blood insects sparingly. His voice was notably grave. Ditto, Yi Yaoyao replied weakly, her breath shallow. Suddenly, she snapped to attention. What? Feng Mingjue knows about blood insects? The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. At some unknown moment, a voice of astonishment broke through the dark chamber. Look, there's actually a black box on this decayed bookshelf. Chapter 53. The portrait of an unparalleled beauty in the secret chamber. Yi Yaoyao glanced up at Feng Mingjue, and a trace of perplexity flickered in his eyes. Tentatively, she reached for the black box, grimacing at the pungent odor of decay in the air. Grabbing an edge of the box, she attempted to lift it. Ouch! It's so heavy. It weighed significantly more than the black box in the library. Strangely, despite the severe decay of the bookshelf, this box remained intact, exuding an eerie yet unique woody fragrance. Yi Yaoyao shook the black box, and suddenly a clattering noise echoed from within. There's something inside, she exclaimed softly. The two exchanged glances in the darkness, their eyes returning to the black box simultaneously. Yi Yaoyao fiddled with it. Attempting to pry open the lid, she was suddenly caught off guard. A sharp pain shot through her fingers as something emerged from the box, biting down hard on each fingertip. The girl looked down in shock that a swarm of tiny black insects, the size of fingernails, poured out from the seams of the box, crawling towards her fingers as if guided by some unseen force, viciously gnawing at her. The sweet, alluring blood from her fingertips dripped onto the black box. Yet the moment the insects tasted her blood, they scattered in terror. It's the insect. There are insects in the box. Yi Yaoyao gasped, instinctively releasing her grip. The peculiar black box fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The insects vanishing into the darkness. What sound was that? From the other side of the wall, a furious shout from the man echoed. Boss, I might have accidentally bumped into the bookshelf. Useless. A sharp slap echoed through the air. If you seek some ancient clan's forbidden techniques, that woman who suddenly appeared tonight might be of some use. What woman? She claimed to have come from an ancient clan and wanted to discuss collaboration with you. I thought she looked suspicious, so I sent her away. The man paused. Did she leave any information? Yes. She said if you change your mind, you could find her in the southern suburbs of Yecheng. Anything else? And no, that's it. Nothing more? Huh. Suddenly, a muffled gunshot rang out in the dark, and the subordinate fell lifelessly to the ground. Useless. This man is a dead soldier. There's no need to worry about being traced back. Fuchin doesn't need a living waste beside him. Yi Yaoyao gasped quietly, instinctively shrinking back. This man is rather terrifying. Meanwhile, in the dim chamber, a strange golden light flickered to life on the black box. Where Yi Yaoyao's blood had flowed, mysterious golden patterns began to emerge. Look quickly, Yi Yaoyao urged, tugging at Feng Mingjue. Suddenly, with a click, the golden patterns illuminated momentarily before extinguishing, and the black box inexplicably popped open. Inside lay a half-torn, yellowed sheet of paper. Just as Feng Mingjue bent down to retrieve it, the wall sconces in the dark chamber suddenly flared to life. A row of eerie blue lights illuminated the space, casting a ghostly glow that was suffocating. Yi Yaoyao was momentarily stunned, a chill running down her spine. Goodness! Is this the Feng family? Why do I feel as though I'm robbing a tomb? The man scanned the surroundings warily, while Feng Mingjue casually picked up the yellowed paper. So that decayed bookshelf was actually the last row of the third floor's west side. Yi Yaoyao's ethereal voice rang out, as if she had just come to a realization. The third floor S west side. Didn't Yao Yao come to the library specifically for me? The man's voice was low, but the spacious chamber echoed with eerie reverberations. Yi Yao Yao felt an urge to slap herself. Brother Iju, quickly see what's written on it. Do you know about the ancient clan? Feng Mingjue inquired cautiously, of course. The man stiffened. Isn't it one of the four mysterious families of the Xia kingdom? Even children know. The girl pouted in dissatisfaction, her expression betraying no unusual emotion. Feng Mingjue regarded Yi Yao Yao with suspicion, but refrained from asking further. Silently, he tucked the sheet of paper away and spoke in a low voice. Let us go back and see what that wild cat has done to the house. Feng Mingjue lowered his head. Upon hearing this, Yi Yao Yao felt instantly dejected. The girl's fervent gaze remained fixed on the pocket where the man had stowed the paper. However, as Feng Mingjue passed by the decayed bookshelf, Yi Yao Yao inadvertently caught a glimpse. Bathed in the dim blue light against the gray wall, the girl was momentarily entranced. That's so beautiful, she murmured absent-mindedly. Feng Mingjue halted. Following Yi Yao Yao's gaze, his pupils widening in profound shock. Brother Iju, is this your mother? Yi Yao Yao asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. The woman depicted in the portrait within the Feng family's dark chamber could only be Feng Lingtian's wife, as no one else seemed plausible. The woman in the painting bore an enchanting yet noble expression, adorned in purple garments, her beautiful silver curls cascading over her shoulders, exuding an ethereal beauty that seemed otherworldly. No, Feng Mingjue abruptly averted his gaze, a rare flicker of respect and trepidation vanishing from his eyes. Yi Yao Yao found herself captivated by the woman in the painting. The woman's eyes, filled with autumn's grace, radiated endless warmth, and Yi Yao Yao felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace the portrait. An inexplicable ache settled in her heart. Why was there a portrait of a woman behind this decayed bookshelf? Chapter 54. Must-read ancestry unveiled. 15 minutes later, Feng Mingjue stood at the door, cradling Yi Yao Yao, his expression darkening instantly. Inside the room, several shadowy guards were huddled together, snoring loudly. To her astonishment, Yuqi was tightly embracing chocolate, murmuring sweet nothings in her sleep. The chaotic scene on the floor was utterly disarrayed, a sight too unsightly to behold. Veins throbbed on Feng Mingjue's forehead as he glared at the girl in his arms, as if he were about to devour her. Care to explain? They must have been sleepwalking, Yi Yao Yao replied, shrinking back and offering an innocent smile. That it wasn't like this when I left. Yi Yao Yao desperately defended herself. At that moment, she was secretly frantic, trying to wake Chocolate. Hey, Black Lion, Chocolate. Wake up, or I'll be devoured by this man. Wake up, Chocolate. No response. Chocolate, you dropped the meat in your mouth. The slumbering Black Lion abruptly sprang to its feet, momentarily smacking its lips. Yi Yao Yao remarked, what a foolish choice to keep such a creature. Beside her, the drowsy Yuqi was suddenly kicked awake by Feng Mingjue. Yuqi hastily wiped his nose, staring blankly at the scene around him. Quickly returned to the Rose Manor. Yes. Yuqi hurriedly began to rouse everyone. Damn. The capable dark guards of the prison had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by a mere young girl. They looked at Yi Yao Yao, who was now beside the ninth master, utterly bewildered. In the Rose Manor, Feng Mingjue had gone to take a bath, leaving only Yi Yao Yao and the Black Lion, who was still reeling from her scolding. Master! Yi Yao Yao suddenly sprang up from the bed, startling Chocolate. Chocolate, who am I? The lion tilted its head, wearing a look that suggested its master's mind was unhinged. You are the master? Yi Yao Yao asked. Where did you come from to find me? From the ancient forest. Master, have you lost your memory or gone mad? Yes, I've lost my memory. The lion gasped. What? The master has lost her memory? When did this happen? Where? What occurred? Does the master still remember Chocolate? Stop, speak again, and I shall silence you. The Black Lion fell silent, its large eyes filled with concern. Chocolate, do you know where my home is? Yi Yao Yao suppressed the urge to slap the massive lion and spoke again. The master's home is, of course, in the ancient clan. Yi Yao Yao's cat-like eyes widened in astonishment. What? She exclaimed, startling Chocolate. The ancient clan, the lion. Thinking the master hadn't heard, reiterated, the master is the cherished little princess of the entire ancient clan. Oh no, it's been 6 years since the master left the ancient clan, that if Chocolate could still sense the faint bond with the master, it would have thought the master was long gone. Shut up. You're the one who's gone. Yi Yao Yao rolled her eyes in annoyance. And what of my father? The clan leader is, of course, waiting for the master to return to the ancient clan. He has been searching for you all these years. The lion was about to launch into a lengthy discourse when Yi Yao Yao swiftly interrupted. You mean my father is the clan leader? And I am very favored? Of course, Chocolate nodded vigorously. She had no recollection of any of this. After so many years as a pampered young lady, not a single memory remained. It felt somewhat unjust. And my mother? For some reason, Yi Yao Yao hesitated, a fleeting image from the dark chamber flashing through her mind. The black lion shook its head. Chocolate, doesn't he know? Since following the master, it knows that the master misses Aunt Yi Ling very much, but has never seen her. That my mother is named Yi Ling. What a beautiful name, Yi Yao Yao thought, feeling a sudden sting in her nose and an urge to cry. Where has my mother gone? The ancient clan? What could that woman in black and the man in the dark gold mask possibly want from the ancient clan? And Feng Mingjue, why is he also investigating the hidden past of the ancient clan? A wave of uncertainty washed over Yi Yao Yao, making the situation seem increasingly intriguing. Right, that torn page. Yi Yao Yao's eyes suddenly sharpened. Chocolate, cover for me. I refuse to believe that Feng Mingjue would take such a tattered piece of paper into the bath with him. At your command, master. The pair stealthily made their way toward the bathroom. Through the frosted glass of the bathroom, a tall, perfectly sculpted silhouette was revealed. The sight was overwhelmingly enticing, and Yi Yao Yao found herself momentarily transfixed. Chocolate was equally mesmerized, master. He is so handsome, I feel like I might bleed. Hold it back, Yi Yao Yao exclaimed, exasperated. For heaven's sake, you are a male. She felt an ache of frustration. Suddenly, the lion thought that this seemingly dangerous man was worthy of being associated with the esteemed Lady Yao Yao. How do we get to the topic of worthiness? Can we focus on something serious? Wait a moment. What did you just call me? Yi Yao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, teetering on the edge of shock. Master. No, not that. What did you just call me? Lady Yao Yao? Does the master not like Chocolate calling her that? Isn't my name Yi Yao Yao? Yi Yao Yao suddenly felt a strong premonition. Indeed, if you reverse Yi Yao Yao, it becomes Yao Yao Yi. That was something the master herself mentioned back in the day. The master is the princess of the ancient clan. The realization hit her like a thunderbolt. The name Yao Yao was changed just for novelty. Master, Chocolate has failed to protect you. Shut up. This is a lot to process. Yi Yao Yao felt her hands tremble, her mind buzzing. What? Is this some sort of fantastical plot? Is the Yao Yao Feng Mingjue has been searching for actually me? Master? The black lion could no longer contain its curiosity. Chocolate, do you think it's too late for me to faint? Why would the master faint? Is she unwell? It's all Chocolate's fault. Smack. Yi Yao Yao couldn't help but slap Chocolate, silencing the lion's impending words. This insufferable lion just can't stop babbling. Is this a familiar feeling? This is how the master used to treat Chocolate. Has the master finally returned? Yi Yao Yao felt at a loss for words, unable to articulate the multitude of frustrations swirling in her mind. Good grief. Has a large-scale sycophant transformed into a giant lion? Meanwhile, the black lion was there, tears streaming down its face in excitement. Yi Yao Yao pinched the bridge of her nose, suddenly remembering the urgent matter at hand. Quick, keep watch at the bathroom door. Be alert for even a single hair passing by. Yes, watching the alluring figure moving within the bathroom. Yi Yao Yao stealthily approached the clothes hanging by the door. Bending down, she cautiously extended her hand. The sounds of water splashing in the bathroom made her heart race with trepidation. Did I in a frantic search? She fumbled around the man's still warm clothes. Nothing. Not here. Yi Yao Yao wondered, withdrawing her hand. Suddenly, a peculiar black object was pulled from her grasp. Seeing this, Chocolate quickly raised its fluffy paw, shyly covering its eyes. Wow, master, I didn't know you had a taste for this. Yi Yao Yao froze, staring at the black pair of underwear dangling from her arm, her face turning crimson. Damn it, this was an accident. It's all right, master. Chocolate understands. You understand nothing. Go back and watch your post. Oh, Chocolate shrank back, its head drooping in a comically innocent manner. Yi Yao Yao turned, promptly tossing the black underwear onto the floor. shaking her flushed face. Where could Feng Mingjue have hidden that torn page? Surely he wouldn't take it into the bath with him. That would be too bizarre. As her mind raced, she searched the room for any sign of the torn page, but found none, leaving her feeling dejected. Master! Master! Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind that Wai Yao Yao's thoughts were disrupted, and she shot an irritated glare at Chocolate. What now? That black lion's gaze seems a bit peculiar, as if it has something to say. Just as Yao Yao was about to respond, a shadow loomed over her, enveloping her in warmth that, oh no, she thought, bracing herself. Feng Mingjue's strikingly handsome face unexpectedly appeared at the bathroom door, his wet hair dripping with water. What, do you have an issue with my underwear? The man arched an eyebrow, a wicked smirk forming on his lips that if you have a problem, I could consider not wearing any. The scene was too captivating. Yi Yao Yao could hardly bear to think about it. This time you came because you missed me. Didn't you? Yes. I came to see if Brother Ju needs any assistance. Yi Yao Yao hastily replied that, there is indeed something. Why Yi Yao Yao's words were abruptly cut off. Clank. The bathroom door closed without warning. Chocolate, save me. Yi Yao Yao's last shred of clarity fought to call out. Master. The enormous black lion immediately lunged forward, its fluffy paw scratching at the bathroom door helplessly. Open the door. Yi Yao Yao's voice was muffled. Master, Chocolate can't open the door. You, such a big lion, can't open the door? Yi Yao Yao was pinned against the wall, the pressure causing her to cry out in pain. Master, Chocolate is embarrassed. I must withdraw. The black lion, upon hearing the sound, felt a rush of embarrassment and dashed away in a flurry. Yi Yao Yao, in the bathroom, was on the verge of tears. Moments later, a low, husky voice whispered in her ear, Baby, breathe. And at this point, silence enveloped the two of them. I in the back garden of Rose Manor. A person and a lion were in a frenzied chase. Chocolate, stop right there. Yi Yao Yao exclaimed, if I don't beat you to a pulp, I want to bear the surname Yi. Ow, did I do something wrong, master? Chocolate whimpered. The lion sprinted for its life, its black and purple mane billowing in the wind. Yet, in the next instant, the black lion collided forcefully into Yi Yao Yao's embrace. Will you dare do this again? She demanded, fiercely tugging at Chocolate's ear. Wow. Will there be a next time? The lion's eyes sparkled. There is a sequel to this grand scene? You must be kidding. Yi Yao Yao huffed, exasperated, as she yanked at Chocolate's mane. Ow. If you keep pulling, I'll go bald. Chocolate cried, pleading for mercy. With a swift motion, Yi Yao Yao slapped him. Chocolate, you're not sleeping tonight. Help me find that torn page. Restoring her memory was of utmost importance, and Yi Yao Yao furrowed her brow in anxiety. Oh yes, my esteemed master. Chocolate will certainly complete the task. That night, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the roses by the white fence to rustle softly, while an owl perched on a branch observed the profound darkness with silent scrutiny. The opulent European-style bedroom door creaked open, and a nimble shadow slipped inside, cautiously approaching Yi Yao Yao. Chapter 56. From the moment I met you, I became immune to all poisons. Yi Yao Yao abruptly opened her eyes. She had not been asleep at all. Carefully, she removed the arm of Lord Feng Ming and stealthily exited the bed, exchanging a glance with the intruding Chocolate. Did you find anything? Well, sort of. What do you mean by sort of? Yi Yao Yao tiptoed. Each step taken with utmost caution. The master had allowed Chocolate to catch the scent of the worm on the torn page, but Chocolate could only vaguely identify the area, unable to pinpoint the exact location. Yi Yao Yao clenched her fist, anxiously glancing back at the man on the bed, drenched in sweat from nerves. Quick, take me to see. In the next moment, the two figures hastily dashed out of the door. Just as Yi Yao Yao vanished from sight, the man in bed suddenly opened his mesmerizing eyes in an eerie manner. Inside the study on the third floor of Rose Manor, Yi Yao Yao looked skeptically at the thick wall adorned with luxurious golden bricks before her. Are you joking with me? The scent vanished right here. I assure you. Chocolate insisted. Why Yi Yao Yao approached and gently tapped the wall, and her pupils dilated in shock. There is an echo. It's hollow inside. Utilizing her exceptional night vision, she scanned the surroundings, pondering what the mechanism could be. The girl began to lift the antique picture frames one by one, whispering softly, nothing, nothing, nothing. Suddenly, she halted before a worn, four-cornered ornate frame. A wine-red sandalwood panel appeared before her, featuring a strangely shaped groove. It must be this, Chocolate. What do you think the key for this groove is? Wow, my esteemed master is amazing. But Chocolate doesn't he know what the key is either. The circular hollow black groove was intricately engraved with mysterious patterns. Where have I seen this pattern before? Yi Yao Yao searched frantically for something in the study that could fit the groove. Her beautiful face clouded with deep confusion. Moonlight quietly streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on the girl, and the dark golden anklet on her ankle reflected silver light, making Chocolate's eyes widen in surprise. The black lion suddenly exclaimed, its furry paw waving eagerly in the air. Master, look at this. Doesn't it resemble that round groove? Yi Yao Yao was taken aback, following Chocolate's gaze downward. The dark golden anklet shone with an eerie glow in the darkness. Oh my goodness, it can't be. Yi Yao Yao murmured in shock. That is this the anklet that inexplicably encircled my ankle when I first met Lord Feng Ming? With a crisp click, Yi Yao Yao swiftly removed the anklet. As if eager to verify something and promptly placed it into the groove that it fit perfectly, gasped. Yi Yao Yao inhaled sharply. It opened. My esteemed master is truly remarkable. The mechanism activated with a dull thud that a golden brick was suddenly expelled from the thick wall, revealing a solitary, yellowed piece of old paper lying within it that moment. Outside the study, a tall man leaned against the door, his gaze lowered as he lit a cigarette. Inside the room, a person and a beast exchanged glances. Yi Yao Yao slowly picked up the torn page. This world should not possess such capabilities. The blood of a witch's daughter has a chance to awaken the intelligence of ferocious beasts. They possess exceptional night vision, can nourish worms with blood, and use obscure characters for divination. However, their existence has disrupted the order of the world, leading to chaos, plunder, and sacrificial killings to this day. Witches have long since vanished without a trace. The inscription on the torn page abruptly ceased. Yi Yao Yao hastily retracted her hand, the paper fluttering to the ground by her feet. Vanished without a trace. Why? Why does every word on this torn page seem to describe me? Yi Yao Yao suddenly gasped, her breaths becoming frantic as a searing pain tore through her mind, radiating throughout her body. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her head in agony, emitting muffled groans. Master, what's wrong? Chocolate rushed over, nudging Yi Yao Yao with its massive lion head. Who am I? Who am I really? Familiar scenes surged like a tidal wave in Yi Yao Yao's mind. Master, the black lion called out urgently. At some point, Yi Yao Yao abruptly opened her enchanting cat-like eyes, her expression suddenly transforming into one of cold detachment and nobility. Chocolate, I must return to the ancient clan. In the bedroom, Yi Yao Yao peered through the door crack. Observing the man lying on the bed, his brows furrowed, as if he were caught in a nightmare. She gazed at him silently, her eyes inexplicably misty. The girl's cherry lips parted slightly, whispering, So it's you? It has been a while. Long time no see. Brother Ajiu. Yi Yao Yao suddenly tilted her head, smiling oddly, her expression sweet and soft. She gently clenched her fist, a layer of white mist dissipating from her hand. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Brother Ajiu, if I see you again, I will not let you go. With that, Yi Yao Yao turned and vanished into the infinite darkness. The mist scattered throughout the room. And the man on the bed slowly sat up, his complexion pallid and sickly, his mesmerizing features almost suffocating. He clenched his palms tightly, surveying the mist-filled room with a self-deprecating smile, whispering, Yao Yao's mist lost its effect on me 6 years ago. Chapter 57. The first encounter 6 years ago. The little princess and the destitute boy. 6 years ago in a shadowy, rugged forest, a few crows roost haphazardly in the trees that a ragged little boy was attempting to pluck wild fruits from the treetops. His small face was smeared with dirt but remained inexplicably beautiful, exuding an air of cold indifference. Surprisingly, a snow wolf was following closely behind him. Is this what you want? A clear female voice suddenly rang out from above. The boy was startled. Tumbling from the tree, he looked up, stunned. Perched on a fragile branch was a girl who resembled a doll, playfully tossing a wild fruit in her hand, swinging her legs with an air of arrogance. After a moment of shock, the boy turned to leave. Stop. The girl's tone was petulant. The boy paused for a moment but continued to walk away. The girl, in a hurry, jumped down from the tree and grabbed his small hand. Their palms touched, warmth radiating between them. The boy shuddered, baring his teeth in a snarl. The girl blinked, gently wiping the dirt from the boy's face, offering a sweet smile. Are you a little wolf cub? Why so fierce? She glanced at the snow wolf behind him, her gaze unperturbed. That can't you speak? Humph. No one dares to ignore this princess. The boy subtly lifted his gaze, pondering if she truly was a princess. She seemed more like a doll. He couldn't help but want to reach out to touch her, but the bloodstains on his tattered clothes made him retract his hand in a fluster. Does it hurt badly, little wolf cub? The girl's voice broke through his thoughts. The boy anxiously clenched his fist. That I took your wild fruit. Here, rest this back. She gently placed a delicate pill into the boy's mouth. Despite his disheveled appearance, the boy's wolf-like eyes sparkled with sharpness, leaving him at a loss for words. Can you smile for me, please? The girl coaxed gently. I'll give you my favorite cake. She pulled out a beautifully crafted piece of sweet cake from her pocket. The boy's expression darkened. The enchanting girl before him was too enticing to resist. Suddenly, the girl glanced at her wrist, her expression shifting to one of urgency. Did I have to go now? Wait for me. I promise I'll come back to find you. The girl gently filled the sweet, soft cake into the boy's small mouth. With a tender embrace, she tightly held the boy, who was a head shorter than her. The warmth within her embrace dissipated in an instant. Gazing at the distant figure, as fleeting as the wind, the boy licked the remnants of cake from his lips, finding it deliciously sweet, indeed, from that day forth. The boy visited the tree that had long ceased to bear wild fruit, standing beneath its branches, lost in thought. The sweet, soft voice of the girl echoed in his heart like the delicate chime of wind bells. The little wolf cub covered the boy's eyes with his pristine hands. The girl had finally arrived. Suddenly, the boy felt unclean. Too filthy to touch this precious girl, he pressed his lips together and resolutely brushed her hand away. It hurts, the girl said, her cat-like eyes glistening with tears. The boy's fingers twitched, as if his heart had been struck by something profound. That I don't care. Are you going to compensate me? The girl pouted. The boy's elongated eyes flickered towards her, retreating into concealment. Then tell me your name. Her voice was tinged with a certain delicate charm, reminiscent of a mischievous little demon. The boy clenched his fist and suddenly crouched down, tracing a character resembling the number 9 on the ground with a broken branch. Point 9? How unique. Then I shall call you Brother Jew, she exclaimed, before proudly revealing her small hand, filled with exquisite milk candies. The boy instinctively withdrew his hand, turning to escape. Wait for me, Brother Jew. Even if you cannot speak, I will not disdain you. You are truly handsome. The boy felt a wave of helplessness. That I can. His voice was clear and pure. Oh, is that so? My name is Yao Yao. Yao Yao, what a beautiful name, the boy silently mused. Brother Jew, you are so beautiful. The girl clung to his arm, incessantly asking him questions, though the boy maintained a cold expression. He did not push her away, merely remaining silent. After some time, the girl noticed the dense scars on his arm and bit her lip, her demeanor becoming uneasy. Brother Jew, I must leave now. See you next time. In a swift motion, she planted a quick kiss near his ear, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. The girl in the white dress darted away like the wind, leaving the boy standing there in a daze. For a long time afterward, the boy waited beneath that tree, but never saw the girl again, but he could not fathom what he was truly longing for. Much time passed. Brother Jew, are you there? The girl's voice was soft, devoid of its previous charm. The boy turned hastily. Beneath the dim green tree stood a girl, seemingly too beautiful for this world, yet her eyes were obscured by a stark black cloth. The boy was taken aback. That I am here. His hoarse voice seemed to bring all the safety he had been missing. The girl smiled and gently extended her small hand. That I cannot see you. Can you hold my hand, Brother Jew? Without a word, the boy took her small hand in his. It felt soft and fragrant. What is wrong? The boy inquired tentatively. That I am awakening some sort of power. The girl hastily corrected herself. That a certain ability. My 6 senses are failing me one by one. It's all right. They will return. Are you worried about me, Brother Jew? Not at all, the boy replied, his words insincere. Oh no, Brother Jew won't dislike me for my ugly appearance, right? The boy chuckled self-deprecatingly. Am I worthy to like someone as divine as you, Yao Yao? The girl began to talk to herself. Brother Jew, would you like to hear a story from the ancient clan? Do you want to? I'm scared. May I hold on to you, Brother Jew? It's so dark. Before the boy could agree, the girl nestled in his chest that it was warm and provided a sense of safety. She slowly began to speak that in our ancient clan, there are many stubborn old folks. The clan is surrounded by rose bushes. Oh, and there is a poison pool that I truly miss my mother. The girl rambled on. Her sentences disjointed, yet the boy silently committed every word to memory. Thus, everything the girl mentioned later appeared in the Rose Manor. There was even a beautiful princess room. Brother Aju, this is for you. The girl pulled out several dark blue cards from her pocket. These are my luckiest cards from divination. Then she gently removed a dark golden anklet from her ankle, fastening it onto the boy with a click. Brother Aju, I must leave now. The girl tightened her grip. Goodbye, Brother Aju. The boy watched helplessly as her hand slipped from his, an inexplicable ache tugging at his heart. She did not mention that she would return. Indeed, Yi Yao Yao never came back. The boy often pondered whether, had he held on tighter that day, she would have stayed. Life had never been meant to bring him such joy, yet she arrived, but then she left, taking with her the light that would never again shine. So much so, that when he saw Yi Yao Yao again on the cruise ship, Feng Mingjue thought he was dreaming. Over the past 6 years, he had dreamt many similar dreams, yet this time, it became reality. 6 years ago was the only time I missed you, and the last. Now, even if I must die, I shall accompany you. Chapter 58. Returning to the Ancient Clan. Yao Yao takes revenge and recovers her memories. The border of the Ancient Clan. A girl clad in a vintage European princess gown surveyed the guards with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Ancient Clan? Are you tired of living? The fairy-like girl carelessly trod upon the weeds, not bothering to lift her head. Yi Yao Yao. The guard's tone was laced with impatience. What a joke! Do you even deserve the surname Yi? You are Yi Yao Yao. I'm still saying I'm Yi Qing. Hurry, go back to wherever you came from. The former demon princess, notorious for her arrogance, could not possibly be compared to this impostor. Yi Yao Yao rolled her eyes dismissively. Chocolate, stop chasing the rabbit and come back to me. At your command. In an instant, a massive shadow swept through the forest. The black lion, its mouth stained with crimson blood, appeared before the guards, looking as if it had been brutally mistreated. The ancient clan guards were taken aback. Are you the one who stole the ancient clan's black lion? Yi Yao Yao smirked. Just then a white-clad specter approached, disdain etched upon her brow, her chin raised defiantly as she spoke in a hostile tone. Who are you? The guard hastily replied, stammering, Miss Lian, she claims to be Yi Yao Yao. The newcomer was named Yi Balian, who had recently climbed the ranks to become the most favored disciple of the clan's elder, Su Zun, even being granted the prestigious Yi surname, making her an object of admiration among the clan's youth. The clan leader's daughter, Yi Qing, had been unheard from for years, leaving Yi Balian to reign with impunity, brazen and unchallenged. Yi Yao Yao. My father is here, Yi Yao Yao scoffed, raising her lip in contempt. Now even the most insignificant creatures can impersonate my sister Yao Yao. Who the hell is your sister? Yi Balian feigned weakness, clutching her chest in a melodramatic display of disgust. I see you become quite adept at your guard duties. Throw this unknown woman out. Yes, Miss Lian. As the guard moved to act, he was stunned to find his lower limbs had become paralyzed, unable to move. Yi Balian crossed her arms, her face twisted in malice, her seductive appearance suggesting she had come to the ancient clan to ensnare someone. Suddenly, her haughty tone transformed into a piercing scream. Dark red blood crept up Yi Balian's slender neck, horrifically spreading to her face, exploding in a gruesome spectacle upon her once beautiful visage. The left side of her face was soon drenched in blood, a sight too ghastly to behold. The woman trembled, covering her face. Ah, what is happening? Who did this? Oh dear, such a pity for this lovely little face. Yi Yao Yao remarked nonchalantly, having settled herself atop the massive black lion. Swinging her legs casually, a blade of grass lodged in her mouth, her expression embodying playful nonchalance. You? You vile creature, I will kill you. Yi Yao Yao lowered her gaze, leisurely adjusting her beautiful gown, completely disregarding the crazed woman before her. Oh, why are you so anxious? Such a bore, you weakling. Wasting my feelings. Suddenly, a writhing, blood-red worm crawled out from the wound on Yi Balian's body, desperately seeking its master. Realizing something was amiss, Yi Balian glanced down at her face, her expression shifting into a comical squint that in the next moment, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood goo worm? It's a blood goo worm. How is this possible? You are truly Yi Yao Yao. No, this cannot be. It cannot. Yi Balian mumbled frantically that it was widely known that a once-in-a-millennium genius had emerged from the ancient clan, mastering strange medical skills without a teacher. While others struggled to learn that in particular, her peculiar blood could nurture goo worms, killing silently. The sight of the fairy-like girl before her filled Yi Balian with terror. Yi Yao Yao smiled. Don't look at me like that. I want to eat you that you're just too ugly to look at? My brother Aju is far more handsome. In an instant, Yi Balian felt an overwhelming urge to retort, yet she swallowed her words. Gazing at her bloodied visage, Master, is it truly worth wasting a blood worm nurtured for so long on this vile woman? The black lion gently flicked its massive tail against Yi Yao Yao's hand. Nonsense, it is absolutely worth it. Maintaining appearances is paramount. Yi Yao Yao raised an eyebrow. The black lion added, on the path of the ancient clan. Yi Balian, clutching her blood-soaked face, stumbled forward, looking utterly disheveled. Behind her, an angelic maiden reclined on the back of a colossal black lion. Resting her head on her arm, her legs casually crossed, exuding an air of leisure. The scene was highly peculiar, drawing the attention of many within the clan. That Miss Lianer? Goodness! How has that beautiful face become such a sight? Ugh, my goddess, what kind of goddess is this? Look at that audacious little girl behind her. Good heavens, is she a fairy? So stunning. Isn't that black lion the mount of Princess Yaya? Who is this soft and delicate girl? So audacious. Oh my, they are heading to the main hall. I have a foreboding feeling that something significant is about to unfold within the ancient clan. An elder, exuding authority, yet appearing somewhat aged, rested his chin on his hand in the grand hall, his brow furrowed as if troubled by some concern. Yi Yao Yao's heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed by an unseen force. The girl giggled softly, like a refreshing breeze, as she darted to stand behind the elder, her small hand gently covering his brow and eyes. Guess who I am? Her clear voice rang like silver bells. Awakening the slumbering M.A.N., Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, quickly removing the girl's hand and turning his head. Left speechless, so it turned out that Yao Yao was so beautiful that even her father could not recognize her. Oh, how she might be angry. The girl smiled, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yao Yao. Yi Qing's lips trembled uncontrollably, shaking his head as if to dispel a dream. The girl gently grasped Yi Qing's rough, warm hand, reassuring him. Yao Yao is here. No sooner had she spoken than a stream of clear tears rolled down the elder's weathered cheeks. Oh dear, even at such an age, father is still crying. Yao Yao might just laugh at you. After a lengthy silence, the two embraced, their shared blood surging like a boiling tide. Su Zun, accompanied by Yi Balian, arrived at the main hall. Yi Qing instantly retracted the warmth of a loving father, casting a stern gaze that sent a shiver through Yi Balian. You dare to oppose Princess Yaya? His voice thundered like a rolling storm. Yi Balian immediately fell to her knees. No, it was not me. Take me away under clan rules. 50 lashes. Leaning on his dragon-patterned cane, Su Zun suddenly spoke with a forced smile, his tone somewhat indifferent. Qing, she is after all my goddaughter. Please do not punish her too harshly. Chapter 59. Yaya goes to heal Lord Fengming suddenly. A mocking female voice interjected. Well, after years apart, the Grand Elder's taste seems to have broadened. Any sort of wares are now welcome. Yi Yao Yao sat obediently, yet appeared as a mischievous sprite. Her laughter navi to the world, Su Zun's beard bristled with fury. What of it? What is wrong with her? Yi Qing's voice bore an undeniable pressure as he raised his voice against Su Zun. And nothing's wrong. Su Zun ground his teeth, lowering his head, his eyes dark with malice. Has Yao Yao suffered over the years? Of course. The girl replied, I have missed father terribly. Laughter rang out in the room, aged yet hearty. Little rascal, you are so glib. Nestled in Yi Qing's embrace, Yao Yao savored the rare warmth. Father has built a castle for you in the western outskirts of Yi City, right next to a chapel dedicated to the seers, filled with clusters of white roses and the most devoted of worshippers. Yao Yao, the ancient clan is about to rise again. Would you be willing? I will do as father says. Yao Yao will be the little demon king for father. Yi Qing gazed at the girl in his arms, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Yi Ling, and his eyes moistened. Ling or our Yao Yao has returned. Will you return as well? Father, is there anyone in the clan who seems off? What do you mean by that? When chocolate brought me back, it told me someone in the clan used forbidden techniques to injure it, leading to its capture and sale. What? Forbidden techniques. The ancient clan's forbidden arts were left behind by Yi Ling, with strict instructions for Yi Qing to guard them closely, absolutely forbidding others from learning them. Even Yi Qing was unaware of what the forbidden techniques entailed, if it weren't for forbidden techniques. No one in the clan could have harmed chocolate. Why Yi Qing's expression suddenly turned grave. Yao Yao, your father will thoroughly investigate this matter. You must never put yourself in danger again. Do you understand? I cannot lose you a second time. His tone shifted to a fierce growl, filled with suppressed rage. When you awakened all those years ago, did you discern who ambushed you, seeking to take your life? Yao Yao had lost her senses at that time and could not see clearly. Yi Qing felt a pang of disappointment, but the girl quickly changed the subject. However, this matter is undoubtedly related to one person. Who? Su Mei. Yao Yao had been taken in by the Su family, and Su Shishir followed closely behind Su Mei. Was that not evident enough? Yi Qing's grip tightened. The woman who was expelled from the ancient clan decades ago for attempting to learn forbidden techniques. That wretched scoundrel. Father, be extremely wary of that grand elder Su Ziyuan. Yi Qing looked down, smiling softly, caressing his daughter's hair. All right, our Yao Yao has grown up. Will father and mother return? Yi Yao Yao suddenly asked tentatively. When she had asked such questions in the past, Yi Qing would always wear a frown, and over time, Yao Yao had simply buried the question in her heart. Yi Qing chuckled. Little rascal, you miss your mother, don't you? Oh dear, it seems a father cannot retain his daughter. No, Yi Yao Yao interjected. Your mother left the ancient clan with your brother right after giving birth to you. I do not know where they went. But Linger once said that after 18 years, she would return. Alas, 18 years have flown by, and our dear Yao Bao is back. I wonder if Linger will also keep her promise. Hope suddenly flickered in Yi Qing's murky eyes. Gazing at Yi Qing, the girl nestled in his arms. Her heart ached for him. She will surely come back. If Mummy does not return, I will go to the ends of the earth to help father bring her back. Good, little schemer. Laughter resounded once more in the room. Meanwhile, in another modest chamber of the ancient clan, Yi Balian knelt before Su Zun, crying uncontrollably. Father, woo-woo. Shut your mouth. I'm still alive. What a wailing. Yi Balian, feeling aggrieved, fell silent. Covering her face, looking at the woman before him, whose face was nearly ruined, Su Zun grimaced in disgust. Take this and apply it. Restore your face at once. A green medicinal pouch was tossed onto the floor. Yi Balian scrambled over and cradled it as if it were treasure. That Su Zun sat cross-legged on the sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. That in due time, you will go to Yi City. Yi Balian was taken aback, suddenly looking up, her bloodied and bruised face causing Su Zun to feel a wave of nausea. Why? To treat the son of Feng Lingtian. But did not Feng Lingtian say in his letter that it required Princess Yaya? Yi Balian exclaimed in shock. Do you think that little vixen Yi Yao Yao would agree to my request? She would be thrilled to see me humiliated. Bah! I am not certain. Yi Balian hesitated, doubting her medical skills. Su Zun's tone abruptly shifted, filled with fury. Not certain about what? You are my Su Zun's personally accepted disciple. How can you be inferior to that Yi Yao Yao? Useless thing. Yi Balian fell silent, cowed that Su Zun took a deep breath, thinking that if it were not for wanting to gain the Feng family's assistance, in preparation for overthrowing Yi Qing's authority in the future, he would not go to such lengths to help Feng Lingtian seek treatment. He could easily refuse. Remember to wear a mask, claim to be Yao Ye, and do not let any details slip. If it jeopardizes my future plans, you will pay dearly. Yes, father. Yi Balian clenched her fist gently. Su Zun looked at the bloodied girl kneeling on the ground and suddenly softened his tone to an extreme gentleness. That Lianer, do not fault your father for being stern. With that Yi Yao Yao suddenly returning. There is a stone lodged in my heart. You must strive to surpass her. As he spoke, Su Zun gently helped the girl before him to her feet. That in the deep of night, Yi Balian, her face covered in a green medicinal paste, raged uncontrollably at the mirror in her room. Why? Why has that wretched woman returned so suddenly? She has taken from me, stolen my only glory in the ancient clan. Why can I not surpass Yao Yao, no matter how hard I practice? Why? Yebayilian's expression contorted into a grotesque grimace. The herbal poultice she had been wearing fell to the ground with a sharp thud. In a frenzy, she tore at the abundant roses by the window, ravaging and shredding them, the pink petals spiraling down in an eerie dance, releasing an unsettling fragrance. Why must I substitute for Yaonai? Treating a nameless, soon-to-be-deceased mad dog. Why must I impersonate her? Yebayilian's countenance twisted unnaturally under the moonlight, a tea that moment. Beneath the exquisite white European window frame, a girl clad in a princess dress gazed with narrowed eyes, nonchalantly listening to the woman inside who was barking madly, a sly smile slowly curling her cherry lips. Chapter 60. Yao Yao is furious and about to explode. The ancient clan Yao, with a devil-may-care attitude, was chewing on a blade of grass when she suddenly spat it out with wicked glee. What an unbearable noise! Who dares to howl in the dead of night? The girl's enchanting voice dripped with arrogance. Yebayilian trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Who is that? At some unknown moment, a petite figure leapt and languidly perched herself upon the pristine white window sill, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Leonor, did you not claim I was your elder sister Yao Yao? Princess Yao Yao? Leonor dared not respond. Yebayilian clenched her fists in resentment. Alas, my dear princess, my hearing is quite sharp. I just heard a dog speak. I wonder if Leonor caught that. I did not know that dog. It even called me a little wretch by name. Princess Yao Yao must have misheard. Leonor did not hear it. Yebayilian tightened her fists, gazing at the eerie girl lounging in the pale moonlight. An involuntary chill creeping over her. It seems Leonor's other half is also eager to decay. The girl by the window chuckled, her laughter hauntingly bewitching. Princess, Leonor erred. Yebayilian immediately dropped to her knees with a thud. Trembling all over, her eyes glinting coldly. Stop pretending. There is no audience here to witness a white lotus performing. Ye Yao idly twirled a strand of hair. Su Zun sent you to substitute for me and treated Jiu Fengming? No. Yebayilian's demeanor turned visibly unnatural, struggling to maintain her composure upon hearing this. The girl by the window giggled, suddenly swinging her delicate white legs into the room. Stepping forward, that a blood-red little insect crawled adorably from Ye Yao's wrist, obediently resting in her palm, yet emanating an aura of endless menace. Yebayilian trembled in fear. Yes, my father ordered me to replace you in Yeching, but I do not wish to go. Why should I? Why must I stand in for you? Why must I lower myself to tend to a mad dog? Shut your dog mouth and cease your barking. Dare to utter mad dog again, and I shall take your wretched life. Ye Yao's icy voice suddenly erupted with fury, treating a Jiu Gij. You're not worthy. Just uttering his name makes me feel nauseous. I am, after all, the daughter of Su Zun. How dare you humiliate me like this? Ye Yao raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Su Zun. What sort of dog is he? If he were here, I would only speak more harshly. Yebayilian gritted her silver teeth. Your arrogance will surely bring retribution. Retribution. How fortuitous. I am your retribution. An overwhelming killing intent surged toward Yebayilian like a tidal wave. She staggered and collapsed to the ground, her veins grotesquely bulging. No, she murmured in terror. The girl before her smiled. Fear not, I shall not kill you. What do you intend to do? Ye Yao's cold voice suddenly softened with a hint of tenderness. I will go in your stead. What? You mean you will substitute me in Yeching? Why? Mind your own business. Ye Yao gazed down at the woman prostrate on the ground, resembling a regal yet aloof enchantress. Yebayilian watched in panic as the little insect scurried around inside her body. This matter must not be disclosed to Su Zun, including the fact that I have placed a curse on you that if it leaks. Ye Yao suddenly paused, that if it leaks, I will have no choice but to let my dear little insect explode within you. The room was instantly filled with the girl's silvery, eerie laughter, an unsettling chill permeating the air. Then when can I be freed? Yebayilian trembled as she asked. Once I capture my man, in my joy. Perhaps I shall release you. The girl's eyes glimmered momentarily. Ye Yao glanced down, noting that Yebayilian's face was half decayed, a rather distressing sight. The girl frowned, abruptly slapping her hand. The blow left Yeba momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a strange yet soothing coolness graced her face, an exceptionally peculiar sensation. Cease applying that hideous green concoction. It's utterly useless. Ye Yao scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, a transparent thin membrane was being applied to half of Yeba face. Its texture as smooth as water, and her wounds were gradually healing. Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance. This princess despises being indebted to anyone. The girl spoke with a haughty yet charming tone. Yeba was taken aback, attempting to discern the true nature of the girl before her, but to no avail. Could her medical skills truly surpass those of Su Zun? Ye Yao suddenly cast a wicked smile over her shoulder. Do not misunderstand. If you dare leak even a hint, I will not hesitate to kill. Before long, the girl vanished once more from the pristine windowsill. The following day, beside a fragrant sea of roses in the ancient clan, Yeba inquired, Father, when can we return to Yecheng? Oh, why do I sense a hint of impatience in your little voice? Father, Yao Yao is not. The girl pouted. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent man flashed through Ye Yao's mind. Indeed, she was impatient. For there lay her one true love, a little wolf cub. Night Ching chuckled heartily. Is it that Yao Yao has heard the maid gossiping about her engagement and is eager to marry? What engagement? Ye Yao nearly choked in shock. Back when the ancient clan had not yet hidden from the world, your father forged a bond with the royal family before meeting your mother, and in a drunken stupor, he made an engagement. Ye Yao's face was one of utter disbelief. What? Why was I not informed of this before? Nonsense. He wasn't even born when you were little. How would you know? Night Ching was busy watering the nearby roses. What? How old is he now? Mingho, he is probably not yet 10. Night, old man, am I truly your biological child? Ye Yao suddenly exploded, snatching the water jug from Night Ching's hands. This girl, so disrespectful. Of course, you are my biological child. My most cherished darling. Return it. Night Ching chuckled benevolently, Dear Yao Yao. How could we simply cancel it? What of my dignity as your father? Cancel it. Ye Yao was nearly suffocating. Night, old man, if you do not cancel it, I will blow up the ancient clan, no. I will blow up the royal family. Chapter 61. Ye Yao races back to find Joey. Ye Yao coughed with rage, and Night Ching hurried to soothe her back. All right, we shall cancel it. Our Yao Yao will not marry anyone, but stay by her old father's side forever. Yet she still wished to marry that in a few days when we return to Yecheng, we shall cancel it. All right, truly, one would think you, this mischievous girl, are already in love, given your eagerness. Ye Yao smiled awkwardly, realizing the truth in his words that at this moment, at the end of the rose sea, a figure in white waved subtly at Ye Yao before hastily running away. Ye Yao's face lit with shrewdness. Father, Yao Yao is off to play with chocolate. Do not think too much about me. Mischievous girl, go on, but do not stay out too late. Night Ching waved her off, his gaze warm as he watched Ye Yao depart. Understood. Ye Yao hurriedly chased after the vanishing figure of Yeba. Yeba awaited in the bamboo grove, donning a silver mask, as Su Zun instructed me to wear a mask and impersonate you. I snuck out to find you. In the shadowy bamboo forest, Yeba lowered her head. Princess Yao Yao, quickly change into my clothes and enter my room. Su Zun should arrive soon. Ye Yao smiled slyly, accepting the items from Yeba. Thank you. A fleeting shadow dashed into Yeba room. Just as she had changed into the attire, a knock echoed from outside. An ancient and authoritative voice resonated. Lianer, are you ready? Yes, father. Beneath the silver mask, a pair of enchanting eyes glimmered with an unfathomable chill. Su Zun entered, still leaning on a dragon-patterned ancient cane. Have you prepared Huangqi and Baiju, Lianer? Yes, father. Ye Yao bowed her head. Let me check your bundle, Dado. Okay, Ye Yao's fair hands tightened nervously as she watched Su Zun's withered hands rummaging through the strange herbs she had prepared. Su Zun emitted a sound of approval. Da-da. The elder, leaning on his cane, suddenly appeared startled, scrutinizing the peculiar herbs in the bundle with growing suspicion. Lianer, what is this? This is what Lianer freshly gathered in the ancient Toa forest. Intending to study it on the way, Su Zun hesitated for a moment, his frail form nodding slowly. Indeed, Lianer has made progress. We must ensure that wretched Night Yao Yao is kept firmly under control. Do you understand? No problem. The girl smirked inwardly. Enough chatter, prepare to depart swiftly. If we delay, that sickly creature may very well perish. A cold, murderous intent swept across beneath the mask. The Su Zun felt a shiver. Today, Night by Lien appeared oddly proud, entirely unlike her usual demeanor of fear towards him, resembling that insufferable night, Yao Yao instead. Suddenly, Su Zun spoke. Does Liena require her father to send someone to escort you to Yi City? Night Yao Yao waved her hand impatiently. It's fine, I know the way. Abruptly, the girl instinctively fell silent. Su Zun's questioning voice trailed behind. Liena has never left the ancient clan. How could she possibly know the way to Yi City? Night Yao Yao panicked, her cat-like eyes darting. Father, have you forgotten? You previously asked me to study in the library, and I happened to see the map. That Su Zun's doubts gradually dissipated. He shook his head. How could it be possible? Night Yao Yao would never willingly substitute for Night by Lien in going to Yi City. He began to feel suspicious. Very well. Then Liener, make haste and return quickly. Someone from the Feng family old residence in Yi City will meet you. Yes. Father. A chill swept beneath the mask. Night Yao Yao left the room without looking back. Did I in the ancient Tuo forest? Suddenly a girl's frantic voice echoed. Let go! Release me! Chocolate! I'm gonna kick you, woo master. Where are you going? Master doesn't want chocolate anymore. The girl softened her tone. I'm not abandoning you. Next time, I'll bring you along, okay? No way, woo. Suddenly, Night Yao Yao gritted her teeth and raised her hand in a strike. Chocolate. You vile lion, it seems you're tired of living. Ow! The black lion languidly lay on the ground. You, go follow Night by Lien. Do not let father discover that I have escaped. Chocolate wants to protect master. You will only hasten my demise, understand? Wake up to reality, okay? Quickly go and impersonate me with Night by Lien. If father finds out, the first thing I will do upon my return is chop off your dark, ugly head and make braised lion head. Chocolate's fur bristled in fear, its tail tucked between its legs. Then, master, please be safe. Night Yao Yao hurried away, her figure vanishing into the depths of the ancient Tuo forest, the Rose Manor. What was once a splendid and romantic place now lay in ruins. The maids knelt, trembling as they listened to the sounds of shattered porcelain echoing from within the room. That a tall man lay despondently on the sofa, the room shrouded in smoke, nearly obscuring him. Only the glowing ember of his cigarette at the corner of his mouth remained visible. Ninth Master. What has happened? Yuqi watched in horror, her heart sinking. Yuqi, am I filthy? Feng Mingju's lips curled in self-mockery amidst the thick haze. Ninth Master. How could you be filthy? I am a wild man raised in the forest, my hands stained with filthy blood, and I am but a useless, sickly creature. How could I ever be worthy of my princess? So she has regained her memories, and in the end, she still does not want him. That if that is the case, why has she come to provoke him twice? Why? Yuqi, my stars no longer shine. The man suddenly chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. If he could not illuminate himself, how could he dare to love such a radiant young girl? Feng Mingju coughed violently, as if expelling the last remnants of his life force. Ninth Master, I will help you find Miss Yao Yao. Ninth Master, get lost. The man suddenly roared in a fit of rage, his crimson eyes filled with a dense web of blood vessels. Feng Mingju arose, kicking the European-style tea table before him. The table flipped over, sending its contents crashing to the ground, along with the man's heart. Feng Mingju uncontrollably coughed up large amounts of dark red blood, staining the floor. Suddenly, Butler Joe hurriedly rushed in from the door, hesitating to speak. Outside, the Feng family old residence had sent someone claiming to be Yao Yi, but given Ninth Master's current self-destructive state, it would be a miracle if he didn't shoot the person on the spot, let alone accept treatment. Speak, the man bellowed. Ninth Master, the Feng family old residence claims to have brought Yao Yi. Throw her out and kill her. Chapter 62. Returning to Yi City. Yes, Ninth Master. Butler Su shrank back, gritting his teeth as he retreated. Suddenly, two dark guards rushed in, nearly tumbling over themselves. Ninth Master, it's bad. Yao Yi has knocked everyone standing in her way flying. The guns have all been destroyed. Another guard added, fear evident on his face. Yuqi was startled. What? He strode out with an imposing manner. However, at that very moment, a stunning silver-haired figure dashed in, colliding directly with Yuqi. The next second, Yuqi spun in the air, crashing against the wall. Yet the silver-haired beauty was unaffected, her head not tilting even slightly as she lunged straight at the man lounging on the European-style sofa. Hiss. The man winced in pain. Feng Mingjue had just intended to throw the unknown entity in his arms aside. Little wolf cub. The familiar name made Feng Mingjue's heart race. The man's disbelief tightened his grip, as if he were trying to crush himself. You've mistaken the person. Feng Mingjue turned his head uncomfortably, yet did not stop her. The silver-haired girl, wearing a mask, smiled seductively upon hearing this. Yu Qi, just regaining his senses from the wall, exclaimed, "What the hell? I sent this woman here to treat him." This woman is doomed. Sister Yao Yao is the only true love of our ninth master. He will surely throw her out at once, in an instant. The silver-haired girl's eyes lifted. Ajiogo's blood is still so sweet. The veins on the man's hand appeared to be on the verge of bursting, strained to the utmost. Knight Yao Yao suddenly jumped out of Feng Mingjue's embrace. "You said you didn't know me. Then how could there be a room of mine in the Rose Manor?" As she spoke, the girl's south face drew close to Feng Mingjue's. The man's tall form visibly stiffened, his ears turning a shade of red. "No," Feng Mingjue insisted. "Liar. My dress and witch's talisman are all on the third floor." Yu Qi was taken aback, realizing that this girl was the rightful owner of the princess room on the third floor. The old flame has returned. Does that mean he will never see Sister Yao Yao again? This enchanting woman is clearly more skilled at seduction. She can't compare to Sister Yao Yao. Yu Qi pouted, filled with animosity towards the silver-haired beauty before him. Yu Qi pondered, a dramatic, affected sob drifted into his ears. "That you've eaten my milk candy, so you don't want me anymore? Then I shall leave." The girl's beautiful silver hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders as she gently turned, her long hair billowing without wind. Yu Qi scoffed. "Then go. No one will stop you with your green tea antics. It's a miracle ninth master hasn't shot you yet, let alone think of replacing Sister Yao Yao. Give it a rest." Yet in the next moment, Feng Mingjue's strong arms suddenly seized the girl, pulling her back fiercely into his embrace. Yu Qi stared aghast. "It's over. The new love cannot compete with the old. Sister Yao Yao will never return." After a long pause, Feng Mingjue leaned slightly forward, that in a low, husky voice, he spoke. "The milk candy has been eaten. You shall not go anywhere, my princess." Knight Yao Yao smiled. "I am not going anywhere, Feng Mingjue." Yu Qi closed his eyes in despair. "Alas, the Rose Manor has changed hands overnight. I'll go upstairs to change. This outfit makes me feel utterly uncomfortable." The silver-haired girl dashed upstairs in a flash. Once the girl left, Feng Mingjue's mood instantly brightened as he turned over, reclining on the luxurious European-style sofa, legs crossed that if this man had a tail, it would surely be wagging in delight at this moment. Yu Qi stuttered, tentatively asking Ninth Master, "Then who is that?" "My life," Feng Mingjue replied with a devilish smile. Alas, Sister Yao Yao was merely a passerby, wasn't she? Suddenly, a dark guard rushed towards Yu Qi. "Young Master Yu, the monarch of the Lansdi Empire is calling again, saying there are important matters to discuss. Ninth Master must take the call." Yu Qi immediately smacked the guard with a roasted chestnut. "You useless thing! Can't you see Ninth Master is in such a state? How many times has Ninth Master said not to answer? Don't bother him with trivial matters. Why can't you remember this?" Oh. The dark guard trembled and hurriedly retreated. "Yu Qi, what is it?" Feng Mingjue continued to smirk, casually fiddling with the silver ring on his little finger, appearing to be in a good mood. "It's nothing. Ninth Master, just a business call from the Lansdi Empire requesting Ninth Master's investment. You previously said you wouldn't take any calls. Take it. Why not? Have I ever said that?" Feng Mingjue pointed his toes in the air, a wicked grin on his face, his slanted phoenix eyes occasionally glancing towards the spiral staircase. "You didn't say that. On the 7th day of the month." Yu Qi turned to the shadow guard, her voice laced with indignation. "Why are you not promptly fetching the call from the Land's Empire? Can't you show a little more awareness?" The shadow guard hurriedly scrambled to answer the phone. Instantly, a hopeful voice on the other end rang out. "Ninth Master, you've finally answered my call. It's me, Chris, correct?" Feng Mingjue casually rotated his neck in the air, responding with leisurely cadence. "Indeed. Yes, it is I. Ninth Master. Do you have a partner, Chris?" "Ninth Master, I do not." Chris was utterly perplexed at, "Oh, is that so?" "I do, Chris." "Ah, haha, Ninth Master, Wishing you and the young madam a lifetime of happiness and a swift arrival of children. Well, you seem to have some awareness. Now tell me, how much are you looking to invest? 100 billion. Chris stammered, fearful that this sum might overwhelm his benefactor. 100 billion. Yuchi, transfer 200 billion immediately. Mr. Chris, do speak more in the future. It would be best if you wrote a book. Feng Mingjue continued to tap his toes in a nonchalant manner. Chris? After having made hundreds of calls with no response, he was astounded by the sudden willingness to invest 200 billion. What on earth had he done? Ninth Master, you truly are righteous. Chris will repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. Is there anything else? Feng Mingjue quickly interjected, his demeanor turning indifferent. Then a smile crept onto his lips. My baby must be missing me. Yes, there is something, Chris managed, slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected sweetness. It's just that recently. Feng Mingjue. A fragrant breeze suddenly swept down from the spiral staircase. Chapter 63. The enigmatic princess of the night has an engagement. Chris nearly fainted from the emotional turmoil, his expression darkening. Night Yao Yao abruptly halted midway. Extending her hand, that I'm tired. On the other end, Chris was frantically pinching himself to ensure he was awake. Feng Mingjue immediately rose from the sofa, striding over with long legs. Have you missed me? No. Feng Mingjue chuckled. Chris, could you possibly be any more aloof? Finally unable to contain himself, Chris coughed. Ninth Master, that. Feng Mingjue furrowed his brow, almost forgetting there was someone else present. Quickly end my misery. Right now. Speak, what is it? The man displayed clear impatience. Cough, that is, Ninth Master, there's been a man wearing a dark golden mask who has been trying to lure us. Chris, along with a small group of elite operatives you provided, investigated and discovered this man is named Fu Chun and hails from the Summer Kingdom. Night Yao Yao's hand trembled. That a dark golden mask. Isn't that the man we encountered at the Feng residence that night, who threatened to kill Feng Mingjue? Night Yao Yao's cat-like eyes turned alert. That it's nothing. Feng Mingjue reassured her with a gentle pat. Chris, having not received a response from Feng Mingjue, cautiously probed again. Ninth Master. Yes, I understand. Merely an insignificant moth drawn to the flame. Find out who from the land's empire has been in secret contact with him. Eliminate them without mercy. Understood, Ninth Master. The call was abruptly terminated by Yuchi. She glanced at the enchanting figure in Feng Mingjue's arms, pouting slightly as she spoke urgently. Ninth Master, do we truly not need to? What's the rush? Feng Mingjue paused, his gaze thoughtful. It is more entertaining to wait until the prey is fattened before striking. Yet Yuchi felt a twinge of worry. Fuchin posed too many uncontrollable variables. Feng Mingjue waved his hand dismissively, a flicker of light momentarily flashing in his dark eyes. Suddenly, Night Yao Yao's voice rang out. Oh, I almost forgot the urgent matter. She attempted to leap down, but was abruptly halted by a large hand gripping her legs. She had come to provide treatment for Feng Mingjue. However, he stubbornly refused to release her from his embrace, his arms tightening around her. Night Yao Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of seduction and allure as she pinched the soft flesh at his neck and bit down. Feng Mingjue was caught off guard, letting out a muffled groan, his elongated black eyes reflecting a moment's confusion. Feng Mingjue was momentarily taken aback. Yuchi turned to find a corner, drawing circles in solitude. Suddenly, he was yanked out of the room by a woman's hand gripping his collar. Yuchi turned, irate, only to recoil in shock that a silver-haired girl wearing a mask was gazing at him with ill intent. Yuchi rolled his eyes. A seductive woman, wearing my sister, Yao Yao's clothes. How utterly blinding. What? Do you find me unsightly? Night Yao Yao tilted her head. Don't overestimate yourself. Our Ninth Master already has a place for Sister Yao Yao in his heart. He will never fancy you. Your attempts to win me over are futile. Night Yao Yao was left speechless. Isn't Night Yao Yao the one who often bullies you? She nearly choked you in your sleep. Why are you so willing to be your punching bag? Me? That seems accurate, Yuchi murmured, lowering his head in confusion. Indeed, Sister Yao Yao is quite the troublemaker. She often causes me to be scolded by the Ninth Master. Who are you calling a troublemaker? Sister Yao Yao, of course. Yuchi looked up in bewilderment. Unbeknownst to him, Night Yao Yao had removed her mask, her expression a mischievous grin as she observed Yuchi's dazed face. Goodness, where did you get that human skin mask? To please the Ninth Master, you've resorted to such tactics. Truly impressive. Night Yao Yao suddenly smiled wickedly, inching closer to Yu Qi. Do you require me to dreamwalk again to prove it? Or shall I let chocolate take a bite out of you? Yu Qi plopped down onto the ground with a thud. You were Sister Yao Yao? Why has your hair turned silver? I snuck out to dye it. What business is it of yours? Tell me. Who is the troublemaker? In truth, Night Yao Yao's hair had turned silver after regaining her memory and awakening her with spirit abilities. Yu Qi immediately put on a flattering smile. Ah, Sister Yao Yao. I, baby, a low, languid voice echoed from the opulent European-style room, that I'm here. The once fierce and vengeful demon queen instantly transformed into a lively bird, fluttering into the room. Yu Qi, a trivial matter. A trivial matter. Feng Mingjue lounged on the sofa with crossed legs. His interest piqued as he observed the newcomer, his long fingers tapping on the European coffee table. Care to explain? Night Yao Yao hesitated. Glancing over, her heart racing. Breaking news. The ancient clan has completed the construction of a castle in Yi City, adjacent to the sacred Circe Cathedral. However, secret news reveals that the ancient clan's Princess of the Night is actually engaged to the royal young prince. Gong Hao. Feng Mingjue, Chapter 64. The engagement cancellation. Seeing the man before her with a face dark as thunder, Night Yao Yao felt her heart race and took a step back. Feng Mingjue, my father said he would cancel it. Suddenly, Feng Mingjue stood up from the sofa, his tall figure cornering the girl against the wall. His voice, low and strained, was filled with barely suppressed fury. Are you implying that this engagement is real and has not yet been annulled? Before the girl could finish, Feng Mingjue instantly made a call. Hello, Lord, do you have any instructions? Immediately blow up the royal family. Annihilate that little brat Gong Hao, leaving not a single leg intact. A torrent of rage surged through the phone line. The person on the other end was momentarily stunned, just about to speak when an extremely soft and anxious voice interrupted, nearly causing them to drop the call. Wait, Feng Mingjue, I'm right here. Why are you getting jealous over a child not yet 10 years old? Feng Mingjue froze momentarily, falling silent. Night Yao Yao observed the man's reaction and leaned in, pressing her icy lips against his. Despite his grim demeanor, Feng Mingjue responded gently. Thus, half an hour passed, and the person on the other end of the line was turning green. The subordinate hesitated, unable to hang up, enduring the conversation for a solid half hour. Suddenly, a voice broke through. Are we still blowing up the royal family? A voice as enchanting as a fairy, laced with a seductive charm, made the subordinate's heart race. If we're going to blow it up, then I'll join you. The phone echoed with the girl's alluring laughter. Feng Mingjue's voice, deep and teasing, followed. Since my baby is so obedient, I might reconsider the explosion for now. As soon as Feng Mingjue's directive was given, the subordinate trembled and hastily hung up, just as the two raging infernos prepared to clash once again. No, he shouldn't be here. He should be under the car. At that moment, on a beautiful vintage European sofa, a man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist lay languidly, appearing utterly at the mercy of others. Meanwhile, a silver-haired girl, panting heavily, continued to busily attend to him. Ugh! The air was filled with the man's muffled groans of pain. His voice, low and tinged with nasal congestion, murmured, That's enough, baby. It can't go on like this. Night Yao Yao's voice, however, carried a fierce determination. No, it's not finished yet. We've barely begun. Can Brother Ju not endure this? The man on the sofa clenched his hand tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as Night Yao Yao's delicate hands worked with the shining silver needles of acupuncture. Before long, Feng Mingjue's chest and the enticing curve of his body were covered with a multitude of long silver needles, resembling a chased hedgehog. The man on the sofa endured the excruciating pain. Baby, is this truly necessary? Feng Mingjue gazed at the glimmering silver needles embedded in his chest, a wave of perplexity shimmering in his narrow phoenix-like eyes. Indeed, after Yi Yao Yao awakened her shamanic abilities, her slightly curled long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of silver threads, captivating anyone who cast even a fleeting glance at her, rendering them unable to look away. She was nothing short of a naturally born noble princess. Yi Yao Yao then opened her palm to reveal a small pink pill, bringing it close to the lips of the pain-stricken Feng Mingjue on the sofa. Her voice carried a delicate yet firm threat, insisting, You must take this. Feng Mingjue obediently lowered his head and took the pill between his lips, his hoarse voice softly uttering, "It hurts." His thick eyelashes fluttered gently as his enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with emotion while gazing at the girl before him. Yi Yaoyao's cat-like pupils suddenly constricted. Hiss! She suppressed the impulsive desire to devour this enchanting man and leaned down to peck at him lightly. "Does it still hurt now?" Feng Mingjue shook his head in pain. In truth, Yi Yaoyao was aware that he was in excruciating agony, a pain akin to muscle cramping and bone splitting. Each silver needle pierced deeply into his acupoints, as though a knife were slicing through his flesh. Damn you, Feng Xinghao. She would drain his blood, and she would not hesitate even if it meant letting countless venomous insects gnaw at him. Anyone who dared to touch her heart was unworthy of descending into hell. A fierce light flashed in Yi Yaoyao's eyes. Previously, Feng Mingjue had promised to spare his life for the sake of the sheepskin scroll, but she had never agreed to let him live. Bored, Yi Yaoyao turned on the television, which was conveniently showing SpongeBob SquarePants. Squidward was earnestly watering flowers with a faucet at the bottom of the sea that SpongeBob asked Patrick, "What if I leave you?" To which Patrick replied, "I'll keep walking." "Why?" "Until I find you." Patrick said this with an air of nonchalance. Grinning foolishly, Dwight E. Yao Yao felt a sudden pang of sadness, her nose tinged with an unexpected sting. Feng Mingjue tilted his head, gently caressing the girl's silver hair with his chiseled jawline. "That I won't leave you, Yao Yao." "Really?" Yi Yao Yao lifted her head. "Really," he reassured her softly. "But what if we accidentally get lost? Like last time when I lost my memory? That won't happen. I will never lose you again. Just the thought of it is suffocating. And what if I die?" The woman in his arms was being unreasonable. Relentless in her questioning, "I will accompany you," Feng Mingjue said lightly, a smile curving his lips that Yi Yao Yao pouted. "I don't believe you." Feng Mingjue lowered his dark eyes, his devilishly handsome face buried in the girl's silver hair. Remaining silent, "Of course, I will accompany you, no matter when or where. For from the moment you handed me that milk candy, I was irrevocably in love with you." Chapter 65. The ninth master plans to steal a bride that night. Yi Yao Yao lay on the bed, curiously playing with Feng Mingjue's phone. Her beautiful, noble silver hair cascaded elegantly, having just been carefully dried by Feng Mingjue. With her legs crossed, she furrowed her brow as she opened a messaging app. Searching for a familiar ID to add, and began composing a message. "Chris, are you still alive?" The phone screen flickered. "You are Yao Yi. How dare you impersonate me? Do you know who Yao Yi is?" It seemed the other party was not finished scolding, promptly sending another message. "Fool." Yi Yao Yao suddenly realized she was using Feng Mingjue's account. The girl shrugged, flipped over, and lay back on the luxurious European-style bed. Just as she was about to casually log out, an idea struck her. She returned to the chat interface, deleting all messages until only the word "fool" remained, lonely and provocative on the screen. She then changed the account name to Lord Chris of the Lance Empire. Yi Yao Yao lay on the bed, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, her stomach quaking with mirth, almost causing her discomfort. After a while, she switched to an account she hadn't used in years, revealing an abundance of 99 unread notifications. "Come visit the Summer Kingdom when you have time." The other party quickly replied. "Who are you?" Smiled at JPG Chris, puzzled by the strange occurrences of the past few days. Furrowed his brows and scrolled back through the chat history. The messages dated back 6 years, and upon seeing Chris, he quickly scrolled back up. "Boss, you're alive. Do you know someone just impersonated you, and I chased them off?" "Oh, really? I didn't have time to tell you to scold them more, that if you scold them enough, they might even dare to come to the Lance Empire for a banquet." Chris had once visited the Summer Kingdom for a patrol and contracted a rare illness, only to be cured by Yi Yao Yao's silver needle. After waking, he insisted on calling her boss, even declaring he wanted her to be the queen of the Lance Empire. However, after being kicked away by Yi Yao Yao, he never dared to entertain such thoughts again. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up as Chris replied, "That of course, boss. If anyone dares impersonate Yao Yi, I'll make sure they regret it." "Huh, boss, where have you been these past 6 years?" "I've been searching for you. I didn't go anywhere. Just got bitten by a dog. Did you find any leads on that matter I entrusted you with 6 years ago? Are you talking about finding Aunt Yi Ling?" "Yes." Yi Yao Yao suddenly hugged her phone, staring blankly at the ceiling. Where did Mom go? The disappearance of Yi Ling had always been a knot in Yi Yao Yao's heart. since she had failed to find any trace of her in the Summer Kingdom due to the ancient clan's vast influence. She suspected Yi Ling had gone to the Lance Empire. "Boss, I've been searching for 6 years, but there's no one in the Lance Empire that matches your description," Yi Yao Yao sighed subtly. "It's all right. Next time." Yi Yao Yao was reclining on the bed, typing a reply when suddenly, Feng Mingjue's low, sultry voice drew near. "Baby, I'm done washing up. What are you playing with?" Yi Yao Yao jolted, hastily deleting the message she had just typed. Quickly switching accounts, that if Feng Mingjue caught her chatting with a man late at night, it would be disastrous. After sorting everything out, Yi Yao Yao quickly turned her head. Feng Mingjue had just stepped out of the shower, clad only in a dangerously short bathrobe that accentuated his alluring collarbone, droplets of water still clinging to him, trickling from his hair down to places unknown. Yi Yao Yao found it hard to swallow, her words catching in her throat. With a thud, the phone she was holding slipped from her grasp, plummeting directly towards her face. "Baby!" Hiss! 2 melodious voices rang out simultaneously, and Yi Yao Yao instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. The next moment, she was greeted by a warm breath washing over her. Tentatively, she opened one eye, and an enlarged, devilishly handsome face appeared before her. Feng Mingjue leaned down, nudging his nose against hers, holding the phone aloft in one hand while smirking devilishly. "What are you thinking, baby? Do you see me as a decoration?" Yi Yao Yao immediately wrapped herself around him like a fairy. "Brother Gio is the strongest." Yet her words abruptly faltered again. Not far away, a familiar and eye-catching bathrobe lay carelessly on the floor, seemingly grinning at her like a devil. Given that the bathrobe was right there, was she not holding? Yi Yao Yao stiffened at once, afraid to move. "What is wrong, baby?" Unintentionally, Yi Yao Yao glanced down, her hand tightening instinctively. The next instant she lifted her face. "Yao Bao." Feng Mingjue was about to raise his head when, unexpectedly, a warm trickle ran down his sharply defined cheek. Feng Mingjue suddenly looked up. "Baby, why are you bleeding?" "Yi Yao Yao, could you not say that out loud?" Blushing, she averted her gaze, immediately sealing her acupoints that "I'm fine, Brother Gio, I'm just a bit tired." "Tired of sleeping so eagerly? Do you want to sneak away to the royal mansion's welcome banquet tomorrow?" "How could I, Brother Gio? I would never sneak off. Really, I think keeping you locked up in my hands would be the most obedient." With a snap, Feng Mingjue produced a pair of metal handcuffs from somewhere, fastening one end around Yi Yao Yao and the other around himself. A wicked smile curling his lips as the night deepened. The roses by the window exuded a rich fragrance, gently enveloping the 2 slumbering figures on the bed. The next day, when Feng Mingjue awoke, the handcuffs by his side lay pitifully shattered into pieces, glimmering with an eerie silver sheen, as if recounting someone's misdeeds. That on the nightstand sat a cup of warm milk and a note filled with pink hearts. "Brother Gio, I didn't mean to trick you. I am going to find Gong how to call off the engagement, and we'll be back soon. Love you." Feng Mingjue's face darkened entirely. He picked up the cup of warm milk from the nightstand, gritting his teeth in anger, contemplating throwing it away, but ultimately relenting and taking a sip. He stared blankly at the empty quilt beside him, looking somewhat aggrieved. "Yuqi, get in here, sir." Outside, the dazed Yuqi was jolted awake. Rushing in to kneel. "Ninth Master, Miss Yao Yao has knocked out the guards and escaped. Prepare the car for the royal mansion. Is it for? To steal a bride." Chapter 66. The Fragrant Sister in Bloom in the Royal Mansion. A grand banquet was specially arranged by the royal family to celebrate the return of the ancient clan. In the main hall, Yi Qing and Gong Yao were seated in the honored seats. Engaged in conversation, their imposing expressions softened by smiles. Meanwhile, on the cobblestone path of the garden, Yi Yao Yao was adorned in a splendid European-style dress. She casually plucked a striking red rose, idly twirling it in her fingers while lost in thought. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as her elegant princess boots kicked against an object. "Ouch, that hurts!" The unexpected sound startled Yi Yao Yao, nearly causing her to toss the flower away. "Who are you?" "Wow, such a fragrant sister." A small boy with curly chestnut hair clumsily got up from the ground, rubbing the spot where he had fallen, resembling an adorable little fluff ball that he pitifully tugged at Yi Yao Yao's skirt. "Sister, it hurts." Realizing she had accidentally knocked the little one down, Yi Yao Yao gently grasped his chubby little hand. "Oh dear, did I hurt my poor little one?" With a sudden peck, the little boy planted a sweet kiss on the back of Yi Yao Yao's hand. "Sister, you smell so nice." Even more so than my own sister. Yi Yao Yao abruptly glanced around, her demeanor akin to that of a thief caught in the act, that if Feng Mingjue were to see this, she would be the one in trouble. Did you get lost, little one? The boy, no taller than Yi Yao Yao's thigh, mischievously nodded in agreement, his dark eyes sparkling with mischief at why Yi Yao Yao ruffled the boy's curls. Let's head to the banquet hall together. Okay. The little fluffball bobbed his head enthusiastically, bouncing beside Yi Yao Yao like a cheerful piece of candy. As the guests in the banquet hall turned their attention to the girl, they were momentarily mesmerized, as if 6 of their 7 souls had been whisked away. Yi Yao Yao's silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her skin glowed with a snowy radiance. Why I Ching was taken aback. Yaoer, did you not say you were unwell, and wouldn't tea come? Ah, father, I rushed over as soon as I felt better. Yi Yao Yao quickly realized this must have been what Yi Bai Lian had said to avoid suspicion. She flashed a smile at the dignified elder in the honored seats, causing the rose in her hand to lose its vibrancy. Gong Yao suddenly spoke. Ah, how delightful. So this is the treasured demon knight princess of old Yi. Seeing her in person is indeed a revelation. She resembles her mother so closely. Yaoer, this is your uncle Gong Yao. Yi Ching regarded the silver-haired girl with tenderness. Hello, Uncle Gong Yao. Yi Yao Yao slightly bowed, her inherent nobility still evident despite her humble gesture. Haha, since Yaoer is already holding the hand of her fiancé, shall we not withdraw the engagement then? Yi Yao Yao was taken aback. What? What is going on? This little chestnut-haired fluffball was Gong Hao. Turning to meet the innocent, mischievous grin of the boy, she felt as if she had seen a ghost. In an instant, she flung the hand she was holding away. Gong Hao tumbled backward. His soft little face still bewildered at a clear, anxious female voice quickly rang out. Withdraw. You must withdraw. No, I don't want to withdraw. I like my fragrant sister. Yao Yao, you're still young. Be obedient. Gong Yao chuckled. Look how frightened Yaoer is. I've already spoken with your father about withdrawing. Come and take a seat. Gong Yao patted the seat beside him. Yi Yao Yao sighed in relief, helping the little fluffball to his feet before slowly making her way over. The guests murmured in amazement. This was the cherished little princess of the ancient clan, nurtured for decades, and they hadn't expected her to be so breathtakingly enchanting. Among the younger generation, besides the master of the underworld, she was undoubtedly the most mysterious and noble figure in the entire Summer Kingdom. However, only Gong Fri's lips moved in astonishment, softly murmuring, "Pay her." As Yi Yao Yao passed by Gong Fei, she politely nodded and smiled, remembering that she was the daughter of her father's friend. Yet just as she was about to leave, a pendant slipped from her pocket. Rolling to rest at Gong Fei's feet, Yi Yao Yao halted, panic setting in as she hurriedly retrieved it, biting her lip as she glanced at Gong Fei. Bone jade conch. That is my bone jade conch. Gong Fei's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The girl attempted to depart once more. Gong Fei called softly. Chapter 67. Recognition of Gong Fei. Yao Yao froze, her cat-like eyes widening in realization that she shouldn't reveal herself in front of everyone. Gong Fei quickly changed her expression and said, Sister Yao Yao, please have a seat. Gong Fei smiled naturally, extending her hand. Thank you, Sister Fei. Yi Yao Yao reciprocated the gesture. The two subtly exerted pressure on each other's hands, as if signaling something. Before letting go, Yi Yao Yao approached Yi Qing's side. Just as she was about to sit down, a low, nonchalant voice echoed from the ornate entrance. The welcome banquet for the Demon Knight Princess is indeed lively. The instant the words left his lips, Yi Yao Yao plopped down onto the floor. Immediately, a furious shout erupted from a middle-aged man. Feng Mingjue? What are you doing here with your vile face? A son who devours his own kin should die immediately. Do you still dare to aspire to win the favor of the Demon Knight Princess and seize the Feng family for yourself? Dream on, I spit on you, get out. The news had spread across Yi City, revealing that Feng's mad dog had crippled Feng Xinghao's legs and even threatened his biological father, truly a rebel. Thus, when Feng Xinghao made such a remark, everyone merely stood by, eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, no one noticed that Yi Yao Yao, who had just fallen to the ground, slowly rose with a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. The Demon Knight Princess would never bother with a mad dog like you. Just a few days ago, she even carried off a filthy, stinking maid from the Feng family, a sickly waste with that. Yi Yao Yao seized the gun from the waist of a nearby hidden guard. raising it single-handedly and decisively pulling the trigger. Did I end the next moment? The bullet struck Feng Xinghao's heart, silencing his foul mouth instantly. The banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of the shell clattering to the ground was unnaturally chilling. Where did that fly come from? Buzzing incessantly. The girl scoffed with disdain. Yi Yao Yao appeared unfazed as she arched an eyebrow and casually tossed the gun back into the guardess embrace. Meanwhile, Feng Xinghao collapsed, lifeless. Guests gasped in shock. The rumors of the Demon Knight Princess being arrogant and ruthless were suddenly confirmed. But why had she not shot the mad dog instead taken out Feng Xinghao? Yao Yao. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, quickly grasping his daughter's hand. The death of a man was trivial. He was more concerned about his precious daughter not being frightened. I'm fine. Father, I've been disliking that fly for quite some time. As long as you're not scared, quickly dispose of that disgusting fly. Yi Qing's voice thundered like a rolling storm, leaving no room for defiance. Servants hurriedly cleaned up the mess while Yi Qing's gaze fell upon the tall, striking figure standing at the doorway. Adorned with a captivatingly handsome face, his brows furrowing in confusion as he inquired, "Who are you?" Yet before the enchanting man could respond, Yi Qing was suddenly taken aback as a silver gust of fragrant wind swept past him. Taking Feng Mingjue's hand, "Myan, Yi Yao Yao's voice resonated throughout the banquet hall. Silence. A deathly stillness. The guests collectively muttered in disbelief. What the hell? Yi Qing. Was that enchanting man actually his daughter Yi Yao Yao? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The guests were eager to tear their own eyes out, wishing to toss them to the ground and stomp on them. They exchanged glances, their minds racing with 1,000 wild thoughts. Yi Qing stood frozen for a moment, his expression darkening visibly. Had the precious gem he had just recovered been stolen away by this flamboyant man? Yi Qing's anger simmered, and he spoke with a restrained fury. Feng Mingjue, is it? Come and sit, the sound of his name. Feng Mingjue rarely approached, causing a stir of whispers among the crowd, that my goodness. The Demon Knight Princess truly has taken a liking to this mad dog from the Feng family. It appears she is smitten beyond measure. Feng Xinghao is no longer even the young master of the Feng family. He died, and no one dares to question it. However, one must admit, this sickly fellow from the Feng family is undeniably handsome, making one want to crash against a wall in admiration. Crash into what? He is not yours. He has a partner. Yi Qing scrutinized the striking man before him, whose features were perfectly sculpted, leaning against the ornate chair. He crossed his legs slightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "How old are you, my dears? There will be an update soon. Love you all." Muah. Chapter 68. Cabbage being poked by a pig. Yi Yao Yao suddenly peeked out from behind the man. Feng Mingjue is 24 years old. Yi Qing cast a playful glare at Yi Yao Yao before turning back to Feng Mingjue with a serious expression. "When did you meet?" Yi Yao Yao emerged once more, a familiar presence from 6 years ago. "You little brat." Yi Qing quietly squinted, prompting Yi Yao Yao to retreat. "What are you up to?" Yi Qing inquired again. "Ajio Gugu." It's Yi Yao Yao again. She suddenly halted, questioning what Ajio Gugu was doing, a query she seemed uncertain about. Feng Mingju gently tousled the girl's fluffy silver locks, raising his gaze towards Yi Qing, and remarked, "There exists a small faction." Yi Qing furrowed his brow, leaning back in his chair. "What is their influence like?" "It should be no weaker than the ancient clans." Feng Mingju replied sincerely, his dark eyes fixed on the man seated before him. "Ahem, ahem." Yi Qing suddenly bellowed, "Yaoer, have you found someone so reckless?" At that moment, Yi Yao Yao rushed forward and firmly covered the elder's mouth. "Father, he isn't lying. The Cinnabis indeed wields influence comparable to the ancient clans." Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to his daughter. "Are you saying the Cinnabis is?" "Indeed." Yi Yao Yao signaled with a playful blink. Yi Qing's wariness lessened considerably, yet he still wore a reluctant expression. "My beautiful daughter cannot be easily taken by a pig." Suddenly, Feng Mingju felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. He turned but saw nothing. Just then, a sweet, childish voice rang out from beneath him. "Uncle, pretty sister is mine." Upon spotting the adorable, curly-haired little girl, Feng Mingju's expression darkened. In an instant, he scooped up Yi Yao Yao and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Cold and aloof, yet prideful. She is your pretty aunt." Gong Hao. Yi Yao Yao. Who is an ant? Yi Qing. You little rascal, put my daughter down. During the intermission of the banquet, Yi Yao Yao, under Yi Qing's resentful gaze, accompanied Feng Mingju to the lounge. Yes, soon as the door opened, Feng Mingju found himself pinned against the wall by Yi Yao Yao. With urgency in her voice, she exclaimed, Feng Mingju, the woman in black we saw at the Feng family is actually Gong Fei. Feng Mingju suddenly lowered his head, a wicked smile creeping onto his face at Yi Yao Yao. That day we only saw two men in black. He leaned closer. Could it be you secretly met someone else? Yi Yao Yao shivered, recalling that the woman in black had indeed approached her alone. How could she have forgotten that? In a flurry, she changed the subject. Do you know why so many people rushed towards the remnants of paper in that black box? Yi Yao Yao gently lifted her gaze to meet the towering figure of the man before her. The news spread by Feng Ling Tian, as he knows there is nothing within that black box. Perhaps he is unaware that Yao Yao can unlock the secrets within that hidden chamber. Are you saying that no one can open that black box? Yi Yao Yao's gaze dropped. The poisonous insects within that black box can only be digested by Yao Yao. Anyone who has touched it has perished. Yi Yao Yao gasped, and Gong Fei. I know she went too, but that is not important. Right now, my brother is more concerned with taming the restless little wildcat in his arms. Feng Mingju's words had barely left his lips when a knock echoed from the dressing room door. Yao Yao, are you there? Chapter 69. Yao Yao hurriedly hied someone to why Yao Yao's body trembled. Princess Yao Yao? Gong Fei's tentative voice came again. The door to the dressing room cracked open, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. Gong Fei's voice was melodious. Yao Yao, are you alone in there? May I have a word with you? Yi Yao Yao quickly grasped Feng Mingju's waist, pushing him towards the wall with a gentle tug. The pink floor-length curtain enveloped Feng Mingju entirely. Yes, it's just me. Fei, please come in. Yi Yao Yao's little hands frantically made heart gestures behind the door, not forgetting to wave a goodbye. Feng Mingju. The two settled onto a lavish European-style sofa nearby. Gong Fei suddenly tied up her obedient golden locks, exuding a charming and bold demeanor, her cold, exquisite face breaking into an enigmatic smile. Yao Yao, are you not going to explain the bone jade conch to me? Yi Yao Yao embraced a cushion, smiling innocently. Why did you sneak into the Feng family's library? That's not something a proper royal princess would do. Gong Fei gasped. So that maid truly was you? How did you end up at the Feng family? Of course, I want to find my man. Yi Yao Yao noticed the rustling behind the pink curtain and hurriedly backtracked. Gong Fei furrowed her brow, seemingly recalling something, scrutinizing the woman before her. Did I ask there's something you're hiding from me? Huh. At that auction, the girl in the silver fox mask held by the Lord of the Sin Abyss was you. Wasn't it? No, that wasn't me. Why would you say that, Fei? That girl in the jasmine-colored dress cursed Feng Mingju before being killed by blood insects, that if it weren't for someone who could use blood insects, they wouldn't have been able to purchase that fragment of the witch's record. The Lord of the Sin Abyss bought the fragment and used blood insects to kill. Therefore, Feng Mingju must be inextricably linked to him. Yi Yao Yao tightened her grip on the cushion. How could Fei have that fragment? How could you know about blood insects? It's Linger. I found it randomly in the royal family's ancient texts. Gong Fei's expression shifted uncomfortably. Hey Yao Yao, what are you doing? Yi Yao Yao was pulling Gong Fei's hand when she abruptly pressed a pressure point. Instantly, a faint red surge coursed through Gong Fei's fair wrist. The blood insects stirring restlessly. Your blood can also nurture blood insects, Yi Yao Yao whispered. Does that mean Gong Fei is also related to witchcraft? Gong Fei keenly caught the implication in her words, her beautiful eyes widening. Also, could it be you too? The one who used blood insects to kill that day was Yao Yao. Yi Yao Yao's thick lashes fluttered gently, her lovely silver hair cascading back as she extended her delicate white wrist. Yes, it was me. The dark blood streaks marked her wrist. The to nurture insects with blood is a hallmark ability of witches, and such a power should not exist in this world. Once discovered, they would be regarded as monstrous beings from another realm. Demons from hell. Yi Yao Yao and Gong Fei exchanged a glance, their souls resonating, swiftly bridging the gap within their hearts. That on the opulent European sofa, the two women sat cross-legged, clutching their cushions, engrossed in lively conversation. Gong Fei's golden hair was tied high, her appearance cold yet fiery, exuding an aura of confidence akin to an elder sister who provided a sense of security. Have you read that half of the witch's record? Damn it. Yi Yao Yao slapped her forehead. Tonight, I'll sneak into the Rose Manor to retrieve it. The two girls were so engrossed in their conversation that Yi Yao Yao completely forgot about the man with a dark expression lurking behind the pink curtain. Fei Fei, how did you obtain this witch's record? Sigh. Gong Fei suddenly leaned back against the sofa, her expression regal and aloof. It was left to me by a lady in purple. She saved my life. My witchcraft abilities only manifested at that time. Lady in purple. For some reason, Yi Yao Yao suddenly thought of the portrait in the Feng family as hidden chamber, furrowing her brow. By the way, that bone jade conch was also left by that lady. I gifted it to Yao Bao. From now on, we will be inseparable sisters. Who doesn't know that in the vasty city, Gong Fei and Fu Yao are like sisters? Yi Yao Yao pouted. Pa, don't mention that green tea bitch. If it weren't for the fact that she still has some matters to investigate, I would have slapped her to death long ago. Gong Fei raised an eyebrow, her expression alluringly mischievous. That you're adorable. I really want to take you home. What is so good about Feng Mingju? He has a face like an ice block. He could freeze someone to death just by looking. Yi Yao Yao suddenly remembered that there was still a man in the room, and was startled by Gong Fei's words, hastily trying to backtrack. He is certainly good. However, Gong Fei persisted in steering the conversation into a dead end. What is so good about him? Yao Bao, don't you think I'm appealing? While they were speaking, Yi Yao Yao suddenly froze, her eyes darting towards Gong Fei's back, signaling frantically. Fei Fei, sister. Gong Fei looked puzzled. Yao Yao, what is wrong? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Do you want your sister to blow on them? No need. Suddenly, a chilling male voice resonated from behind Gong Fei, laced with a predatory coldness. This royal woman dares to steal my wall right in front of me. Feng Mingju's countenance darkened as he pulled back the curtain with a swift motion. The pink floor-length curtain nearly flew away. Chapter 70. Yi Father invites Feng Mingju for tea. Gong Fei was taken aback, her expression darkening as she slowly turned her head. Who dares to intrude upon Princess Yao Ye's resting chamber? Yet upon seeing, she was met with a face that could incite both admiration and ire. Those obsidian eyes radiated an extreme possessiveness. Gong Fei immediately turned to glance at Yi Yao. Yi Yao Yao quickly exchanged a knowing look with Gong Fei, awkwardly smiling at her. Fei Fei. He is still a bit more appealing. Gong Fei. She grimaced slightly, exclaiming, Damn it. Didn't you say there was only one person here? As the three were just about to leave, a man clad in a black and purple uniform suddenly dashed towards them, flustered and muttering incantations under his breath. Just as Jiu Yi was about to collide with him, Feng Mingju swiftly stepped aside, cradling Yi Yao Yao. Yu Qi immediately lunged towards the rear, aiming for Gong Fei. A shocked gasp escaped the girl's lips, only to be abruptly silenced. Yu Qi stumbled to the ground, inadvertently embracing the fiery Gong Fei, their lips meeting perfectly in an unexpected kiss. Gong Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. You scoundrel, she fumed, her anger palpable. Yi Yao Yao and Feng Mingju exchanged glances, simultaneously arching their brows. Exciting. They hadn't seen it clearly, so they glanced again. Gong Fei had already raised her hand, poised to strike at Yu Qi. However, with quick reflexes, Yu Qi intercepted her lethal strike, grasping her beautifully deadly arm firmly in his grip. Yi Yao Yao and Feng Mingju locked eyes once more, the girl's feline pupils shimmering with intrigue. This is truly exhilarating. Yi Yao Yao nudged the man's handsome face, urging him to watch the unfolding drama. Gong Fei, unable to overpower Yu Qi, felt her temper flare as her delicate features flushed crimson. In the next moment, her long, shapely leg forcefully propelled towards Yu Qi's groin. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Qi was caught off guard, Gong Fei grabbed the man by the neck and flung him away. Thud! Yu Qi fell face first onto the ground. Bah! Who is this beast? That was my first kiss. I shall have my revenge. Gong Fei charged forward, her fury stripping away any semblance of ladylike composure. Instantly, Yu Qi rolled over and sprang to his feet. Ready to counter Gong Fei's assault, a fierce struggle ensued. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed as Gong Fei's shoulder-length dress was unexpectedly shortened at the front. She shrieked in exasperation. Yi Yao Yao promptly covered Feng Mingju's eyes with her small hand. I will kill you. Gong Fei swiftly drew a gun hidden in her boot, aiming it directly at Yu Qi's temple. Fei Fei. Feng Mingjue interjected. Yuqi can handle this, that Yi Yao Yao hesitated. And in the next instant, Yuqi casually seized Gong Fei's wrist, applying pressure. The black gun slipped from her grasp, falling into Yuqi's other hand, but he tossed aside his jacket, playfully draping the stylish black and purple uniform over Gong Fei's shoulders. Gong Fei was about to unleash her wrath when Yuqi stepped directly in front of Feng Mingjue. With his left hand over his heart, he executed a perfect knightly bow. Jiu Yi. Unrest has arisen among the forces of the land's empire. Lord Chris urges you to leave at once. Also, you requested an update, and I have news. Understood. Are you finished? Yes. Yuqi paused, puzzled by Jiu Ye's sudden inquiry. Look at your wrist. Feng Mingjue surveyed Yuqi casually. Yuqi glanced down, only to find his wrist covered in a myriad of crimson lines, grotesquely writhing. What is this? A token for your journey. A chilling female voice emerged. Gong Fei leaned leisurely against a nearby tree, her gaze predatory. Yi Yao Yao suddenly turned to Gong Fei. Fei, Yuqi isn't bad. He just a bit foolish. I would rather be a villain. Yuqi grunted, soon kneeling as pain surged through him, his insides twisting in agony. What on earth is this? Yi Yao Yao shot a glance at Gong Fei, refraining from intervening. She recognized that Gong Fei wasn't truly trying to harm him, merely administering a minor punishment. Otherwise, Yuqi wouldn't even have had the chance to speak, observing Yuqi's roguish yet handsome face contorted in pain. Perhaps recalling their recent kiss, Gong Fei instinctively turned her head away, a hint of unease crossing her features. Rose Manor brother Agio, are we truly leaving Yuqi here with the royal family? Yi Yao Yao tugged at Feng Mingjue's collar. How will his curse be lifted? Actually, Yao Yao can also dispel the poison, by placing her delicate hand on that scoundrel's chest to draw out the cursed insect. Yi Yao Yao's pretty nose twitched in response. Feng Mingjue whispered seductively into Yi Yao Yao's ear. Brother promises if that were the case, he would perish faster than being poisoned. Shouldn't you return the kiss you owe me from the lounge? Darling? The man lowered his gaze, Yi Yao Yao lifted her head, playfully biting at the soft flesh of his neck. Suddenly, an intense and haunting gaze fixed upon her, causing an unsettling sensation to wash over her. She glanced up to find an enormous, shadowy figure looming before her. Startled, Yi Yao Yao clenched her teeth, nearly biting her lip in fright. The next moment, Feng Mingjue's restrained voice reached her ears. What's wrong? Yao Yao, planning to murder your husband? No. Yi Yao Yao's expression turned uneasy. The man's enchanting visage drew closer. Abruptly, a voice of long-standing grievance echoed in her mind. Master, you've changed. What have I changed? I am still as beautiful as a captivating flower. Stay where it's cool and lick your tail elsewhere. Don't come back if you don't. Master, I don't want to. If you whine again, I'll pluck your tail out. All right, Uncle Yiqing said he wanted to invite Feng Mingjue to the ancient castle in the western suburbs for tea. Oh no, what did you say? The messenger from the ancient clan is likely arriving soon, and they do not permit you to accompany him. The Hongmen banquet? What about the situation in the land's empire? Chapter 71. The little girl bought from the dark market as night fell. A few stars flickered coldly in the boundless darkness. Clusters of roses swayed gently, exuding an inexplicable, intoxicating fragrance. The Rose Manor lay in eerie silence. Yet danger lurked in every corner. Trespassers beware. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. At this moment, in a corner of the rose-adorned estate, stood a man in black, silently taking a drag from a cigarette. The night breeze tousled his dark hair. Da Fuchin turned his head and exhaled a puff of smoke. This level of defense would pose no challenge for him. The man stealthily infiltrated the pitch-black Rose Manor. Skillfully avoiding the drowsy black lion by the door, that a specially formulated drug floated down like feathers. He brazenly searched room by room. With the manor's master absent, his audacity was blatant. The corridor remained dimly lit. Cool moonlight spilling over a figure gently rising and falling on the bed. The man was nowhere to be seen, and the woman seemed to sleep fitfully, her brow furrowed. The Fuchin tossed away his cigarette. Swaggering into the room, slowly approaching the silvery hair that appeared even more ethereal under the moonlight. The glass door made a faint sound as it opened. The room was suffused with the woman's rich fragrance. Tantalizing Fuchin's senses, sweet, an addictive sweetness. The man's breath quickened, his scarlet tongue delicately brushing over his parched lips. Yao Yao's scent remained irresistibly intoxicating. He cautiously gathered a strand of silver hair, bringing it to his nose, inhaling deeply, letting out a soft gasp. The little girl he had purchased from the dark market all those years ago still possessed an endearing charm. He murmured softly, "Yao Yao has had her fun. It's time to return home. Not having secured you at the ruby auction was my mistake. Will you come home? I will never cast you into the Blood Chi Research Institute again." He gently lifted the quilt, obsessively staring at the person on the bed, longing to embrace her. Fu Qin smiled possessively, bending down slightly. Suddenly, Yi Yao Yao frowned, tossing and turning restlessly, murmuring, "Why has brother returned so late?" Fu Qin was taken aback, chuckling softly to himself. "I'll be more mindful next time." Almost instantaneously, Yi Yao Yao's cat-like eyes snapped open. That voice, "It isn't brother Agio, it sounds more like." The girl on the bed sprang up several meters, an air of lethal intent surrounding her. "Hiss, that tickles." That Fu Qin observed the small cursed insect crawling on his wrist with amusement, his lips curling into a smile. So, it was Yao Yao who sensed the danger instantly. "Teske, Yao Yao, you know this little thing is ineffective against me." Fu Qin's light-colored eyes glimmered strangely under the moonlight. His body, having been refined with the blood containing Yao Yao's cursed insects, was naturally immune to their poison. Yi Yao Yao swiftly brushed her silver hair to one side, her vigilant cat-like gaze glinting with coldness. "Who are you?" Yao Yao's heart is truly ruthless. "I raised you for 3 years, yet you don't recognize me?" Fu Qin leisurely leaned against the wall, tapping his fingers rhythmically. "After sending Yao Yao to the Blood Chi Research Institute for 2 years, I thought you had learned your lesson." The air thickened with an increasingly sinister rose fragrance, and Yi Yao Yao's small hand tightened into a fist. "Raise me? Fu Qin, you cruelly slaughtered the worms in my blood, testing the limits of my taming skills with that ferocious beast. Is this what you call raising me? Have you not tormented me enough?" It is a stroke of fortune that she has not succumbed to his cruelty. In the darkness, Fu Qin's face was suddenly consumed by a wild, obsessive desire. "Enough, Yaoer, how could that be possible without you? My dear Yaoer, my treasure, you know that without you, I cannot survive. I should not have sent Yaoer to the Blood Chi Research Institute. I was wrong. He had acquired her in the black market years ago and inadvertently discovered that this little girl was extraordinarily peculiar, thus giving rise to his endless wicked thoughts." Fu Qin gazed at the girl, her body marred by countless scars, in admiration. The sight of her bloodied, breathtaking beauty left him breathless. He relished in watching her wounds heal only to be ravaged anew by the beast. The helplessness and despair in her eyes drove him to madness. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen for this wild, frenzied little wildcat. "Fu Qin, your perversion is truly revolting." Yi Yao Yao lightly scoffed, her eyes narrowed. Fu Qin smiled gently, unperturbed. "Yaoer, I only desire you." Suddenly, Yi Yao Yao smiled alluringly, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Very well, kill me and I shall follow you. You may reveal my special abilities to the world. Let them know I am a demon from hell." "Yaoer, you know I won tea." Of course he wouldn't tea. He would only hoard her for himself, gradually stripping away her powers that rightfully belonged to the witch spirit. Fu Qin was damned. He should not be here, tainting her and brother Agio's eyes. She did not want Agio to know of her unsightly past, fearing it would sully his beautiful gaze. Yi Yao Yao coldly raised her eyes, turning to leave. She attempted to communicate with the chocolate, but was met with silence. "Yaoer, where are you going? Come home with me." Fu Qin's voice was laced with tenderness as he followed her. Yi Yao Yao coldly moved her cherry lips. "Did you incapacitate my black lion?" Fu Qin tilted his head with a smile. "Yaoer, that lion of yours is quite extraordinary. It would be unwise to leave it unbewildered." Yi Yao Yao clenched her fists, skillfully avoiding the surveillance of the Rose Manor and the watchful eyes of the prison guards. Her only means of escape relied on the silver gun she had secretly concealed at her waist. Fu Qin closely trailed behind her, watching as Yi Yao Yao deftly scaled the manor's side. Not far from the manor stood a mysterious black sedan of considerable value. It was evident that Fu Qin had orchestrated this. Watching Yi Yao Yao flee the Rose Manor, Fu Qin couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. "Am I so unpresentable that Yaoer wishes to conceal me?" His voice was laced with malice. Yi Yao Yao shot him a frosty glare. You do not deserve his gaze. You would tarnish his eyes. She only wished for a swift resolution before Feng Mingju returned home. Fu Chen chuckled lightly, although the pallid knuckles of his hand revealed a chilling intensity. Does Yaoer have feelings for that sickly wretch? Chapter 72. Sorry, he is my life. Yi Yao Yao lazily lifted her gaze, a devilish yet nonchalant smile gracing her lips. But Yaoer is my life. That why Yao Yao's hatred made her teeth tremble. Pa, continuing to pierce her skin with sharp syringes, extracting her genes, striving to nurture the worms within her, to become his elixir of longevity. Truly revolting. Yet Fu Chen merely lowered his head and slowly crushed the weeds at his feet, his tone firm that Yaoer was once my little pitiful treasure. She should not betray me for someone else. But it matters not, for if that person is killed, Yaoer shall once again be mine. That a bone-chilling coldness permeated Fu Chen's smile, that why Yao Yao's eyes turned crimson with urgency. Pa, Fu Chen, you are delusional. If you dare lay a finger on him, I will flay your flesh piece by piece. So, Yaoer had fallen so deeply in love that Fu Chen tilted his head, a cold, obsessive smile gracing his lips. But does Yaoer know? Even if I die, Fu Chen paused. Even if I die, I will reclaim Yao, even if it costs me my life. Die. Fu Chen, do you truly wish for death? What a joke. Are you not obsessed with seeking the forbidden techniques of the ancient clan? Hey Yaoer, the little pitiful creature I once rescued turns out to be a princess of the ancient clan. As long as Yaoer remains by my side, I shall have everything, will I not? Fu Chen, your true nature is utterly disgusting. Fu Chen smiled faintly. Feng Mingju is already on his way back to the Rose Manor. If your brother Agio were to discover that you once knelt at my feet, begging for mercy, I wonder if he would still hold this lofty little princess in such high regard. Yi Yao Yao's fist tightened instantly. Her past, her sordid past, and this madman before her could not be seen by brother Agio. Obedient Yaoer, get in the car. We need to talk to Fu Chen, with a possessive smile in his eyes. Gently opened the car door, as if to prove a point. He added, Yaoer, there is no driver in the car. Therefore, it will not drive away. Yi Yao Yao, as pupils were devoid of warmth as she frowned and sat down, with Fu Chen following suit. With a bang, the man swiftly closed the car door. Yet, there was clearly no one in the driver's seat. The black sedan sped away, raising a cloud of dust. Fu Chen, Yaoer, don't be anxious. If you get angry, you'll develop wrinkles. Wrinkles would make you less beautiful. How could that be acceptable for such a lovely face? Yi Yao Yao gritted her pristine teeth, madman. The car was soon to pass the route Feng Mingju would take. Yaoer could very well observe whether her brother Agio could snatch her back from me. Fu Chen tilted his head, observing the girl before him, her fury palpable, his gentle smile tinged with a barely perceptible chill. Hey, truly beautiful, that Yaoer can only be mine. The surveillance system of the Rose Manor was hacked for a moment, only to be swiftly restored. Butler Su, staring in shock at the monitor, immediately rushed out to pursue. He hurriedly contacted Feng Mingju, who was returning from the ancient clan. Master Jiu, Miss Yao Yao has been abducted by a man in a car. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Location: bring everyone from the prison immediately. On the other side, a man's heavy voice boomed. Master Jiu is likely on the very road you are currently on. He just passed by not long ago. I am in pursuit now. That Su Feng could only hear the deafening roar of the engine before the communication was abruptly severed. At this moment, within a black Maybach, the man's brows were furrowed with an intense fury, his narrow phoenix eyes brimming with a chilling murderous intent. Who dares to take away his precious one? They must be courting death. The night had deepened, the wind rustling through the leaves, when suddenly two engines roared to life, startling the birds perched in the trees. That Su Feng slammed the accelerator to the floor, finally spotting the modified mysterious black car at a narrow bend in the road. Approaching them was a luxury black Maybach worth over 100 million. Inside the mysterious black car, Yaoer. Look at who is coming in the car. Yaoer, your brother Agio wouldn't recognize you at all. Madman, shut up. Yi Yao Yao tightened her grip on the silver gun. Sitting in the corner of the car, she distanced herself from Fu Chen in disgust that Su Feng recognized Master Jio's car and quickly rolled down the window, shouting, Master Jio, Miss Yao Yao is just ahead. The black Maybach swiftly executed a perfect turn, violently scraping against the sedan. In an instant, sparks flew, and the screeching of brakes pierced the air. However, the sedan's rear wheels suddenly lifted off the ground, narrowly evading the collision, and sped onward, its engine roaring with a thunderous sound. The Maybach immediately drifted, swiftly following in pursuit. Su Feng, left behind, gritted his teeth and slammed the accelerator to the floor, chasing desperately. But he couldn't even catch a glimpse of them. The two cars were racing as if they were gambling with their lives. Stop immediately, Fu Chun. You are nothing short of a rabid dog. If you harm Brother Agio in the slightest, I will take your life. Little Yaoer, tell me how to stop this. Look at this speed. Perhaps the three of us will soon meet our end. However, I would gladly die alongside Yao. Yao's pupils glimmered with a chilling light as she suddenly smiled with a captivating allure. Fu Chun, you may die. You best go die now. But she needed to exit the vehicle. The girl's cherry lips, illuminated by the cold moonlight, became irresistibly enchanting. Yao slowly leaned closer to Fu Chun, her warm fragrance enveloping him. Fu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Yet in an instant, the girl pressed the dark muzzle of the gun against Fu Chen's chest and let out a seductive, wicked laugh. I'm sorry, Fu Chen. Chapter 73. I'm sorry. Stop. The deafening gunshot rang out abruptly. Smoke filled the back seat in an instant. Fu Chun smiled desolately. Yaoer, could you truly be so heartless? Fu Chun, compared to what you have done to me, I have repaid you not even 1/10,000th. This devilishly twisted man, upon discovering her beast-taming abilities, had subjected her to various fierce beasts daily, tearing and biting at her. That she managed to survive was a testament to her fortitude. Alas, this bullet could not kill Fu Chun. He had long possessed the same detoxifying and self-healing abilities as she did. Useless Yaoer, this vehicle has slipped beyond my control. Even if you were to kill me now, it would not alter this terrifying speed. Damn it! The velocity of both cars continues to escalate relentlessly. They are both uniquely modified, particularly that black Maybach, which leaves a trail of blinding sparks in its wake. The scenery outside has become so blurred it is unrecognizable. And suddenly, a tree emerges directly ahead in the darkness. The two phantoms of vehicles race forward uncontrollably. Turn, stop! Yaoer, this car is out of control. It is futile. Fu Chen weakly clutches his wound, where the bullet has penetrated. Slowly healing, get away from me. Yao screams in a frenzied panic. Please, Brother Agio, stop. You can stop. Don't do anything foolish for her. Stop now, Brother Agio. Yao stares despairingly at the Maybach that pursues closely behind. Yet that vehicle shows no sign of slowing down. Instead, it surges forward at full speed, nearly aligning itself with the car in front. Realizing that the black sedan has gone awry, Feng Mingju curses under his breath. Damn it! The man suddenly floors the accelerator, nearly pressing the clutch into the floor. The black Maybach rapidly closes in on the car ahead. The white Yao frantically pounds on the car window. Stop, Feng Mingju, please stop. Witnessing Yao's helpless expression through the opposite window, Feng Mingju's hands tighten around the steering wheel, his veins standing out prominently. The man suddenly raises an eyebrow, turning his head with a wicked smile, his lips parting slightly. Don't be afraid. I am here. Although she cannot hear his voice, Yao clearly understands every word from his lips. A sudden wave of sorrow washes over her, an agonizing pain within her very being. Suddenly, Yao watches in horror as the black Maybach unexpectedly collides at an oblique angle with the out-of-control sedan. Sparks ignite as bright as day, and the temperature within the car rises sharply. The vehicles jerk violently upon impact, melding together at an alarming speed, continuing their reckless advance. The shrill sound of brakes screeches from the black Maybach. Feng Mingju intends to use friction to forcibly bring the out-of-control car to a halt. However, should he miscalculate even slightly, his vehicle could very well flip over completely, sealing his fate. Yet he has no choice. For within that car resides his little princess, his very life. If he slows down even a moment, Yao will be terrified. Feng Mingju regrets his tardiness, lamenting why he returned so late. He cannot bear to lose Yao a second time. She must not come to harm, even if it costs him his own life. Suddenly, the road beneath them jostles slightly, and the Maybach tilts precariously, as if it might flip at any moment. Chapter 74. Life and death at high speed, yet the black Maybach accelerates once more, Abruptly halting with urgency, it skids alongside the small sedan, positioning itself squarely in front of it. The roar of engines and screech of tires pierces the long night. A deafening crash ensues as the two cars collide. The front of the black sedan erupts in billowing smoke, while the side of the Maybach crumples significantly. However, both vehicles slide a short distance before coming to a stop. Fu Chun's wound in his abdomen slams harshly against the seat in front of him. Is Feng Mingju reckless enough to risk his life? For Yaoer, is he truly willing to sacrifice himself? With scarcely a breath, a man emerges from the black Maybach, his long right arm bleeding profusely from the violent impact, each drop of crimson merging with the night. The girl's eyes brim with tears. Unable to open the car door, she instinctively reaches for the dark gun, firing 2 shots at the thickened glass. The glass shatters with a resounding crash. Suddenly, a hand seizes Yao forcefully. Fu Chun's obsessive black eyes brim with intense desire, his light-hued pupils fixed unwaveringly on the girl before him, as if wishing to draw her deep within his heart. Yaoer, please don't go. She should be his. Such a beautiful doll ought to be bound in chains, securely tethered to his side. Yao turns back coldly, raising her gun, and decisively pulls the trigger. Remove your filthy hands. Yao grimaces fiercely. The dark muzzle erupts with a wicked flame, piercing through Fu Chun's wrist, which clutches the hem of her dress. Yaoer, Fu Chun calls out stubbornly. The cold wind of the night tousles the girl's hair, yet not a single drop of his blood splatters onto her. Yao turns her gaze to the shattered window, where a man approaches against the backdrop of the car's headlights, panic etched across his face. The blood on Feng Mingju's right arm appears even more radiant against the night. He must be in great pain. Feng Mingju leans down before the window, encircling the girl's delicate waist, swiftly lifting her into his embrace. It's all right, we're going home. Fu Chun chuckles, leaning casually back in the rear seat, a hint of self-mockery and endless chill in his gaze. Has he truly risked everything to snatch away my Yao? Fu Chun turns his head again, chuckling lowly, even laughing aloud. Harsh and eerie. Then let us all perish. Huh. My men have long been lying in wait along both sides of the road. Feng Mingju, did you come here alone, thinking you could return alive? Feng Mingju, indifferent, lowers his gaze. Yes. The man gently presses the woman's head into his neck. The scene before them is too sordid. It is not what her beautiful eyes should behold. Bah, you madman. I could simply issue a command over the communicator, and you would be reduced to ashes. You may certainly try. Feng Mingju's eyes are as dark as an eternal night with no dawn. Fu Chun senses the chill, his back stiffening as he becomes instantly alert. What have you done? Apologies. Your men are utterly useless. They are beyond saving. The sinners of the underworld are coming. No, it's impossible. Feng Mingju, how could you be here so soon? Fu Chun frantically presses the communicator, but there is not a whisper of response from the other end. The rear seat is soaked with Fu Chun's blood as he desperately tears open the car window. Chapter 75. Off to the Lance Empire. No, Yaoer, don't leave me. Feng Mingju lowers his gaze, an obsessive yet focused look fixed on Yao. Are you afraid, fearful that you will die? Fearful that you will come to loathe me because of my sordid past? Fearful that you will no longer call my name? Feng Mingju softly reassures her that do not be afraid. Consider it a nightmare. All right, when you wake up, we will be home. Just as Feng Mingju's words fall, a private jet roars through the clouds above, circling above the man's head. Feng Mingju's bloodied right hand swiftly grasps the ladder, his tall figure suspended in midair. The man looks down with a smile. Hold on tight. In the pitch-black night sky, the two figures hang from the ladder, stealing each other's heartbeats. Suddenly, Feng Mingju raises his gaze, lifting a gleaming silver gun from his waist. Aiming it at the nearly shattered black sedan, he pulls the trigger. Precise, icy, without a hint of hesitation, the bullet pierces through Fu Chun's heart. In Fu Chun's astonished gaze, the luxurious private jet vanishes into the boundless darkness. After a long moment, the black sedan on the roadside slowly revs to life, departing from its position. The wings cut through the murky clouds, the cool moonlight spilling into the cabin as the private jet glides leisurely through the night. However, the flight path leads directly over the Rose Manor without any pause. Their destination this time is the Lance Empire. Yi Yao Yao has unknowingly fallen asleep, her hands still tightly clenched that don't ever leave me again. The next day, the blinding sunlight forces Yi Yao Yao awake, and she discovers she is still aboard the plane. The girl rises, the blanket slipping away. Sensing the familiar scent around her, Yi Yao Yao suddenly smiles. Feng Mingju is still asleep. Every strand of his black hair appears so cool and austere. His arched brows slightly furrowed, exuding an undeniable charm. The Yi Yao Yao gently kisses the space between his brows that up early to admire beauty. Feng Mingju's voice, still heavy with sleep, is laced with languor. Yi Yao Yao beams with a smile. She leans closer, her voice a soft whisper. Even more beautiful, and yet still mine. Suddenly, Yi Yao Yao's tone turns somber. Feng Mingju, don't leave me again. Don't leave her again. She will worry for his safety. She does not wish to endure the despair of yesterday once more. All right. Feng Mingju whispers in the girl's ear. After a long pause, Feng Mingju suddenly draws near. Are you sure you want to let me leave? Of course. Why would you say that? Feng Mingju flashes a wicked grin, turning to walk away. Feeling weightless, the girl looks puzzled. Feng Mingju, where are you going? To shower. Then didn't you say you wouldn't let me leave? Feng Mingju remains unfazed, his heartbeat steady. The sound of water in the bathroom flows softly. Mist rising around him. Drip drop, the rhythmic sound of water echoes in the room. In the next moment, Yi Yao Yao bursts out of the bathroom in a frantic dash. Damn it, who can withstand this? Yi Yao Yao rolls her eyes dramatically. Suddenly, the bathroom door handle turns with a click, and Feng Mingju peeks his wet head out. Baby, don't you want me anymore? Yi Yao Yao forces a smile, turning her head with great difficulty. That no doubt why Yi Yao Yao finally managed to find her voice, organizing her words with great effort. The air inside was stifling, and she stood there waiting for him. The woman laughed, her mirth resembling tears. Chapter 76. A notable figure arrives. Feng Mingju leaned against the door, amusement dancing in his eyes. Then aren't you going to join me? The faint scent of pine wafted through the air, mingling with an alluring pheromone that ensnared the woman's senses. The Yi Yao Yao's face flushed crimson once more, barely managing to emit a dazed sound. And next time, she stumbled backward, and with a decisive snap, closed the bathroom door. Panicking, Yi Yao Yao leaned against the door, feeling as though she might suffocate. The combination of her slightly sickly pale skin and her extremely repressive black eyes nearly stole her breath away. After a moment, she finally steadied her breathing when her pocket vibrated lightly. That moment, Chris sent a message. Boss. Get lost. Chris replied, what did I do wrong? He tentatively sent another emoji. Poor thing. Yi Yao Yao's expression soured slightly. If you have something to say, just say it. Boss, I've sent someone to bring you to the Lance Empire. A significant figure from the Summer Kingdom is arriving soon, and during your absence, the Lance Empire has nearly fallen under his influence. With your beauty, you could surely win his heart, and perhaps I won't have to grovel anymore. Also, boss, the matter regarding Annie Yi Ling that you asked me to investigate seems to have some leads. Yi Yao Yao's face brightened for a moment, then froze in contemplation. That a significant figure? It can't be Feng Mingju, can it? Mentioning Yi Ling plunged Yi Yao Yao into deep thought. She was acutely aware that her witch-spirit abilities stemmed from Yi Ling. But where did Fei Fei's powers originate? Did the palace maid know her mother as well? The woman in the purple dress who saved her, and the portrait in the Feng family's secret chamber. Could it possibly be Yi Ling? Chapters 53 and 69 mention this. Regardless, the immediate priority was to locate her mother swiftly. The phone screen lit up again. Boss, the helicopter I sent has arrived in Yi City. Where are you? Seems to be in the Lance Empire. Boss, don't joke around. Let us meet at the palace later. Just as Yi Yao Yao intended to exit the page, a video call unexpectedly rang in. A melodious and spirited female voice erupted excitedly. Yao Bao, you finally appeared, my darling. I was about to die missing you. However, the screen displayed a man clad in dark purple uniform, his face marred with inexplicable bruises. Yi Yao Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Fei Fei, darling, did you get that thing I mentioned yesterday? Yi Yao Yao paused, recalling it was the fragment of the Witch's Chronicle from Rose Manor, a sly glint flickering in her eyes. The girl's lips moved soundlessly, cautiously refraining from speaking. Of course, Yuchi. Is it really appropriate for you two to flirt in front of me while digging into Jiu Ye's affairs? Upon noticing the cabin beside her, Fei Fei exclaimed, "Hey, Yao Bao, where are you?" Yi Yao Yao blinked her cat-like eyes and replied honestly, "In the land's empire, Brother Jiu is here too." "What?" Yuchi scrambled to cling to the screen. Jiu doesn't he want him anymore? Why leave him in the palace and fly straight to the land's empire? What? Stop howling. Fei Fei immediately pressed Yuchi's head down from the screen. Chapter 77. Is he hiding other pretty kittens? The screen was left with only Fei Fei's cool visage. Yao Bao, take me with you. I'm practically rotting away in the palace. You want to come too? Yi Yao Yao inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. She had never had a friend since childhood. Everyone feared her. They all claimed she was a tyrannical fairy. Her mother took her brother and left the moment she was born. She had never even seen Yi Ling's face. Thus, she had only known endless solitude throughout her childhood. Now, unconsciously, Yi Yao Yao regarded Fei Fei as family. Suddenly, a nonchalant yet suspicious male voice interrupted from the other side of the screen. "TSK, going to the land's empire? Are you familiar with it?" Before Yuchi could finish, Fei Fei firmly pinched the flirtatious man's face, squeezing tightly to silence him. "Keep talking, and this princess will cut out your tongue." Yuchi could only make muffled sounds, desperately struggling as Fei Fei held his mouth shut. Yi Yao Yao felt a bit embarrassed, her lips twitching at the scene before her. Fei Fei, is certainly fierce. TSK, little Chi Chi, is probably not far from a life of happiness. Yao Bao, wait for me. I'll fly over soon. Fei Fei, are you familiar with the land's empire? Are you kidding, darling? When the two nations were on good terms, I almost dismantled Chris's palace. That guy begged me to return to the Summer Kingdom. I had even spent some time at that aristocratic academy of the Landis royal family. Don't worry. My dear, just wait for me obediently. Yuchi, still being tightly held by Fei Fei, desperately squirmed. All right. The beautiful silver-haired woman tilted her head, seemingly in a good mood. Yet in reality, this seemingly harmless woman could be a ruthless and cold-hearted leader when provoked. On the other side of the screen, Fei Fei and Yuchi were entangled once more, and the receiver echoed with Fei Fei's gritted voice. Yao Bao, I'm bringing along this scoundrel Yuchi. But I must warn you, I can't guarantee he'll still be alive by then. As she spoke, Fei Fei's leg shot out, delivering a fierce kick towards the man's groin. At that moment, Feng Mingjue emerged, fully dressed, drying his damp hair. While Yi Yao Yao was curious whether Yuchi had lost some of his functions, she tactfully ended the video call. Yi Yao Yao raised her gaze. Her noble silver hair cascading over her shoulder, suddenly questioning, Brother Jiu, where is your dragon pattern ring? The silver ring on Feng Mingjue's pinky finger had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a faint outline behind. Feng Mingjue sat down, naturally pulling Yi Yao Yao into his embrace. Who are you sending off? Who are you sending off? Yi Yao Yao wondered, is Brother Jiu hiding other beautiful sisters from me? Your father? Yes, last night, Yi Qing intended to provoke Feng Mingjue. To his surprise, the man, without a word, removed the dragon pattern ring symbolizing supreme authority and tossed it over with an unexpectedly sincere expression. For a moment, the old man Yi was left in shock. Yi Qing suddenly realized that Yi Yao Yao's safety was more important than his own life. Yi Yao Yao suddenly clutched the man's clothing, turning around with a beautiful face filled with uncertainty. Will Brother Jiu mind my past? Will he feel that my nobility has shattered into pieces because of Fu Chen's appearance? Countless steel nails pierced into her body, merely testing the limits of her self-healing abilities. She was not weak. She did not wish to kneel before others like a beggar, pleading for mercy. But it hurt so much, truly, it hurt. Upon hearing the girl's words, Feng Mingjue's breath grew ragged. His voice laced with suppressed fury. The rough pads of his fingers tenderly caressed Yi Yao Yao's face. His voice hoarse. It pains me to even mention this. I can't help but want to crush the bones of everyone who has harmed you. He only hated himself for not finding her sooner. In his embrace, Yi Yao Yao smiled in relief, gently kissing the coarse hand of Feng Mingjue. Thank you, the brightest light in my life since childhood. It has always been you, from the moment I first saw you. Suddenly, a subordinate approached cautiously, stuttering as if fearing the Lord might throw him off the helicopter at any moment. Lord, our helicopter is low on fuel and can only land on the nearby island. Awaiting support from the land's empire. Chapter 78. The Black Lolita Girl. The dark sky bore a few black clouds, and a swift stream rushed bizarrely from the sprawling roots of towering trees. The island before them was shrouded in thick mist, exuding a gloomy atmosphere during the day, as if rain were imminent, the sky a deep blue. The trees here were extraordinarily tall, with roots sprawling above ground that were thicker than a person's waist. Even in daylight, the tropical jungle was a vast expanse of darkness, accompanied by strange sounds that echoed from unknown creatures. Deep within the jungle, a girl of about 12 or 13 was digging into the filthy black mud with her hands. Clad in a tattered black, eerie Lolita dress, it was stained with large patches of crimson blood. The girl's face was obscured, as if maliciously painted over, rendering her features unrecognizable. She touched her emaciated abdomen. Despondently sitting on a gnarled tree root, her legs swinging lifelessly, an eerie child-esque voice began to hum a nursery rhyme. 1, 2, 3 little friends for 5, 6 little friends 7, 8 adorable little friends. 1 candy only bitten halfway. Still 5 little friends remaining. The ethereal child-esque voice sent chills down one's spine. In the cabin, Yi Yao Yao gently tugged at Feng Mingju's large hand, her cherry lips parting slightly. Did you hear anything, Brother Agio? The man lifted his dark eyes, responding in the negative. The faint, ethereal sound set Yi Yao Yao's heart racing with unease. Brother Agio, I'll step outside for some fresh air. Feng Mingju feigned an intention to rise. I'll accompany Yao Bao. Yet, Yi Yao Yao bent down, lifting Feng Mingju's sharply defined chin, planting a tender kiss. You still have injuries, don't worry. Yao Bao will return swiftly. The girl turned and opened the cabin door, following the sound into the darkened woods. The eerie child-esque voice continued to echo, seemingly tireless, finishing one refrain only to gently hum the next. The voice bore a hint of naivety, coupled with an inexplicable sorrow. The Yi Yao Yao furrowed her brow as she ventured deeper into the pitch-black forest. How could a deserted island like this harbor children? She approached, drawn nearer, that a little girl, dressed in a tattered black dress with chestnut curls, stood with her back turned, exuding an unsettling aura. The girl's calves bore crimson scratches from the wild underbrush. Yi Yao Yao suppressed her voice, inquiring, Who are you? The little girl seemed startled, spinning around in an instant. That turn nearly made Yi Yao Yao depart this beautiful world. The child's face was smeared with grotesque colors. Resembling a monstrous painting, coupled with the eerie song and the dim forest, several black birds suddenly took flight from the treetops, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. Suddenly, the girl in the black dress spoke softly. I am someone who is disliked. 1 could faintly discern the flickering light in her pupils. Beautiful sister, do you dislike me too? The little girl seemed innocent, oblivious to the world's cruelties. Not at all. Leaning against a towering tree, Yi Yao Yao curiously observed the girl who seemed so out of place. Noticing the little girl's bloodied appearance, Yi Yao Yao frowned. Does it hurt? It hurts, the girl replied. Her eyes downcast, long lashes curling and fluttering, but I've grown accustomed to it. Suddenly, a pale hand revealed a green pill, hovering near the girl's lips, the surrounding ugly doodles marring her pink mouth. Are you afraid I might poison you? Yi Yao Yao inquired with a smile, raising an eyebrow with a hint of mischief. To her surprise, the girl in the black dress opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Her gaze fixed downward as she tore at the scabs on her hands. Not afraid, Yi Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback. That you're beautiful, sister. The girl in black smiled sweetly, yet the hideous markings on her face rendered her more pitiable than if she had been weeping. In that moment, Yi Yao Yao felt as though she were gazing at her own despairing reflection, one that was indistinguishable from death. Gently, Yi Yao Yao removed the blood clots from the girl's chestnut curls, noticing the pain etched across her features, but the little girl remained silent. Are you from the Blue Empire? The girl clad in the tattered black Lolita dress inexplicably trusted Yi Yao Yao. My name is Ai Na. Chapter 79. Those who get close to Ai Na will die. My family abandoned me here, urging me to die quickly. Ai Na's face, painted with dark stains, suddenly broke into an innocent smile. But Ai Na doesn't want to die. I want to live. Throughout, the little girl maintained a sweet and sincere smile. That Ai Na's words struck Yi Yao Yao's heart unexpectedly. My sister said my head should be severed and tossed into a pig pen. That my eyes should be pecked out by black crows. disobeying her sister. AI Na had been cast away to this eerie island, never to return. Suddenly, AI Na leaped down from the tree, her dirty hands clasped behind her back. Still smiling brightly. But that's all right. Beautiful sister, see. AI Na is living well here, isn't she? Yi Yao Yao observed the girl before her body marred with countless wounds, bleeding profusely. She must be in great pain. Yi Yao Yao extended her hand. I'll take you back to the Blue Empire for revenge. Shall we? AI Na, without hesitation, placed her filthy hand in Yi Yao Yao's, smiling radiantly, all right. Yet that smile inexplicably radiated an endless chill. The air grew thick, and AI Na's smile slowly morphed into a sinister, terrifying expression that a chill ran down Yi Yao Yao's spine, and she instinctively sought to retract her hand. But the girl in black clutched her dirty little hand tightly. AI Na's sullied face twisted together, her head tilted, eyes cold, her lips parting slightly. Beautiful sister, you shouldn't come near me. Those who get close to AI Na will die. Suddenly, AI Na's childish voice turned cold and hoarse, gripping Yi Yao Yao's hand with greater force. A layer of black mist enveloped Yi Yao Yao's hand. That was poison, a lethal toxin that struck invisibly. The very poison the girl in black had just scattered. AI Na retreated slowly, returning to her perch amidst the tree branches, casually swinging her legs, her pink lips still adorned with a faint smile. Perhaps you were sent by AI Ching to kill me. But that doesn't matter, beautiful sister. AI Na paused. That you're really beautiful, but you're going to die. Sitting atop the thorny, vibrant green branches, AI Na giggled sweetly, preparing to relish the despair of the beautiful silver-haired girl on the brink of death. This island was rife with those sent by AI Ching to take her life. To survive, anyone must perish. A bone-chilling sea breeze suddenly swept in, lifting Yi Yao Yao's cascading silver hair. AI Na opened her mouth to continue speaking, but her words caught in her throat. How is this possible? No, this can't be. At that moment, Yi Yao Yao, who should have been poisoned to death, flashed a wicked smile. AI Na, little one, you seem to have many thorns. Yi Yao Yao shook her hand nonchalantly, leaning casually against the tree. The girl even lifted her wrist, kissing the black mist lingering above. Wickedly smacking her lips. Poison? Quite sweet. AI Na clenched her skirt tightly. No. How is this possible? How can this silver-haired girl survive such potent poison? You. Yi Yao Yao stepped forward, her divinely beautiful face suddenly inches from AI Na's. You want to kill me, don't you? AI Na's face contorted in terror as she leaned back, tumbling from the tree branch. Yet Yi Yao Yao caught her little arm, pulling her back. AI Na's black Lolita dress tore open another gash. Instantly, she curled up in fear. With the silver-haired girl's skill and danger level, she was certainly not someone AI Ching could have hired. Could it be that she was truly going to meet her demise on this island today? No, she wouldn't accept that. Her vendetta remained unavenged. AI Na lowered her eyes, speaking softly. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Wrong? Oh, if I were already a corpse, would AI Na still utter such words? Yi Yao Yao smirked. Let your sister think carefully. You might just step on a few toes, or even spit in disdain. Yi Yao Yao's gaze sharpened. This little girl had some depth. AI Na had just sought to end her sister's life. What right did she have to apologize? AI Na clenched the hem of her black dress tightly. Just as she was about to speak, an ear-piercing, buzzing sound resonated from afar, sending shivers down the spine. A hornet, nearly the size of a fist, hurtled toward the two. This type of hornet thrived solely in tropical jungles. Ferocious and deadly, with poison-laden stingers that would surely result in death for anyone stung. AI Na suddenly grasped Yi Yao Yao's pale wrist tightly. It's a hornet, it's poisonous. Yi Yao Yao froze. Turning to look, she had never seen a hornet this large. Perhaps the island's unique climate and lack of habitation allowed such hornets to grow unchecked. AI Na, momentarily stunned, was filled with panic. But when she saw Yi Yao Yao's wicked smile, she wisely released her grip. Oh right, this beautiful sister isn't afraid of poison. What right did she have to ask this beautiful sister to save her when she had just attempted to take her life? AI Na raised her gaze, still wearing a gentle smile, and suddenly reached out to catch the oncoming hornet. I asked my life enough to apologize to the beautiful sister. Chapter 80. What is that in your arms? Yi Yao Yao paused, turning to look. She had never encountered a hornet of such magnitude. Perhaps the island's unique climate, coupled with its desolation, allowed the hornets to grow so brazenly. The potent poison contained within their stingers was even more concentrated. Ai Na's eyes filled with panic. But when she caught sight of Yi Yao Yao's wickedly curved lips, she intuitively let go. Oh right, this beautiful sister ain't afraid of poison. What right did she have to ask this beautiful sister to save her when she had just attempted to kill her? Ai Na raised her gaze, still smiling softly, and suddenly reached out to grasp the incoming hornet. That dirty little hand, stained with blood, seemed utterly unafraid of the venomous stinger. The girl appeared strangely unperturbed by death, as if she viewed it as a form of liberation. Ai Na's laugh was enchanting. Her skin visibly pale, exuding a sickly hue. Her voice dripped with intense obsession and resentment. Is my life enough to atone to the beautiful sister? After Ai Na spoke, Yi Yao Yao stared at her for a moment. Her meaning ambiguous. Her life to use her life to apologize. Not fearing death. What an intriguing little girl she is. The tale embodied by this young child must be heart-wrenching to hear. Yi Yao Yao smiled gently, her eyes narrowing, and suddenly raised her hand to swat away the small hand of the girl in the black dress. In an instant, a fair hand moved faster than Aina, darting towards the deadly stinger of the hornet. Yo! Aina gasped in shock. Her dirty little face, adorned with large eyes, fixated on the beautiful silver-haired girl before her. Did she truly wish to save her? After all, she had just attempted to condemn this lovely sister to death. Why? The hornet's stinger pierced Yi Yao Yao's finger. The scene became a tragic and bewitching sight, with the salty sea breeze rustling through the tall trees on either side, and seabirds taking flight. The atmosphere grew chaotic. Blood welled from the silver-haired girl's finger, dripping onto the hornet, as if a veil of ethereal white mist enveloped the moment. Yi Yao Yao swiftly formed an intricate seal with her hand. In the next heartbeat, the large black hornet appeared to be intoxicated, wobbling as it flew away. It circled around Yi Yao Yao twice, as if attempting to convey a gesture of goodwill. Aina's mouth fell agape in astonishment. This beautiful sister was truly uncanny. Yi Yao Yao chuckled nonchalantly, turning her attention back to the small creature. Before Aina, she removed the long, sharp stinger from her index finger, shaking it lightly and carelessly brushing away the darkening blood. Such a sight was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. The stinger was laced with a lethal poison. Yet the enchanting silver-haired girl remained unfazed, her large, round cat-like eyes sparkling with excitement. Aina was instantly taken aback. How could the hornet fly away as if it understood her? Did she do this? How could this be possible? This surpassed the comprehension of human capabilities. What did you do? How could the hornet? Yi Yao Yao raised her delicate hand, sealing Aina's lips with a gesture that was utterly captivating. As if she were a queen surveying her domain, she spoke with regal nonchalance. Those who chatter too much often meet an untimely end. Knowing too much can hasten your demise. Do you understand, darling? Aina stammered, her voice trembling. Why did you save me? Yi Yao Yao's lips curled into a wicked smile. Darling, you are quite the wild one, and fortuitously. Your sister has a penchant for the wild. Aina, shrinking back, gazed up at the beautiful girl before her, a mix of warmth and trepidation blossoming within her heart. Aina, I shall ask you once more. Will you return to the lands of the Empire? Yi Yao Yao took a few steps back, lazily raising her cat-like eyes to regard Aina, as if already prepared for their return. Without hesitation, Aina called out in a clear voice. Yes. Unbeknownst to her, she had placed her complete trust in this enigmatic silver-haired girl. Even though she had no idea how this strange method had saved her, even if she were merely someone who sought to end her life. Aina accepted it. Life or death mattered not to her, as long as she could seek vengeance. As long as she could eliminate Ai Qing, her existence was of no consequence. After all, her life had always been in disarray, sustained only by the fuel of her hatred. Let us depart. Yi Yao Yao turned to head back to the cabin. The little girl in the tattered black dress pursed her lips and tentatively took 2 steps forward, preparing to grasp Yi Yao Yao's hand. However, just as she made contact, Yi Yao Yao suddenly turned, casting a bewitching smile at Aina. Darling, if my man were to see you holding my hand, it would not merely be an issue of remaining on this deserted island. Yi Yao Yao paused. Perhaps you might find yourself thrown into the sea to feed the fish. She raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, her beautiful, glass-like eyes shimmering with starlight. Aina obediently withdrew her small hand. Consequently, the girl in the black dress, now nearly at Yi Yao Yao's chest level, could only pitifully clutch at the hem of Yi Yao Yao's dress, following her forward. Aina pouted, her single eyelid, phoenix-like eyes blinking in confusion. The beautiful sister's man? Is he a demon? In the depths of the tropical rainforest, the eerie sounds of insects echoed all around, with the rustling of poisonous snakes slithering through the underbrush at this moment. Hidden beneath the expansive green leaves, the two girls, one large and one small, engaged in a seemingly harmonious conversation as they traversed the dense jungle. Just as they had reached the halfway point, the vegetation beneath their feet creaked ominously. Suddenly, a deafening buzzing erupted. 3 black hornets shot forth from nearby, as if the duo's movements had disturbed their slumber. The hornets, fearsome in appearance, approached with dark, scaly exoskeletons, their rigid wings flapping menacingly as they sought to eliminate the intruders encroaching upon their territory. Yi Yao Yao's heart sank. 3 hornets, each armed with venomous stingers. She had just used her shamanic powers and could not contend with these 3 colossal hornets in such a short time. Aina instinctively took 2 steps back, her small hands clenched anxiously. She did not wish to drag Yi Yao Yao into danger. Resolutely, Aina spoke up, "Beautiful sister, you should go first." Yi Yao Yao clenched her small hands, her breath quickening. What to do? The 3 hornets were drawing nearer, and if Aina were stung, it would be certain death. There was only one course of action. Yi Yao Yao inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed on a nearby shadowy green bush. The 3 fist-sized black hornets, hideously ugly, emitted a cacophony of buzzing as they targeted the 2 girls. Within seconds, they were upon them. Yi Yao Yao grit her teeth, seized the small girl, and pulled her into her embrace. She did not want this little girl to perish. Yi Yao Yao half knelt within the bush, shielding Aina beneath her. In that instant, Aina felt warmth enveloping her, penetrating the cold wounds that marred her body. So warm, the girl in the black dress gasped, her breath quickening uncontrollably. Why? Why are you being so kind to me? I'm just an ugly creature. Am I deserving of such kindness? Yi Yao Yao exhaled softly, her delicate chin resting gently against Aina's small face. She was unafraid of the hornets. However, this little girl, who had piqued her interest, must not die. Listening to the buzzing in her ears, Yi Yao Yao straightened her back, bracing herself for the impending sting of the hornet's stinger. Yet, the once deafening buzzing inexplicably dwindled, and then fell silent. Yi Yao Yao was taken aback. What was happening? Clutching the 12 or 13-year-old girl in her arms, she suddenly sprang to her feet, swaying slightly. However, she was confronted by a tall, dark shadow looming before her. The man's eyes flickered. Yi Yao Yao snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Brother Agio?" Feng Mingju stood at the edge of the bush, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Yao Yao. "Darling, what is this thing you are holding?" Chapter 81. Yao Bao mentioned that black coal ball. Aina. Yi Yao Yao was cradling something covered in blood, its face marred by grotesque graffiti. Yi Yao Yao gasped. She immediately released her grip. With a thud, Aina tumbled to the ground. "Wah, beautiful sister." Aina tugged at Yi Yao Yao's clothing, feeling wronged. Yi Yao Yao's face was filled with confusion. Uncertain as she asked, "Brother Agio, why are you here? What about the hornets?" Feng Mingju frowned, displeased as he retrieved a pack of wet wipes to gently clean the dirt smeared on her. "What hornets? I didn't see any. Didn't he see? How could that be? The black hornets are quite vengeful. Once they lock onto a target, they will never relent unless they perish. How could they suddenly fly away?" Just as Yi Yao Yao opened her mouth to continue, Feng Mingju suddenly reached out with one hand to smooth her wind-tousled silver hair. "Darling, we should be on our way." I in the cabin. Aina curled up in the corner of her seat, staring at the chillingly handsome face of the demon-like man nearby, and suddenly stammered, "Uncle, have I seen you somewhere before?" Feng Mingju, seemingly indifferent, twirled a strand of Yi Yao Yao's hair with his fingers. Not bothering to lift his head, he gently offered her a piece of cake, urging her to take a bite. "Aina." Yi Yao Yao raised an eyebrow. "Feng Mingju, have you met Aina?" Since it was Yi Yao Yao asking, Feng Mingju finally responded somewhat. Yao Bao mentioned that black coal ball. Aina. Aina's face, stained with indelible dye, rendered this metaphor surprisingly apparent. "I have not seen her." Feng Mingju's tone was casual but filled with affection. "Uncle, does he really look that old?" The little brat truly lacks perception. Had it not been for Yao Bao, she would have long been tossed into the sea to become fish food. Yi Yao Yao shrugged, unbothered, turning to Aina. What happened to your face? Aina lowered her head, her childish voice laced with bitterness. It was AI Ching who painted it. Someone like her deserves to be thrown into a boiling pot of oil. Yi Yao Yao scrutinized Aina's face. It appeared that someone had used a mixture of tar and strong adhesive to smear it on her, an exceedingly oily and sticky substance that ordinary methods could not remove. And in time, it would accompany Aina for a lifetime. AI Ching, she certainly possessed a wicked streak. Excellent. This AI Ching had successfully piqued her interest. Crushing her would surely be far more satisfying than exterminating a hornet. Yi Yao Yao abruptly stood up. Let us go. I'll help you wash it off. Aina hesitated for a moment, her voice wavering yet relieved as she spoke. Beautiful sister, this stain cannot be washed away. She had tried numerous times, even nearly scrubbing her delicate face raw, causing large patches of blood to surface. It was utterly impossible to cleanse. Aina lowered her gaze. It's all right, beautiful sister, this is quite acceptable. Yi Yao Yao did not turn back. Her stunning silver hair cascaded gently behind her, and her cherry lips uttered a single word. Go dead in that instant. She resembled a noble queen, exuding an icy allure. Although Aina felt perplexed, she obediently followed. Just as she reached out to grasp Yi Yao Yao's hand, she suddenly sensed a menacing gaze aimed at her from behind. A chilling wave coursed down her spine. Aina instinctively withdrew her hand, cautiously clutching the fabric of Yi Yao Yao's garment instead. The cold sensation lessened somewhat, but lingered persistently. Aina hurriedly quickened her pace, her heart racing in fear. It wasn't until they turned a corner that Aina's apprehension began to dissipate. Beautiful sister, that uncle felt like an ice block. He nearly froze me to death. Yi Yao Yao abruptly halted and crouched down, casting a mischievous glance at the little girl before her. You call me beautiful sister? Aina stepped back slightly. Yes, that is what you call a man, uncle. Yi Yao Yao's tone was teasing. Beautiful brother-in-law? Aina ventured. Clever, Yi Yao Yao replied with a sly smile. Aina nodded eagerly. Thank you, beautiful sister. Yi Yao Yao stood up and continued forward, her noble silver hair flowing elegantly behind her. In the washroom. Yi Yao Yao held a bottle of dark purple medicinal oil in her fair hand. An unbearable, pungent odor emanated from it. This was something she had brought from the ancient clan. Extracted from purple resin flowers and snake bell flowers, that had a high oil content and strong corrosive properties that wouldn't harm the skin but could alter its texture. That was perfectly suited to dissolve the dark filth on Aina's face. This medicinal oil was initially intended for Yi Yao Yao's own disguise needs in case of emergencies. Yi Yao Yao took a piece of alcohol-soaked cotton, dampened it with the oil, and gazed at Aina. Speaking softly, it will hurt, like being bitten by hundreds of bloodthirsty ants simultaneously. Aina looked up at her stunning sister, her gaze earnest. Will it really remove that dirty thing? It will. Thank you, beautiful sister. Aina suddenly closed her eyes in trust, as if she would not mind even if Yi Yao Yao poured sulfuric acid on her face at that moment. What an intriguing girl, Yi Yao Yao mused. She's quite like me. Yi Yao Yao paused, then, using tweezers, brought the now dark purple alcohol cotton near the clotted black filth on Aina's face. The liquid made contact. A sizzling corrosive sound erupted, reminiscent of boiling hot oil splashing on his skin. Aina's eyes instantly reddened. The liquid's irritant effect made her uncontrollably shed tears, yet she did not utter a sound. Before long, the black skin on the little girl's face began to flake off with a popping sound. Aina's delicate features turned crimson from the irritation, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Yi Yao Yao retrieved a black princess dress from the wardrobe. With her perfectly proportioned figure, devoid of excess flesh, Yi Yao Yao's attire was also suitable for Aina. Once she found the right outfit, she directed Aina to the bathroom in the side hall, which was, of course, not the same as Feng Mingjue's and was quite distant. Yi Yao Yao then opened her phone and sent a message to Chris, looking to Aina from the land's empire. Following that, she turned off her phone screen and leaned against the wall, her European vintage dress fitting her exquisitely. What had this little girl been through? In her innocent eyes lay a terrifying calmness and an unyielding hatred. Yi Yao Yao couldn't help but feel sympathy and pity for her. Looking at Aina was like seeing her own bloodied past. Chris quickly replied, Aina, the infamous oddball of the AI family. How do you know her, boss? Chapter 82. Do you think I'm seductive? The AI family. Yi Yao Yao furrowed her brow. The AI family was a renowned noble house in the land's empire. Yet they had only one biological daughter. Aina was an adopted daughter, once considered unattractive, with a large black birthmark covering her entire face, and a peculiar disposition that made others shun her. Adopted daughter? Birthmark? That must have been applied by AI Ching, Chris continued. But that child is quite remarkable. Previously, Landis Academy selected gifted students for strange training programs, and Aina was among them. Special selection at Landis Academy? The land's empire is becoming increasingly intriguing. What selection? It's a long story, but it seems AI Ching was jealous of Aina and had her parents send her away. I don't know where exactly. Yi Yao Yao, intrigued, toyed with her phone, aware of the smallness of the world. Another vibration from her phone interrupted her thoughts. By the way, boss, the matter you asked me to investigate regarding Aunt Night Spirit seems connected to Landis Academy. Yi Yao Yao's pupils constricted, her heart racing uncontrollably. What? Night Spirit was once the titular headmistress of Landis Academy. However, this past was buried so deeply that even as the ruler of the land's empire, I only stumbled upon it through a maid's gossip. Yi Yao Yao stared at her phone screen for a while before typing a few words in response. Let us meet and discuss. She sighed softly. Yi Yao Yao pocketed her phone, tilting her head to gaze blankly at the cerulean sky outside the cabin. The warm yellow sunlight inadvertently spilled over her delicate jawline. Why did Mother abandon us? Night Ching said Night Spirit was an incredibly mysterious and powerful figure. If Mother were here, would I have been spared from the treachery that led me to that horrific Blood Chi Research Institute? Suddenly, a sweet voice interrupted Yi Yao Yao's thoughts. Beautiful sister, that a little girl with short, chestnut curls approached shyly. The cleansed Aina revealed a cool, world-weary visage, her single eyelid Danfeng eyes exuding a unique charm, a black mole beneath her left eyelid adding to her beauty. Yi Yao Yao raised her gaze. Very beautiful at that moment. The plane descended upon the central imperial palace of the land's empire. Yi Yao Yao lazily stretched. Aina, do you want to go home? Aina has no home. Aina hesitated, her expression betraying uncertainty, as if fearing rejection. But can I temporarily follow the beautiful sister? You can. Yi Yao Yao replied with a charmingly wicked smile, but there will be attacks. Aina nodded eagerly. I can do anything, really. Aina nodded vigorously. Yi Yao Yao suddenly leaned down and whispered something into Aina's ear. The little girl's eyes widened in shock. If that's the case, Aina might die. Yi Yao Yao gently patted Aina's short chestnut hair, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. No, then, in the brief moment that Aina's pupils were still trembling, Yi Yao Yao returned to the cabin where Feng Mingjue was. She naturally draped her arms around his neck and leaned down for a kiss. Aina's eyes widened even more. But I'm just a child. At the land's empire's imperial palace, upon witnessing the landing of the private jet bearing a special insignia, maids and guards immediately knelt in 2 rows, holding their breath to welcome the figure who even made their ruler tremble. In the next moment, a man of noble bearing, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty Azura, descended the staircase, his overwhelming aristocratic aura causing involuntary shivers. The maids were instantly starry-eyed. They had thought their ruler Chris was handsome enough. To their astonishment, this man was stunning to the point of being otherworldly. Yet, he was also cradling a silver-haired woman. Several maids began gossiping in hushed tones. Indeed, such men attract all manner of seductresses. Don't say that. I heard several maids trying to climb into the ruler's bed just a few days ago. Look at that silver-haired girl. Her limbs are wrapped around that man without needing to be held. She is truly offering herself up. What man would refuse such an offer? Ugh! The way she clings to him. She must be a fox spirit reincarnated. Yi Yao Yao, with her naturally acute hearing, caught every word. Nonchalantly, she lifted her gaze, casting a lazy glance at the ground. Her snow-white skin and beauty nearly took the maid's breath away. Yi Yao Yao slowly raised Feng Mingjue's chin with her slender finger, a cold, mischievous smile gracing her lips. Feng Mingjue, they say I'm seductive. Brother, do you think I am? This act left the nearby maids aghast. If you provoke me further, tonight I shall skin you alive and feast on your flesh. These words. Yi Yao Yao's demeanor instantly wilted. Feng Mingjue's body stiffened momentarily, but he continued walking forward with a stoic expression. However, The throbbing veins on his forehead betrayed his current lack of composure. Approaching them was a man in splendid golden blue attire, with golden hair and blue eyes, who hurriedly approached as he got closer. He immediately performed the highest salute of the land's empire. Ninth Master. Chris similarly gazed at the person cradled in Feng Mingjua's arms, lost in contemplation. Sigh. He thought the boss and this mysterious man were quite a match. It seemed hopeless now. Nevertheless, it was imperative to make a call and have the boss come for a meeting. Who knows? Perhaps Lord Jiu might develop a new affection with our boss's enchanting and alluring beauty. It is not impossible. Chris fixated intently on the silver-haired girl in Feng Mingjua's embrace, not even blinking. Feng Mingju, however, was immediately filled with exasperation. Had Chris seen enough? Did he wish to steal his precious one away? Chapter 83. That man embracing a fairy. Chris jolted, nearly collapsing to his knees. No. How could Lord Jiu be so? Good heavens. Even if he were given 100 more lives, he would not dare to provoke this living incarnation of Yama. In a frenzy, Chris hastily averted his gaze, looking down at his noble leather boots. The toes within were so tense they were close to tearing through the leather. Tentatively, Chris stole a sidelong glance. That fairy could not possibly be more beautiful than his boss. Surely, once Lord Jiu sees the boss, the woman in his arms will be replaced. At that moment, Ai Na, who stood behind Feng Mingjue, suddenly stirred, hesitating for a moment before dashing forward like a wisp of black charm in her dark dress. Meanwhile, Chris was desperately pulling himself back from the brink of disaster, repeatedly asserting that he had no designs on the girl in Feng Mingjue's arms. I, Lord Jiu, detest women. Indeed, I am not interested in them at all. Yet, just as Chris finished his declaration, an alluring fragrance enveloped him, and he found himself embraced by a little girl in a black dress. Oh dear Papa, are you abandoning Nana? Chris stared at the black-dressed girl in his arms, utterly petrified. What is this? He had never even been with a woman. Where did such a large child come from? Feng Mingjue lowered his gaze, disdainful of the mention of women. That moment. Ai Na, clad in a black dress, clung to Chris's neck, as if to prove just how false Chris's previous statement was. No, it's not like that, Lord Jiu. Chris was about to stand and hurriedly explain, almost on the verge of kneeling, but he was instantly seized by Ai Na, who wrapped her arms around his thigh. Papa, please don't abandon Nana. Chris shot an awkward glance at Feng Mingjue. He promptly hoisted the little girl in black Lolita attire, glaring fiercely. Do you know that defying a sovereign can lead to dire consequences? The little girl looked up with a pitiful gaze, her delicate face imbued with a sense of disillusionment. But you are indeed Ai Na's papa. I saw the heart-shaped pink mole on your chest. There used to be a white hair, but you pulled it out. Chris's hand flew to cover Ai Na's mouth in shock. What? He nearly choked on his own breath. Such an embarrassing secret had never been revealed to anyone. The only one who knew was the boss, who had laughed at him for it while treating him. With Chris's hand covering her mouth, Ai Na's world-weary phoenix eyes glimmered with a clarity not befitting her age. Of course, Ai Na was unaware of such matters. It was the pretty sister who had told her. The pretty sister said that if she wished to seek revenge, she could try clinging to the leg of a blue-eyed man. And so, she did to At that moment. Yi Yao Yao discreetly observed the scene through her hair, a mischievous smile gracing her lips that in the Imperial Palace's council chamber, Feng Mingjue sat in an ornate silver chair. His gaze lowered as he listened to the monotonous report from the shadow guard beside him. While Ai Na clung to Chris without a hint of hesitation, It was particularly amusing that this little girl had just disembarked from Feng Mingjue's private plane. Chris, with his striking golden hair, was on the verge of being turned into a bird's nest, yet he dared not utter a word. He could only hoist Ai Na's Lolita dress straps, feigning a warning, before silently letting her down. Yet the little girl only grew bolder. She was almost riding on his shoulders in sheer delight. Chris wore a gloomy expression, his face darkening to the color of chocolate. He stealthily moved behind a grand, intricately carved golden pillar in the council chamber, pulling out his phone to draft a message. Boss, when will you arrive? I feel as if I am in an ice cellar. This man is nothing short of a Yama. Not only has he embraced a fairy, but he has also brought along a little clingy one who won't leave my side. Boss, please come save me. At that moment, Ai Na was climbing up Chris's blue-gold patterned noble attire. Papa, what are you looking at? Nana wants to see too. Chris felt he was on the brink of insanity. Yet, the other party remained unresponsive. In desperation, Chris decided to make a call. The next moment, a melodious and beautiful ringtone echoed within the hall, to be precise. It emanated from the silver-haired girl in Feng Mingjue's arms. Chris's hand, holding the phone, stiffened involuntarily as he stared in disbelief at the screen that had been answered, that a strong premonition of dread surged within him. "No way," he stammered. "B-boss, where are you?" Then Chris saw the silver-haired girl in Feng Mingjue's embrace lazily stretch, her delicate hands picking up the phone with elegance. Tilting her head slightly, "That I'm right here." Clicked a Yao Yao hung up the phone and stood up. The girl flashed a wicked smile, her languorous tone laced with a captivating charm. "Long time no see, Chris." Boom. Chris's universe erupted. "B-boss? How do you know her?" Chris was clearly taken aback, his tongue tied. Yao Yao casually twirled her phone. "It's been years. You've grown quite bold. Haven't you? TSK. You call me a fairy, and my man is Yama." Yao Yao smiled at Chris, her lethal charm rivaling a knife pressed against him. Feng Mingjue, who had been frowning, was unaware of the connection between Yao Yao and Chris. However, upon hearing the words "my man" uttered from Yao Yao's lips, Feng Mingjue's thin lips curled into a smirk, leaning back against the chair with an expression of utmost delight. Chris, upon hearing this, looked down at his phone in disbelief. Could he still retract his message? He frantically eyed Yao Yao. "Boss? I am, after all, the sovereign of the Lance Empire. Please spare me some face. Your man will kill me." Yao Yao rolled her eyes, revealing a wicked smile. Chris hesitated, glancing at Feng Mingjue, who was casually embracing the girl, feigning slumber. "It's a misunderstanding, Lord Joe, a misunderstanding." Unexpectedly, Yao Yao turned back at this moment, boldly lifting Feng Mingjue's sharply defined chin. Chris's heart raced in terror. Truly, the boss could tame even such a fearsome deity. Before Chris could gather his thoughts, he heard Yao Yao's teasing voice. "Feng Mingjue, Chris seems to think you are Yama." Chris's eyelids twitched. This joke was no laughing matter. Feng Mingjue allowed Yao Yao to lift his chin, his voice laced with seductive rasp. "When did you come to know each other?" Chapter 84. No, I think my darling wants. Feng Mingjue's enchanting black eyes were entirely focused on Yao Yao, seemingly oblivious to Chris's presence. Upon hearing his words, Yao Yao felt a sense of foreboding. "We met 6 years ago." Feng Mingjue's expression darkened, his tone tinged with displeasure. "You knew her before you met me?" Yao Yao, puzzled, replied, It seems so." "Why do you ask?" Feng Mingjue's frown deepened, and he finally turned his gaze to Chris. "The Lance Empire's annual profits and the prison share have always been an 80-20 split, correct?" Chris eagerly nodded. "Yes, in truth, it should have been a 50-50 split, but because Feng Mingjue was indifferent to money, or perhaps because he had too much of it, the prison had willingly agreed to take only 20%. From now on, it will still be 80-20. "All right, understood." Chris exclaimed joyfully. "I'll take 8, you take 2. "Why?" Feng Mingjue's expression remained unsatisfied, his low voice tinged with a husky tone. "Do you have an objection?" No objections." He dared not voice any. The economic lifeline of the Lance Empire relied entirely on the prison. Even if Feng Mingjue took all of it, he would not dare to utter a word of dissent. Feng Mingjue lowered his gaze, continuing, "I will send someone to follow up on the turmoil within the factions of the prison." Chris hesitated, his light blue eyes filled with tentative inquiry. "The information I gathered for the investigation is roughly compiled here." Chris illuminated his phone, the screen filled with dense black text that made Yao Yao's head ache. "Send it to me." Feng Mingjue's tone was flat, devoid of emotion. "Then, Lord Jiu, could you give me an ID? I will send the information over." Feng Mingjue paused briefly before reciting a string of numbers. 88. All right. Lord Jiu. Chris quickly entered the string of numbers into the contact search box, preparing to add a new friend. However, he was taken aback to find that he inexplicably had this contact's ID. Chris clicked into the chat window, nearly throwing his phone in shock. The screen was filled with several messages that seemed to mock him, as if 2 needles had been plunged into his eyes. Chris glanced at the screen, and then at Feng Mingjue, beginning to doubt whether he had misheard earlier. "What is Lord Jiu's ID?" Yao Yao tilted her head, grinning as she repeated, "You heard me correctly." In an instant, Chris understood. The last time during that masquerade, it was Yao Yao who used Feng Mingjue's account to post So, my account was hacked. It's better not to add me. I'll just send an email directly. Suddenly, AI Na, who had been tugging at Chris's pants, spoke up. I can help you retrieve it. Chris retorted, what does this little girl understand? My account is infected with a virus. I can't send any messages. AI Na lifted her head, her delicate face serious. I can also clear the virus that my phone's program crashed. AI Na can repair the program. Are you a devil? Chris was taken aback as AI Na suddenly snatched the phone from his hand. After a few swift operations, countless lines of dense code flashed across the screen, mesmerizing to behold. After a few taps, AI Na returned the phone to Chris with a sincere expression on her face. His account had not been hacked, nor was his phone infected. However, several thousand frivolous messages from infatuated girls had been inadvertently deleted by AI Na. Oh, and indeed, there was one program that had crashed, but it has been fixed now. The little girl in the black skirt continued to wear a cynical expression. Chris exclaimed. What exactly did this little girl just do? He forced a laugh, resembling someone on the verge of tears. Gritting his teeth, he sent out the message, silently praying that after Feng Mingju read it, the Lance Empire would not fall. Feng Mingju took Yao Yao to the most luxurious room in the imperial palace, drawing the attention of many along the way. In an instant, only Chris and AI Na, clad in black Lolita attire, remained in the conference hall. That moment, a maid approached, her movements deliberately crafted, swaying as she carried a plate of small cakes. Leaning down, she seductively spoke, Your Majesty, do not mind that vixen's instigation. She is merely a fox spirit who knows only how to seduce men. Your Majesty should not be angered by such a person. Chris furrowed his brows. Who are you referring to? Of course, the silver-haired one. She has made Your Majesty lose face. Bah! Chris was instantly alarmed, glancing around to see if that little ancestor was nearby. These maids were incredibly audacious. That lady was someone he dared not even breathe in front of, let alone his savior. If that little ancestor heard such words, what would become of him? Chris's fury surged. Where are the guards? Come here. Instantly, a row of guards knelt around Chris. Drag this foolish maid with a poorly formed tongue out and execute her. Anyone who dares to gossip will face the same fate, Your Majesty. No, the maid's voice faded into the distance that AI Na tugged at Chris's clothes. Uncle, you are so kind. Chris was taken aback. Kind? Where was his kindness? AI Na's phoenix-like eyes revealed an uncontrollable chill. Isn't death the best form of release? That maid's words about my beautiful sister should not be uttered without a silver knife cutting her 1,000 times. It would truly be a pity. Chris felt a chill beneath his feet. Was this something a 12 or 13-year-old girl should say? He looked down, and AI Na had already donned an innocent expression. In an instant, Chris found himself questioning his own character. Why don't you call me father anymore? Father, let's stick with uncle. Don't call me brother. All right, uncle. Imperial Palace, side courtyard. AI Na, what does Yao Yao want to play? The surprises you give me are becoming more and more delightful. Upon entering, Feng Mingju immediately pinned Yao Yao against the wall. Feng Mingju, do you want to play any other games, my dear? Feng Mingju leaned in closer, his nearly 6'2" frame enveloped in a captivating fragrance. No, I don't want to. Yao Yao stumbled back. No, I believe you do want to. Chapter 85. Talandis Academy. Yao Yao instinctively held her breath. The man gently placed a kiss on her curled lashes. With one hand, he brushed aside her exquisite, fragmented hair. Having played for so long, why not accompany me for a game? His rough fingertips began to caress her, the pressure gradually intensifying. It's important, so I must obtain your consent. An important game? Yao Yao clutched her hands anxiously. Feng Mingju swiftly captured her hand, pinning it to the bed. Don't grip the sheets. Hold me. Feng Mingju, I'm here. He would always be there, wouldn't he? Would he always love her? But why, during those times when she was bullied, was he never there? A tear fell unexpectedly. Feng Mingju panicked. He quickly helped her up, gently patting her back, his demeanor somewhat flustered. I am sorry, Yao Yao. Don't cry. He tirelessly coaxed her. You are the sweetest and the strongest. Okay. Yao Yao gradually detached herself from her past pain. The corners of her lovely eyes glistened. Resembling a fairy, it's my fault. I scared Yao Yao. Feng Mingju felt a pang of guilt, his heart aching. How could he have frightened her so? No, Yao Yao took a moment to respond. Oh dear, how embarrassing, she had cried. Feng Mingju brushed her silver hair aside. He smiled, his elongated, enchanting eyes gleaming with mischief and charm. You wouldn't be. Feng Mingju paused at why Yao Yao leaned forward. Wouldn't he be what? Wouldn't he be crying because of me? Yao Yao? Yao Yao instinctively looked up. Next time, I want to let my dear go so easily. No, let go. Why did she feel a twinge of anticipation instead? Suddenly, Yao Yao leaned in and pressed a kiss on Feng Mingju's chiseled cheek. That it was a sincere and devoted kiss, filled with affection. This time, it was Feng Mingju who was taken aback. Yao Yao quickly lowered her head. Feng Mingju, I want to stay at Landis Academy for a few days. As soon as she spoke, the warmth around her rapidly dissipated, a hint of gloom settling over the lavish room. No doubt why Yao Yao's unique status made it unwise for him to let her leave easily. The events from that night with Fu Chen still sent shivers down Feng Mingju's spine. He absolutely did not wish to see Yao Yao again thrust into danger. But I have my own matters to attend to. Why Yao Yao tried to persuade him. She truly wanted to investigate the occurrences at Landis Academy. As a concerned Yiling, Feng Mingju gazed down at the beautiful silver-haired woman in his arms. What if you encounter bad people? What if the blood curse you bear is discovered? I won't. Feng Mingju, I am capable of self-defense. I will be fine. Moreover, I do not wish to be merely a canary in Brother Joe's embrace. Staying by your side would make me unhappy. Yao Yao nestled into Feng Mingju's neck, planting a gentle kiss. Is that all right? No. Yao Yao looked up, instantly halting the words that were about to escape Feng Mingju's lips. He suddenly turned away, leaning against a nearby pillow, his low voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Let us try for a day. Feng Mingju secretly curled his lips, ruffling Yao Yao's hair, a flicker of contemplation crossing his dark eyes. Just as Feng Mingju was lost in thought, Yao Yao unexpectedly jumped off the bed, approaching with something in hand. The girl tilted her head with a sweet smile, extending her small hand. Brother, put this on. Feng Mingju pursed his lips. Hesitating, he spoke. This feels quite uncomfortable. Yao Yao frowned slightly. But if we don't do this, it will be very dangerous, right? You cannot refuse. Saying this, Yao Yao reached her hand towards Feng Mingju. A flurry of delicate sounds filled the air. Chapter 86. It doesn't hurt, but I'm very hungry. After a few moments, a transparent white membrane was wrapped around Feng Mingju's wrist. The membrane was layered with herbs oozing black liquid, working their magic and generating a white mist. The toxins within Feng Mingju would be completely eradicated in just a few sessions. Does it hurt? Yao Yao sat at the edge of the bed, lifting the man's ring finger. Long, beautiful, and distinctly jointed. Feng Mingju responded by curling his fingers around her small hand. It doesn't hurt. But I'm very hungry. Then what does brother want to eat? I'll go. Yao Bao. Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she had suddenly been called. As night fell, the magnificent and grand palace walls were shrouded in darkness. The vast imperial palace now silent save for the watchful guards who remained vigilant in their duties. Within Chris's chamber, although it was a room befitting a monarch, it lacked the opulence of Duke Feng Ming's quarters. Yet it was still strikingly impressive. Chris was fast asleep, sprawled across the bed, snoring contentedly. In one corner of the luxurious European-style bed curled a petite figure, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a cool black mole beneath her eyelid. It was Aina. She was tightly wrapped in her blanket, with cotton balls stuffed in her ears, furrowing her brow as if disturbed by the sound of snoring. Yao Yao stealthily slipped through the window, her agile form landing silently on the ground, her cascading silver hair glimmering coolly in the moonlight. The girl approached, her small hand mercilessly pinching Chris's nose. He jolted awake, stifling a gasp, his eyes widening as he beheld a beautiful silver-haired girl scrutinizing him with mischievous intent. Chris sprang up, startled. Boss, your method of waking me is as brutal as ever. Yao Yao leaned against the wall adorned with golden patterns, her crossed legs accentuating her breathtaking beauty in the moonlight. Glancing at Aina in the corner, she instinctively lowered her voice, wary of waking the little girl. Did I need an identity? What identity? Landis Academy. Yao Yao averted her gaze, her lovely eyelashes fluttering softly. Yes. She needed a plausible and inconspicuous identity to investigate the night spirit without drawing attention. You want to enter Landis Academy? But it's filled with middle and high school students, boss. Yi Yao Yao's eyes narrowed dangerously, her countenance momentarily taking on an ethereal quality. What of it? Do I not look the part? Yes, you absolutely do, but boss, you're clearly in your late teens. Chris exhaled deeply, regretting his previous words. Seeing Yi Yao Yao's expression soften slightly, he continued, I can't find a suitable child to substitute right away. Should I send someone to capture one first? Yi Yao Yao retorted, is this something a monarch would say? Sounds more like a kidnapper. Suddenly, a soft, ethereal voice echoed from within the room. Did I know someone? It was Aina. She hadn't been asleep at all that Chris's snoring had made her want to kick him off the bed. Pretty sister, I know a girl who might work. Yi Yao Yao's gaze softened as she looked at Chris. Go on. Her name is Xia. She has been sick and hasn't attended school for a while, so her seat is still empty and unlikely to raise suspicion. However, she is quite frail and often bullied by her classmates. Oh, and she is not very pretty, just fair-looking, but her face is dotted with many small black spots. After finishing her explanation, Aina obediently sat up, gazing at Yi Yao. Yi Yao Yao gently caressed Aina's cool little face before turning to Chris. Do you know this Xia? What is her family background like? Chris pondered for a moment. I've never heard of her. She probably comes from an average family. Yi Yao Yao suddenly frowned. Her melodious voice tinged with curiosity. But isn't Landis Academy an elite institution? Why would an average girl be admitted? The admissions process at Landis is selective. This Xia likely gained entry through excellent academic performance. Aina interjected. Yes, I recall that this girl named Xia had good grades, but she was often teased. As soon as Aina finished speaking, Yi Yao Yao leaned against the wall, a sly smile creeping across her lips. She relished the idea of the ugly duckling trope. After all, she wouldn't be at Landis Academy for long. She merely needed an identity to investigate the night spirit, and this Xia would suffice. Pretty sister, what about your face? Aina questioned. You can't possibly transform into Xia overnight, can you? You'll find out tomorrow, darling. Yi Yao Yao replied mysteriously, then turned to Chris. Send me all of Xia's information, including her current situation. Yi Yao delicately stroked her jade-like fingertips. Borrowing someone's identity inevitably required a return of some sort. Suddenly, her phone vibrated twice, a message from Gong Fei Air appearing on the screen. Yao Bao, I've arrived. Along with the message was a photo of Yu Qi, looking disgruntled with panda eyes. Tragic Yu Qi. JPG Yao couldn't help but shiver, realizing little Chi had genuinely fallen into Fei's clutches. Fei, see you at Landis Academy tomorrow. Landis Academy? Sure, no problem, darling. Yi Yao closed her phone. Bathed in moonlight, Chris inadvertently caught sight of the marks on Yi Yao's neck, his voice laced with curiosity. He asked, Boss, did a mosquito bite you? He didn't think there were any mosquitoes in the palace. Yi Yao paused, her delicate hand lightly brushing over her jade neck, the red marks glaringly obvious. You mean this? Ah, yes. Yi Yao's expression shifted to one of mischievous allure, a smirk gracing her lips. Sorry, my man gave me these. Do you have a problem with that? Chapter 87. Darling's beauty belongs solely to him. The following day, after breakfast, Yi Yao donned a blue sailor-style uniform. Emblazoned on her left chest was the resplendent gold imprint of a grand building, the exclusive emblem of Landis Academy, embroidered meticulously with golden threads. Yi Yao adjusted her skirt in front of the mirror, raising her gaze to behold the reflection. The girl in the mirror had a head of black wavy hair, a small face the size of a palm, but covered in freckles, youthful and naive. Her beautiful round eyes concealed behind a thick black-framed pair of glasses. At first glance, Yi Yao bore an uncanny resemblance to the Xia described in the documents. Timid and somewhat meek. However, her snow-white skin could not be entirely concealed, revealing hints of inherent nobility even from behind. Suddenly, a deep, melodious voice broke the silence. Feng Ming. Yi Yao immediately turned, walking over with a cheerful demeanor. With her thick black glasses perched on her nose, she looked up at Feng Ming. Do I look good? Without hesitation, Feng Ming replied, You look good. In his eyes, no matter how Yi Yao dressed. She remained the same. In truth, she looked far from appealing. Her freckled face would likely elicit disdain from outsiders. Yet Feng Ming seemed quite satisfied with her current appearance. Very good. The darling's beauty is solely his to possess. Yi Yao glanced at her watch. That was a seemingly simple timepiece. typically worn by those of modest means. Yet its inner workings house the most advanced technology of the empire, capable of precise positioning and even recording and capturing images. At that moment, the hour hand was slowly approaching 8, that I'm going to be late. Yi Yao Yao hurriedly leaped into Feng Ming's arms for a quick kiss, then jumped down to grab her backpack. I am off. All right, I'll pick you up after school, da-da. Yi Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback. Feng Ming was going to pick her up? She hoped he wouldn't make a scene with that. She dashed out at the palace gates. Aina was waiting for Yi Yao Yao. Upon hearing the sound of pretty Mary Jane's shoes clicking against the ground behind her, Aina turned at in an instant. She was stunned. Xia Xia, it's me. Yi Yao Yao mischievously removed her black-framed glasses, leaning against the wall and winking at Aina. Aina, merely 13 years old, stood a few centimeters shorter than Yi Yao Yao. That, oh my. Pretty sister, you look just like her. How did you do it? Yi Yao Yao lowered her head, leaning closer to Aina's small face, reapplying the black-framed glasses, and softly uttering, secret. Aina, you're 3 years younger than Xia Xia. You should be in class 7. Why are you in high school? Aina quickened her pace to match Yi Yao Yao's Atlantis Academy. Good grades allow for grade skipping, that I could have gone straight to my senior year. But Ai Ching interfered, so I ended up in class 9 of the high school department, the same class as Xia X. Ai Ching is there too. Aina lowered her head, her cold, world-weary eyes suddenly filled with malice. Atlantis Academy, high school department, class 9. Ai Ching. That lipstick you're wearing must be the latest limited edition. Ai Ching. Your new hairstyle is beautiful. Ai Ching. Why hasn't that ugly sister of yours been around lately? Ai Ching sat in the front row, nonchalantly applying nail polish to her long, pointed nails. Her sleek, shiny black hair looked as if it had just been treated with oil, emitting a fragrance that was intoxicating. Mentioning Aina brought a flicker of disdain to Ai Ching's eyes. Aina. That little brat is probably being devoured by mosquitoes in the tropical rainforest right now. She doesn't know how to behave. She is probably kneeling at home as we speak. Her father is about to withdraw her from school. Alas, I am utterly perplexed. How could such a stunningly beautiful girl like Aiching have a sister as unattractive as Aina? It is perhaps for the best that she does not show her face in public, sparing us the embarrassment of having our magnificent Aiching associated with her. Aiching is renowned as the belle of Atlantis Academy, with her long, straight black hair, while Aina resembles someone who has dyed her hair. Short, curly chestnut locks. And yet, despite her initially exquisite hair, she possesses a visage so unappealing. Well, now it seems that the two most disagreeable individuals in our class have departed. The rustic Xiang and the eyesore Aina. Sigh, for the moment, I am at a loss regarding whom to tease. Suddenly, the sentinel stationed at the door shouted, "They're coming! The director is here!" A small cluster of students instantly dispersed with a loud commotion. Aiching, in a flurry, hastily tidied her desk littered with cosmetics, shoving them all into the drawer without even securing the lids. Moments later, a sharp-tongued woman clad in a professional skirt and black stockings appeared by the door, scrutinizing the classroom with suspicion. This was Lu, the head teacher of Class 9, commonly referred to by the students as Lu Mama. She showed no mercy, ruthlessly trampling on anyone who displeased her, striding in on her high heels. She rapped Aiching's desk with a stack of books. Aiching, place these materials on your sister's desk. Aiching was taken aback. Lu. She nearly blurted out Lu Mama, Lu teacher, but Aina's student status was revoked. Wasn't he it? You personally sent someone to handle that. It cannot possibly be an error. Who told you that? It was initially revoked, but an order from above was issued to reinstate it overnight. Why concern yourself with such matters? Focus on your studies. Lu Mama's reprimand made Aiching tremble, causing her to bite off half her lipstick. What is happening? Aina cannot possibly still be alive. Aiching furrowed her brow, gracefully rising with a waft of fragrance, and tossed the books onto Aina's seat. Chapter 88. Atlantis Academy. Yao Yao's Revenge. Wow. Look by the door. A commotion erupted in the classroom. Goodness, she is stunning. I'm utterly smitten. I think I may have turned. This girl exudes an ethereal chill, and her world-weary expression has me in awe. Who is that girl with the curly black hair beside her? She looks so familiar. Heavens, I isn't that Xiang. She hasn't been here for nearly a year due to illness. How do these two know each other? What is going on? Following the sound, Aiching raised her eyes, her gaze widening in astonishment. In the corridor outside, Yi Yao Yao leaned towards Aina, whispering something. The two entered the classroom, immediately drawing a swarm of boys who rushed over, brandishing candies and vying for Aina's attention. She is simply breathtaking. This high-class, cool beauty utterly eclipses Aiching. The title of school bell will likely change hands. Miss, let us exchange contact information, shall we? Just call me DeFei. A boy in white sneakers squeezed through without hesitation. Casting a disdainful glance at the bespectacled, freckled girl beside Aina. With a sudden shove, he exclaimed, "Get lost, you wretched girl. Don't block my way while I'm trying to flirt." To onlookers, it appeared as though Yi Yao Yao stumbled back, looking delicate and fragile after being shoved. However, the force of the boy's push was utterly ineffective. Yi Yao Yao had intentionally leaned back, for she was, after all, the sickly girl. Yet as she retreated, a playful smile crept across her freckled face behind the glasses. The boy, undeterred, attempted to kick her aside, shouting, "Get off me!" At that moment, Yi Yao Yao's petite hand deftly clutched his ankle. With an air of feigned innocence, she lowered her head, apologizing in a flustered manner. "I am so sorry, so sorry." However, with each utterance, her grip tightened. After a few moments, the audible cracking of bones echoed ominously. The boy grimaced in pain, desperately trying to withdraw his foot. "Are you insane? Let go of me, you foolish woman." Yet he found himself unable to move. The pain intensified, as if his ankle would snap. The boy gazed in terror at the girl before him, who was nervously apologizing while clutching his ankle. "Is that Xiang Xiang?" He shouted, "Let go of me." He strained with all his might to pull his ankle free. "Let go of you?" "Oh, all right," Yi Yao Yao replied, her gaze lowering, her eyes concealed beneath her lashes, filled with inscrutable meaning. Just as the boy exerted his utmost effort, Yi Yao Yao suddenly smirked, releasing her grip. The girl raised her head, appearing bewildered and timid, her eyes slightly reddened. In an instant, the boy was propelled backward. At that moment, someone carrying a cup of scalding hot water happened to pass by, colliding violently with DeFei. A whole cup of boiling water splashed directly onto the boy's backside. Not a drop wasted. My butt. The classroom erupted in a cacophony akin to a pig being slaughtered. "Quick! Help me see if it's burnt." DeFei glared at the girl with glasses, inexplicably sensing a hint of murderous intent masked by a smile. Just then, a sharp voice interrupted the chaos. "What on earth is happening here? Have you all turned rebellious the moment I turn my back? Gao Fei, what mischief have you been up to, you little rascal? Your backside is so swollen. Return to your seats and focus on your lessons." Class 9 fell into a profound silence. Lu Mama, connected to the principal of Landis Academy, was notoriously domineering and unyielding. Anyone who crossed her path was bound to face dire consequences. The students hastily returned to their seats, though their gazes collectively settled on Aina. The mole beneath the girl's eyelid was chillingly captivating. Who could she be? A transfer student. With whom would she choose to share a desk? Under their watchful eyes, the aloof girl with a dispassionate expression made her way toward a seat covered in crude graffiti. Insulting words like slut and ugly freak were scrawled all over it. Yet the girl appeared oblivious to her surroundings, sitting down with an icy demeanor. Students in Class 9 exchanged startled glances. Has she sat in the wrong place? A boy behind Aina tapped her shoulder. "This ice into your seat. Come sit over here." Aina, without turning her head, replied in a chilling tone, tinged with childishness, "None of your business." Aichen could hardly believe this reality. Staring at her in shock, Aina casually lifted her gaze, her eyes shooting a piercing glare at Aichen. "Long time no see," Aina remarked nonchalantly, a strange smile playing on her lips that Yi Yao Yao had already returned to Xiang Xiang's seat. It was tidy, clean, and modest, situated at the very back of the classroom. "Hey, you sickly creature, how could you come back? You're so ugly you'd be better off dead. It's truly unlucky to see you here." A boy in the front suddenly turned around, holding a green, squishy object. With a loud slap, he placed it on Yi Yao Yao's desk. "Here is a gift for you, four-eyed freak." "Ha ha," the boy laughed, eyeing the wriggling caterpillar on the desk as though he were about to devour her. "You foolish woman, dare to come back? Let us have some fun." Yi Yao Yao propped her chin on her hand, her lips curling into an increasingly mischievous smile. It had been a long time since anything had been this entertaining. She stared at the wriggling creature on her desk, seizing it unexpectedly and shoving it into the front row boy's mouth. Oh no, cough, cough, gag. The boy's eyes widened in horror as he tried to spit it out. Bang. Yi Yao Yao suddenly slammed her palm on the desk and stood up. The boy, startled, swallowed the caterpillar in one gulp. Gag. Without a word, Yi Yao Yao seized a chair and strode to the front row, her graceful figure exuding confidence. With a resounding clatter, she placed the chair by the window, stirring the boy next to her from his slumber. The boy, dressed in a pristine school uniform, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and an icy glint flickered within his gaze. The surrounding atmosphere fell silent. This boy was Kuyin, the younger brother of the ruler of the Lantis Empire. Chris, the most popular heartthrob at Lantis Academy. He was known for his charming yet aloof demeanor, eliciting screams wherever he went. Infamous for his bad temper, no one dared to provoke him. Who would dare to challenge the younger brother of the ruler of the Lantis Empire? Was Xiang seeking her own demise? She had returned from illness only to act foolishly. The head teacher furrowed her brows, aware that the principal had inexplicably instructed her to take special care of Xiang. Though she found her distasteful, she dared not interfere just yet, opting to observe if Xiang crossed her bottom line. She would be tossed out without hesitation. Yi Yao Yao carelessly tossed the chair aside and plopped down, not even glancing at the boy beside her. What a hideous sight. Not even 1/10 as handsome as my brother a Jew. It's truly an eyesore. Kuyin's eyes widened in shock. No one had ever dared to speak to him so insolently. With a voice clear yet laced with fury, he declared, "Get out. This is my seat." Chapter 89. She must uncover the secrets of Lantis. Kuyin could hardly believe that the bespectacled freckled girl had indeed taken a seat. In response to Kuyin's furious outburst, Yi Yao Yao chose to disregard him entirely. She buried her small face within her voluminous black curls, propping herself on the desk while turning her head away and closing her eyes. "You!" Kuyin exclaimed, choking with indignation. He reached out, intent on tossing this filthy, ailing girl out of the window. "All right, class." Suddenly the director, Lu Momo, interjected, casting a pointed glance at Kuyin. Kuyin rolled his eyes, withdrew his hand, and nonchalantly rested it on his sharply defined chin. Looking utterly rebellious, this unattractive woman with her unruly black curls was truly amusing. It would be a shame not to gather a few brothers to surround her. After all, how dare she provoke him? "Kuyin!" He distastefully pushed his book away, opting instead to recline on the windowsill and doze off. The morning light outside gently rippled, casting a soft glow upon Kuyin's fair, chiseled profile, and his slightly curved, devilish lips elicited gasps from the surrounding girls. Lu Momo, visibly displeased, rapped her teaching stick heavily on the lectern, her expression darkening. Since both classmates Aina and Xia have returned, Class 1 to 9 will now commence. Aina. What do you mean Aina has returned? Teacher. You must be mistaken. Perhaps it was just a slip of the tongue. That moment, on a desk adorned with profane doodles, Aina rested her chin on her hand, her chestnut curls framing her jawline, her expression a mix of disdain and youthful innocence. She lazily lifted her single-lidded, phoenix eyes, instantly captivating the nearby boys. "That I am Aina," she stated casually. "That don't joke with me." "Miss, how could that possibly be?" "Miss, you and that ugly creature have nothing in common. Could be a coincidence in names." Listening to the surrounding boys, Aina curled her lips into a cold smile. "Sorry, it's not a coincidence that I am indeed the Aina who is relentlessly pursued by you lot, called an ugly creature, cursed to die, beaten against walls, and locked in bathrooms for a cold shower." Aina paused, then smiled. Her grin was enchanting, sending shivers down spines. The surrounding students fell silent, their bodies stiffening in fear. How could this be? She is Aina? Goodness, this is utterly surreal. I must still be dreaming. Surely, she wouldn't seek revenge on us. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a chalk eraser struck the desk with a loud thud. "Quiet! How dare you chatter among yourselves like this? Everyone, look at the blackboard." Gao Fei stood. "How do you pronounce this word?" Lu Momo pointed at the word envelope. Gao Fei stammered as he stood up. Finally, he deciphered his deskmate's lip movements. "Comfort my wife." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Lu Momo ground her teeth in frustration. "And this one?" Exclamation point. "Ponderous. What is this? It starts with P." "You're as fat as can be." Laughter erupted again, with his deskmate collapsing in fits of giggles. Clutching his stomach, he gave Gao Fei a thumbs up. "Awesome, bro." At that moment, Lu Momo's piece of chalk broke into 3 pieces. Gao Fei, get out. Oh. Sitting in the front row, Yi Yao Yao remained undisturbed by the laughter of her classmates. Why had her mother come to Landis Academy as an honorary principal? What was the selective process Chris had mentioned regarding Landis Academy? She needed to unravel the secrets of this royal institution. Lowering her head, Yi Yao Yao discreetly took out her phone and messaged Aina. Aina, wait for me in the restroom after class. Suddenly, a piece of chalk flew directly towards Yi Yao Yao's black-framed glasses. Just as it was about to hit, she deftly dodged it with a subtle movement. Xia. Lift your head. You get up and tell us which option to choose. The surrounding students were eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Knowing Xia had missed so many classes, she couldn't possibly answer. Moreover, she hadn't even attended the lesson. However, Yi Yao Yao slowly stood up, glanced at the question. What about this one? A collective gasp echoed around her. Lu Momo scrutinized Yi Yao Yao for a moment. Sit down. How strange. Hadn't Xia just claimed she hadn't been listening? Yi Yao Yao lowered her gaze. When she awakened her witch spirit power years ago, she had memorized intricate runes. These English words posed no challenge for her. All right, that concludes today's lesson. Aina, please deliver the homework to my office. Aina was the English class representative. During the break, Aina arrived early at the restroom to wait for Yi Yao Yao. Truly, this was a royal academy. Even the restroom resembled a lavish little auditorium. The European-style decor made it seem as if every door was encrusted with glorious diamonds. On her return, aside from helping her beautiful sister familiarize herself with the map of Landis Academy, she only had one goal: to eliminate Aiching. As for studying, that was unnecessary. She could have graduated long ago. Aina had long recognized her formidable coding talent, often likened to what the industry term hacking. She tucked her chestnut curls behind her ear, turned on the ornate silver faucet, and prepared to wash her hands. However, she was suddenly shoved down, nearly falling into the adjacent sink. Aiching, clad in knee-high white socks and Mary Jane shoes, glared at her defiantly. You wretched thing. How dare you return? How could you possibly come back? Aina bit her lip, steadying herself against the wall. What is Landis Academy owned by your sister? Trash. You should remain in the trash bin. If you dare to come here and embarrass yourself, don't blame me for finishing you off. Aina was no match for Aiching. Aiching had received special self-defense training as a child, while Aina had never qualified for such training. Leaning against the wall, Aina smiled, her expression carrying an otherworldly allure. Ah, welcome to kill me, sister. But if you fail to do so, it will be you who faces death. To Aiching's somewhat beautiful face twisted in fury. You foolish, ungrateful creature. In an instant, she raised her hand, sending a gust of wind directly towards Aina's delicate face. Chapter 90. Tormenting the scum, Aina remained leaning against the wall, an unsettling smile gracing her face. Yet in the next instant, Aiching was sent flying. Her long, straight black hair traced a sharp arc through the air, crashing open the restroom door by sheer coincidence. She landed right on the toilet. Aiching, dressed in a sailor suit, had her legs elevated in the air, plunging directly into the bowl. The porcelain toilet cracked at several seams. At the door stood a girl with freckles and black-framed glasses, her eyes shrouded in shadows. Casually nodding an apology. Oops, sorry. I slipped. The Yi Yao Yao smirked, lifting her wrist adorned with a modest watch, discreetly snapping a photo. Such precious gossip would be a shame to miss on the campus forum. Aiching was utterly humiliated. Her skirt drenched in toilet water. You country bumpkin, how dare you do this to me? Yi Yao Yao frowned, her voice icy. I already said I slipped. What more do you want? Those who bullied her were fortunate to still be alive. Aiching froze, sensing an unfamiliar tone in Xiaxia's voice that instilled a sense of dread. At that moment, a couple of people entered the restroom, astonished by the sight before them. Aiching, is this some new kink of yours? Stop talking nonsense. Just hurry up and get me out. What in the world was happening with Xia? How could she return from her illness transformed? Her demeanor and tone so remarkably different from before. Aside from her unattractive appearance, Aiching, drenched and disheveled, fled the restroom in a panic. She needed to investigate thoroughly. The appearances of Aina and Xia were far too peculiar. Yi Yao Yao pulled Aina into a corner. Are you hurt? Aina's cool demeanor bore a hint of innocence. No. Beautiful sister, the Yi Yao Yao lowered her voice. Aina, having been at this academy for so long, have you noticed anything unusual? Aina tilted her head. Not particularly. Aside from the excessive opulence resembling a palace, and that inexplicable selection training. Yi Yao Yao paused. You mean the process where eligible individuals are sent for concentrated training? Exactly, I underwent that as well. However, I was blindfolded the entire way. So I have no idea where I was taken. What about the training content? Yi Yao Yao contemplated, stroking her chin. How strange. Aina continued, that's the oddest part. During our time there, we merely ate, slept, and played. There was no training whatsoever. It felt as though someone was observing us. And then, Aina clenched her teeth. Eventually, I-Ching used her connections to bring me back and tossed me onto that desolate island. The class bell rang, weighing heavily on Yi Yao Yao's heart. The training content was far too bizarre. The freckled girl with black-framed glasses slowly made her way back to her seat. Throughout the entire afternoon, Qian avoided Yi Yao Yao as if she were a foul rat. His gaze laced with amusement.